Chapter 001. It has arrived. The evening sun dripped onto the earth like fresh blood, enveloping the entire town in a shroud of silence. Nightfall was imminent, and the cruel, bloody specters would soon roam the streets. They were coming. Lin Yu wrapped himself in a tattered black trench coat, drawing his head down against the biting cold wind that lashed at him. He shivered involuntarily as the remnants of daylight grew increasingly frigid, offering no hint of warmth. The streets were nearly deserted, with people hastily vanishing into alleyways and corners. In his hands, Lin Yu clutched a brown paper bag, a meager collection of sustenance accumulated over the past 3 days, a moldy piece of bread, a small chunk of unrecognizable meat, and a dozen dried cockroaches. He hurried to his dwelling, retrieved the key from his pocket, and swiftly slipped through the black wooden door, disappearing inside. Once he placed the scant food he had collected from the post office on the table, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Even in daylight, this town was perilously dangerous. At times, humanity proved to be more terrifying than the phantoms that emerged at night. Lin Yu had witnessed numerous acts of brutality. The prophecy of cannibalism had morphed into stark reality. He retrieved a weathered axe from within his coat, his sole means of defense. With a metallic clang, the rusted tool was set upon the table. He gazed at the axe, reflecting on the day's food collection, which had transpired without incident. After a moment, he rose to secure the door, meticulously checking its lock before propping 2 sturdy wooden beams against it. Only then did Lin Yu allow himself a slight breath of relief. Glancing at the vintage watch on his wrist, he noted there was half an hour until darkness enveloped the town. He stood to prepare his evening meal. In truth, his dinners were exceedingly simple. A small piece of bread and 3 dried cockroaches. Nothing more. However, he needed to boil some water, for the local water source had been tainted, rendering it nearly undrinkable. Even after boiling, it still bore a metallic taste. He gathered firewood from the floor and struck a match to ignite it. As the flames danced wildly, his pallid face, ravaged by malnutrition, softened into tranquility. Placing a grimy kettle over the fire, Lin Yu curled up beside it. With one hand, he held the dry bread, and with the other, the cockroaches, taking small bites of the unpalatable fare. Both items were exceedingly difficult to swallow, particularly the bread. Without water to accompany it, the dry morsel felt akin to swallowing shards of glass. 10 minutes later, the water had boiled. Lin Yu poured it into a cup, blowing gently over the steam before drinking deeply. The bread and cockroaches were consumed, yet the pangs of hunger lingered. He dared not eat more, for the meager rations obtained from the post office were limited. Speaking of the post office, Lin Yu had indeed encountered some superior provisions. Delicacies such as rice balls, pork jerky, and long-forgotten chocolates and canned fruits were before him, yet he found himself unqualified to partake. Lin Yu could etch only 3 glimmering runes each day, and their quality was limited to the most rudimentary azure glimmer. These glimmering runes served to ward off the spectral shadows that emerged at night. Without such runes in one's home, the likelihood of succumbing to these phantoms was alarmingly high. Moreover, the glimmering runes could be inscribed not only on stone, but also on wood, weaponry, and any tangible object. Each rune was a bulwark against the apparitions, and those successfully carved could be sold at the post office or exchanged for currency. Lin Yu estimated that the 3 glimmering runes he crafted were equivalent to a single silver coin. This price was indeed exceedingly low, yet Lin Yu felt powerless to alter his predicament. With his current skill set, he could only produce the azure grade runes, and higher-tier runes remained beyond his reach. From hearsay at the post office, Lin Yu gleaned that glimmering runes were categorized into 3 tiers. The lower tier consisted of azure glimmering runes, the intermediate tier was represented by white glimmering runes, and the superior tier was denoted by red glimmering runes. It was said that the red glimmering runes not only repelled the specters, but could effectively vanquish them as well. However, these claims were merely tales Lin Yu had heard. He had yet to encounter a red glimmering rune in his lifetime, and even the white variants were exceedingly rare. In the entire town, only one family possessed the ability to craft white glimmering runes. Lin Yu seemed to seldom observe that family, for they were elusive and rarely interacted with the townsfolk. After a modest dinner, he commenced his work on the glimmering runes anew. This task was not particularly intricate, as the runes were primarily inscribed upon stony, an exceptional resource unique to the town. These stones, roughly the size of pebbles, were entirely white and possessed remarkable hardness. Carving glimmering runes into stone yielded a far more resilient outcome than inscribing them upon wood. Hence, most individuals opted for stone, as it was abundantly available. Beyond the town's borders, the patterns of the glimmering runes were not complex, and their thickness could be adjusted freely. However, the act of carving demanded unwavering focus. Even a moment's lapse could lead to failure. This endeavor not only consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, but also risked rendering all efforts futile. Most crucially, a failed carving meant enduring hunger. While the act of inscribing glimmering runes appeared straightforward, the most challenging aspect lay in maintaining concentration. For reasons unknown, Lin Yu always felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him after completing each carving, often accompanied by blurred vision and a dull ache at the back of his head. According to the information obtained from the post office, Lin Yu discovered that the process of carving glimmering runes required a certain degree of mental fortitude. Those endowed with greater mental strength could produce more runes of higher caliber, while individuals of weaker constitution found themselves limited to crafting only the entry-level azure varieties. After half an hour, Lin Yu finally completed the glimmering rune in his hand. He let out a heavy sigh. The strength within his body seemed utterly drained. This marked the third radiant rune he had carved today. Despite exerting every ounce of his energy, Lin Yu could manage only this much. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, one hand clutching the carving knife while the other held the radiant stone. Upon completion of the radiant rune, even an ordinary stone acquired a newfound identity. Oh, weary. My head begins to throb again. Such discomfort. Lin Yu inhaled deeply several times. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Outside, the cold wind howled fiercely, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Nightfall had arrived, bringing with it an ominous presence. Silence was paramount. None could predict when that terrifying specter might emerge. Only when the first light of dawn broke could one consider themselves safe. As Lin Yu contemplated tidying up in the corner, a sudden knock resounded at the door, abrupt and loud. Accompanying it was a youthful, tear-stained voice. "Lin Yu, save me. Lin Yu, please help me." Wah! Lin Yu's gaze snapped to the wooden door, his heart racing. How does she know my name? Chapter 2. The Waiting of the Spectre. The girl's knocking and sobbing did not sway Lin Yu. Instead, a sense of danger surged within his mind. Why does she know my name? He recalled that he had never disclosed his name to anyone. In fact, he scarcely interacted with the townsfolk, merely glancing at them to gather information before hastily departing. Even the postmaster at the local post office was unaware of his name. Something was amiss. Lin Yu remained silent, peering at the door. He could not ascertain what lay beyond, for he possessed no gift of sight. Yet his instincts warned him that this door must not be opened. Not only was it night, when shadows could very well manifest, but even if the figure outside were not a specter, Lin Yu could not fathom her intentions for seeking him at this hour. In this apocalyptic world, human intentions were inscrutable. His taut nerves remained unrelaxed as the girl's calls abruptly ceased. Lin Yu dared not breathe. With the onset of night, any sound could potentially summon the specter's attack. Cautiously, he approached the table, lifting the rusted axe while firmly gripping the radiant stone in his hand, bracing for the unforeseen. His dark eyes fixated intently on the wooden door. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside. The little girl had inexplicably vanished. An eerie stillness settled, profoundly unsettling. Just as Lin Yu believed the girl had departed, a thunderous bang erupted at the door. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated, causing the sturdy wooden door to tremble violently, dust cascading from the beams above. Lin Yu's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the axe. "Lin Yu, open the door." The girl's voice transformed, suddenly infused with a fierce anger. Immediately, a powerful and resounding bang echoed as if the door could scarcely endure such a terrifying assault. Bang! The wooden door seemed to succumb to the force, fissures appearing upon its surface. In scarcely a breath, a third thundering blow resounded. Bang! The door could no longer withstand the pressure, yielding a more substantial crack. Simultaneously, the two wooden beams bracing against the door exhibited varying degrees of bending. Outside, a blood-red eye fixated intently on the wooden barrier. Its body was cloaked in black feathers, glimmering faintly in the darkness. Its arms were elongated, nearly reaching its knees, with claws reminiscent of a bird's foot, adorned with 5 sharp, backward-curving talons. At this moment, Lin Yu was certain that the entity at the door was no human, but a specter. Specters indiscriminately claim lives those fortunate may go weeks without encountering one, while the unfortunate might face 3 or 4 assaults in a single night. Lin Yu swiftly reacted. The specter possessed immense strength and brutal methods, rendering humanity nearly powerless against it. The only effective weapon was the Radiant Stone. Lin Yu placed the Radiant Stone against the wooden door and promptly retrieved more from a cabinet. These were hard-earned treasures, totaling around 7 or 8 stones. He positioned the Radiant Stones at the threshold and then retreated. Diving into a small hole beneath the bed, he covered it with a wooden plank in the darkness. Lin Yu's eyes widened, 3 radiant stones resting against his chest. At that moment, he dared not even exhale. Suddenly, a more terrifying bang resounded. Bang! Ultimately, the wooden door could not withstand the onslaught. With a deafening explosion, the specter surged into the room. An human presence was discernible within, yet the specter's blood-red eyes scrutinized the surroundings. The radiant stones on the floor emitted a continuous azure glow. As the specter approached, the azure light of the stones began to fade rapidly. Crack! The radiant stone at the threshold shattered, the energy of the runes expended, all 3 stones rendered ineffective. Upon hearing the shattering sound, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of despair. The radiant stones could not repel the specter at the door. It was overwhelmingly powerful. 3 radiant stones cannot withstand it. Why is this specter so formidable? Lin Yu remained vigilant in the darkness, not daring to move. The 3 radiant stones on his chest emitted a faint azure light. They guarded Lin Yu, his last bastion of hope. The sound of pattering footsteps reached his ears. The specter had not departed, but was instead searching the room. It seemed to be seeking something. The footsteps approached Lin Yu's hiding spot. Though he was concealed in the small hole beneath the bed, he could hear the footsteps distinctly. A grotesque visage peered beneath the bed. 2 blood-red eyes swiveled back and forth. Its decayed face resembled that of a desiccated corpse, its jagged teeth glinting with a chilling cold light. His entire body was cloaked in black feathers, and a foul stench permeated the air, reminiscent of the putrid odor emanating from a coffin. Within the cavern beneath the bed, the luminescent stone on Lin Yu's chest suddenly dimmed. The first stone had already ceased to function, and the second began to fade rapidly. Time was running out, and Lin Yu's anxiety intensified, causing his nerves to ache. That moment, footsteps echoed once more, and the ghostly figure slowly approached the doorway. Lin Yu refrained from emerging. He could not ascertain whether the specter had departed and remained curled up within the cavern. This juncture, a terrifying visage loomed before the shattered wooden door, silently observing the room, standing still at the threshold. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps as the ghostly figure trod upon the wooden debris scattered on the floor. Think it has waited for me for so long, Lin Yu thought in terror. The intelligence of this apparition had reached remarkable heights. Throughout that night, Lin Yu did not leave the cavern. It was not until the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in that he finally exhaled in relief. With dark circles under his eyes, his countenance bore the weight of utter exhaustion. Chapter 003. The Survivor. With a creak, Lin Yu pushed open the wooden board and swiftly crawled out. He surveyed the disarray of the room, particularly noting the completely wrecked wooden door. 2 broken wooden stakes lay scattered on the floor. It was then that Lin Yu clearly observed the enormous, gaping hole in the center of the heavy door, a testament to the ghostly apparition that had shattered it to gain entry. Even the thick wooden beams, as robust as an arm, had proven futile against the specter's assault. Gazing at the splintered door, Lin Yu understood it was beyond repair. A new substitute must be found today, for the night would bring even greater peril. Having spent an entire sleepless night, he felt utterly exhausted. Not only did he need to mend the door, but he also feared he would be unable to complete the task involving the radiant stones. The few radiant stones he had stored were nearly depleted, and now he faced the daunting task of repairing the door. A sense of despair washed over him. At present, Lin Yu possessed only 2 radiant stones, one intact and the other half consumed. Previously, he had endured an encounter with the specter, but that time it had not breached the threshold. Although he had expended 3 radiant stones, he had managed to preserve the door. This latest assault, however, was palpably more terrifying. Despite the throbbing pain in his head, Lin Yu remained composed, analyzing the situation with clarity. 2 perplexing questions arose. First, the specter had audaciously called him by name, exhibiting greater power than before. It seemed to lie in wait for him. Second, had the specter evolved? He had never heard of a specter capable of speech prior to this. These 2 enigmas left Lin Yu in a state of bewilderment. Lin Yu was not originally from this world. He was oblivious to how he had traversed into it, as his memories were fragmented. Having only arrived here a few days prior, he had already encountered 2 ghostly attacks. Were it not for his prior stock of radiant stones, he might well have met his demise. The memories of the host were scant and of little utility. Yet, Lin Yu was determined to survive. The regrets of his previous life weighed heavily upon him. Daring not to succumb to slumber, he recognized the multitude of tasks that awaited him. He steeled himself and approached the water vat, drawing a ladle of cold water to splash upon his face. Fortunately, the vat had not been shattered by the specter. Otherwise, he would have been left parched. He retrieved bread and dried cockroaches from the cupboard, boiling a kettle of hot water. After a simple breakfast, he felt considerably revitalized. He tucked the axe from the corner into his cloak, donned a threadbare black coat, and slowly made his way outside. As Lin Yu walked down the street, a shiver ran through him, his gaze horrified as it fell upon the dilapidated houses lining either side. 7 or 8 crumbling structures stood before him, their doors wide open, violently destroyed. Dried bloodstains and remnants of bones littered the entranceways. These unfortunate souls had perished, victims of the specter's wrath from the previous night. In Lin Yu's recollection, this small town still housed over 100 families, having endured dozens of ghostly assaults, resulting in an estimated death toll of 3,000 to 4,000 souls. The hundreds of households were not solely from this small town. Individuals from other towns had also sought refuge here. It was said that their previous towns had been ravaged by the specters, with only a few survivors relocating to this place. Lin Yu recalled the specter from the previous night, initially believing his plight to be dire. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that his suffering was trivial compared to those who had been consumed by the specters. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yu. The specters feasted on flesh, but left behind human belongings. Presently, what he lacked most were sustenance and luminous stones. His expression shifted, and he hastened toward the dilapidated houses. Upon arriving at the first house, he found the ground littered with splintered wood from the door. Scattered among the debris were several utterly depleted luminous stones, their runes shattered. Lin Yu entered the room, his gaze swiftly scanning for anything of use. However, after mere moments, he bolted outside. He proceeded to the second house, which bore a striking resemblance to the first, both having suffered violent destruction of their doors. Inside, he discovered a pool of dried blood and some tattered garments. Lin Yu also noticed a few bloodied teeth on the floor, alongside numerous scratch marks. It appeared the former occupants had engaged in a struggle against the specters. Stepping over the remnants, he ventured further inside. Though the house was modest in size, a few glances confirmed his suspicion. It had been ransacked similar to the first house. By dawn, it was anticipated that some would have perished at the hands of the specters, prompting others to scavenge for supplies. Initially, Lin Yu had not considered this, but now he realized others had already taken advantage of the situation. Such was the nature of this world, where the dead often brought fortune to the living. Lin Yu, axe in hand, moved on to other houses, yet found nothing of value in his relentless search. After half an hour, he finally uncovered 2 luminous stones and a leather pouch in a concealed corner of one dwelling, containing some desiccated cockroaches and small loaves of bread. However, Lin Yu soon discovered that the casualties from the previous night exceeded 7 or 8 households. On a distant street, a dozen more had been slain. In total, the death toll from the previous night surpassed 20. It was imperative to note that those who remained were all survivors, adept at crafting luminous stones and exceedingly cautious. Moreover, the specters had evolved, becoming even more terrifying and cunning. In a single night, nearly 20 of the town's population had perished. If this rate continued, it was likely that within a month, this town would meet the same fate as several neighboring towns, with all inhabitants dead. Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Once a specter had appeared in a location, it would not vanish unless all its inhabitants had perished. Otherwise, it would remain, guarding the area until every last human was devoured. As Lin Yu gazed at the two luminous stones in his hands, a profound sorrow welled up within him. Even if he were to acquire a greater number of luminous stones, their utility would be limited. The specter has already evolved, and without obtaining higher-grade luminous stones, Lin Yu's time before being consumed by the specter would dwindle. He had contemplated departing from this place to venture further afield. Yet each nightfall heralded the specter's emergence. To recklessly abandon the safety of his refuge could very well result in his demise at the hands of the specter. Furthermore, could other locations truly guarantee safety? There are indeed outsiders in the town. Are they not also fugitives? Lin Yu inhaled deeply, releasing a silent sigh. This world is undeniably peculiar. Though the specter is terrifying, not everyone will meet their end. As long as one persists, there remains a path forward. Lin Yu grasped his rusted axe and resumed his search. While his acquisitions were meager, they still held value. He resolved to utilize the remaining hour to gather supplies, contemplating the wooden door only after completing his search of the house. Chapter 004. Negotiating terms. After visiting several stone houses in succession, Lin Yu found himself bereft of any valuable resources. The survivors' abodes were remarkably similar, their limited supplies having been thoroughly plundered. The dilapidated wooden door lay on the ground, a testament to the fate that had befallen its former occupant, devoured by the lurking specter. Disheartened, Lin Yu exited the house, casting a glance at the watch on his wrist. Over an hour had elapsed, and time was running short. Should he delay any longer, he might not have sufficient time to repair the wooden door. He resolved to inspect the other houses. If resources remained elusive, he would prioritize mending the door. Holding 2 radiant stones and some desiccated cockroaches in his hand, Lin Yu yearned for more resources to fortify himself against the specter that would emerge by nightfall. He pressed onward. After a span of several minutes, he arrived at another dwelling. The wooden door stood ajar, a pool of blood staining the threshold, accompanied by a chaotic array of footprints. In the sunlight, a faint layer of dust danced in the air, mingling with the pungent scent of congealed blood. Lin Yu approached with swift determination. It was evident that the owner of this house had also fallen victim to the specter's attack the previous day. Remarkably, the door remained intact. It was unclear how the specter had compelled the inhabitants to open it. Perhaps it was through that eerie voice. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. The door's near pristine condition suggested that, if it could be dismantled, he would avoid the labor of chopping wood to craft a new one. He quickened his pace, measuring the door's dimensions with his gaze, noting that it bore a close resemblance to that of his own modest dwelling. It should be feasible to remove it and utilize it directly. Just as he was assessing the size, a faint sound emanated from within the door. In an instant, Lin Yu's senses heightened. The presence of the specter during daylight hours was improbable, and the abrupt noise was decidedly out of place. Comprehension dawned upon him. He promptly crouched down, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the ajar wooden door. In this small town, communication between individuals was scarce, often marred by betrayal, leading Lin Yu to harbor deep-seated mistrust of those around him. The sound from within ceased. An unknown individual appeared to have noticed Lin Yu's presence at the threshold. Inside the room, a middle-aged man was stealthily searching for something, his back turned to the door. Clad in a green overcoat, he bore a backpack and a long knife at his waist. Though not particularly imposing in stature, he exuded an unmistakable aura of strength. His face was unshaven, with a prominent hooked nose. Shortly after Lin Yu's arrival, the man became aware of his presence. Without turning around, he halted his rummaging, his hands stilled at his sides. At his feet lay 2 radiant stones, clearly the spoils of his own collection. "Who goes there?" He barked suddenly, swiveling his head to glare coldly at the door. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, a flicker of disdain crossed his features. He had encountered Lin Yu before, deeming him a feeble survivor. Having cataloged the strengths and weaknesses of the town's inhabitants, he was keenly aware of who was formidable and who was not. Every time Lin Yu visits the post office, he can only exchange for the most basic food. The luminous stones he possesses are of merely the lowest grade, a pale azure hue. It is evident that Lin Yu is quite impoverished. Are you the kid from the corner? The man slowly rose, scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe, making his judgment. Lin Yu could clearly see the man before him, whose face bore an intimidating countenance, with a furrowed brow and a hint of menace in his expression. Upon encountering Lin Yu, one hand had already rested on his waist, indicating his heightened vigilance. Lin Yu had no recollection of him, having only recently arrived in this world. Do you know me? Lin Yu, no longer shrouded in ambiguity, stood up and regarded the man calmly. I don't know you, but I know who you are. Are you also gathering supplies? The man scoffed dismissively. He seemed to look down upon Lin Yu, yet he himself was evidently scavenging for resources. No, my wooden door is broken, and I find this one quite suitable. I intend to take it back for use. Lin Yu refrained from stating the truth. Even though the bulge at his waist was unmistakably composed of luminous stones, easily recognizable as spoils from scavenging. Is that so? You claim your wooden door is broken? Then you must have encountered the Spectre's attack last night. Lin Yu did not confirm or deny. The Spectre's assault had affected most of the populace. Hardly a piece of news. I too was attacked by the Spectre, expending 9 luminous stones to fend it off. How many did you use? The man inquired. About the same as you, Lin Yu replied. You're quite cautious. There's nothing left here. You can leave. I was also attacked by the Spectre, so the door I have my eye on is mine. First come, first served. That has always been the rule here. After speaking, the man tightened his grip around the blade at his waist. His intentions were clear. If Lin Yu did not depart, he might very well initiate an attack. Survivors not only needed to gather supplies and carve luminous stones, but they also had to ensure their own safety. An injured survivor would find it exceedingly difficult to endure in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, everyone must prioritize their safety, at least to avoid injury. I have never heard of the first come, first served rule. I can forego the supplies here, but may I have that door? Lin Yu concluded, gesturing towards the luminous stones at the man's feet. Clearly, those stones did not belong to him, but were remnants of their original owner, who had been devoured by the Spectre. You wish to negotiate with me? The man's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he glared at Lin Yu. Let us split it. You want to survive, and so do I. The man scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment, hesitating. He suddenly let out a bitter laugh and said, All right, you're right. I have no desire to engage in a fight with you. Let us split it. However, I don't trust you. You want that door, right? Take it. Will that suffice? Lin Yu was taken aback by the man's sudden change of tone, feeling somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained vigilant, though he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. One must always guard against treachery. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. Excellent. What is your name, young man? I am Chun Sheng, here to assist you. We are all survivors, and it is undeniably challenging for each of us, especially in these increasingly perilous times. There is no need for conflict. Lin Yu, he replied succinctly. Chun Sheng nodded, then turned his gaze towards the wooden door. He approached it and struck it firmly. The door emitted a resounding thud, indicative of its substantial quality. There are tools inside. Let us dismantle it together. I have done this before, and it is quite simple. After speaking, Chun Sheng's attention remained fixated on the door, as if contemplating the steps required for the task ahead. All right, I shall fetch the tools. Good, let us act swiftly. At the very moment Lin Yu turned, Chun Sheng's previously contemplative expression morphed into one of fierce hostility. His hand swiftly reached for the long knife at his waist. With a metallic ring, the blade was unsheathed, and Chun Sheng lunged at Lin Yu, who was facing away. Want you to share resources with me? You shall perish. Chapter 005. This boy's caution is terrifying. The sound of a blade unsheathed caught one off guard. Chun Sheng's long knife swiftly descended upon Lin Yu's neck. This strike was swift, ruthless, and precise, clearly not his first attempt at a stealthy attack. As the blade approached Lin Yu's throat, threatening to cleave his head from his body, excitement flickered in Chun Sheng's eyes. Lin Yu is also a survivor, possessing the coveted radiant stone and other supplies he had scavenged. If Chun Sheng were to eliminate Lin Yu, he could effortlessly acquire several days' worth of provisions. Last night's spectral assault had claimed numerous lives at the hands of the terrifying phantoms. Chun Sheng had expended a considerable amount of radiant stones to survive, and he was in dire need of supplies. Just as this seemingly flawless ambush unfolded, Lin Yu, positioned in front of Chun Sheng, suddenly crouched down in an uncanny manner. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. At the moment Chun Sheng drew his knife, Lin Yu anticipated his next move and swiftly lowered his body. In an instant, a rusted axe appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Fortunately, Lin Yu had been clad in his tattered trench coat, concealing his weapon from prying eyes. At the very last moment, having just crouched, Lin Yu launched a ferocious counterattack. With a flick of his arm, the axe came to life in his grasp. Lin Yu's body twisted violently as he swung the axe toward Chun Sheng in an unusual posture. Impossible. He actually sensed my stealthy approach. This boy's caution is terrifying. He was pretending. Chun Sheng barely had time to react, his mind racing with only 2 pieces of retrieved information. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged before him. His complexion shifted dramatically, pupils constricting as he realized he could not evade the incoming attack. Summoning all his strength, he raised his arm to shield himself. Chun Sheng's treacherous strike aimed directly for Lin Yu's neck, a blow that would likely seal Lin Yu's fate. However, Lin Yu's retaliation was equally vicious. The axe came crashing toward Chun Sheng's face with unrelenting intent. Clearly, Lin Yu had been prepared for this moment, and his strike was aimed at taking a life. Bang! The rusted axe descended upon Chun Sheng's visage. He raised his hands to protect his head, but ultimately, he was merely flesh and blood. Under the weight of Lin Yu's meticulously planned assault, Chun Sheng had no time to mount an effective defense. The axe struck his arm, followed by a shriek that echoed like a wounded animal. Chun Sheng trembled violently. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth as Lin Yu's axe embedded itself deep into Chun Sheng's arm, nearly severing it. Do not be deceived by its rusty exterior at close range. The axe's explosive power was astounding. Among various cold weapons, Lin Yu's choice of an axe for self-defense was not without reason. Whether it be a blade or a dagger, none could rival the axe's formidable striking power. In close combat, the axe could inflict horrific damage while unleashing immense force. The blade of the axe struck fiercely against Chun Sheng's arm, severing his forearm to the point where only a thin layer of skin remained attached to his limb. Blood splattered onto Lin Yu's face, rendering him eerily unsettling in that moment. I will make you pay with your life. Chun Sheng's shoulders trembled violently. He let out a furious roar, enduring the excruciating pain with sheer willpower. Those who survive in the apocalypse are not to be trifled with. With his body leaning forward and his left arm raised high, Chun Sheng launched a devastating blow aimed at Lin Yu's forehead, akin to a cannonball. A dull thud echoed through the air. Lin Yu had no time to react. Chun Sheng, in a desperate struggle, unleashed a terrifying strike. His strength far surpassed Lin Yu's. Had Lin Yu not sensed the impending danger, he would have likely met his demise at Chun Sheng's ambush. The punch struck true, landing squarely on Lin Yu's brow. He felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his head, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Thick blood oozed from his forehead, quickly clouding his vision in a crimson haze. He is formidable. My body is utterly feeble. Lin Yu's vision sparkled with stars, his head throbbing, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Chun Sheng, in a maddened frenzy, lunged at Lin Yu, blood gushing from his severed arm like a ferocious beast. You sever my arm. I will kill you. Like a rabid dog, Chun Sheng charged at Lin Yu, raining down punches upon him. With his right arm already lost and the deadly blade lying abandoned, Lin Yu found himself defenseless. Within mere breaths, he was left spitting blood, his visage twisted in agony. Thud! 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 Chun Sheng's fists relentlessly battered Lin Yu's face, each strike laden with fury and hatred. However, after several blows, Chun Sheng's strength began to wane, his fists growing weak like wilted flowers. Due to excessive blood loss, his power gradually dissipated. He paused, realizing that despite Lin Yu's grievous injuries, he had not yet claimed his life. He had been seeking a single, fatal opportunity. Seeing Chun Sheng falter from blood loss, Lin Yu seized the moment, rising abruptly. Clutching the axe tightly, he dared not release his grip, even after enduring a brutal beating from Chun Sheng. He had been waiting for this hard-won chance. Lin Yu's veins bulged, his teeth clenched, and he swung the axe towards Chun Sheng's head once more. The bloodied Lin Yu charged again, catching Chun Sheng completely off guard. He could not fathom how such a seemingly frail youth could endure so much. What thoughts occupied Lin Yu's mind? In fact, Chun Sheng detected a glimmer of suppressed exhilaration in Lin Yu's eyes. Yes, Lin Yu had become invigorated. He realized that his solitary opportunity had arrived. Should the axe in his grasp strike Chun Sheng, it would spell certain death for him. A signal of danger flickered in Chun Sheng's mind. Yet he lacked the time to react. After all, he was merely an ordinary human, powerful and ruthless though he may be. He remained, at his core, a fragile vessel of flesh and blood. The axe, accompanied by a chilling gust of bloodshed, struck unerringly upon Chun Sheng's forehead. The rusted blade, at that moment, became astonishingly sharp, and Chun Sheng's head resembled a wooden post, as the axe head directly impacted the center of his brow. With a sickening crack, the sound of splintering bone echoed. 2/3 of the axe vanished into Chun Sheng's forehead, cleaving a gaping wound the size of a palm. In his final moments, Chun Sheng could scarcely believe that such a seemingly frail youth had managed to turn the tables on him. Lin Yu, with all his might, pushed Chun Sheng aside, who fell to the ground like a lifeless log. An axe, dripping with blood, stood upright from his forehead. Gasping for air, Lin Yu inhaled deeply. His face smeared with blood, giving him a ghastly appearance. "I must return home. My head aches terribly." Lin Yu staggered to his feet. He did not forget to extract the axe from Chun Sheng's forehead, and then he seized Chun Sheng's backpack along with some supplies. Thus, drenched in blood and unsteady, he vanished into the shadows of the dwelling. Chapter 006. Shall we begin the reinforcement? In the desolate streets, Lin Yu staggered like a drunken man. His vision was hazy, and with each step, a sharp pain throbbed in his head. The mournful winds howled in his ears, seemingly urging him onward. After half an hour, Lin Yu finally arrived at his abode. The wooden door before him lay in ruins, torn beyond recognition. He bypassed the act of opening it entirely, stumbling forward and crashing into the door, rolling into the room. In the dimly lit chamber, Lin Yu sat on the floor, gasping for breath. He was acutely aware that his time was running short. Although it was still afternoon, he lacked the strength to construct a new door. Tentatively, he touched his head, discovering it was swollen to an alarming degree, resembling that of an elderly sage. The pain was so intense that even the slightest touch elicited a sharp intake of breath. If there had been a mirror, Lin Yu would scarcely have believed the extent of the swelling. Chun Sheng's fists had rained down upon him with both ferocity and frequency. It was worth noting that Chun Sheng was a formidable figure, a veritable giant, while Lin Yu was but a frail youth. His ability to turn the tables and defeat Chun Sheng was solely due to his acute foresight and meticulous caution. Lin Yu understood that in this apocalyptic world, while the aberrant creatures were indeed terrifying, the intricacies of human nature proved to be the most complex. He sensed he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Chun Sheng. Time was of the essence. He could not afford any further delays. With the specter of nightfall looming, the possibility of encountering a ghostly apparition was high. He had to find a secure refuge. Despite the excruciating pain in his head, he maintained a lucid mindset. Kneeling on the floor, his gaze fell upon the hidden recess beneath his bed, which served as Lin Yu's second line of defense. He slowly crawled to the entrance of the recess and opened Chun Sheng's backpack. Inside, a myriad of items lay scattered. Yet Lin Yu had no time to discern their significance. His eyes darted about in a frenzy, searching for something. After several minutes, he finally grasped a handful of luminous stones, over a dozen in total. These were Chun Sheng's supplies, now wholly belonging to Lin Yu. The luminous stones held the power to repel the specters, serving as the most effective means of defense at this stage. The azure stones, while incapable of inflicting harm, could cause discomfort to the apparitions, thus acting as a deterrent. Lin Yu had heard whispers of higher-tier, luminous stones that could actually injure these entities, and even of red stones capable of vanquishing them outright. However, he had yet to lay eyes on such legendary artifacts. The immediate challenge he faced was to survive the night, ensuring he would not fall prey to the specters. Lin Yu placed all the luminous stones within the recess and hastily bandaged the wound on his forehead. At this moment, he was on the brink of unconsciousness. Enduring the pain, he slowly approached the recess's entrance. He squeezed inside and covered the opening. Just as he was about to complete this final step, a sudden chill coursed through his body, and his vision began to blur. Lin Yu, whose head was disproportionately large, seemed to be plunged into a deep stupor. At the very moment he collapsed, a distorted text suddenly emerged in his pupils. Amidst the hazy glow, the bizarre characters flickered, and soon the text began to clarify. A line of small words appeared before Lin Yu. "Do you wish to reinforce the wooden door?" Almost instinctively, Lin Yu uttered a reluctant affirmation. Confirming reinforcement of the wooden door, reinforcement duration, 5 hours and 32 minutes. The text before him vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. At that moment, Lin Yu fell with a thud into the pit. When Lin Yu awoke, he was still besieged by an excruciating headache and a fever, his vision blurred. He was uncertain how long he had slept, perhaps a few hours, or maybe an entire night. The dawn had yet to break, and Lin Yu hesitated to crawl out from the pit. He endured the pain, curled up in the narrow confines of the pit until the first rays of sunlight crept into the stone chamber. Only then did he slowly emerge. The memories of the previous day flooded back. Lin Yu felt an unbearable thirst. He approached the water barrel and scooped up a handful of water, drinking greedily. The water level was low, and the bottom of the barrel was murky. Previously, Lin Yu had relied on sedimentation to filter the dirty water. He gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling somewhat relieved. Although his mouth was filled with a strong metallic taste of rust, his thirst was alleviated. Just as Lin Yu finished drinking, he suddenly sensed something unusual. No wind rustled from the wooden door behind him. Previously, the ghostly figure had shattered his door, allowing the cold wind to rush in. Now, however, there was no sound of wind, which struck Lin Yu as odd. He slowly turned his head, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the door. Unbeknownst to him, the wooden door had been restored to its pristine condition. In fact, it appeared to have been reinforced, looking infinitely more resilient than before. Lin Yu gazed incredulously at the door, suspecting he might be hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, his vision gradually cleared. He was not mistaken. The wooden door had indeed become remarkably new and sturdier, emanating an immense sense of security. Lin Yu was certain that he had not crafted this transformation himself. After killing Chun Sheng the previous day, he had been on the brink of death. The mere fact that he was alive was already miraculous. How could he have possibly created such an entirely new door? Hastening towards it, Lin Yu reached out to touch the surface of the door. It was smooth and remarkably thick. He struck it twice, producing a resounding thud. What on earth was happening? Had someone replaced his door? No, that was impossible. Lin Yu could not believe such a fantastical notion. In this apocalyptic world, where survival was precarious, people were too consumed by their own struggles to concern themselves with a stranger. As Lin Yu pondered this mystery, his gaze fell upon the axe resting on the table. The rusted axe lay there, its blade stained with dry blood, a grim reminder of the horrors of the previous day's massacre. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. "Would you like to enhance the axe?" What does this mean? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, raising his hand to wave in front of him, only to find that the words remained vivid in his vision, refusing to fade away. Tentatively, Lin Yu responded, "Yes." Confirming enhancement of the axe. Enhancement duration, 52 minutes. Soon, the information before Lin Yu dissipated like mist. At this juncture, a thought seemed to flicker in his mind, and his memories began to piece themselves together. It seemed that a similar line of text had appeared yesterday. I thought it was merely an illusion, but it turns out to be real. Have I acquired a system for enhancement? Or perhaps a supernatural ability? Lin Yu's gaze suddenly became clear, and this post-apocalyptic world began to reveal itself as intriguing. Chapter 007. Continued enhancement. Lin Yu remained motionless, quietly seated within the confines of a stone chamber. This was a structure hewn from rock, encircled by massive boulders, devoid of windows, save for a solitary wooden door. Resembling a man-made grotto, the stone walls bore inevitable fissures, and during the frigid depths of winter, the room transformed into an icy vault. Certain areas were sealed with clay, yet to little avail. The air within the stone house was thick and stale, a circumstance beyond remedy. Were there windows? The specters might have entered through them rather than breaking down the door, for they possessed a degree of intelligence. Lin Yu glanced at his watch, patiently awaiting the countdown. After the mysterious symbols had appeared and vanished, they did not return, leaving him to wait for the timer's completion. He had attempted to summon the system, but to no avail. It seemed he must wait for the axe enhancement to conclude. Bored, he nibbled on dry bread, with a few cockroach snacks lying on the table. He had never had an affinity for such repulsive fare, but its high protein content and low cost made it an indispensable choice for the impoverished survivor. Time passed swiftly. Following the conclusion of the 52 minutes, Lin Yu observed a transformation in the axe before him. The once rusted implement began to blur, seemingly enveloped in a translucent substance. In the blink of an eye, that shimmering veil dissipated, revealing a brand new axe before him. Simultaneously, a notification materialized in Lin Yu's view. Item: Ice Blue Battle Axe. Quality: Basic. Special Effect: None. Continue enhancement? The text flickered momentarily, but fortunately, Lin Yu comprehended it all. His gaze was now fixed upon the ice blue battle axe. The previously corroded iron axe had vanished, replaced by a formidable weapon. The pristine ice blue battle axe measured approximately 90 centimeters in length, with a blade extending 20 centimeters and a thickness nearing 4 centimeters. The blade's surface was gilded, shimmering with an icy blue radiance. The wooden handle was remarkably resilient, featuring a thoughtfully designed spiral grip to prevent slippage. This was undoubtedly a weapon of superlative modern craftsmanship. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, capable of slicing through the air with ease, and it could be discreetly concealed. Lin Yu had long been without a suitable weapon. Had he wielded this battle axe during his encounter with Chun Sheng yesterday, the latter would likely have been unable to withstand the initial strike. Lin Yu could have effortlessly severed his arm, perhaps even decapitated him. Such is the significance of a weapon. Excitement sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes as he grasped the ice blue battle axe, testing its weight with a couple of swings, the air resonating with a deep whoosh. This was undeniably an extraordinarily sharp axe, perfectly balanced. The basic ice blue battle axe was ideally suited for Lin Yu at this juncture, meeting his expectations in both size and craftsmanship. He sheathed the battle axe, concealing at his waist, perfectly hidden beneath the tattered overcoat. Lin Yu had just encountered some prompts, with the last sentence presenting an option for further enhancement. He drew forth his battle axe and inquired, "Continue enhancement?" Immediately after Lin Yu spoke, a line of text appeared before the battle axe. "Do you wish to continue enhancing the ice blue battle axe?" "Yes." "Enhancement duration: 7 days." "What?" "The first enhancement took merely 52 minutes. Why does the second enhancement require such an extended period?" Lin Yu contemplated for a moment and began to grasp the situation. The finer the item, the longer the enhancement duration. Hence, the system indicated a span of 7 days. Moreover, the current ice blue battle axe was at a basic level, and he feared that after 7 days, it would ascend to an intermediate level. Lin Yu had witnessed the appearance of special effect words on the ice blue battle axe. Should it upgrade to an intermediate level, it would undoubtedly trigger a unique effect. Although Lin Yu was eager to discover what an intermediate ice blue battle axe would entail, he could not afford to wait for 7 days. Such a duration was simply too lengthy, and he had other matters to attend to. Thus, he decided against enhancing the ice blue battle axe for the time being. It already surpassed ordinary axes by several multiples, and that sufficed. He pondered if he could enhance something else. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the wooden door. Now he understood that this wooden door had likely undergone enhancement. Enhance the wooden door. This time, Lin Yu was markedly more adept. Upon his utterance, text materialized on the door. "Do you wish to enhance the basic wooden door?" "Yes." "Enhancement duration: 3 days, 22 hours. So, it is the next enhancement duration has indeed become 3 days and 22 hours. However, it is significantly better than the ice blue battle axe, though still rather long. Lin Yu then glanced at the moldy bread on the table. "Enhance the bread? Do you wish to enhance the bread?" "Enhancement duration: 25 minutes. 25 minutes. That is entirely acceptable. I have long since grown weary of moldy bread." However, Lin Yu did not immediately proceed with the enhancement. His gaze shifted to encompass the entire stone house. "Enhance the stone house. Do you wish to enhance the stone house?" "Yes." "Enhancement duration: 35 days, 11 hours. Lin Yu. He looked down at his hands. Since the wooden door, axe, stone house, and food could all be enhanced, could perhaps his very organs be enhanced as well? With a mindset of experimentation, Lin Yu inquired, "Attempt to enhance both hands. Do you wish to enhance both hands?" "Yes." "Enhancement duration: 21 hours. Hiss. Lin Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he could not help but take a sharp breath. He had not anticipated that enhancing his hands was indeed feasible. His gaze began to burn with fervor. A mere 21 hours was a wait he could endure. Chapter 008. Anomaly Detector. At this moment, Lin Yu sat in the dimly lit stone chamber. The moldy bread that had once occupied his table had vanished, replaced by several creamy rolls. Miraculously, the cockroach carcasses nearby had disappeared as well, supplanted by jerky. Both in flavor and quality, the new offerings were vastly superior to their predecessors. The 2 creamy rolls and a small packet of jerky consumed a total of 51 minutes of Lin Yu's time. Overall, it was a manageable duration, quite acceptable. Lin Yu picked up one of the creamy rolls, a delightful aroma wafting through the air. It had been quite some time since he had savored such a treat. As he took a bite, his mouth was instantly filled with a sweet, delectable flavor. The cream was sweet yet not cloying, and the bread was soft and delightful. Moreover, the sense of satiety was profound. It was an exhilarating sensation. Lin Yu was overjoyed, finally freed from the torment of moldy bread. In the initial moments of eating, he had nearly retched, and his stomach had protested vehemently. With his hunger satiated, it was now time to enhance his hands. Lin Yu gazed at his hands, a flicker of anticipation crossing his face. Enhance hands. Would you like to enhance your hands? Yes. Enhancement duration, 21 hours. Enhancement commencing, 2059-58. At present, Lin Yu felt no particular sensations. Everything would remain to be seen once the enhancement was complete. 21 hours, essentially a night's time, was not a significant duration for him. He stood up and retrieved Chun Sheng's backpack. He systematically removed the luminous stones from the cavern and placed them on the table. After counting, he found he possessed a total of 12 luminous stones. Chun Sheng had mentioned that during the ghostly invasion, he had expended 9 stones. This calculation indicated that Lin Yu would have 3 stones remaining for tonight's encounter. And today's work had yet to commence. As time was still on his side, he could begin crafting luminous stones without delay. With diligent effort, he could produce 3 azure-grade luminous stones in a single day. This meant he could potentially amass 15 luminous stones, which was quite ample. Lin Yu emptied the contents of Chun Sheng's backpack, revealing a plethora of items. Among them were some edibles, along with various trinkets he had never encountered before. After clearing away the chaotic assortment on the table, he stumbled upon an unusual object resembling an old-fashioned radio. It featured an antenna, a diminutive LCD display, and a battery compartment at the back. Though unfamiliar to Lin Yu, it appeared straightforward to operate, with merely a few simple buttons. Turning his attention to the back, he noticed the inscriptions had become quite faded, indicative of prolonged use. Tentatively, he pressed the power button, and the LCD display illuminated to reveal a battery icon. Only 2 bars of power remained, indicating a low charge. Additionally, a numerical value appeared on the screen, 11. The numerical value was quite simple. Yet Lin Yu was unaware of its significance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he set it aside. Given that it was an item carried by Chun Sheng, it surely held great importance. Although Lin Yu could not discern its nature, he was confident that the postman at the street corner would possess the knowledge he sought. The postman held a unique status, often privy to information beyond the reach of others. Once he had completed the luminous stones, he would inquire at the post office. For the hour was still early. Lin Yu removed his trench coat, revealing a gray linen sweater, the collar and cuffs marred by varying degrees of wear. He rolled up his sleeves and retrieved the carving knife and stone from the table. The memory of the luminous runes was etched deeply in his mind, and with unwavering focus, he began to carve the luminous stones, the rhythmic sound of his work echoing through the room. Several hours later, Lin Yu leaned back, his expression weary, his hands limp at his sides. On the table lay 3 newly crafted luminous stones. At last, he had completed his task. Stretching his limbs, he deemed the day's endeavor fulfilled. He could not continue producing more luminous stones, as his mental energy was depleted. Without it, the stones could not be completed. Lin Yu had tried numerous times, discovering that he could craft a maximum of 3 luminous stones in a single day. After completing his work, he carefully stored the luminous stones away, donned his tattered trench coat, and secured the icy blue battle axe at his waist. He pushed open the door, sunlight bathing his somewhat pallid face, offering only a trace of warmth. With calm dark eyes, he gazed out at the small town, his nostrils flaring slightly. With a jawline as sharp as a blade, he began his journey toward the post office. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the post office. It was an unremarkable little courtyard, home to several stone houses, each devoid of windows, only tightly shut doors, secured with locks. Weeds flourished in the garden, with a narrow path worn into the ground by footsteps. Lin Yu approached, knocked gently, and called out, "Is the postman there? Is the postman there? Is the postman there? Stop shouting, I'll be out shortly." A voice from within the stone house retorted impatiently. "What do you want?" A weathered wooden door, marred by beastly scratches, opened a crack, revealing a pair of irritable eyes. "I wish to exchange something," Lin Yu replied, producing the luminous stones from his pocket. "Wait a moment." The postman slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. After a few minutes, he finally reopened the door. The postman, in his 50s, was slender with prominent cheekbones, disheveled hair, and a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He adjusted his trousers and regarded Lin Yu with displeasure. "Speak up. What do you intend to exchange?" "No need to come in. I haven't received any new stock. It's all just inventory," Yenda stated brusquely. Lin Yu's gaze drifted past Yenda, catching sight of an elderly man lying on the bed, and he instantly grasped the situation. It appeared he had interrupted Yenda's moment of leisure, which explained the man's irritation. "I have 3 luminous stones and wish to trade them for some food, as per the usual arrangement. Those 3 azure luminous stones of yours can only be exchanged for a loaf of bread or a small bag of dried cockroaches. Nothing else is available." "Very well, I understand." Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. After all, he would no longer have to consume such things in the future. "Please wait a moment," he said. Yenda took the luminous stones from Lin Yu's hand. Moments later, Yenda emerged, presenting Lin Yu with a yellow leather pouch. "All right, you may leave now. Remember to come in the morning. Do not come in the afternoon, as I have other matters to attend to," Yenda advised Lin Yu. "Haha, understood. By the way, do you know what this is?" Lin Yu asked, producing a peculiar device from his embrace and presenting it before Yenda. "Isn't this an old model of the anomaly detector?" "Anomaly detector?" "Indeed. Before a ghostly shadow appears, the values will fluctuate, increasing from the normal range to 50, indicating that an anomalous entity is nearby. If the value reaches 70, it signifies that the ghostly shadow has arrived, and should it soar to 90, congratulations, the ghostly shadow is right before you. With this anomaly detector, you can foresee such occurrences in advance. It can detect other anomalous beings as well. Are you not aware of this?" Yenda regarded Lin Yu with a look of incredulity. Lin Yu truly had no knowledge of such matters. "Are you willing to sell it to me? However, this is an old model, so I can only offer you the equivalent of 9 luminous stones at most." Lin Yu recognized that this courier was a crafty individual, but had no other options. He was the only one in the vicinity, and it was entirely normal for him to inflate prices. Nevertheless, Lin Yu certainly had no intention of selling it to him. "No, I will not sell it." "Very well. I have no interest in it anyway, but—" Yenda suddenly fixed a sharp gaze upon Lin Yu. "What is it?" "I heard today that Chun Sheng has died, and his supply pack has vanished without a trace. Inside that backpack were luminous stones and an anomaly detector. Let me caution you, the Chin brothers are not to be trifled with. They were mercenaries in the past." Chapter 009. His brothers are even more troublesome. Yenda gazed at Lin Yu, a shadowy smile gracing his lips, insinuating that Lin Yu had pilfered Chun Sheng's supply pack. The circumstances surrounding Chun Sheng's demise remained shrouded in mystery. However, given Chun Sheng's brother's ferocious disposition, it was certain that the truth would eventually surface. Lin Yu happened to possess an anomaly detector, and Yenda, observing Lin Yu's demeanor, surmised that he was utterly clueless about its operation. Astute individuals could easily deduce the underlying events. Yin Da's smile deepened, as he was indifferent to the clandestine interactions among the survivors. Yet he was not averse to sowing discord. If Lin Yu wished to silence Yenda, he would undoubtedly have to make concessions. As the sole postman in the area, Yenda wielded significant economic influence and was himself a formidable character, surviving in a post-apocalyptic world while possessing absolute resources. Lin Yu could readily infer the extent of his capabilities. Moreover, As a postal worker, Yinda had connections that rendered him a person not to be trifled with. He could effortlessly traverse between locations, transporting supplies, which alone placed him above 80 of the local survivors. Taking someone else's belongings was no trivial matter. At times, it could be akin to handling a hot potato. With a smirk, Yinda regarded Lin Yu and offered a reminder. Lin Yu met Yin Da's gaze with calmness and remarked, "I have encountered Chun Sheng's brother once, yet I know little of his character. Would you be willing to enlighten me? If you share this information, I shall bring you 3 radiant stones tomorrow morning." Lin Yu's proposition took Yinda by surprise. He stared at Lin Yu with incredulity, pondering whether the lad was courting trouble. Stroking the stubble on his chin, Yinda spoke cryptically, "To be honest, I hold the Chun brothers in low regard. After each incident involving the specter, they would resort to theft. I have caught them red-handed on several occasions. But that is not the most egregious act. The most contemptible incident occurred when I witnessed a man who was still alive. Although he had been ambushed by the specter, you know that once dawn breaks, the specter must vacate the premises. That man had the potential to survive. Yet I saw the Chun brothers slay him and steal numerous radiant stones from his home. In truth, amidst the precariousness of humanity in this dystopian era, I still deem their actions excessively vile." Yin Da's words were laced with ambiguity, leaving Lin Yu in a state of skepticism. Nevertheless, Yin Da's revelations indicated that he had accepted Lin Yu's promise for the following day. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Yin continued, "The Chun brothers were formerly mercenaries retired from the front lines. Unlike regular soldiers, mercenaries are a group driven solely by profit, lacking discipline. They serve whoever pays them. It is said that their previous employer perished under mysterious circumstances, leading those who were meant to protect him to scatter like birds and beasts. And it was during that tumult that the Chun brothers made their appearance. Chun Sheng's brother possesses remarkable skills. Had it not been for the demise of his employer, he would never have found himself here. His prowess in hand-to-hand combat is formidable, and his investigative abilities are equally keen. This is precisely why I felt compelled to issue a warning. Furthermore, Chun Dahai is in possession of a firearm, a gun." A flicker of alertness passed through Lin Yu's eyes. Yinda, noticing Lin Yu's gaze, became increasingly convinced that Lin Yu had pilfered Chun Sheng's supplies. "Indeed, a gun. Surely you comprehend the power it wields?" Lin Yu was acutely aware of what a firearm signifies. No matter how skilled one may be, a knife poses a threat, let alone a gun. Why is someone as formidable as Chun Dahai still lingering here? Lin Yu tentatively inquired, hoping to extract some secrets about Chun Dahai from Yinda's lips. Yinda scoffed dismissively, asserting that there exists no absolute sanctuary. Are fortresses truly invulnerable? Are strongholds entirely secure? A person devoid of wealth or influence would hardly fare well even within a fortress. In this apocalyptic age, merely surviving is a significant achievement. Lin Yu, clearly uninterested in such discourse, nonetheless gleaned some information from Yinda's words. As the world crumbled, humanity constructed its own fortifications and bastions, likely housing a greater population protected by regular troops. However, lacking resources and status could render one even more wretched. Given the current scarcity, one might be better off remaining in the wilderness rather than seeking refuge in a fortress. It is only when this place becomes utterly untenable that Lin Yu would contemplate venturing elsewhere. You are right, but does Chun Dahai truly possess no weaknesses? Lin Yu queried. Yinda cast a sidelong glance at him. I do not believe you have the capability to confront him. Be cautious not to suffer a loss while attempting to steal a chicken. If Chun Dahai uncovers any clues, I advise you to promptly devise an escape plan. Understood. Thank you, Lin Yu replied. No need for thanks. I hope to see you bring back more luminous stones tomorrow, Yinda remarked with a smile. Certainly, no problem. Lin Yu departed from the postman and returned alone to the stone house. By now, dusk had settled, and the streets were devoid of life. The specters would soon emerge, prompting people to conceal themselves. At this juncture, Chun Dahai would not dare to seek trouble. No matter his prowess, he could not rival the specters, who could effortlessly rend human beings asunder, rendering even bulletproof vests futile. Lin Yu arranged the luminous stones and then approached the wooden table, where he removed the ice-blue battle axe from his waist. In the dimly lit room, The last rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks, casting intermittent beams of light. With half an hour remaining before nightfall, Lin Yu gazed at the ice-blue battle axe, its steel blade glimmering with a deep azure hue, honed to an extreme sharpness. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind was preoccupied with two pressing questions. 1. Chundahai might be able to locate me. Yinda has evidently perceived the issue, and he may also communicate intelligence with Chundahai, ensuring both sides benefit. In such a scenario, I would find myself in a precarious position, rendered passive, and could potentially fall victim to a surprise attack by Chundahai. 2. If Chundahai cannot uncover any clues and Yinda refrains from informing him. As long as I do not reveal this anomalous detector, Chundahai will likely remain oblivious for the time being. Lin Yu's fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a subtle yet rhythmic sound. I cannot place my life in the hands of Yinda. I must take the initiative in this matter. However, Chundahai wields a firearm and possesses formidable martial skills. He is indeed a troublesome individual. Chapter 010. The duration of reinforcement shortens as nightfall approached as expected. Lin Yu meticulously arranged 9 luminous stones. He placed 3 at the entrance and stored the remaining stones within the underground chamber. Should the specter breach the wooden door, he had an alternative refuge prepared. Lin Yu understood that the luminous stones he crafted were merely the most rudimentary blue luminous stones, possessing limited defensive capabilities. To ensure his survival, he needed to forge stones of a higher grade. Lin Yu endeavored to enhance the luminous stones, yet the system remained unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the limitation. At this stage, he could only reinforce one item at a time, leaving him uncertain about future possibilities for simultaneous enhancements. The prospect of being able to reinforce multiple items concurrently would significantly elevate his chances of surviving in this perilous apocalypse. However, the answer would reveal itself come tomorrow. Gazing at his hands, Lin Yu noted no discernible changes. The reinforcement process still had time remaining. He calculated that by dawn, his hands would complete the enhancement, allowing him to ascertain the results of the reinforcement. As night enveloped the surroundings, an eerie silence prevailed outside the door, with scarcely a sound to be heard. In the vicinity of the village, Lin Yu had yet to encounter any small creatures. Not even a single bird or insect graced the area. The world beyond the door was as silent as an abyss. Leaning against the bedside, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was midnight. Just as Lin Yu drifted into sleep, a thunderous noise erupted at the entrance, jolting him awake. A deafening sound reverberated from a sturdy wooden door. Instantly alert, Lin Yu seized his ice-blue battle axe, eyes fixed warily on the door. This door had been fortified by the system, its weight and thickness surpassing that of ordinary craftsmanship. He retained confidence in its sturdiness, yet the specter beyond was even more terrifying. The forceful banging on the door was far more menacing than before. No sooner had the first blow struck than a second thundered forth. The reverberations of another deafening impact sent a cloud of dust cascading from the door. Simultaneously, the screws beside the door exhibited signs of loosening. While the door remained robust, the screws were beginning to falter. If given the chance, he would need to reinforce the door comprehensively. In the midst of his contemplation, a third resounding crash echoed. The relentless specter outside seemed unaccustomed to encountering such a formidable barrier. An even more terrifying sound erupted, and in the next moment, fine cracks began to appear on the once solid door. Lin Yu's pupils constricted as he sensed the imminent danger. He swiftly dove into the underground chamber beneath his bed, exposing only his vigilant eyes to observe the commotion at the door. Just then, another thunderous blow reverberated. A more terrifying force surged forth. The fissures in the wooden door emitted a series of ominous cracks, spreading ominously in all directions. As the door threatened to succumb, the luminescent stones at the entrance began to dim, rapidly losing their vitality. Soon, the first luminescent stone had completely exhausted its energy, transforming into mere rubble. Meanwhile, the spectral shadow at the threshold remained relentless in its assault on the wooden barrier, as if it had taken a personal vendetta against it. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu's gaze trembled, and a fist-sized hole appeared in the once robust wooden door. A chilling gust of wind rushed in, splintering wood, and rendering the door utterly useless. Following the emergence of the hole, a profound silence enveloped the entrance. The spectral figure seemed to have paused, devoid of any further movement. The hole in the door allowed the icy wind to enter. Yet beyond that, there were no sounds. No, even the faintest whisper of footsteps could be heard. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the sound of his own heartbeat, and even his shallow breaths became distinctly audible. Despite the stillness of the ghostly presence, Lin Yu dared not venture forth. He understood the cunning nature of these apparitions. They possessed not only intelligence, but also the ability to mimic human voices, calling out to those within the confines of the room. Many had met their demise in such a manner, akin to a real-life version of the big bad wolf. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the hole in the door. The luminescent stones scattered on the ground still emitted a faint azure glow, yet their light was rapidly fading. In a brief moment, the second luminescent stone also lost its efficacy, rendered completely inoperative. Soon after, the third luminescent stone began to diminish in its ability to repel malevolence. Lin Yu cast a glance, fully aware that the ghostly figure at the entrance had not departed. In that very instant, a blood-red eye materialized within the hole of the wooden door. The crimson orb radiated a chilling, predatory glow, slowly moving within the confines of the fist-sized aperture, searching for the person hidden within the room. At that moment, Lin Yu dared not even breathe. He felt the weight of that vengeful gaze upon him. Should the spectral figure discover him, it would unleash a wave of unimaginable carnage. The scarlet eye lingered for several seconds before diverting its gaze. At this juncture, the third luminescent stone had also completely failed, becoming utterly useless. The frigid wind continued to howl through the hole in the door, yet the ghostly figure remained absent. 2 hours later, Lin Yu cautiously shifted his body. He glanced at the luminescent stone cradled in his arms, noting it was still within the normal range, indicating that no spectral presence lingered nearby. Had it finally departed? Lin Yu exhaled heavily, still maintaining a vigilant demeanor, refraining from stepping out. Only when the sky began to lighten did he finally crawl out from his hiding place. A wave of soreness coursed through his back. Indeed, spending an entire night in such cramped quarters was quite uncomfortable. Lin Yu surveyed the constricted cavern, contemplating the possibility of expanding it. Just as he emerged, a notification appeared before his eyes. Your hands have been successfully enhanced. Had the enhancement been completed? Lin Yu gazed at his hands, noting that aside from the prompt indicating completion, no other notifications had appeared. This struck him as peculiar. Previously, when he had enhanced his battle axe, a notification had always followed the successful enhancement. Yet, upon completing the enhancement of his hands, no such message materialized. Was it possible that the level of his hands was too low to warrant a notification? Or perhaps, organs lacked a designated level, thus rendering notifications unnecessary? Contemplating these questions, Lin Yu's attention shifted to the wooden door. At that moment, a prompt caught his eye. Would you like to enhance the basic wooden door? Yes. Enhancement time, 48 hours and 5 minutes. The time had been reduced. Previously, enhancing the basic wooden door required 3 days and 22 hours. But now it only demanded 48 hours and 5 minutes. This indicated that, after a single night, the enhancement time for the basic wooden door had been shortened by 45 hours and 55 minutes. Lin Yu promptly declared, Enhance. Beginning enhancement of the basic wooden door. Enhancing. Chapter 011. The insects left by the phantom Lin Yu gazed at his hands, noticing a subtle transformation. His skin had become increasingly delicate and smooth. Previously, his hands had been perpetually grimy and rough, but now they exuded a remarkable resilience. The calluses that once adorned his palms had vanished, and he felt a newfound agility in his fingers. However, these changes were so minute that they might easily go unnoticed. Of utmost significance was the augmented strength in his hands. The ice blue battle axe weighed approximately 5-6 pounds, and he had once struggled to wield it. Prolonged use would leave his grip aching. Now, however, Lin Yu found that he could effortlessly swing the axe hundreds of times without the slightest hint of fatigue. Even more gratifying was the newfound hardness of his fists. With a spirit of experimentation, he stepped outside, Beyond the door stood numerous withered trees, some as wide as 2 palms. Curious to test his strength, Lin Yu pushed open the wooden door. As he stepped out, his gaze fell upon the door itself. The phantom had attacked it the previous night. Despite its sturdy construction, it had succumbed to the phantom's terrifying might. Not only had it left a fist-sized hole, but also bore numerous claw marks. These gashes, deep as a fingernail, marred the entire door. To Lin Yu's astonishment, he noticed that a wooden plank had been affixed to the door at some point without his knowledge. Bewildered, he stared at the plank. This was undoubtedly not his doing. What could this be? Raising his battle axe, he struck the plank, which split apart effortlessly. In an instant, a swarm of tiny black insects, each the size of a fingernail, burst forth. A buzzing sound filled the air as the hidden black insects flew toward Lin Yu. Alarmed, he quickly retreated, swinging his axe wildly. His movements were swift, and the blade created a flurry of illusions in the air. The insects fell in droves, yet a few managed to land on his arm. Glancing down, he saw that these insects were indeed the size of a fingernail, their sharp mandibles comprising nearly half their body. As soon as they made contact, they began to bite. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yu swung his arms vigorously, flinging the insects to the ground. He then raised his foot and stomped down forcefully. With a series of satisfying crunches, the insects were reduced to mere remnants beneath his heel. These were the remnants of the phantom. A shiver ran down Lin Yu's spine. The departing phantom had grown increasingly sinister, now leaving behind these black insects on the door. This was a trap. Should someone push the door, they would likely fall prey to the hidden insects lurking behind the plank. With their razor-sharp mandibles, Lin Yu was uncertain if these creatures bore any venom. In less than a breath's time, several small holes appeared in his clothing. If bitten by a creature, one would inevitably be left with 2 small wounds. Should the black insect prove venomous, the situation would become all the more troublesome. The spectral shadow is far more cunning and perilous than I had previously imagined. Lin Yu gazed at the black insect on the ground, his expression darkening. He realized he must exercise even greater caution in the future. Although inherently a meticulous individual, this incident illuminated the necessity for heightened vigilance. It appeared as if the spectral shadow was undergoing an evolution. Having dealt with the black insects, Lin Yu approached the withered tree at the entrance. The morning light was faint, and the air was crisp, bringing forth a refreshing sensation with each breath. He lifted his battle axe and deftly swung it, embedding the blade firmly into the trunk. The sharp edge penetrated nearly a third of the way through. Lin Yu took a deep breath, wrapping his fist in his clothing. Then, he raised his fist and struck forcefully against the tree trunk, which was as wide as 2 palms. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu furrowed his brow as he witnessed the trunk snap cleanly under his blow. The withered tree emitted a sharp crack before crashing to the ground. Remarkably, he had not exerted his full strength, and yet his power had increased so significantly. If he were to unleash his full might, he could only imagine the outcome. Lin Yu was confident that his current strength was at least 4 or 5 times greater than before. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to shatter the withered tree with a single punch. These seemingly lifeless trees, devoid of leaves and appearing on the brink of death, were in fact exceptionally sturdy, much more resilient than regular trees. Even an axe would struggle to cleave through them quickly. Yet, Lin Yu had effortlessly broken the trunk, which had a diameter exceeding 20 centimeters with nothing but a punch. He was quite pleased with this augmentation of strength. He secured the battle axe within his cloak and strode purposefully towards the small town shrouded in mist. Lin Yu chose not to craft today's radiant stones immediately, having 2 primary objectives. First, the reinforced wooden door, bolstered by Lin Yu's enhancements, had withstood the majority of the spectral Shadow-S assaults, preventing it from breaching last night, though it had consumed 3 radiant stones in the process. With 7 stones remaining, he felt quite affluent. The second purpose was driven by concern for potential casualties following the spectral shadow's attack. Lin Yu felt compelled to investigate. Of course, the most significant aim was to seek out Chundahai. Given that the Chun brothers had a penchant for scavenging, it was likely that their first task each morning involved pilfering. If he encountered them, Lin Yu could directly assess Chundahai's combat prowess. Additionally, He would ascertain whether Yin had informed Chun Dahai about the events of the previous night. Should he have spoken, Lin Yu would have to consider alternative choices. If not, it would indicate that Yin was still trustworthy. In this apocalyptic world, Lin Yu placed his faith in no one. Despite Yinda's numerous assertions, Lin Yu maintained a skeptical demeanor. Many matters must be validated through personal experience to be believed. In this realm, the most perilous threats were not solely those anomalous creatures, but also the very humans in close proximity. Thus, Lin Yu postponed today's task to the afternoon, and now he must endeavor to locate Chindahai. However, Lin Yu still ventured into his room to retrieve 3 luminous stones. A promise made to Yinda. Lin Yu has always been a man of his word. Having committed to it, he would ensure that Yinda receives them without fail. He adjusted his tattered black trench coat and secured his battle axe at his waist. Gradually, he vanished at the entrance of the stone house, stepping into the mist-laden path. The faint morning light pierced through the fog, and as time progressed, the view before him gradually became clearer. Chapter 012. Found you in the quaint town. Stone houses are ubiquitous. However, aside from these sturdy structures, one can also observe a number of other dwellings, albeit in a state of severe disrepair. Lin Yu could distinctly see the claw marks etched upon the walls of numerous homes. The wooden doors lay ajar, emanating a foul, musty odor. Scattered across the ground, remnants of white bones bore unmistakable signs of gnawing. In the early days of the apocalypse, legions of phantoms emerged from the darkness of the night, catching humanity off guard. Many townspeople perished as a result. Overnight, the streets became littered with corpses, a grim reality not limited to remote settlements, but extending to cities as well. Due to their dense populations, certain cities suffered catastrophic losses, with countless souls consumed by the vicious apparitions in a single night. Gradually, humanity began to respond, erecting fortifications and organizing disciplined military forces. The inhabitants of the wilderness also started to discern patterns, constructing stone houses to fend off the spectral invaders. While the Federation unveiled radiant runes, people began to replicate these defenses, allowing a small fraction of survivors to endure. Nonetheless, the plight of humanity remained perilous, as the phantoms appeared to be growing stronger, seemingly capable of evolution. Many stone houses lay in ruins, devoid of interest for Lin Yu, as all valuable items had long been scavenged. He felt compelled to seek out a new stone house. After the phantom attack the previous night, it was possible that someone had been devoured. The phantoms exclusively preyed on humans, leaving the contents of the stone houses untouched. If Chun Dahai remained as he had been, he would undoubtedly be searching for supplies today. Lin Yu merely needed to locate him. Currently, Chun Dahai did not recognize Lin Yu, affording him a tactical advantage. Lin Yu was uncertain whether Yin had disclosed any information to Chun Dahai. Thus, his primary objective was to find Chun Dahai. If possible, he contemplated eliminating him. Lin Yu's thoughts were resolute. Having slain Chun Sheng, he anticipated that his brother would seek vengeance. Lin Yu had no desire to wake one morning to find a fully armed Chun Dahai standing before him. Such regret would be futile. The apocalypse had imparted a harsh lesson to Lin Yu. To survive, one must possess a ruthless heart. He tread cautiously along the street, momentarily alone, as dawn had just broken and many had yet to emerge. Even the post office remained closed. Breathing in the crisp air, Lin Yu stepped onto the gravel and approached the entrance of Stone House. His gaze fell upon the dilapidated wooden door, which had succumbed to total ruin, bearing the evident marks of claw attacks. Although the interior was shrouded in darkness, Lin Yu could still discern some outlines. The stone house was modest in size and contained little more than a haphazard assortment of items. 7 or 8 radiant stones lay scattered at the entrance, already showing signs of depletion, with numerous cracks marring the surface of the radiant runes. It was clear that the phantoms had invaded this place and had killed the owner of the stone house. Lin Yu was unable to ascertain the precise time of his demise. It might have been yesterday, or perhaps the day before. The sole certainty was that he had indeed perished. The wooden door was shattered, and the radiant stone had ceased to function. In the face of the terrifying specter, humanity had no chance of survival. Lin Yu cautiously stepped inside, his vigilant gaze surveying the surroundings. His hand remained poised at a distance that would allow him to swiftly draw the ice-blue battle axe. The traps left by the specter made Lin Yu acutely aware of a troubling realization. Even if the specter had departed, it likely still harbored intentions to ensnare humanity. Lin Yu scrutinized the area carefully and found no trace of the black insects left by the specter. Had it left them solely for him? No. If the specter had killed someone, it would not have left traps behind, unless it was temporarily unable to eliminate its target. Lin Yu swiftly analyzed the situation and concluded that his wooden door was indeed formidable. After its enhancement, it had proven capable of withstanding the specter's assault. Although it had been breached, the specter had not entered, underscoring the critical importance of the wooden door as the first line of defense. Lin Yu's decision to fortify the wooden door that morning had undoubtedly been a wise one. After searching thoroughly, Lin Yu discovered that the resources within the stone house were exceedingly sparse, with little of utility remaining. There was not even a trace of the radiant stone. Only a single piece of moldy bread lingered. Even if the specter refrained from attacking, the owner of the stone house would likely find survival exceedingly difficult. Of course, perishing from hunger was certainly preferable to being devoured by the horrifying specter. Lin Yu tucked the moldy bread into his pocket and hurriedly departed. Although he had no intention of consuming the moldy bread, he could enhance it, transforming it into delectable cream bread. Without bread as a foundation, he would be unable to conjure enhancements from thin air, hence the moldy bread retained its value. Upon exiting the stone house, Lin Yu noticed that dawn had fully broken. He quickened his pace, knowing that Chundahai would soon emerge, and there was a possibility that the two would cross paths. After a brief walk, Lin Yu encountered no further scenes of tragedy. It seemed that yesterday had been relatively calm, yet this left him concerned that he might not locate Chundahai. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yu continued onward, and shortly thereafter, he arrived at the postman's dwelling. He contemplated that if he did not encounter Chundahai, he might as well seek out Yinda, as he owed him the radiant stone he had promised yesterday, which might also yield additional intelligence. At this moment, Lin Yu possessed scant information, with many matters remaining unclear. He felt akin to a ravenous infant, desperately in need of knowledge. Just as Lin Yu approached the postman's stone house, he was suddenly startled by a cry of anguish emanating from a short distance away. Instinctively on high alert upon hearing the wail, he quickened his steps, nearly breaking into a run. In no time, Lin Yu found himself at the entrance of the stone house. The wooden door stood ajar, and sounds of a struggle reached his ears, clearly a heated argument between a man and a woman. Lin Yu stealthily approached, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. He crouched beside the ajar wooden door, his gaze filled with astonishment as he peered into the stone house. To his dismay, he witnessed a man and a woman engaged in a fierce struggle. The man, broad-shouldered and imposing, was clad in a tattered military uniform, a gleaming long knife hanging at his waist, and a filthy bandage wrapped around his right leg. He was pinning a woman beneath him, who was vehemently cursing and emitting heart-wrenching screams. It was evident that this man was forcing his will upon her, committing an unspeakable act. A piercing female voice echoed, "Chundahai, release me, or I swear I will haunt you even in death. You are no human. You are nothing but a beast." Chundahai, pressing down on the woman, responded with a coarse, exhilarated laugh. "Ha! You think you can haunt me? We'll see about that when you become a ghost. Damn it, behave yourself. I have no desire to desecrate a corpse. Surely, you wish to live as well? If so, don't move. This is the apocalypse. Ha ha ha." Chapter 13. Assassination. Is he truly Chundahai, or just a beast? Yet, the woman's vigilance is appallingly low, allowing Chundahai to enter. Lin Yu remained silent, still lying in wait. However, his hand had already moved toward the icy blue battle axe at his waist. If an ambush were to be executed, one must seize the opportune moment. There is but one chance. Failure is not an option. Previously, Yin had spoken of Chundahai to Lin Yu. He was a mercenary returning from the front lines, possessing formidable combat skills and carrying a firearm. Before Lin Yu had enhanced his hands, he would never dare to confront such an individual directly. Yet, circumstances had changed. Lin Yu had fortified both his hands and the axe, significantly amplifying his strength, transforming the worn axe into a lethal weapon. At present, Chun Dahai was engaged in sordid deeds, undoubtedly lowering his guard. Lin Yu felt confident in his ability to launch a surprise attack. He fixed his gaze upon Chun Dahai, plotting how to sever the man's head with a single strike of the axe. With his back turned to Lin Yu, Chun Dahai's broad shoulders and imposing physique projected an intimidating aura. Clad in tattered mercenary attire, he might well be armored beneath. For Lin Yu to achieve a decisive kill, the axe must penetrate his skull. Chun Dahai's neck lay exposed, devoid of any protection, with Lin Yu's strength and the razor-sharp edge of the axe. Severing Chun Dahai's head was well within reach. Suddenly, a rustle echoed as Chun Dahai discarded his trousers, pinning the woman onto the bed, laughing maniacally. Her legs were trapped beneath his knees, rendering her immobile, her body trembling and cries of distress escaping her lips. "Let me have my fun. It has been ages since I have touched a woman. I've forgotten the sensation." Chun Dahai roared with laughter. In his delirious state, he believed he was on the verge of triumph. At that moment, Lin Yu rose like a mantis, dashing forward with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a battle axe manifested in his grip. With an upward swing, the axe descended toward Chun Dahai's neck. Just as success seemed imminent, the violent Chun Dahai abruptly halted. He turned to look behind him, only to witness a razor-sharp axe descending like thunder, aimed directly at his throat. Terrified, Chun Dahai trembled, his expression one of utter shock. He could not fathom that someone would dare to ambush him at such a critical juncture. His mind raced, yet he could conjure no response. Acting almost on instinct, he swiftly released his grip and attempted to sidestep. However, with his trousers down, his speed was significantly compromised, causing him to topple like a turtle turned on its back. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had lunged forward, the axe aimed at Chun Dahai's head. The woman, pinned to the bed, stared in astonishment at Lin Yu. She found it far more unbelievable that someone would dare to launch an attack than the brutality she had just witnessed. Whoosh! The axe sliced through the air with a resounding hum as it bore down upon Chun Dahai. Thud! Lin Yu exerted all his might, channeling his entire strength into his palm. The descent of the battle axe was not particularly precise, perhaps due to Lin Yu's angle and level of proficiency. Yet, the formidable sensation of power landed squarely upon Chun Dahai's arm. Although he narrowly evaded the ambush, it came at the cost of his arm. The razor-sharp axe, combined with immense force, severed Chun Dahai's right arm with brutal efficiency. Lin Yu felt as though his weapon encountered no resistance, akin to slicing through tofu. The axe effortlessly cleaved through Chun Dahai's entire arm. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth as his severed limb fell to the ground, still quivering in its muscular tension. Blood spurted from the shoulder, staining the earth beneath them with each ragged breath. Even though Chun Dahai was a mercenary, he remained but a mere mortal. With his arms severed, he emitted a heart-wrenching cry of agony. Success! Lin Yu's gaze was resolute as he regarded Chun Dahai. The fallen mercenary's pallor was striking, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His eyes, wide with anguish, bore the ferocity of a cornered beast, glimmering with a venomous light. Chun Dahai was a tempest of fear and rage as he bellowed. "Who the hell are you? Didn't T to tell you?" Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. This battle had culminated in a resounding victory. Yet a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Had Yenda revealed his secret to Chun Dahai? This question held significant weight, directly impacting Lin Yu's ability to trust Yenda moving forward. Chun Dahai stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. The youth, clad in a tattered trench coat, was tall yet slender. The battle axe in his hand radiated a chilling light, mirroring the intensity of his gaze. The blade, sharp as it was, bore no trace of blood despite its lethal strike. The steel glimmered with a brilliant azure hue. This was no ordinary weapon. In fact, Chun Dahai had never encountered an axe so finely honed. "You are that kid from the corner." Chun Dahai gasped, his breath ragged. Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain towards Yenda. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, one could only truly rely on oneself. Nevertheless, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. His choice had proven sound, striking first. While others plotted, he had unleashed his assault with thunderous force. Only through such decisive action could one hope to survive longer. "Since you are aware, Let me see you to your final journey, Lin Yu declared as he advanced. Just as he raised the battle axe to end Chun Dahai's life, the crumpled figure on the ground suddenly erupted into a frenzied scream. His face, pallid from blood loss, trembled violently, eyes ablaze with hatred. In a heartbeat, a black handgun materialized in Chun Dahai's grasp. A gun. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu instinctively dodged, fearful of being struck down in retaliation. Bang! A flash of flame erupted from the barrel, the bullet narrowly grazing Lin Yu's body before embedding itself in the stone wall behind him. Before the echo of the gunfire faded, Chun Dahai struggled to fire a second shot. Yet Lin Yu would not grant him the opportunity for vengeance. Having narrowly escaped, he charged forward with determination. The battle axe in Lin Yu's hands rapidly magnified in Chun Dahai's sight before vanishing entirely, only to bear down upon his robust, crimson neck. The keen edge of the axe descended upon Chun Dahai's throat, and this time, Lin Yu seized the moment with remarkable precision. Thud! The battle axe embedded itself into Chun Dahai's neck, cleaving him asunder, his head severed cleanly from his body. The blade, measuring over 20 centimeters, effortlessly decapitated Chun Dahai. Rising from his half-kneeling position, Lin Yu stood tall, the battle axe dripping with thick, crimson blood. Chapter 014. Silence as Golden, the woman on the bed, gazed at Lin Yu with sheer terror. She possessed a certain beauty, appearing to be in her late 20s. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders like strands of seaweed, and her oval face bore 2 distinct tracks of tears. Her eyes were bloodshot, her complexion pale and weary, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her pants were torn, revealing her long, fair legs. The woman's shoulders trembled slightly, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. She pondered how to speak, as the youth before her exuded a fierce demeanor. Though she could not fathom the reason for his presence, it was evident that it was not for her sake. The only plausible explanation was an ambush of Chun Dahai. His target was indeed Chun Dahai. The woman's racing heart began to settle. If the youth intended to act, she would have no strength to resist. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized he had not even cast a glance in her direction, suggesting a lack of interest. Her modest beauty paled in comparison to the multitude of attractive women within the fortress. In this world, strength dictated the whims of desire. Lin Yu crouched down, deliberately avoiding the sight of the woman on the bed, and began to rummage through Chun Dahai's lifeless body. His hands searched in haste, uncovering only a key and a handgun, with little else of worth. It appeared that Chun Dahai had not had the chance to retrieve his belongings, though he was clad in a bulletproof vest. With a swift motion, Lin Yu tore the vest from Chun Dahai's body. He examined it closely. It was a rather ordinary piece of armor, crafted from black woven fabric encasing 2 steel plates. The front and back bore signs of wear, with visible bullet holes and significant abrasions. This must have been left over from Chun Dahai's days as a mercenary. Yet it retained some utility, certainly better than ordinary clothing and likely capable of offering some protection against spectral threats. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the back of the vest, where a mark resembling a claw had marred the fabric. 3 deep gashes had torn through the protective gear, and the steel plates within showed signs of damage, though the claw marks had not fully penetrated the vest. Thus, it appeared that physical defenses were indeed effective. Lin Yu picked up the bulletproof vest and secured Chun Dahai's handgun at his waist. The woman on the bed observed Lin Yu's actions intently. Taking a deep breath, her thick lashes fluttering slightly, she wiped the tears from her face and summoned her courage to speak. "Thank you. I never imagined Chun Dahai could be so depraved. I will not speak of today's events to anyone." Lin Yu raised his gaze to meet hers, responding, "No need for gratitude. I had no intention of assisting you. I was merely awaiting an opportunity. However, you must remain silent about today's occurrences, or else." The woman gasped at his words. It seemed Lin Yu had been aware all along. Her suspicions were confirmed. He had indeed come to ambush Chun Dahai. She remained oblivious to the connection between Lin Yu and Chun Dahai. However, she would never divulge today's events. "Rest assured, I shall remain silent. My name is Misha, and regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you. I can assist in treating the wounds upon your visage." Misha gazed cautiously at Lin Yu, tentatively inquiring. "No need. It is merely a superficial injury, Lin Yu declined her kind offer, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground before continuing. What shall we do with him? Implicit in his words was Lin Yu's desire to keep his slaying of Chun Dahai a secret. Although it was likely that Yinda would eventually uncover the truth, Lin Yu preferred that no one else be privy to it. Even if suspicion fell upon him, he could always deny it. The body of Chun Dahai must be buried. Discarding it could lead to the emergence of a walking corpse. A walking corpse? Misha nodded. Indeed, there's a certain probability. While a walking corpse is not as terrifying as other aberrant creatures, it still invites calamity. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to bury it to prevent their emergence. Are you suggesting that those who die in the wilderness might turn into walking corpses and bring misfortune? Lin Yu had never encountered such a notion before. Misha affirmed yes. Are you unaware? Walking corpses can attract other aberrant beings, and should a particularly fearsome anomaly be summoned, we would all suffer the consequences. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lin Yu began to drag the body from the ground when Misha interjected. Are you truly certain you do not require my assistance? I am a physician and can treat your injuries free of charge, as you have saved my life. Truly unnecessary, Lin Yu responded nonchalantly. The injury on his face, inflicted by Chun Sheng, had been painful at the time, but now he felt little discomfort. It was merely a superficial wound that would heal in due course, provided no lasting effects remained. As Lin Yu dragged Chun Dahai's body, he noticed the bandages wrapped around Chun Dahai's leg and seemed to grasp something. A fleeting glance revealed a wooden cabinet beside the stone wall, filled with numerous vials and jars containing unfamiliar concoctions. Misha hurried over to assist him with the body, whispering, Chun Dahai was attacked by a specter yesterday. However, he did not perish. He knocked on my door this morning, hoping I could assist with the injury to his leg. Out of pity, I helped him, but I did not anticipate you truly are a good person, Lin Yu stated calmly. Misha gazed at the lifeless form of Chun Dahai and sighed. The treatment costs 3 radiant stones per session. I am no saint. I merely did not expect Chun Dahai to be so base. This week was supposed to be a period of safety, with the Spectre's activity expected to diminish significantly. Yet, the specters during this safe period seem even more dreadful. Chun Dahai mentioned he might leave this place, but before he does, he must kill someone. As she spoke, Misha discreetly scrutinized Lin Yu, noting his lack of reaction. She continued, this place is becoming increasingly unsafe. If the specters during the safe period are this terrifying, I shudder to think what will transpire next week. Is there a pattern to this so-called safe period? Lin Yu inquired. Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, Misha immediately perked up. It pertains to the information released by the fortress, which had indeed been accurate previously. However, the frequency of the ghostly attacks had not diminished this time. The nearest fortress to us is Fortress Number 11, managed by the Hanyan Stronghold. Officially disseminated information is generally reliable, unless an anomaly undergoes evolution. Are you suggesting that the ghostly entity has evolved? Misha nodded, her expression grave. Once an anomaly evolves, even the officials are oblivious to its subsequent form. Much of the knowledge regarding previous anomalies was acquired at the cost of human lives, and the evolution of the ghostly entity poses a significant threat. How do you know so much? Lin Yu inquired, glancing at Misha. Misha looked at Lin Yu in surprise, stating, I escaped from Yuqing. So I might possess a bit more knowledge, but wasn't what I just mentioned common knowledge? Lin Yu. Chapter 015. A fitting end within the stone dwelling of Misha. Lin Yu dragged the lifeless body of Chun Dahai to the doorstep, casting a sideways glance at Misha. Is it permissible to bury him here? He inquired. Yes, but there exists an alternative method that avoids burial, dismemberment. This way, Chun Dahai could never rise as a zombie, though it would be rather troublesome. Lin Yu sensed that this suggestion might have been Misha's deliberate act of retribution. Never mind, let us proceed with the burial. Do you possess any tools? I do. I shall fetch them. Very well. I shall drag him over in the meantime. Chun Dahai was not particularly tall, but was remarkably sturdy, weighing approximately 170 pounds. For an ordinary individual, such weight would be considerable, particularly in death. Yet for Lin Yu, it posed little challenge. His strength was formidable, allowing him to lift Chun Dahai's body with ease. Grasping the corpse with one hand and holding the head with the other, he strode purposefully toward the outside. Misha watched in astonishment. The sight of a 170-pound corpse being lifted with one hand was nothing short of extraordinary, indicating that Lin Yu was either immensely strong or possessed of extraordinary abilities. Before long, Misha returned with a shovel in hand. Lin Yu cast aside Chun Dahai's body and tested the soft, damp earth beneath his feet. This will suffice. He took the shovel from Misha and drew a circle in the ground before digging into the moist soil. In mere minutes, he had excavated a grave large enough to accommodate a person. He placed Chun Dahai's body into the pit and proceeded to cover it with earth. After completing this task, Lin Yu stepped on the grave a couple of times, clearly satisfied with his work. At that moment, Misha spoke softly, "If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will gladly help. By the way, here are some items for you, a small token of my appreciation." With that, she produced a small cloth pouch from behind her. Inside, it was filled with radiant stones. Although they were merely low-grade azure radiant stones, their quantity was impressive, at least 11 or 12 of them. This constituted a substantial reward. Lin Yu, possessing few radiant stones at present, accepted the pouch without hesitation. "All right, I shall accept this." Seeing him take the gift, Misha breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Lin Yu would refuse the offering, which would have diminished her chances of fostering a relationship with him. "Do you have any left for yourself?" Lin Yu casually inquired. Misha nodded. "Indeed, I have an entire box. I can carve 5 radiant stones each day, and those seeking my medical services must also provide me with radiant stones. Therefore, I have an abundance. Should you require more, simply inform me. No charge." Misha endeavored to endear herself to Lin Yu, yearning to gain his trust swiftly. In a perilous world, securing a friend was an arduous task. "For now, I shall manage. But do you know where Chun Dahai's home is?" Lin Yu extracted a key from his pocket. It was evident that he intended to gather some supplies. With Chun Dahai deceased, any belongings he left behind would serve no purpose. It was far more prudent to collect them all. Chun Dahai had been a mercenary, and he might possess items of considerable value. Misha nodded, saying, "I know where he lived. I can lead you there. I am acquainted with most residents and their abodes." "All right." Lin Yu placed the shovel at the entrance and followed Misha southward. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived behind a small grove, where Lin Yu beheld a stone cottage. Compared to Lin Yu's own dwelling, this stone structure appeared sturdier and was nearly twice its size. They stood before a heavy wooden door, marked with numerous claw marks left by wild beasts. At its center, a large hole revealed glimpses of the interior. The previous day, a specter had breached Chun Dahai's wooden door, forcibly entering. Yet, it remained a mystery how Chun Dahai had survived and managed to endure until reaching Misha's stone cottage. It seemed a key was unnecessary. Lin Yu reached inside the wooden door and unlocked it from within. As he opened the door, a pungent, sour odor assailed his senses. The stone cottage was remarkably well sealed. Its sturdy stones fitted tightly, leaving minimal gaps. Consequently, the stench within was palpable. The Chun brothers had always lived together, and given the scarcity of water in this apocalyptic setting, having anything to drink was a blessing. Who would have a luxury of bathing? Lin Yu frowned as he surveyed the dark interior of the cottage. Fortunately, it was daytime, allowing some outlines to be discerned. Pinching his nose, he found the acrid odor inside intolerable. He had believed his own stone cottage's scent to be unpleasant, yet the Chun brothers' abode was enough to induce nausea. In comparison, his dwelling now seemed refreshingly airy. Misha also covered her nose. The aroma was akin to hundreds of unwashed, damp socks piled together. Utterly wretched. "Let us hasten our search. The stench here is unbearable." Lin Yu agreed with an okay gesture. The two commenced a swift search. The cottage was not large, but it was filled with a myriad of items. Besides the common moldy bread and dried cockroaches, Lin Yu discovered several cans, treasures in this desolate world, which he promptly pocketed. Additionally, he found various tools, a hammer, a shovel, a sickle, and 2 reasonably sharp daggers. The cottage was also cluttered with wood, serving both as fuel for warmth and as a means to ward off malevolent spirits. In a corner, Lin Yu spotted a flashlight, a radio, and a simple water filtration device. What a delightful find! Lin Yu picked up the water filter and placed it into the backpack he had found in the stone house. This is quite good. He then discovered a brand new pair of combat boots, seemingly left behind by the Chun brothers, who had been reluctant to wear them. Upon trying them on, they fit perfectly, as if tailored just for him. Misha gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. This fellow wasn't merely gathering supplies. He seemed to be relocating. He was collecting everything, large and small. Was he truly a man devoid of possessions? A peculiar thought stirred within Misha. As Lin Yu continued his search, he suddenly halted. He flipped open a mattress that had turned dark with age and uncovered a parchment made of sheepskin. What is this? A map. Lin Yu unfurled the sheepskin and felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. He had long been unaware of his surroundings, and the emergence of this map was particularly invaluable. With a map in hand, future endeavors would undoubtedly become far more convenient. Moreover, the map appeared to be exceptionally detailed. Likely a new one. What a delightful find. Thank you, Chindahai. Your demise was not in vain, but rather just. Lin Yu was immensely satisfied. Chapter 016. An informant. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yu emerged from the stone dwelling, laden with an assortment of belongings. Upon glancing back, the stone house appeared as though it had been ransacked. Every valuable item had been thoroughly plundered by Lin Yu. Some possessions seemed utterly useless, yet in Lin Yu's eyes, each held potential worth. After all, he possessed the ability to enhance items, transforming the seemingly trivial into something of great significance. Lin Yu's burden had become so heavy that he could scarcely bear it. Mei Sha shouldered a considerable portion of the load, her slender frame bent under the weight, rendering her stooped. Is that all? Can we depart now? Mei Sha asked, exasperated as she observed Lin Yu, who was draped in parcels like a mobile luggage cart. Yes, thank you. We can head back now. No need for thanks. Mei Sha replied, resignedly trailing behind Lin Yu, matching his pace. With a thud, Lin Yu unceremoniously dropped the supplies from his shoulder onto the ground. By this time, Mei Sha was drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from a downpour. She wiped her brow, gasping for breath as she sat upon the earth. I will assist you in organizing all these items. There's no need. It is getting late. Shouldn't you be returning? Well, all right. Mei Sha understood that Lin Yu had issued an unspoken dismissal, and she had not even managed to procure a glass of water. However, she cast a glance back at Lin Yu's stone house. It was starkly simplistic, almost barren, containing little of substance. In the center stood a dilapidated wooden table accompanied by 2 wooden stools. In the corner lay a large water vat and a wooden bed. No wonder Lin Yu was so eager to collect. It appeared he possessed nothing at all. How could someone like him survive? Mei Sha gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. I shall take my leave now. If you require my assistance, feel free to seek me out. Yes, farewell, Lin Yu replied without turning his head. All right. Mei Sha, supporting her waist, exited the door, resembling a begonia battered by a fierce storm. Lin Yu resumed organizing the collected supplies. Among them were numerous ordinary items, yet each held significance for him. After all, he was desperately impoverished. Having completed a rough sorting, he carefully concealed the sheepskin map, leaving the remaining items haphazardly set aside. As noon approached, Lin Yu felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved the hidden cream bread and devoured it with large bites, the rich buttery flavor spreading delightfully in his mouth. Sated, the nourishment invigorated him, and after washing it down with rust-flavored water, he finally stepped outside. There were still matters he had promised to address with Yinda. Lin Yu intended to deliver the radiant stone to Yinda while also probing for information regarding him. This individual was quite untrustworthy, yet difficult to deal with. The postman not only held a unique position, but also possessed considerable strength. At this stage, Lin Yu was not inclined to make an enemy of him. With the greatest threat now eliminated, Lin Yu felt temporarily secure. Upon arriving at the postman's stone dwelling, Lin Yu successfully encountered Yinda. The jovial man in his 50s regarded Lin Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, exclaiming in surprise, I never expected your strength to be so formidable. I heard you visited Chandahai's residence and acquired quite a few valuable items, did you not? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. It had only been a few hours, yet Yinda was already aware of his visit to Chandahai's home. After eliminating Chandahai, Lin Yu had not encountered anyone else. He meticulously surveyed the vicinity, ensuring no one was around before burying Chandahai. choosing a location not far from the Misha residence to avoid detection. The fact that Yinda could disclose this secret indicated his possession of unique abilities, which astonished Lin Yu. With the man deceased, what use were material possessions? It would be more virtuous to engage in charity. Did Qindahai speak of you? Yinda inquired, observing Lin Yu's indifferent demeanor with a sardonic chuckle. I didn't intend to betray you. The other party offered too much. If you require intelligence in the future, feel free to seek me out. You have now earned that privilege. After all, you are a killer of Qindahai. Yinda added with a cunning smile, reminiscent of a wily fox. This enigmatic demeanor instilled a deep-seated aversion in Lin Yu. Intelligence, you say? How did you come to know I killed Qindahai? Lin Yu inquired, not attempting to veil his curiosity. Yinda, grinning, replied, that is my secret. Do you wish to uncover it? That will require a red radiant stone. I do not possess one. Then you may ponder it at your leisure. Let be. This is the reward I promised you. I keep my word. Lin Yu handed over the 3 radiant stones he had prepared, which Yinda accepted without hesitation. Ah, you are indeed trustworthy. By eliminating the Chun brothers, you have rid the world of a menace. I can offer you 1 piece of intelligence at no charge, of course. I am not omniscient, and if I lack the knowledge, I cannot assist you. Free intelligence? Lin Yu contemplated, recognizing Yinda's cunning nature. However, since he had promised a piece of information for free, he intended to make use of it. Although Lin Yu understood that Yinda would not impart any critical intelligence, there remained many enigmas in his mind. Chapter 17. The method to survive. Yinda would not extend his kindness without reason. Lin Yu was acutely aware of this fact. His willingness to offer a piece of intelligence free of charge was primarily aimed at winning Lin Yu over. Regardless of who stood before him, Yinda would grant a piece of information to that individual, be it Lin Yu or Qindahai. Yinda resembled a non-player character awaiting a player-esque triumph. Only the ultimate victor could extract intelligence from his lips. Therefore, Lin Yu had no cause to feel grateful towards Yinda. He merely needed to acquire the knowledge he sought. Observing Yinda, who resembled a cunning old fox, Lin Yu began to ponder. Yinda did not rush Lin Yu. Instead, he casually scrutinized him. In truth, Yinda was quite curious about how Lin Yu managed to defeat Qindahai. The disparity in their combat prowess suggested that Qindahai should have emerged victorious. Yet reality often defies logic. Despite Qindahai's formidable strength, unforeseen circumstances could arise. The iron whistle merely conveyed what it had witnessed to Yinda, unable to assist him in analyzing the situation. The young man silently regarded Yinda, his deep gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Yu wished to comprehend why the world had devolved into its current state. Were there other anomalous creatures aside from the ghostly shadows? However, he soon reconsidered. Why should he be concerned about the world's transformation? He was not a savior. His singular focus was to survive. If survival was paramount, he must first uncover the means to achieve it. This was not the first day of the apocalypse. With so many survivors among humanity, it implied that there existed methods of endurance. Perhaps it involved the radiant runes that repel the ghostly shadows or advanced weaponry. Lin Yu remained intrigued, eager to learn the secret to survival. Breaking the silence, Lin Yu inquired, how did you become a courier? What qualifications are necessary? Do the radiant runes have levels? Yinda, with a smile, responded, you have posed 3 questions, yet I shall answer only one. Which would you prefer to know? You do realize that intelligence encompasses numerous inquiries, do you not? Unfazed by Lin Yu's subtle argument, Yinda gazed intently at him. In truth, your questions are rather elementary. I did not anticipate such inquiries from you. Are you truly curious? I can share that information. But do you not harbor any secrets of your own? Where do you hail from? You must first answer my question. Yinda chuckled. Very well. To become a courier, one must undergo selection by the postal service. Only those deemed qualified may proceed. The selection process is quite straightforward, involving 2 criteria. He raised 2 fingers. Firstly, a physical fitness test. You must at least possess the physical attributes of a special forces soldier. Otherwise, you will struggle to contend with the anomalies in the wilderness. A robust physique is the foremost requirement. Secondly, you must undergo a psychological contamination test, the specifics of which elude my understanding. Perhaps it serves to assess mental fortitude. In this world, there exist not merely specters as anomalous entities, but a plethora of far more terrifying aberrations. Classifying them by rank, specters fall within the category of level 3 anomalies, yet they possess considerable potential. Initially, they were merely level 1 anomalies, inflicting minimal harm. Beyond them lie even more formidable entities, such as the plague steed that previously obliterated an entire city, resulting in the tragic demise of 300,000 souls. There are also more horrifying beings known as the Fool. Did Misha not inform you? Yuqing was transformed into a city of death under the onslaught of the Fool, and its population exceeded 1 million. Additionally, there are other anomalous creatures. Thus far, we have only encountered the black insect tide and the specters, which can be considered a stroke of fortune. Yin Da's gaze darkened, as if he recalled some unpleasant memories. Lin Yu quietly committed Yin Da's words to memory, storing them within the palace of his mind. After a brief silence, Yin Da continued, "Now, to address your final query, the radiant runes undoubtedly possess levels. The radiant stones you are currently capable of producing emit only a blue luminescence, correct?" Lin Yu remained non-committal, as he could only create blue-level radiant stones, and even then, a maximum of 3 per day, falling short of Misha, who could produce 5. Nevertheless, Lin Yu understood that the crafting of radiant stones seems intricately linked to mental prowess. As far as I know, radiant stones are categorized into 4 levels: blue for the novice, white for the intermediate, red for the advanced, and the most potent, golden tier. Each level entails distinct methods and patterns for drawing the runes. At present, I possess only the intermediate radiant rune. Should you desire it, you must purchase it. The intermediate rune suffices to withstand the specter's assaults, and it appears that one would be ample. As for the advanced red radiant rune, I have only encountered it once, yet I lack the capability to inscribe it, given the immense strain it places on mental resources. The legendary golden runes remain unseen by my eyes, although they are said to exist in the Red Rock Fortress. Yinda turned to Lin Yu and remarked, "I have provided extensive details. Have you grasped the essence?" "Indeed, I comprehend," Lin Yu replied. "Now let us discuss you. I do not recall having seen you before. You must have recently arrived in this town. Your ability to eliminate Chundahai attests to your capabilities. Do you remember who you are?" Lin Yu, of course, remembered his identity. He was not of this world, but he dared not disclose this to Yinda. This cunning old fox remained unaware of his thoughts. Engaging with Yinda required a measure of levity, with self-interest at the forefront. Lin Yu feigned a contemplative expression, seemingly lost in reminiscence, yet unable to recall anything specific. Yinda scrutinized Lin Yu for several seconds, yet could discern no indication of clarity upon his countenance. "I suspect you are a veteran of the front lines, perhaps suffering from amnesia, for after the collapse of the battlefield, many fell to the hands of those aberrant beings. Could it be that the psychological burden has become overwhelming for you? Is this a manifestation of the aftereffects of war? You claim I'm a coward? No, that is not my intent." Yinda hastily clarified, "Such a designation cannot apply. By that time, the front line had lost all combat capability. How could one be deemed a deserter? Or perhaps you are a mutant, or an amnesiac extraordinary being." Yinda mused aloud. "Otherwise, Chundahai could not have perished at your hands. Misha is merely a physician, while Chundahai was a formidable individual." Lin Yu took note of Yinda's words and immediately furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean by a mutant? And extraordinary beings?" Yinda gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. In a literal sense, while mutants and extraordinary beings possess differing abilities, both are immensely powerful, beyond what ordinary mortals can contend with, especially the extraordinary beings, whose mental prowess is formidable, and their physical strength is equally terrifying. They are, indeed, the true saviors. Upon hearing this, Yinda's face lit up with longing, tempered by an undercurrent of dread. They are undoubtedly warriors, far mightier than mere phantoms. Lin Yu pondered silently. Mutants, extraordinary beings. Are these 2 new types of human warriors? Yinda felt both desire and trepidation. It appears that this world is vastly different from what I had imagined. Chapter 018. The Deserter? However, the likelihood of you being an extraordinary being is rather slim. Even if you have lost your memory, The Red Alliance will inevitably locate you. After all, extraordinary individuals are exceedingly rare. As for mutants, I have yet to hear of any who have solely experienced amnesia without undergoing mutation. Thus, Yinda refrained from continuing his thoughts. It was evident that he suspected Lin Yu might be a soldier suffering from the aftereffects of war. Nonetheless, this remained merely Yinda-esque conjecture. When Lin Yu posed these inquiries, Yinda sensed that Lin Yu was distinctly different. He could not pinpoint the exact nature of this difference, yet he felt that Lin Yu was not a native of this place. All right, I understand. Thank you for the information. In return, I can share a secret with you. What is it? Yinda stared blankly at Lin Yu, taken aback that Lin Yu possessed knowledge he was unaware of. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lin Yu replied, I am neither a deserter from the front lines nor a mutant of any kind. Though this statement appeared to hold little value, for reasons unknown, Yinda's heart sank heavily. He gazed intently into Lin Yu's eyes. Very well, I believe you. Should you require anything, we may engage in trade. I possess most of what you seek. Yes, if I need anything, I will seek you out. At this moment, Yinda reminded him, by the way, the Radiant Stone is not the only currency. Money is the primary medium, specifically the Federation's universal currency. As he spoke, Yinda produced a silver coin from his pocket. The coin bore the engraving of a towering spire, with intricate patterns adorning its reverse side. Its purchasing power equated to 3 radiant stones, making it quite convenient to carry. Naturally, there were also coins of greater denominations. Understood, Lin Yu replied, retracting his gaze. The currency in this world differed from what he had encountered in his previous life. However, the purchasing power remained consistent, presenting no significant disparity. Lin Yu had other matters to attend to that afternoon, thus he did not linger. The supplies obtained from Chundahai's residence required organization. In the haste of the moment, he had nearly emptied his home. The afternoon would necessitate a thorough arrangement. Once Lin Yu departed, Yinda finally stepped into the stone house. His abode was considerably larger than that of an average person, exuding a sense of sturdiness. The floor was inscribed with a massive radiant rune, designed to ward off specters. Flanking the stone house were an array of diverse items, food, tools, clothing, and an assortment of ordinary swords and axes were all visible. Yinda ventured into the inner chamber alone. Within, he discovered even more radiant runes and numerous radiant stones emanating a faint azure glow. On a wooden table, a sparrow fashioned from tin perched, its iron beak tapping rhythmically against the surface. Yinda took a seat and began to stroke the iron sparrow, his expression oscillating between confusion and intrigue. Could it be that this lad was aware of your gaze? Unlikely, for the Iron Sentinel is not easily detected by the average person. This young man's identity posed a significant quandary. As Yinda pondered this, he retrieved paper and a pen from a drawer. He intended to report what he knew, but just as Yinda was about to put pen to paper, he hesitated again. Was this kid really not a deserter from the front lines? Or perhaps he was an amnesiac mutant? No, I can't just call in a task force without knowing anything. I need to investigate further. Yinda set down the paper and pen, lost in thought. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed from inside. A voluptuous woman in her 30s emerged. Her clothes disheveled, wearing only a white shirt. Her bare legs leaned against the wall as she spoke in a hoarse voice. Why did you take so long? You promised me. Yinda glanced at her, then tucked the paper and pen into the drawer. A wicked glint flickered in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, aberrant creatures lurked everywhere, and primal desires had long been suppressed to their limits. This woman had come from another city, a teacher, they said, and quite attractive. Yinda had promised to save her son as soon as possible, but the payment wasn't in luminescent stones. It was her body. The woman seemed resigned to it. She had endured days of exhaustion, yet Yinda still hadn't fulfilled his promise. My little darling, what's the rush? Come, sit on my lap, Yinda teased, patting his grimy thigh. Don't lie to me. If you can't save him, don't waste my time. The woman retorted, her voice weary. Of course I can save your son. At dawn, I'll head to the fortress. The medicine for him will be back soon. Your boy's been possessed by a skinwalker, more troublesome than a wraith. But there's still a way to purge it. No, you go today. The journey takes days. I don't know if my son can hold on. Her voice cracked with desperation. Yinda narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the woman's ample bosom, indifferent to her pleas. Lily, first you must obey me. Only then can I help you. The wilderness at night is perilous. Even a courier like me must tread carefully. And if people here find out your son carries a skinwalker, how do you think they'll treat him? Lily stared at him in horror, then rushed forward, pleading, "That's not what you said before. The skinwalker hasn't killed him yet. He can still be saved." "Exactly. So you must listen to me." Yenda stroked Lily's glossy black hair, his fingers trailing down to her cheek. The sight of her supplication only fueled his excitement. With a rough shove, he pinned her down, mounting her like a beast astride its prey. "I'm in the mood now." Lily thrashed wildly beneath him, but the lecherous old man was unnaturally strong. His movements brutal, each thrust like a descent into hell. Yenda's eyes gleamed with a feral light. The more she resisted, the more it thrilled him. "Tomorrow. I swear it. Go, fortress, son, it's all right." Yan's forehead veins bulged, his eyes rolled, and he let out a deep, guttural roar. Chapter 019. The sinister specter of the basement in a dimly lit basement. The walls were composed of unforgiving stone blocks. The space was exceedingly cramped, barely accommodating 2 adult men. Within this confined chamber, a gaunt boy was bound by 4 iron chains, which had cruelly chafed his wrists and ankles, exposing raw flesh and blood to the chilling air. The boy, emaciated and frail, sat slumped on the ground, his ribs starkly visible, his head bowed in despair. Before him lay 3 radiant stones, while at his feet rested a dilapidated iron bowl containing a viscous, unidentifiable substance, resembling crushed remnants of food. Suddenly, the boy's body began to convulse violently, and the brilliance of the stones before him rapidly faded. Within mere seconds, the energy within the stones dissipated entirely, leaving them as dull, lifeless pebbles. "No, please, do not torment me any longer. I beg you," the boy cried, his body trembling uncontrollably. His head shot up, veins bulging on his forehead, as a ghastly gray aura enveloped his emaciated features, twisting his countenance into a grotesque mask of agony. The temperature in the room plummeted sharply, causing his body to shake with an intensity that seemed beyond his control. The second radiant stone began to dim at an alarming rate. Gray hands began to imprint themselves beneath the boy's skin, writhing ominously as they inched toward his heart. It hurts! It hurts!" he wailed, tears streaming down his face, as the hands continued their sinister crawl, mere centimeters from their dreadful destination. Muffled sobs escaped his lips, his voice barely coherent as he cried out in pain. The skin on his back bore the marks of what appeared to be burns, irregular and raw. Yet, upon closer inspection, a shadowy figure emerged behind him, a grayish silhouette that seemed to cling to him, as if attempting to envelop him in a sinister embrace. The hands quickened their pace, drawing ever closer to the boy's heart. The third radiant stone began to fade rapidly, its energy vanishing at a speed surpassing that of the previous 2, just as the ominous entity was about to clasp its hands together and seize the boy's heart. The door to the basement burst open with a sudden force. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber. Lily, her expression fraught with urgency, rushed in, hunched over, her arms filled with radiant stones that she hastily scattered onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the stones tumbled to rest beside the boy. Simultaneously, a surge of azure light flooded the cramped basement, illuminating the boy's terror-stricken face with startling clarity. His features were grotesquely contorted, his eyes rolling back to reveal the chilling whites, his mouth agape in a scream wide enough to swallow a fist. Veins protruded alarmingly from his forehead and neck, sending a shiver down the spines of all who beheld him. "No, no!" Lily gazed at her son in sheer terror, engulfed in profound anguish. The moment the radiant stone appeared, the entity within the boy's body ceased its movements, the restraint reaching its apex. However, just as Lily believed the crisis had passed, the boy's profile suddenly began to writhe with alarming rapidity. A ghastly visage emerged upon his skin, its outline discernible, and the twisted features, though obscured, were palpable in their malevolence. The temperature within the room plummeted precipitously, for sharp fangs manifested upon the boy's cheek. Witnessing this, Lily trembled uncontrollably, hastily retreating until she found herself cornered against the wall. "Mom, Save me. Mom, save me." The boy's throat emitted a pitiful, anguished cry. Paralyzed by fear, Lily's gaze remained fixed on her son, unable to move. The entity was not merely a harbinger of death for its host. It also lured others into its deadly embrace. The moment one touched the entity's hands, it would swiftly possess them, akin to a parasite, silently and insidiously. By the time one comprehended the danger, it would already be too late. Though the number of these entities was limited, their methods of killing were extraordinarily unique, leaving ordinary individuals utterly defenseless. When the entity's hands made contact with a person's heart, that marked the arrival of death itself. Previously, such entities had not been reported in the town. They were classified as Level 3 anomalous beings. The fortress had yet to discover a means to eradicate them, resorting only to driving away or eliminating those possessed. As long as one refrained from contact, possession was impossible. Lily, in her dread, covered her mouth, her pupils constricting as she watched her son in agony. "Son, just hold on a little longer. In a few days, it will be all right. You must endure." Whether her son could hear her words or not was irrelevant. She could only offer him this semblance of comfort. Yenda had promised to depart early the next morning, vowing to procure an exorcistic remedy. Her hopes rested solely upon him, for she had no other recourse. "Mom, it hurts so much. Hold me. Hold me." The boy on the ground cried out in torment, the entity within him continuing to writhe. His features contorted, a hidden presence lurking beneath his skin. "Son, hold on," Lily silently lamented. Trembling, she rose to her feet, but the boy reached out, desperately attempting to grasp her, his arms flailing helplessly in the air. Unable to bear the sight, Lily cautiously retreated from the basement. Chapter 20. The precious map. Lin Yu swiftly entered the wooden cabin, with an entire afternoon remaining before nightfall. He had ample time to organize his supplies, categorizing them for optimal use. Among the numerous provisions was a handgun, containing 3 remaining bullets, alongside a flashlight, a radio, a sickle, a shovel, a bag of luminous stones, and a substantial amount of food. There were also rare items, such as canned goods and chocolate. At last, he could indulge in a change of palate. Subsisting solely on bread and meat was simply unfeasible. Additionally, he discovered a considerable amount of timber, as firewood gathering proved to be a cumbersome task. However, the 2 most crucial items were the water filtration system and a parchment map. Lin Yu first placed the filter beside his large water tank, inserting a transparent tube into the filter. Next, he positioned a plastic bucket adjacent to it, allowing water to drip steadily into the container. Although the filter was quite rudimentary, it was a significant improvement over his previous means. The filtered water now possessed only a hint of rust flavor, unlike before, when even boiling the water could not dispel its metallic taste. After consuming too much rust-laden water, he had nearly forgotten what pure water tasted like. Observing the steady drip of water, Lin Yu stood up to neatly arrange some commonly used tools. He then placed the radio and flashlight upon the table. Lin Yu was perplexed as to why Chundahai had a radio, but he was certain it must serve some purpose. The radio appeared to be in good condition, suggesting that much information could be gleaned from it. However, its sole drawback was the necessity of replacing the batteries, a condition that also applied to the flashlight. While the radio looked relatively new, the flashlight showed signs of considerable wear, leaving Lin Yu uncertain of its functionality. He then stacked the remaining timber to the side. Lighting a bonfire at night would not only provide warmth but also serve as a deterrent against ghostly apparitions and swarms of dark insects. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already past 5 o'clock. Lin Yu took some bread and boiled the filtered water. Sipping the water while savoring the creamy bread, he relished the absence of the rust flavor. He had finally tasted the long-desired boiled water. It was simply exquisite. Lin Yu chewed heartily on the bread before retrieving the map. This was the only item Chundahai had hidden, rendering it immensely precious. Unfolding the map, Lin Yu examined it closely. The details were remarkably clear, yet it bore numerous markings resembling crosses and ticks. It appeared that Chundahai had conducted extensive research. The crossed-out locations were undoubtedly deemed dangerous and unsuitable for habitation by Chundahai. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Yu noted the abundance of marked dangers. It seemed the vicinity was indeed perilous. The map indicated Lin Yu's current residence, situated just north of Fortress 11 and south of Yuqing, nestled in a small town to the right of Mount Dafeng. Fortress 11 was approximately 60 kilometers from the town, a location marked by Qindahai as safe. Yuqing is approximately 250 kilometers from the small town. Initially, a cross was marked, followed by a question mark pinned by Qindahai below it. Flanking Yuqing are two cities, Zhaoshi and Yunjing, both conspicuously marked with red crosses. It appears that Zhaoshi and Yunjing have succumbed entirely, yet why does Qindahai believe Yuqing remains unaffected? Was Amisha from Yuqing? She claimed that Yuqing had fallen prey to anomalous entities. Could there be something peculiar at play here? Lin Yu pondered. Near the small town, there lies a research facility and a vast factory. The research facility is marked with a red cross, while the factory is indicated as secure. After examining the map, Lin Yu garnered a general understanding of the area. This implies that within an 80-kilometer radius, aside from this small town, other locations are perilous. Yuqing is likewise dangerous, and the other two cities have been utterly compromised. As for Bastion 11, it is undoubtedly secure. The regular human forces guard the vicinity of the bastion, fending off the anomalous entities at the front lines. Moreover, other areas have witnessed various anomalous occurrences, with ghostly shadows being relatively commonplace. However, Lin Yu noticed that the ghostly shadows had evolved. Both Misha and Yin had expressed similar sentiments, and even Qindahai harbored thoughts of departure upon realizing the evolution of the ghostly shadows. This week is deemed a safe period, yet the ghostly shadows have still claimed numerous lives. As next week approaches and the safe period concludes, the evolved ghostly shadows are likely to become even more formidable. Lin Yu carefully stored the sheepskin scroll map and glanced at the sky. Night had fully descended, and the ghostly shadows would soon emerge. Today marks the final day of the safe period. Starting tomorrow, the evolved ghostly shadows will grow even stronger. Nevertheless, Lin Yu believes the ghostly shadows have completed their evolution. Once the safe period ends, their onslaught may be exceedingly fierce, potentially resulting in significant human casualties. Yet, there is little that can be done, as there are scarcely any safe havens nearby. The desire to depart is not a simple matter. Lin Yu retrieved the radiant stones, leaving 3 at the entrance while placing the remainder in the underground chamber, which barely qualifies as a basement, allowing only one person to curl up inside. Subsequently, Lin Yu ignited a bonfire, feeling the temperature gradually rise, which brought him considerable comfort. However, he faced another dilemma. After lighting the bonfire, the stone house lacked a chimney. The smoke was quite acrid, and it took over 10 minutes before it improved significantly. This poses a considerable problem. Once the wooden door is reinforced, he shall see if the living conditions within the stone house can be ameliorated, as they are exceedingly rudimentary. After finalizing the defensive system, Lin Yu activated the radio. A crackling sound ensued, and he discerned a somewhat indistinct female voice. Despite the static accompanying the radio, her voice was articulate and professional, reminiscent of a seasoned broadcaster. Chapter 021. Intelligence from the Radio. Greetings, I am Xiao Xiao. I believe many of you are already familiar with my voice. Nevertheless, I must remind you that this is the Hongyan Fortress broadcast, and you are currently listening to the Hongyan News. We now present the latest updates. Recent research indicates that the undead have retreated from most areas surrounding the fortress and have entered the Gray Domain. The Research Institute predicts that their next appearance will be in 2 months. Thus, the 07 and 13 fortresses are currently in a safe period. However, the specters near Fortress 11 have exited the safety period, and no new anomalous entities have been detected for the time being. You may continue to handle matters as before. The front lines have conveyed the latest news. The regular army has successfully maintained the defense line north of Hongyan Fortress, and the orcs are temporarily unable to invade. However, the Research Institute has discovered that the Fool has evolved once again, potentially bringing greater calamity. The following evacuation sites are now announced. As Lin Yu was intently listening to the radio, Xiao Xiao's voice began to grow faint. Soon after, static crackled from the device. Her voice gradually faded away until, after a few seconds, it was utterly silent. The radio emitted only intermittent noise. Is it out of power? Lin Yu immediately opened the radio and removed the batteries. He rubbed them a few times before reinserting them. However, upon turning it back on, the radio remained silent. It appeared to be genuinely out of power, and batteries were currently in short supply. Xiao Xiao was likely an official broadcaster, primarily aiming to keep survivors informed about the calamity. It turned out that the Spectre safety period was announced by Hongyan Fortress, yet they seem to have underestimated the evolution of the Spectres. It seems that I am not the only one experiencing Spectres. Others are as well, or perhaps. The Spectres in the town have evolved while those elsewhere have not. Their stages of evolution and timing must be inconsistent. Lin Yu could only draw these few simple conclusions. He had only listened to the radio for a few minutes and could not obtain more effective information. However, Lin Yu also noted that besides the Spectres, Xiao Xiao had mentioned 3 other types of anomalous entities. Other locations could be significantly more perilous. This is likely why many individuals, once settled, hesitate to leave. At least they have deciphered the lethal patterns of Spectres. The other anomalous entities might be even more bizarre and terrifying. Although danger lurked in the town, it was relatively safer compared to other regions. At least Lin Yu had grasped the Spectre's killing rules, while he remained utterly ignorant of the other anomalous beings. It seems that this place can now be considered safe. The safety period has passed, and one wonders what the forthcoming days may hold. Lin Yu set the radio aside. It was now the early hours of the morning. With the Spectres temporarily absent, he let out a sigh of relief. He tossed 2 pieces of timber into the bonfire and leaned beside it for warmth. The small town was exceedingly cold at night, and Lin Yu could no longer discern the season. It seemed as though nothing had changed here. Outside, the silence was as profound as a grave, devoid of any sound, even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Since the onset of the apocalypse, ordinary animals had mysteriously vanished. Up to this point, Lin Yu had yet to encounter a single creature. As Lin Yu rested, he suddenly heard a faint sound of breathing outside the door. Almost instinctively, he jolted awake, fixating his gaze on the luminous stone beside the wooden door. If a specter were to appear, the luminous stone would surely react. The azure stone, though not of high grade, could still serve as an early warning system. Should a ghostly figure manifest, the stone would undoubtedly trigger a response. The faint breathing resonated sharply in the stillness outside. Lin Yu stared anxiously at the luminous stone. Another heavy breath echoed ominously. He could now ascertain that a ghostly presence lurked beyond the door. The sound of breathing seemed to whisper in his ear. In the next moment, a thunderous bang erupted from the door. A forceful impact struck the wooden door, sending dust cascading from the beams above. The luminous stone at the entrance quickly dimmed. The resounding thud made the door tremble violently, as if it could be breached at any moment. The force was greater than before. The first luminous stone on the ground was rapidly fading in color. Its azure glow flickered a few times before losing its efficacy. Immediately, the second luminous stone began to fail as well. Another heavy bang resounded. The specter outside fixed its malevolent gaze upon the door, its icy, crimson eyes piercing through the wood. With a grotesque claw-like hand, it slashed downward, leaving 5 distinct claw marks on the door, splintering wood in its wake. Not only did the claws leave clear imprints on the door, but they also carved deep furrows into the surface. "Open the door, Lin Yu," an ancient voice called out. Lin Yu felt as if his eardrums had shattered. It was not the sound of that aged voice that caused him distress, but rather an overwhelming sense of terror that the specter was right beside him, as though it had materialized in his very presence. The creature bowed its head, its mouth filled with jagged teeth, speaking words that penetrated his eardrums, reaching his very heart. Lin Yu could almost hear the frantic beating of his heart, feeling as though his blood were turning to ice. The bonfire beside him offered no solace. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. Was this the evolved specter? It was utterly terrifying. He covered his ears, unwilling to listen further, and cautiously made his way toward the underground chamber. Just then, another horrifying bang resounded. A noticeable crack appeared on the wooden door, spreading like a spider's web. It would not be long before this primitive wooden door succumbed to destruction. The radiant stones at the entrance have completely lost their efficacy. The 3 stones have transformed into the most ordinary pebbles, their luminous runes now marred by faint cracks. Just as Lin Yu approached the entrance of the cavern, a specter outside forcefully struck the wooden door once more. This time, the door could not withstand the assault. Spiderweb-like fractures erupted across its surface. A fist-sized hole appeared in the wood, and a scaled claw flashed momentarily before vanishing. A scarlet eyeball pressed against the aperture, locking its gaze upon him. The bloodshot orb fixated intently on Lin Yu, emanating a sinister intent. Although Lin Yu could not perceive the specter's expression, he sensed its malevolent grin. "I have come." The aged voice echoed once again in Lin Yu's ears, causing his eardrums to thrum with a resonant buzz. The specter had acquired the capability of sound-based attacks. Chapter 022. The arm of the phantom opened the door. The chilling voice, cold enough to freeze one's blood, reverberated once more. A flash of scarlet eyes flickered past, and then a terrifying arm emerged from the crevice. With its claws probing, it sought to pry the door open from within. Lin Yu, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict and a shiver coursed through his body. If the phantom were to open the door, his demise would be inevitable that night. Terrified, he gazed at the sinister claws extending from a gap. It must not be allowed to open the door, or I am doomed. A command surged through Lin Yu's mind. Despite his overwhelming fear, rationality triumphed over terror. With swift determination, he drew the ice-blue battle axe from his waist and charged toward the arm at the wooden door. Though merely a few meters from the threshold, time seemed to stretch infinitely. He raised the axe uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to the phantom outside, the survivor had surged forward. Its arm continued to fumble with the door lock. Just centimeters from the lock, Lin Yu closed the distance. His arm swung high, and the sharp blade of the axe cast a formidable shadow in the orange glow of the fire. With a surge of terrifying strength, his reinforced arm brought the battle axe crashing down. Bang! The keen edge of the axe shimmered with a cerulean light, as frigid as ice, striking fiercely against the phantom's arm. However, although the axe found its mark, the ferocity of the blow did not sever the arm completely. Bad news. The phantom was utterly enraged. Good news. The axe had severed the arm halfway. Hardened scales shattered, and thick, black blood gushed forth. Lin Yu's full-force strike could cleave a great tree in two, and coupled with the sharp axe, the close-range assault was formidable. Yet despite this, he could not fully sever the phantom's arm. Nonetheless, the assault had rendered the phantom's arm incapacitated. It could no longer open the door. A shrill, piercing scream erupted. The enraged phantom outside struck the wooden door relentlessly with its other arm, akin to a pack of frenzied beasts attacking their prey. Lin Yu braced his shoulder firmly against the door, applying pressure with his palm, channeling his strength into the battle axe, amplifying its power. The phantom struggled to withdraw its arm, but it was ensnared, as if caught in a trap, unable to escape, instead pounding furiously against the door. In an instant, their roles had reversed. Lin Yu's body trembled violently. The wooden door began to give way, showing ominous signs of imminent collapse. The phantom's strength was immense. Like a raging bull, the vibrations rattled Lin Yu's very insides. With a thunderous crash, a tremendous force struck. The phantom's arm flung Lin Yu aside, akin to a gecko shedding its tail. The overwhelming power not only sent Lin Yu crashing to the ground, but the phantom's arm also fell to the floor in defeat. Roar! The ghostly figure outside the door shrieked in furious agony, its wails reverberating through the stillness of the night sky. Many onlookers gazed in terror at the wooden door, bewildered by the horrifying occurrence unfolding before them. They had never encountered such a chilling scream before. Meanwhile, the survivors in the quaint town remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yu had severed the arm of the specter. Thick, inky blood dripped onto the ground, while the ghost's crimson eyes glared resentfully at the door. The wooden barrier was on the verge of collapse, marred by deep gashes and gaping holes. Perhaps a few more assaults would completely shatter it. Yet, the specter refrained from further attacks, slowly retreating as heavy footsteps echoed on the steps outside. With a wary glance at the battered door, it vanished into the mist. Lin Yu crashed heavily to the ground, rolling once before swiftly rising to his feet. Unsure if the specter had truly departed, he quickly retrieved the remaining light stones. He dashed to the entrance, laying all the luminous stones upon the ground. After engaging in battle with the specter, Lin Yu had gained a newfound understanding of its formidable power, an unimaginable force beyond the capacity of an ordinary human. Bent over and gasping for breath, his nostrils flared with hot air, reminiscent of a laboring beast. Clutching his ice-blue battle axe, he fixed a sharp gaze upon the door. Minutes passed without the specter's reappearance, allowing Lin Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. Though cunning, the specter would not cease its onslaught. The absence of movement indicated only one possibility. It had genuinely retreated. A dull ache began to throb in his hands, a testament to the specter's extraordinary strength, which even his reinforced arms struggled to withstand. Fortuitously, he had not faced the specter head-on, for a direct confrontation would likely have been fatal. Apart from his fortified arms, Lin Yu was grateful for the enhancement of his axe. This victory was undeniably a harmonious blend of sheer strength and weaponry. Had he not summoned the courage to confront his fears, the outcome would have been dire once the intact specter breached the threshold, leaving him as nothing more than a mere morsel. The light stones on the ground remained unchanged, still emanating a vibrant azure glow, confirming that the specter had indeed departed. Unlike previous encounters where it lurked ominously at the door. In retrospect, Lin Yu could claim victory. Although he had not acquired any valuable treasures, he had successfully survived. He understood now that the specter was not insurmountable. With greater strength, it would lose its terror. Physical attacks proved effective against the specter. Gazing upon the now severely damaged door, Lin Yu noted the extensive destruction. In addition to the large gash in the center, the hinges on either side were utterly ruined, exposing the steel nails to the air. The entire door appeared precariously unstable. It was clear that Lin Yu's decision to confront the threat head-on was the wisest choice. Retreat could have meant death. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, his energy depleted. At present, only his arms had been reinforced, leaving the rest of his body vulnerable. His strength was merely several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Lin Yu gradually rose to his feet. The bonfire behind him continued to burn gently, casting his shadow to monstrous proportions. In the dimly lit stone chamber, he appeared as a giant. However, just as Lin Yu believed the danger had subsided, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the lawn at the entrance. The noise was dense and chaotic, reminiscent of beans being roasted. In the stillness of the night, any peculiar sound posed a grave threat. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yu as he swiftly approached the opening, his gaze vigilant as he peered outside. In the next moment, he took a step back, an unsettling realization dawning upon him. At the doorway, a dark swarm of insects surged into his line of sight like a relentless tide. Chapter 023. The Tide of Black Insects. This is the revenge of the Ghost Shadow. It has lost an arm due to Lin Yu's actions, and now it is driving the swarm of black insects hidden within the mist to attack him. Lin Yu swiftly retreats, bringing forth all the luminous stones. With dawn still some time away, he cannot afford to be complacent. The luminous stones are arranged, and the stone house is suddenly illuminated by beams of azure light. Lin Yu tosses more wood into the bonfire, igniting it, and holds a torch, vigilantly watching the approaching black insects. Before long, the black insects appear at the doorway. Their sheer numbers send chills down one's spine. They are no larger than a fingernail, with vicious mandibles on their heads. Emitting a high-pitched squeaking sound, they crawl towards the wooden door. The door, now in a state of disrepair, is besieged by the writhing mass of black insects that emerge through the cracks. Just as the first of the black insects cross the threshold, the azure light from the luminous stones obliterates them. The luminous stones inflict damage on the black insects that is evidently more potent than that of the Ghost Shadow. Hundreds of black insects fall victim to the assault of the luminous stones. However, an even greater number of black insects swarm into Lin Yu's line of sight. The reflection of the torch dances in his eyes, along with the mass of black insects that fills his entire field of vision. A dozen luminous stones activate simultaneously. For a moment, a multitude of black insects cannot approach. Lin Yu remains alert, then hurls the torch at the swarm. As the torch strikes the ground, the black insects perish in droves, their bodies charred and lifeless. A peculiar, foul odor permeates the air, The flames can indeed annihilate the black insects. No wonder Qin stocked so much firewood in his home. Lin Yu follows suit, tossing more torches at the entrance. His supply of luminous stones is limited and cannot be wholly devoted to fending off the black insects. Yet, his torches are finite. Only 4 or 5 remain in the bonfire, and the newly added wood requires time to catch fire. Lin Yu crouches down, torch in hand. A swift sweep of the flame results in a grim scene of black insect corpses. The stench in the air intensifies. However, as minutes pass, the number of black insects does not diminish. In fact, it swells. This sight makes Lin Yu's scalp prickle. The quantity of luminous stones is dwindling. 3 have already lost their potency, becoming mere rubble. What to do? Cold sweat beads on Lin Yu's forehead. Aside from incinerating the black insects with the torches, he retrieves a shovel. He frantically strikes at the black insects on the ground, creating a cacophony of thuds within the stone house. Upon inspection, countless insect carcasses litter the ground beneath his feet. Some black insects are scorched, while others are pulverized. Yet, some take advantage of the chaos, surmounting the mound of corpses and lunging towards Lin Yu. Smack! Lin Yu's palm comes crashing down on his arm. One black insect, seizing the moment, bites into Lin Yu's forearm. Lin Yu felt a sharp pain and swiftly dispatched the black insect. The only effective means to harm these creatures were the radiant stones, torches, and shovels. Yet, this was insufficient as the swarm was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, death spread like wildfire, only to be immediately replaced by another wave. They emerged from holes, crevices, and even corners, converging upon Lin Yu from all directions. As Lin Yu struggled to fend them off, fervently wishing for dawn to break, he made a curious observation. The black insects not only evaded the radiant stones and torches, but also circled around the severed arm of the ghostly figure that lay on the ground. Cleaved by Lin Yu's battle axe, the severed arm, black as night, was adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, and its 5 fingers resembled those of a chicken's claw, with sharp, hooked nails exuding an ominous aura. Were these insects afraid of the ghostly arm? With no other options available and uncertain of the arm's safety, Lin Yu had no choice but to take a risk. He dashed forward, wielding a torch in one hand and a shovel in the other, striking down numerous insects that lay beneath him. He quickly crouched down, cradling his palm with his sleeve, and retrieved the ghostly arm from the ground. Upon acquiring the arm, the black insects visibly began to hesitate. Their pace of attack slowed considerably, as they dared not approach the radiant stones or the torches. However, they cunningly utilized the corpses of their fallen comrades to sap the heat from the radiant stones and torches. This exchange of resources indicated that as long as the number of black insects remained sufficient, both the radiant stones and the torches would eventually deplete their energy, becoming utterly useless. In stark contrast, the ghostly arm evoked a palpable fear in the black insects, who dared not venture closer, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 centimeters from the radiant stones. The range of the radiant stones was limited, a fact the insects did not fear. Yet, the moment Lin Yu grasped the ghostly arm, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The relentless assault from the black insects ceased, and they retreated, encircling Lin Yu, but halting at a distance of 30 to 40 centimeters, too intimidated to advance further. Seeing this, Lin Yu finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the ghostly arm possessed a formidable restraining power over the black insects. He remained in a stalemate with them for several hours. As the sky began to lighten, the tide of black insects slowly receded, vanishing without a trace. At long last, it was over. Lin Yu, weary and drained, glanced at the stone house, now transformed into a mausoleum for the insects. The ground was littered with their corpses, stacked high in layers. Throughout the previous night, his focus had been solely on repelling the swarm, leaving him oblivious to the sheer number of fallen insects. It was evident now that there were at least tens of thousands of them. As the morning light broke through the mist, illuminating the dawn, Lin Yu finally relaxed his vigilance, collapsing onto the ground in utter exhaustion. The radiant stones had been nearly depleted. He was left with just 2. The remaining stones had been rendered completely useless, their azure glow extinguished, and the radiant runes had begun to crack. The air was permeated with the unpleasant odor of decaying insects, a scent that was unbearable for Lin Yu. He seized a shovel and diligently removed the black bugs from the ground, casting them outside. After a thorough cleaning that lasted over 20 minutes, the room was finally rendered pristine. He opened the wooden door, allowing fresh air to rush in and swiftly dispel the acrid stench of charred insect remains. Just as Lin Yu finished his task, the wooden door behind him suddenly shimmered with a faint glow. He turned to see the damaged door enveloped in a soft light. A translucent, jelly-like substance forming on its surface, rendering the door indistinct. In less than a second, the basic wooden door vanished, replaced by a brand new one. Simultaneously, information about the door appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Basic wooden door, enhancement complete. Item, intermediate wooden door, quality. Intermediate, special effects. Reinforced planks, stainless steel layer. Enhanced peephole. Would you like to continue enhancing? Lin Yu gazed at the door, now significantly more formidable than its predecessor. It not only appeared thicker, but also contained a steel plate within. This fortification assured him against any spectral assaults. It was indeed powerful enough to withstand a forceful blow without shattering. The thickness of the door had increased considerably, likely due to the steel plate, adding at least 3 to 4 centimeters to its depth, bringing the total thickness to 12 centimeters. The strength of the wooden planks had also seen a remarkable enhancement. Lin Yu tested it by tapping the intermediate wooden door, which responded with a rich, resonant echo. This was no ordinary wood. Its unique composition rendered it exceptionally durable. A sense of satisfaction spread across Lin Yu's face. The sides of the door had also been reinforced, making it fit seamlessly with the stone structure. Consequently, not only was the door itself incredibly sturdy, but could also withstand powerful impacts without sustaining damage. Behind the door, a peephole had been installed, providing a view of the outside while ensuring that those outside could not see in, undoubtedly augmenting Lin Yu's emergency preparedness. Seeing the intermediate wooden door in such a formidable state, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided against further enhancements. With the current capabilities of the Spectres, they would be unable to breach this door. Chapter 024, Strengthening the Legs, Enhancing Speed before Lin Yu. The system prompt lingered, unwavering. Intermediate wooden door enhancement time, 102 hours and 21 minutes. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu decisively chose to abandon the idea. A span of 102 hours was far too lengthy. He could not afford to wait, especially as it was unnecessary at this moment. Each enhancement could only be applied to one object at a time, and the higher the level, the longer the enhancement duration. Lin Yu aspired for a more balanced outcome. At present, the wooden door was not his priority. After battling with the phantom shadow the previous day, Lin Yu acutely recognized that physical prowess was the essence of survival. The phantom shadow was indeed vulnerable, but only if Lin Yu possessed a formidable physique. Amidst the cold wind, Lin Yu gazed at his hands, lost in contemplation. According to the degree of bodily enhancement, he could further strengthen his hands. If hands represented strength, then perhaps legs symbolize speed, strength, speed, agility, endurance, mental fortitude. These constitute the quintessence of human physical capabilities. Each facet holds immense significance. Yet, to date, no one has been observed to elevate all 5 energies to their utmost potential. Such a feat is exceedingly rare. Lin Yu's strength was not monumental, but was certainly commendable compared to the average person. With a single punch, he could shatter a tree trunk of moderate width, placing him within the realm of martial arts. Tentatively, Lin Yu inquired, "Can I enhance my speed?" Leg enhancement, countdown, 20 hours and 01 minutes. Indeed, he could enhance his legs, which represented speed. Could I also enhance my agility and endurance? Or perhaps my mental strength? Agility enhancement, countdown, 31 hours. Endurance enhancement, countdown, 16 hours and 21 minutes. Mental strength enhancement, countdown, 35 hours and 22 minutes. Upon posing his questions, data materialized in his pupils. After observing these statistics, Lin Yu realized he could indeed embark on a path of enhancement. What about strengthening my hands? He queried again. He had previously enhanced his hands once, resulting in a significant boost in strength. He wondered what would transpire if he were to enhance them again. Confirm hand enhancement? Hand enhancement, countdown, 51 hours and 43 minutes. Lin Yu could still enhance his hands, albeit the time required had doubled since his first attempt. This was something he had anticipated. Any item would require more time for a second enhancement, potentially even doubling it. Although the system did not disclose the effects of enhancing his hands again, based on prior experience, he was certain that his enhanced hands would possess extraordinary strength, certainly far superior to their current state. The wooden door served as a testament to this. The current intermediate wooden door could nearly withstand the phantom shadow entirely. Although Lin Yu had yet to test it, he held confidence in its capabilities. The phantom shadow was not an insurmountable anomaly. It too had its vulnerabilities. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment, realizing that he must strive towards a more balanced direction. Even if the 5 key indicators could not be improved simultaneously, he should endeavor to achieve equilibrium among them. Otherwise, in the face of other anomalous creatures in the future, he might succumb to his own deficiencies, finding himself in a passive position, perhaps even reduced to mere defenselessness. Lin Yu had already heard of 3 types of anomalies through the radio, in addition to one that Misha had informed him of, and 2 he had encountered himself. Now, he was aware of 6 distinct anomalous entities. Lin Yu was certain that many more existed. He simply had yet to come across them. Speed and strength were both crucial traits. An individual exhibiting either immense power or extraordinary swiftness could wield significant advantages. Moreover, enhancing speed required the least amount of time, achievable in just a day. Once today passed, he could continue to fortify other attributes. Without hesitation, Lin Yu declared, "Enhance my legs." Confirming leg enhancement. Commencing enhancement. Leg enhancement countdown. 20 hours 01 minute. The text before him gradually faded from view. At present, Lin Yu felt no particular sensations. Only upon the completion of the enhancement would he truly appreciate its effects. He glanced towards the stone house behind him and silently mused that the possibilities for enhancement were growing ever more abundant. However, there was a prerequisite for enhancement. It must pertain to something that existed in reality. Within his stone abode lay a myriad of items. Compared to his previous state of destitution, Lin Yu had significantly improved. He modestly indulged in a simple breakfast of some cream bread and jerky. The filtered water, once boiled, lost its unpleasant odor. This breakfast left Lin Yu quite satisfied. He no longer needed to purchase food. Initially, his supplies would last only until today. However, he had previously acquired a considerable amount of provisions from Chundahai, which included a wealth of food. Lin Yu roughly calculated that the food left by Chundahai would sustain him for an entire week without issue. If he were to be more frugal, it could last him for half a month. After satiating his hunger, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the ghostly arm resting on the table. It emanated an unsettling aura that made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable, likely due to its terrifying appearance. The arm had been severed by an ice-blue battle axe. Its surface covered in scales the size of fingernails, revealing blackened flesh beneath. Dried blood coated the appendage, exposing a section of white bone. 5 claws, curved like hooks, resembled those of a chicken, but were far sharper. Lin Yu grasped the ghostly arm and covered it with a piece of tattered cloth. At this moment, he was uncertain whether the arm could be preserved. Although it possessed the ability to ward off evil, he was unsure if keeping it would invite misfortune. Furthermore, having severed the arm of such an eerie and terrifying creature, he wondered whether it might seek vengeance during the night. These uncertainties weighed on Lin Yu's mind, for he was aware that the ghostly entity possessed intelligence. It not only feigns the presence of a human knocking at the door, but also employs cunning tactics. For instance, it may hide behind the door or unleash swarms of black insects to launch an assault. The only individuals Lin Yu currently knows are the postman Yinda and the Dr. Mei Sha. Yinda undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than Mei Sha, yet he is also rather sinister. Lin Yu is reluctant to disclose to him that he has severed the arm of a specter. Who knows what Yinda might do upon learning this information? Lin Yu believes it would be wiser to seek out Mei Sha for clarification. He stepped outside and secured the wooden door. The key to the intermediate wooden door is uniquely crafted, with the lock mechanism significantly enhanced. At first glance, Lin Yu's intermediate wooden door appears quite similar to an ordinary wooden door. Only upon closer inspection can one discern the stark contrast between the two. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent. However, possessing treasure can invite trouble. Lin Yu is exceedingly pleased with the fortified wooden door, both robust and inconspicuous. There is scarcely a door more perfect than this. Chapter 025. The priceless hand. Lin Yu was still clad in his black trench coat, an axe secured at his waist. And in his hand, he held the ghostly arm wrapped in tattered cloth. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Misha's stone dwelling. Along the way, he noticed that no other stone houses had opened their doors. It seemed quite tranquil yesterday. Standing before the stone house, Lin Yu knocked gently on the door. "Is Dr. May in?" he called out. Soon, Misha's voice echoed from within. "Is that you, Lin Yu? Please wait a moment. I shall be out shortly. No rush," he replied. After a few minutes, the wooden door creaked open. Misha stood on the threshold, exuding an air of grace. Her hair was meticulously styled, her brows adorned with pencil, and her lips were lightly tinted with a subtle shade of lipstick, emanating a refreshing floral fragrance. She had clearly taken time to prepare herself before opening the door. "Lin Yu, you've come. What brings you here? Please come in." Misha greeted him with a warm smile. "I have a few inquiries to make," he replied. "Not a problem. Step inside. It's chilly out here." As Lin Yu entered, it was evident that the stone house had been tidied up. Though modest, it was impeccably neat. A fire burned in the corner, releasing a faint scent of smoke. On the table lay remnants of an unfinished breakfast, and a porcelain cup contained a thick, grayish liquid. Lin Yu could not discern what it was, but it was likely not cockroach paste. "You haven't finished your breakfast? Please go ahead. I'll wait for you," he offered. "No worries, I'll finish quickly. The food isn't particularly appetizing. Now, what is it you wish to discuss?" Misha thoughtfully moved a wooden stool beside Lin Yu, inviting him to sit. Once seated, Lin Yu began. "Did you hear any strange sounds last night?" Upon hearing this, Misha furrowed her brows. "Yes, a terrifying shriek, as if something had angered the ghostly presence. It was truly horrifying. I believe everyone must have heard it." She spoke with a shiver, recalling the ghostly wail from the previous night, sending chills down her spine. She wondered who could have provoked the specter. Regardless, after that chilling cry, the rest of the night remained eerily calm, devoid of any peculiar occurrences. "Indeed, I heard it too, which is why I wanted to ask you a few questions." Lin Yu sighed and placed the ghostly arm on the table. "What is this?" He glanced at Misha and whispered, "It's the arm of the ghostly presence. Last night, it attacked me, and I inadvertently severed it." "What?" Misha exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape. She appeared utterly astonished. "That's impossible. I've never heard of anyone severing a ghost's arm. How'd you manage that?" Lin Yu unwrapped the cloth, revealing a genuine ghostly arm. Many had encountered the specter, especially Misha, who had a fair understanding of its nature. Upon beholding the grotesque limb, she instinctively covered her mouth, despite having mentally prepared herself for the sight. The eyes upon her palm shimmered with terror, and her thick eyelashes trembled slightly. "You truly severed the arm of the specter. How on earth did you accomplish that?" Misha exclaimed in astonishment. It was merely luck at that moment. The specter was ensnared by the wooden door, allowing me to strike its arm with the axe, and thus I managed to sever it. Its arm was incredibly tough, as hard as stone. Lin Yu recounted, blending truth with embellishment. "That is still quite terrifying. I have yet to hear of anyone capable of severing a specter's arm. A person such as yourself could easily join the regular forces," she remarked. "That is of little consequence. However, I do have a few inquiries to make." "Please go ahead," Misha replied quickly. "Is there any purpose to the specter's arm? After being attacked by a specter, could any viruses or such emerge? I dared not grasp its arm directly, thus I wrapped it in cloth. Furthermore, I noticed that the black insects are exceedingly afraid of the specter's arm. Last night, my home was infested with numerous black insects, and upon sighting the specter's arm, they dared not approach." Misha furrowed her brow and reassured him. "Rest assured, the specter possesses only physical attacks. Even if one is struck, as long as they do not perish, there is no risk of infection. I have previously aided several individuals who were attacked by the specter, and fortunately, dawn was approaching. They merely sustained injuries." She continued, "The anomaly of the black insect swarm is of a lower level than that of the specter. Indeed, they are quite fearful of it. I do not know the reason, yet the specter's arm holds significant value. It is exceedingly precious. Exceedingly precious? Lin Yu gazed into Misha's eyes, discerning not a hint of greed, suggesting that she had not considered that aspect. Indeed, I am not well versed in its specific applications. But the fortress is known to purchase specters, specifically deceased ones, not the living. You must safeguard this arm meticulously. It must not be discovered by others, for its worth is substantial. However, you may sell it to the courier. He can transport it to the fortress for sale. But you are aware of Yenda. He is not a trustworthy individual. Understood. Thank you, Misha replied. No need for thanks. Feel free to inquire about anything you are uncertain of. I previously resided in Yuqing, a large city, and possess a wealth of knowledge. I have yet to express my gratitude regarding the earlier matter. Misha referred to the incident involving Chindahai. From that moment forth, she no longer dared to open the door carelessly. Even when injured patients appeared, she maintained a distance of at least 10 meters. Misha concealed a pair of scissors on her person, feeling secure only when she heard Lin Yu's voice. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Misha seemed poised to say something, but ultimately refrained. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent for 2 seconds, before her eyes brightened as she remarked, Last night, the specter attacked you. Surely, your radiant stones must be considerably diminished? Lin Yu offered a non-committal nod. I have some extras. I shall give you a few. As she spoke, Misha swiftly produced a cloth bag and handed it to Lin Yu, revealing 10 radiant stones within. This was the equivalent of a task that would take Lin Yu over 3 days to complete. Such an abundance of radiant stones was more than sufficient to fend off the attacks of the ghostly shadows. This is too much, isn't it? Lin Yu declined. Not at all. I have plenty more, and I've noticed that I've become considerably stronger lately. I can now carve 6 radiant stones in a single day. It seems my mental strength has experienced a significant enhancement, Misha said with a beaming smile. Chapter 26. The vanished postman Lin Yu found himself with a dwindling supply of luminous stones. After a sleepless night, he was uncertain whether he possessed the energy to craft more in the afternoon. Observing the luminous stone in Mei Sha's hand, he pondered for a moment and said, Consider this as my borrowing from you. I shall return it when the opportunity arises, if that is agreeable. Mei Sha, aware that Lin Yu would not easily owe anyone a favor, gazed at him and sighed. Very well, we shall do as you say. But I do have quite a few myself. Your arm? And your trousers. Mei Sha looked down and noticed the telltale signs of black insect bites on Lin Yu's arm and pants. Particularly, his trousers bore numerous marks from the pests, rendering much of the fabric nearly useless. The mouths of these black insects are venomous and can induce paralysis, but it's not a grave issue. Let me apply some anti-inflammatory ointment for you, she offered. Lin Yu looked down to find many holes of varying sizes at the hem of his trousers. Upon pulling them open, he discovered multiple wounds on his calves, densely clustered and now swollen. Initially, he had not paid attention to these injuries, his focus consumed by the phantom arm. It was only now that he began to feel the pain, though thankfully, the insect had not gnawed through his skin. All of this, he owed to the phantom arm resting on the table. Without hesitation, Mei Sha knelt down and lifted the hem of Lin Yu's trousers, meticulously examining the wounds on his calves. She then rushed to the cabinet, retrieving some anti-inflammatory ointment. Crouching before Lin Yu, she carefully applied the ointment onto his legs with a cotton swab, causing a slight sting. Lin Yu sat on the stool, watching as Mei Sha tended to him. After several minutes, she had used nearly half a bottle of ointment before completing the task. Lin Yu gazed at his calves, now covered evenly with the red ointment. You must avoid water for the next 2 days. It will heal in due time. You'll be fine, Mei Sha reassured him with a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lin Yu replied. There is no need for thanks. I've mentioned it several times already. You saved my life, so this is merely a small favor I can extend, she said, capping the ointment and then turning her attention back to Lin Yu. Do you intend to sell this phantom arm? Yenda is rather dangerous. I suggest it best to keep it hidden until a more opportune moment arises for its sale. Yes, I share that sentiment. Is Yenda truly formidable? Lin Yu inquired casually. He had yet to witness Yenda's prowess, but given that he served as a postman, it was evident he possessed unique abilities. After Lin Yu had slain Chindahai, Yenda had inexplicably learned of the event, which instilled a sense of wariness in Lin Yu. It was imperative that he gauge Yin Da's strength, for in this small town, Yin Da undoubtedly held the title of the strongest combatant. Misha nodded and said, Yin Da is indeed a mailman, having come from Fortress Number 11. The postal workers are quite formidable, as most possess some martial skills. Moreover, Yin Da has been in this position for quite some time, benefiting substantially from it. He possesses white-level radiant runes, and I believe I am now capable of inscribing such runes myself. However, acquiring them from Yin Da will not be a simple task. Isn't the radiant rune freely distributed by the Red Rock Fortress? Lin Yu inquired further. Misha sighed. You are correct, but Yin Da is insufferably deceitful. He has concealed the white radiant runes, claiming they are flawed and cannot be released temporarily. In reality, he merely seeks to enrich himself. Lin Yu nodded, I understand. In this apocalyptic world, there are truly no free lunches, especially now. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Although Lin Yu was not well acquainted with Yin Da, he discerned his poor character after only a couple of encounters. He exhibited no regard for others' lives, being utterly self-serving, focused solely on how to navigate through this apocalypse to secure a better life for himself. While Lin Yu recognized Yin Da's nature, he did not believe Yin Da had committed any wrongdoing. In fact, selfish individuals are often more straightforward. After all, in this era of desolation, one must prioritize their own survival above all else. Lin Yu's primary concern lay with Yin Da's abilities. Yin Da had once informed him that among humans, there exist mutants and extraordinary beings. Though their systems differ, both transcend the physical limits of ordinary humans. While he was uncertain of what an extraordinary being entailed, he remained hopeful that he too could ascend to such heights. If a system of extraordinary beings exists in this world, there must surely be a method to cultivate such power. With a resolute gaze, Lin Yu decided to purchase some items from the mailman. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for the radiant stone and the medicine. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. All right. I am currently quite safe. You should attend to your matters. You look weary from staying up all night. I shall begin inscribing the radiant stones. Lin Yu nodded and turned to depart. Misha watched him leave, and once his silhouette vanished into the trees, she rose cautiously. She glanced warily towards the door, confirming the vicinity was devoid of any presence before she firmly shut the door behind her. Lin Yu, clutching the radiant stone Misha had given him, approached the mailman's stone house. Yin Da's abode was larger and appeared more robust than those of others. As Lin Yu approached, he noticed the door was securely locked. He intended to purchase a new pair of trousers, for his current ones were in tatters. Additionally, he sought to acquire some daily necessities. Just as Lin Yu neared the stone house, a woman suddenly emerged from beside. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with commendable features and delicate skin that bore a pallor, likely a result of malnutrition. She looked haggard, with disheveled hair. After a couple of glances, Lin Yu suddenly recognized her. Isn't she the woman from Yin Da's room the other day? Although Lin Yu did not know her name, he was aware of the close relationship she shared with Yin Da. Of course, they were certainly not a married couple. Their gazes met briefly before she quickly averted her eyes. After a moment, she lifted her head to glance at Lin Yu and pointed to a note affixed to the wooden door. Yin Da has gone out and will likely return in a couple of days. Perhaps you should come back the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu directed his attention to the note on the door, only to realize that Yin Da had left to procure supplies, making today's visit rather futile. As the sole postman in the small town, Yin Da occasionally ventured into the fortress to gather goods, which he then sold to the townsfolk. Sometimes, he would also bring back fresh food and weapons, albeit at a steep price, far beyond the means of someone like Lin Yu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yu prepared to depart. Just as he turned away, he noticed several individuals had appeared behind him, seemingly also there to make a purchase. Chapter 027. Barter. Lin Yu glanced over. On the tranquil path, several figures emerged, 2 men and a woman. The man at the forefront was robust, standing nearly as tall as Lin Yu. He wore a tattered old jacket, with a machete hanging from his waist, his face adorned with a thick stubble, appearing to be in his 30s. Following him was a plump woman, dressed in a grimy floral dress and surprisingly wielding a shotgun. Trailing behind was a gaunt middle-aged man, of modest height, somewhat balding, carrying a backpack. Lin Yu could not discern any visible weapons on him. The trio soon approached. The burly man cast a glance at Lin Yu, offering a friendly nod. "Is a mailman not here today?" inquired Zhang Zhihui. Lin Yu nodded in response. "Indeed, I heard he left this morning and will return in a couple of days." "What a pity. I have some fine items for him," Zhang Zhihui lamented with a sigh. He then turned to the stout woman holding the shotgun. "Lecky, I told you. Yin has already left, but you refuse to believe me." The woman, seemingly not to be trifled with, snorted disdainfully. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at Lily beside the stone house, taunting, "You wretched thing. Did you send Yin to procure goods? Knowing full well I intended to buy something. You let him leave, you filthy scoundrel." With that, Lecky spat a thick phlegm, her gaze menacingly fixed on Lily. Lily, visibly frightened, regarded Lecky with apprehension, clearly intimidated. Lin Yu was unaware of their animosity and preferred not to involve himself. He sidestepped the imposing figure of Zhang Zhihui and made his way down another path. Zhang Zhihui, evidently intrigued by Lin Yu, scrutinized him and queried, "Young brother, what do you seek to purchase? We need not rely on the mailman. If it's a barter, we could facilitate matters for each other." Lin Yu glanced sideways at Zhang Zhihui and replied, "I'm in need of a pair of trousers and wish to inquire about certain matters." Zhang Zhihui focused on Lin Yu's pant legs, quickly grasping the situation. It was apparent that the locals had all suffered at the hands of the black insects. Those vile creatures posed a significant nuisance. "I have trousers at home. If you don't mind, I can sell you a pair. Our builds are quite similar, and trousers are not in short supply in the city." "What price?" Lin Yu asked, sensing opportunity. Zhang Zhihui, seeing potential in the transaction, smiled. "Not a valuable item. You could decide the price. How about a luminous stone?" Lin Yu deemed this a bargain, for his current trousers were nearly beyond repair. The knees were riddled with holes. The fabric was filthy, and the backside was worn thin. Within a week, his undergarments would be exposed to the elements. He had no desire for others to gawk at him. "All right, that works for me. Will you retrieve them?" "I'll wait for you," Lin Yu agreed. Zhang Zhihui chuckled. "That would be a waste of my time. Why don't you accompany me? Since Yinda is not here, we might as well engage in a trade together. I have a few items on hand. What do you possess? Let us barter." Zhang Zhihui articulated his proposal. Lin Yu nodded, seizing the opportunity to learn about the survivors in the town. The stout woman snorted disdainfully, yet nodded in agreement. Lin Yu turned his gaze toward her, noting Lecky's evident aversion to Lily. The woman's small, piercing eyes remained fixed on Lily, and had her gaze possessed lethal intent, Lily would have perished long ago. The bald man at the back raised his hand, speaking in a harsh tone. "I have accumulated several days' worth of luminous stones. My bag contains nothing but those. Let us see what you all have to offer." "Very well," Zhang Zhihui responded. "Let us finalize our arrangements. We will each state what we desire and then negotiate a trade. If the terms are unsuitable, let us not quarrel." "Agreed," Lin Yu replied with a nod. Zhang Zhihui continued, "I shall go first. I seek food, rivets, and a jug of oil, as I have exhausted my supply of cooking oil." He glanced at Lecky, who pursed her lips and declared, "I too desire food, similar to your request, but I refuse to accept cockroach jerky. It is simply inedible. For other items, I can offer extra payment, and luminous stones will suffice as well." "And you, old Zhang?" Zhang Zhihui inquired, turning to the bald man, with whom he seemed quite familiar. Old Zhang replied, "I require an axe, as my previous one is broken, along with a carving knife and bandages. As for food, anything will suffice. I am not picky." "All right." The young man hasn't yet revealed his name. "What do you seek, other than trousers?" Lin Yu introduced himself, stating, "I am Lin Yu." After he disclosed his name, the others silently committed it to memory. "I wish to know how to deal with those black insects. Besides luminous stones and torches, are there any alternative methods?" Lin Yu's wooden door had been reinforced to a medium level, alleviating his fear of the ghostly shadows. However, having made an enemy of the apparitions, he anticipated potential retribution. The black insects posed a significant nuisance, and Lin Yu sought to uncover how other survivors managed to handle them. "Simple enough. Allow me to share this information with you. How about 2 luminous stones?" Zhang Zhihui offered. "Agreed," Lin Yu responded. Mixing lime with wood ash can prevent the black insects. This method I devised myself. You may not have lime, but wood ash is plentiful. Just burn a little yourself. However, after rainfall, you will need to reapply it. Of course, if you encounter a swarm of black insects, there is little one can do. A small quantity can be managed. Although it may be troublesome, it is simple and inexpensive. Good. This information is valuable, including trousers. That totals 3 luminous stones. Indeed, old Zhang, I possess what you seek, though I lack food. How does 10 luminous stones sound for the axe and bandages? Upon hearing this, old Zhang pondered before stating, you offer a better price than Yenda. It's a deal. Apologies, Lecky, but I too have no food. Zhang Zhihui sighed. At that moment, Lin Yu interjected, I have bread and jerky, not cockroach jerky. The jerky can be sampled. It will undoubtedly be far superior to the latter. The enhanced dried cockroach, both in flavor and texture, is truly exquisite. Lin Yu, having personally sampled it, is confident that his jerky can command a high price. Of course, Lin Yu's creamy bread is even more expensive. However, he hesitates to make a move. After all, this is the apocalypse, where even ordinary bread is a rarity, let alone the luxurious, creamy variety. Can we sample it? Lu Qi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Certainly, go fetch it, and we shall await your return. Old Zhang replied. Young brother, you stand to earn quite a bit today. Zhang Zhihui remarked with a smile. The three of them were all eager to procure food, despite having their own reserves. As long as Lin Yu's prices do not exceed Yenda's, they are certain to sell out. Lin Yu is equally convinced they will enjoy it, for the jerky's texture is indeed remarkable. Just as Lin Yu and the others were discussing, Lily suddenly approached. She eyed Lu Qi warily and positioned herself behind Zhang Zhihui. I, too, desire food and luminous stones. I possess everything you seek. With that, Lily produced a set of keys. The group exchanged glances, for these were the keys belonging to Yenda, now firmly in her grasp. It was apparent that Yenda held a great deal of trust in Lily, or perhaps she had acquired them through some special means. Regardless, it was clear that everyone would ultimately receive what they desired. Chapter 028. The jealousy of survivors. Lily clutched the keyring tightly, her expression betraying a palpable fear of anyone daring to seize it from her grasp. In truth, no one would dare to make such an attempt, for the keys belonged to Yenda, not to her. Regardless of how Lily had come into possession of these keys, it was a testament to her cunning. Others were acutely aware that Yenda was merely out procuring goods, not deceased. To steal from the messenger was tantamount to courting death. Yenda would undoubtedly seek retribution. The group exchanged knowing glances, each sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Silence enveloped them, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Lily seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment and hastily declared, I will take full responsibility for any consequences. Yin will not trouble me. However, there are certain items that must remain untouched. Everything else you desire is yours. You may barter amongst yourselves. I only seek what I wish for. Upon hearing her words, the tension in the room eased slightly. If she was willing to shoulder the responsibility, then the deal could proceed. Should Yenda come seeking answers, it would be Lily he confronted. Furthermore, everyone present understood the nature of Lily's relationship with Yenda. Lu Qi regarded Lily with disdain, spitting derisively, You pathetic wretch. Be mindful that Yenda might just make you regret your choices tonight. Lily inhaled deeply, refusing to back down. That is my affair and none of your concern. If you do not wish to partake, you are free to leave. What the hell did you just say? With a sudden motion, Lu Qi aimed her shotgun directly at Lily's forehead. The dark muzzle of the gun was menacing enough to drain the color from Lily's face. Do you dare to test my resolve? Le cul tritonned. Zhang Zhihui's brow furrowed at the sight, and he admonished, Lu Qi, what are you doing? Do you wish for your own demise? If Yenda learns you have killed Lily, you will face dire consequences. I've long since tired of this life. Damn it, you seducing harlot. Lu Qi spat furiously. Observing Lu Qi's furious demeanor, Lin Yu felt the situation spiraling beyond his expectations. Why was Lu Qi so incensed? Even if Lily had erred, what did it have to do with her? It was as if she were a wife confronting a concubine. Suddenly, Lin Yu had a realization. His eyes narrowed as he instinctively took a step back. It was entirely possible that this madwoman would indeed pull the trigger. In that moment, Zhang Zhihui swiftly grasped the barrel of Lu Qi's gun, forcefully shoving it aside. Bang! A gunshot echoed, the bullet striking the ground at Zhang Zhihui's feet and sending a spray of dirt into the air. Lu Qi had actually pulled the trigger. Whether it was intentional or not remained unclear. A wisp of smoke curled from the shotgun. Fury erupted within Zhang Zhihui. He glared at Lu Qi with a fierce intensity. His powerful arm shot up, seizing Lu Qi by the throat, causing the overweight woman to feel the grip of impending suffocation. In his rage, it was entirely plausible that he might actually kill her. The face of the plump woman quickly flushed with a vibrant hue, her blood surging to her forehead, rendering her visage akin to a crimson apple. Her eyes bulged, fixed in a menacing glare upon Zhang Zhihui. Next time, I will kill you. Zhang Zhihui forcefully shoved Lecky aside, his brow furrowing in discontent. Lecky stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling clumsily and becoming covered in dirt. Embarrassed and enraged, she rose and bellowed, "You will all pay for this." With that, she fled in fear. Zhang Zhihui's intimidating presence was palpable, and he appeared unperturbed by the gun in Lecky's possession. Lin Yu remained silent throughout, observing keenly. Nearby, the balding old Zhang displayed evident trepidation, clutching his backpack with a worried expression. "Humph, what a bunch of lowly scoundrels," Zhang Zhihui exclaimed, then turned to Lin Yu, his tone softening slightly. Lecky had previously been involved with Yinda for a time. Once Lily arrived, Lecky was naturally cast aside. "Did Yinda not mention this to you?" Lily shook her head in confusion, unaware that Lecky had once been Yinda's mistress. It was understandable. Yinda would never admit to having been involved with Lecky. The disparity between the overweight woman and Lily was as stark as that between a toad and a swan. At that time, Yinda had indeed been desperate. However, Lin Yu discerned that Lecky had derived considerable benefits from her association with Yinda, for her fury was not without cause. Nevertheless, it was best to refrain from discussing such sordid matters. Zhang Zhihui appeared quite agitated, prompting Lily to apologize. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Brother Hui, I caused you trouble." Zhang Zhihui glanced at Lily and waved dismissively. "It's fine." Although Lily was over 30, she retained an alluring charm, particularly in her demeanor. Having once been a teacher, with her tearful appearance, who could remain indifferent? Lecky failed to grasp that from the moment Lily arrived, her defeat was utterly assured. Lin Yu mused silently. "Brother Hui, you two harbor your own secrets." Lily led Lin Yu and his companions into a stone hut, retrieving the items they required for a standard transaction. At this juncture, Lin Yu realized why Lily sought out the several of them for the luminous stones. It turned out that Yin Da's stash was secured within this very stone hut. The hut also boasted a sturdier wooden door, which was locked. It was likely that Lily had no means of obtaining the key to that door. The outer chamber of the hut contained only mundane items. While the valuable possessions had long been concealed by Yinda, Lin Yu procured only a small amount of food. He could directly approach Zhang Zhihui for trousers. Meanwhile, old Zhang purchased several items at their original prices. At this moment, Zhang Zhihui remarked, "Lin Yu, I've heard you have some meat. Yinda has some here as well, but it is marked at a fixed price. If yours is cheaper, I wouldn't mind buying from you." Old Zhang nodded eagerly, looking expectantly at Lin Yu. "I have some. Just wait for me. I will retrieve it." "Excellent." Lin Yu returned once more, bringing with him the pieces of meat from his stone abode. The few individuals present sampled the morsels, their expressions transforming into ones of sheer delight. Lin Yu observed with satisfaction. The more they relished it, the greater his profit. Yet the absence of the plump woman, Lu Qi, was regrettable, for her presence could have yielded additional gains. Zhang Zhihui, savoring the meat, wore a contented demeanor and remarked, "What is this? The flavor is exquisite." "Lin Yu, pray tell, at what price do you offer it?" Lin Yu replied, "I do not wish to profit excessively from you, so I shall provide it at cost, 3 luminous stones for a bag." He had pre-measured the quantity at home. This bag would sustain an ordinary person for 3 days. The price of 3 luminous stones was not exorbitant, as one would be consumed daily. However, the contents of the bag comprised enhanced dried cockroaches. The actual cost of a bag of these dried cockroaches was merely half a luminous stone, allowing Lin Yu to reap a profit of approximately sixfold. Very well. I shall purchase it. Do you have any more? I will buy them all. Zhang Zhihui declared unabashedly. Me too. Old Zhang quickly raised his hand. Having just tasted a small sample from Lin Yu, the flavor lingered delightfully. Both Zhang Zhihui and Old Zhang felt an insatiable craving. Lin Yu, with a hint of regret, responded, I have little left, I apologize. This is actually all my stock. That's unfortunate, but do ensure that if you procure more in the future, you sell it to me first. Zhang Zhihui said with a smile. Certainly, no problem. Chapter 29, Alliance. Half an hour later, the exchange was completed. Each individual obtained what they desired. Lin Yu not only acquired a brand new pair of trousers, but also secured 6 radiant stones. Coupled with the 10 he borrowed from Misha, he now possessed a total of 18 radiant stones. He felt confident that nothing untoward would transpire that evening. Even if a specter were to appear, he would be well equipped to handle it. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui approached Lin Yu, smiling as he spoke. If you have the time, we could form an alliance and venture to Yuqing together. Yuqing? Lin Yu recalled Misha mentioning this place. She had sought refuge there. This only reaffirmed the notion that Yuqing was currently fraught with peril. Lin Yu was puzzled as to why Zhang Zhihui brought this up again. Noticing Lin Yu's bewilderment, Zhang Zhihui quickly clarified, indeed, Yuqing is quite dangerous at present. However, if we travel during the day, we should encounter minimal issues. Moreover, the goods here at Yanda are exorbitantly priced. As wilderness dwellers, we cannot access the fortress due to the lack of identification. If you seek to acquire more supplies, you must venture to Yuqing. You understand, Yuqing is a vast city brimming with all manner of goods. Yet, with opportunity comes risk. To obtain more, one must inevitably confront danger. What did you manage to acquire in Yuqing? Lin Yu inquired. Zhang Zhihui responded, everything you desire can be found there. Yuqing boasts supermarkets, shopping malls, and factories. It all depends on what you seek. Of course, the journey does carry certain risks, and a single day may prove insufficient. Even if we set off in the daylight, we would arrive in Yuqing by nightfall, relying solely on the radiant stones for protection. Consider it, he added. If you're interested, we can discuss it further. But if you have no desire to go, that is perfectly fine. Lin Yu nodded, committing this matter to memory. It appeared that the avenues for acquiring supplies extended beyond mere purchases from the postman. One could also seek out resources in other cities. It was evident that this was no secret. Yet, why did most individuals still opt to buy from Yanda? The answer was clear. Many were unwilling to take risks. The specters haunting the town were already frightful enough. No one wished to encounter even more terrifying anomalies. Well, we should head back. It's getting late, Zhang Zhihui remarked, casting a lingering glance at Lily before departing. The bald-headed man followed suit. With no further reason to linger, Lin Yu returned to his stone dwelling. He carried a bag filled entirely with radiant stones. Earlier, Zhang Zhihui had mentioned that a mixture of lime and ash could repel certain black insects. So Lin Yu procured some from Yanda. He had an abundance of lime, and Lily had not requested any payment from him. Upon returning to his stone house, Lin Yu set down the lime and proceeded to cut a considerable amount of wild grass. He ignited the mixture, waiting for the ashes to form before combining the lime and ashes together. He then placed the concoction into a dilapidated iron canister, anticipating the evening when he would scatter these substances around the stone dwelling. After completing this laborious task, Lin Yu felt utterly exhausted. It was only midday, yet he had not slept throughout the night. Coupled with the previous day's toil, Lin Yu had already been awake for 26 consecutive hours. He secured the wooden door and approached his bed. Many individuals, in fact, seldom found rest at night, opting instead to nap during the day. As night descended, phantom shadows would emerge, with those terrifying aberrations often knocking at the door. Even if they did not enter, the sound of their knocking was sufficient to keep one on edge, trembling in the darkness. Overwhelmed with fatigue, Lin Yu lay on his bed, and it wasn't long before he succumbed to a gentle snore. When he awoke, the afternoon had already arrived. A glance at his wristwatch revealed that he had slumbered for over 3 hours. Fortunately, it was still early. The clock showed 4 o'clock in the afternoon, granting him ample time to carve the radiant stones. He sat up, washed his face, and then approached the wooden table, ready to commence today's endeavor. He retrieved a smooth pebble and took out a small carving knife. Guided by the image of the azure, radiant rune in his mind, Lin Yu began to carve with utmost diligence. With great care, he etched each stroke, the hard blade scraping against the pebble, producing a crisp sound. The patterns gradually became clearer, and dust began to accumulate on his fingers. Slowly, the radiant rune emerged on the pebble's surface. It was a relatively uncomplicated rune, with simple lines and distinct patterns, forming a radiant symbol that emitted a soft azure glow. Lin Yu was unsure why this seemingly straightforward radiant rune demanded such a significant expenditure of mental energy. A momentary lapse in focus could lead to failure. In Lin Yu's recollection, radiant runes could only be carved by human hands. Those produced by machines held no efficacy. It was only by infusing the rune with human mental energy that the azure glow would manifest on the pebble, serving as the true weapon against the phantoms. After taking a sip of water, Lin Yu steeled himself and continued to carve the radiant rune. 2 hours later, the sky had fully darkened. At last, Lin Yu completed his task for the day. He gazed at the 3 azure radiant stones on the table, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. With his mental energy nearly depleted, he felt a dull ache in his head, and after resting for 10 minutes, he felt slightly better. He stretched languidly, then placed the carved radiant stones into his bag. Now, Lin Yu possessed 21 radiant stones, a sufficient arsenal to ward off the phantoms. He retrieved the lime and ash mixture from the corner and evenly sprinkled it on the ground, ensuring it surrounded the stone dwelling. The stone house where Lin Yu resided was exceedingly rudimentary, constructed from massive stones, lending it a rugged appearance. There were no significant mountains in the vicinity. Everyone had built their homes from large stones. In other regions, some survivors have taken refuge in caves, which, compared to stone houses, offer a modicum of safety. However, residing in a cave does not guarantee absolute security. The lethal rules governing these anomalous creatures are bizarre and often unpredictable. Only by thoroughly understanding the killing patterns of these aberrant beings can one identify vulnerabilities and ensure survival. Chapter 030. It called for companions as night fell. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to a tomb, devoid of any sound. The absence of chirping insects and the stillness of the night suggested that no one would dare venture outside. Lin Yu kindled a campfire and placed a luminous stone at the entrance. His gaze traversed the interior of the stone house, where the ground was strewn with a mixture of lime and plant powder. The luminous stone served not only to ward off spectral shadows, but also acted as an early warning system. However, the spectral shadows had evolved, significantly diminishing the efficacy of the azure luminous stone. To genuinely repel the spectral shadows, one would require at least 10 luminous stones for a single night. Of course, some fortunate individuals had encountered no spectral shadows throughout the night. Yet, Lin Yu could not afford to gamble on luck, especially after having severed an arm from one of the shadows the previous night. It had not perished, and it was highly likely that it would seek retribution. Thus, Lin Yu instinctively sensed that the spectral shadow would pay a visit that night, though he remained uncertain of its approach. Reclining beside the campfire, Lin Yu squinted his eyes and took a brief rest. At his feet lay a bag of luminous stones, and at his waist was secured an ice-blue battle axe. The newly purchased trousers, crafted from soft and thick black linen, offered comfort and warmth against the evening chill. He had just retrieved the anomaly detector, which had initially proven somewhat useful, but after a few minutes of use, the needle had returned to 0. Lin Yu attempted to give it a few taps, only to discover that the device was completely out of power. In truth, the anomaly detector had been quite effective in monitoring abnormal creatures within its vicinity. However, the items from Chundahai were either old and dilapidated, nearly obsolete, or simply out of battery, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat exasperated. Earlier that morning, he had overheard Zhang Zhihui discussing the alliance's plans, which involved forming teams to procure supplies from other cities. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu surmised that the Chun brothers not only scavenged for resources from local homes each morning, but might have also ventured to other cities to seek treasures. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess that map, which was so meticulously preserved? The map even marked certain routes, evidently verified as safe by Chundahai. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was the dead of night. Lin Yu remained leaned against the campfire, lost in a light slumber. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the space. The lime and plant powder in the corner of the stone house was instantly stirred up, filling the air with countless minuscule particles. The flames flickered, and the reflections within the stone house began to shimmer. Lin Yu, roused from his brief repose, slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. After the gust of wind passed, silence reclaimed the doorway. This unusual occurrence heightened Lin Yu's alertness. The likelihood of a spectral shadow seeking vengeance had significantly increased. His eyes remained fixed on the luminous stone at the entrance. Should the spectral shadow manifest, the stone would undoubtedly react. Yet, he observed no fading of the luminous stone, indicating that the sudden wind might not be caused by a spectral shadow after all. Lin Yu continued to watch intently, but no anomalies presented themselves. Just as he focused on the wooden door, an immense crashing sound erupted. Bang! The deafening sound jolted Lin Yu awake instantly. His brow furrowed deeply as he grasped his battle axe and rose to his feet. An unprecedented force of impact surged forth, as if the ghostly figure intended to breach the door directly. Its assault was nothing short of terrifying. This was no mere battering of the door with an arm. It resembled the cannonade against the wooden barrier. A tremendous sound erupted from the door. Yet, to Lin Yu's relief, the wooden door remained unscathed. Not even a single crack marred its surface. The formidable defense of the intermediate wooden door was astonishing, rendering the ghostly figure seemingly powerless. The radiant stone at the entrance had completely ceased to function. When the ghostly figure charged, the first radiant stone had flickered out, rendered utterly useless. However, the two adjacent radiant stones continued to emit a steady azure glow, maintaining their normal state. Lin Yu hurried over, peering through the peephole to glimpse the outside. A chill ran down his spine at what he beheld. Before the wooden door stood three ghostly figures, with the one missing an arm prominently at the forefront. It glared malevolently at the door, flanked by two similarly sized specters, helpers summoned by the one-armed ghost. Resorting to calling for reinforcements. Lin Yu inhaled sharply, taken aback by the insidious nature of the ghostly figure, which had summoned aid. Little did the specter realize that the wooden door, which had nearly succumbed to its assault the day before, had transformed overnight. The basic wooden door had been enhanced to an intermediate level, significantly boosting its defense. Reinforced with steel plating at its core, this door could withstand the specter's considerable strength. The earlier commotion could very well have been the result of a simultaneous charge from all three ghostly figures. Lin Yu speculated that such a scenario was quite plausible, for no single specter possessed such overwhelming power. The three malevolent figures fixated their gaze on the door, unaware that behind it, a vigilant observer was watching intently. The ghostly figures were cloaked in black feathers, resembling crows. Their elongated arms dangled down to their knees, covered in dense scales. Their claws glimmered with a sinister chill, while their legs were slender and bent, akin to those of birds. The specters' heads were bald, their pallid skin stretched tightly against their skulls, and their crimson eyes glared resentfully at the door, exhaling wisps of chilling mist. Lin Yu took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the battle axe. At that moment, the three ghostly figures suddenly retreated, their speed remarkable, as expected of spectral beings. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the yard outside. Lin Yu watched cautiously through the peephole, the distance obscuring his view, yet he could still make out the outlines of the three specters. With a whoosh, the three figures lunged forward like lightning, crashing violently into the wooden door. Bang! A tremendous sound resonated, and a powerful shockwave surged forth. An ominous breeze swept beneath Lin Yu's feet, and he felt the terrifying force, as if it had gripped his heart with a vice-like hold. The wooden door exhibited a subtle curve, only to swiftly return to its original form, devoid of any cracks. The formidable defensive prowess of the intermediate wooden door unfolded once more before Lin Yu, its strength both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Lin Yu's breath quickened in response. The specters moved with alarming speed. A direct collision would leave him no opportunity to escape. Yet the intermediate wooden door withstood it all. A chilling sensation coursed through his feet as a cold wind dimmed another luminous stone on the ground, stripping it of its protective capabilities. You may be strong, but I shall remain within. Let us see how you fare. The defensive capabilities of the intermediate wooden door clearly indicated that these three specters could not breach its sanctum. At that moment, the specters were equally perplexed. How could a door, once so dilapidated, transform into this formidable barrier overnight? Such terrifying fortitude. Was this truly merely a wooden door? The assaults of the three specters proved futile as they reappeared before the door. Lin Yu regarded them with a frigid gaze, a thought lingering in his mind. Are you frustrated? Naturally, he dared not voice this sentiment. Who could fathom the wrath of these three specters should they become utterly enraged? It was entirely possible that they had already reached that boiling point. Chapter 031. The Revenge of the Phantom. A ground strewn with corpses, the Phantom, with a severed arm, harbored the greatest malice. Its combat prowess had been significantly diminished due to Lin Yu severing one of its arms. Consequently, it had summoned two other phantoms, anticipating a feast this night. Little did it know that this cunning human had preemptively replaced the door. If you possessed such capability, why not have changed it sooner? I would not have come here. The phantom pondered in vain, yet its vengeful gaze spoke volumes to Lin Yu within the stone house. It had no intention of retreating, driven by an overwhelming desire for revenge. The phantom approached the wooden door, seemingly venting its fury. A single claw slashed wildly at the door, the eerie sound of its attack resonating in the stillness outside. The three phantoms were unable to breach the door, and this one-armed phantom could not tear apart the wooden barrier with just one claw. It was merely a futile expression of rage. After several minutes of assault, only shallow scratches marred the surface of the intermediate wooden door, akin to the marks left by a small knife, causing no real damage whatsoever. Lin Yu remained steadfast behind the door, coldly observing its antics. At that moment, the other two phantoms suddenly vanished. Lin Yu immediately scanned the sides of the stone house. The lime and wood powder in the corners seemed to be stirred by an unseen breath, scattering into the air. In the next instant, the two phantoms began to hammer against the walls with frenzied intensity. They lifted their arms like two formidable hammers, smashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. Bang! 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 The sound of the phantoms striking the robust and heavy stone wall echoed throughout. Lin Yu hurried over, noticing that the sturdy wall began to tremble slightly. Clumps of earth from the wall's crevices tumbled down, revealing larger gaps through which the phantom bodies could almost be seen. The black feathers upon the phantom quivered as its claws relentlessly assailed the stone wall. Though the wall was formidable, it could not withstand such frenzied assault from the phantoms for long. Lin Yu swiftly retrieved a radiant stone and pressed it against the gaps, a blue light emanating from it. Just as he bent down, he caught sight of a phantom stealthily peering through the opening. It seemed to have confirmed the presence of a survivor within. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Yu was drenched in cold sweat. He had never seen a phantom's eyes up close before. The icy, resentful gaze that met his was terrifying. The large pupils radiated an ominous crimson glow. The red irises utterly ghastly. Without a trace of emotion, it was the visage of a true monster. With a decisive motion, Lin Yu pressed the radiant stone against the crevice, and the phantom immediately sensed the energy emanating from it. It attempted to continue its assault, but the blue light from the radiant stone caused it considerable discomfort. After securing the stone, Lin Yu retrieved several more radiant stones, filling the gaps one by one. Within mere minutes, all the openings were sealed with radiant stones. The phantom, upon witnessing this, revealed a countenance of loathing and hatred. Lin Yu still possessed a significant number of radiant stones. He feared neither the phantom's wall bashing nor their potential breach of the intermediate wooden door. Lin Yu found himself in a stalemate with the shadowy specters, resolute in his decision not to open the door. Several hours elapsed, during which the three phantoms ceased their relentless assault. Their persistent efforts proved futile against the sturdy wooden door and the solid stone walls. At last, the three specters exchanged one last wistful glance at the modest stone dwelling before mysteriously vanishing. Lin Yu glanced at the watch on his wrist. They had arrived at midnight and departed at 3 o'clock, having entwined themselves with him for nearly half the night. Once the phantoms had departed, Lin Yu remained unsure if they had truly left. The night belonged to the extraordinary beings, and humans dared not venture outside recklessly. He retrieved the radiant stones from the crevice, many of which had already been rendered useless. In just 3 hours, he had expended no less than 9 radiant stones. Although 9 may seem considerable, it was not particularly alarming, especially given that 3 vengeful phantoms had come to confront him. If all 3 had appeared simultaneously within the stone house, it was likely that dozens of radiant stones would not have sufficed for his defense. The remaining hours passed in tranquility. The campfire continued to burn gently, casting a warm glow throughout the small stone abode. The anticipated swarm of dark insects did not materialize, and the lime powder in the corner proved ineffective. 3 hours later, the sky began to brighten. The crisis had passed, and Lin Yu awoke, having gained new insights into the combat prowess of the specters from the previous night. He approached the water tank, retrieved some water from the filter to wash his face, and then nibbled on some jerky. He poked the campfire to stoke the flames, ensuring he could boil water. Upon opening the wooden door, he immediately inspected the marks left by the phantom's attack. The door bore no cracks, only a multitude of scratch marks that were not particularly severe, resembling the traces left by a cat's claws, with the underlying steel plate remaining concealed. The thickness of the intermediate wooden door was at least the width of a palm. The wood itself was not ordinary. It was exceptionally hard and resilient. The phantoms had no capacity to breach such a door. However, just as Lin Yu finished his inspection, he was suddenly struck by a foul stench. Instinctively, his nerves tightened, and his gaze darted toward the entrance. A chill ran down his spine as he gasped in horror. The steps outside the stone house were littered with numerous corpses, haphazardly strewn about like refuse. The stench emanating from these decaying human bodies was overwhelming, reminiscent of a refuse heap. It was unclear how long they had been dead. Some were severed in two, others decapitated, while some were eviscerated, their bodies caked in dirt, emitting waves of repugnant odor. All these corpses shared a common trait. They were in an advanced state of decomposition, exuding an unbearable stench. This was a phantom's cruel jest, a signal that they would return. It served as a warning, a grim message from the shadows to Lin Yu, that one day he too would meet such a fate. He would become a lifeless body, discarded and trampled upon. Is your mother aware of your vengeful heart? Lin Yu bellowed in anger. Today's task was initially straightforward, to repair the house and continue sculpting the radiant stone. However, the complexity of the assignment had now escalated. He was required to clear the corpses from the entrance. Enraged, Lin Yu slammed the wooden door shut. The foul stench wafting from outside was utterly nauseating. Fortunately, he had eaten little that morning. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to the urge to vomit. Anyone who opened the door and beheld such a multitude of decayed bodies would undoubtedly feel a wave of revulsion. Sooner or later, I shall ensure your demise. Lin Yu retrieved a shovel from within the stone house, tearing a piece of tattered cloth to fashion a makeshift mask. His eyes shimmered with a blend of fury and helplessness as he opened the door, commencing the first task of the day. Chapter 32. Commencing the reinforcement of the stone wall as Lin Yu stepped outside wielding a shovel, a gentle warmth enveloped his legs. This sensation was akin to weary limbs submerged in a soothing hot spring, providing him with immense comfort. The warmth manifested swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. When this peculiar warmth ebbed away, Lin Yu felt as if his legs had been rejuvenated, as if he had been granted a second life. A powerful surge of strength coursed through his limbs, signaling the conclusion of their enhancement. Simultaneously, he experienced an elevation in speed. Indeed, once that extraordinary feeling vanished, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon other objects, revealing prompts for potential reinforcement. However, he refrained from immediately commencing the enhancement process. Instead, he scrutinized his legs. At first glance, they appeared unchanged. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the muscles had become more robust and well-defined, exuding an explosive potential. Furthermore, the skin on his legs had transformed, now exhibiting a refined smoothness and a healthy, sun-kissed hue. Power emanated from his thighs, swiftly radiating throughout his legs. He could distinctly feel the augmentation of both speed and strength. Previously, after enhancing his arms, he had experienced a significant surge of power. Now, having completed the enhancement of his legs, he was eager to test their capabilities. Lin Yu set the shovel aside, bent at the waist, and in the next moment, he unleashed a tremendous force. The strength in his legs propelled him forth like an arrow, racing out with astonishing speed. In mere seconds, he burst forth from the courtyard and found himself standing before a grand tree, its trunk wide enough to embrace with both arms. Though he did not time himself, he could unmistakably sense that his speed had surpassed the world record for sprints, and he felt no trace of fatigue. He ran several laps, akin to a swift cheetah, as the cold wind whipped against him, causing his garments to flutter audibly. My speed has increased at least 3- or 4-fold, and this is merely the result of a single enhancement. If I continue to reinforce myself, who knows, I might rival mutants or extraordinary beings. The overwhelming strength coursing through him swept away the shadows of doubt in his heart. Now, when he gazed upon the decaying corpses strewn across the yard, he felt far less agitated. With both his hands and legs fortified, Lin Yu realized that the effects were not merely additive. They were synergistic, yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. The enhancement of his limbs allowed for a more harmonious integration of his movements, hence the extraordinary sensation. Understanding this, he approached the massive tree, which stood as wide as a person could embrace. His eyes gleamed with determination as he steadied his breath. The enhancement of his legs was not solely about increased speed. It also conferred considerable power. This was no trivial enhancement. He slightly bent his knees, positioning his right foot back, preparing to execute a side kick. He inhaled deeply, then channeled his strength into his body, using his hips to drive his thighs, concentrating all his power in his calves. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu delivered a powerful side kick against the trunk of the tree. A formidable force surged from his calf, colliding with the ancient tree. The resilient bark splintered upon impact, revealing the stark white trunk within. Leaves cascaded down like a gentle rain. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, although this kick did not unleash a torrent of devastation. It was potent enough to shatter human bones. However, Lin Yu also realized that his strength and speed had indeed been augmented. Yet, he lacked any combat techniques or lethal skills. This realization left him contemplative. Possessing immense strength without the finesse of technique was insufficient. He resolved to acquire a manual of martial arts to enhance his combat proficiency. His mind was occupied with only rudimentary fighting techniques, and due to the absence of systematic training, he was unable to fully harness their ultimate potential. To truly maximize his physical capabilities, it was imperative to learn genuine martial arts. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, there were no constraints. The ability to wield combat skills to their fullest was paramount. Lives held little value, and the law had lost its authority. To survive, one must act with ruthless determination. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu approached the entrance of the stone chamber. He paid no heed to the decaying corpses on the ground, which emitted a foul stench, and stepped inside. Before him, a prompt materialized, indicating the possibility of enhancement. Strengthen the walls of the stone chamber. Confirm enhancement of the stone chamber walls. Enhancement duration, 17 hours and 22 minutes. The enhancement time was not excessively long, which was acceptable. Was this brevity due to the low cost of strengthening the walls? Lin Yu recalled that previously, when he had attempted to reinforce the stone chamber, the duration had been significantly longer, so protracted, in fact, that he might have perished before the process completed. Consequently, he had abandoned this notion at that time, opting instead to enhance the wooden door. After the door's enhancement concluded, the next enhancement duration had inexplicably shortened. Lin Yu speculated that perhaps his own fortitude had increased, thereby reducing the enhancement time. This was merely a hypothesis. He was uncertain of its validity. If true, then by continuously improving his strength, he could likewise diminish the enhancement durations. Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the food upon the table, including some moldy bread and unenhanced cockroach jerky. He vividly remembered that his initial attempt to reinforce the bread and cockroach jerky had taken 25 minutes. He wondered if that time had now been reduced. If so, it would validate his theory. He swiftly approached, focusing intently on the bread and cockroach jerky. Strengthen the moldy bread and cockroach jerky. This time, the enhancement weight mirrored that of his previous attempt, and as Lin Yu completed his command, another enhancement prompt appeared before him. Would you like to enhance the moldy bread and cockroach jerky? Yes. Enhancement commencing. Enhancement duration, 17 minutes. Lin Yu's eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, time has been significantly reduced. It was previously 25 minutes, and now it stands at 17, a remarkable decrease of 30%. The fleeting 17 minutes soon elapsed, transforming the moldy bread and the desiccated cockroach into something entirely different. One morphed into a creamy loaf, while the other became jerky. Lin Yu curiously glanced at the other items and discovered that all had experienced a 30% reduction in time. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Although the enhancement time for the moldy bread was merely shortened by 7 minutes, this was simply due to the brief duration of its enhancement. Should the time-consuming items also benefit from a 30% reduction, it would undoubtedly save Lin Yu a considerable amount of time. His rate of improvement would also ascend to a new threshold. Lin Yu's stone cottage lacked windows. He only needed to enhance the walls and roof. Furthermore, as the roof also served as a wall, they could be upgraded together, which could be considered a cohesive unit. The immediate priority was to bolster the defensive capabilities of his sanctuary. The ghostly shadows would not relent easily. Once his defenses were fully upgraded, he would confront the specters. Enhance the walls of the stone cottage, Lin Yu declared decisively. The system notification reappeared before his eyes. Confirm enhancement of the stone cottage walls? Enhancement time, 17 hours and 22 minutes. Confirm. Enhancement in progress. For Lin Yu, 17 hours and 22 minutes was not excessively long. The current time was 6:45 a.m. This meant he would complete the enhancement around midnight. If the ghostly shadows were to approach later that night, they would surely meet their demise before him. As Lin Yu envisioned facing the specters directly, thoughts of slaughter danced in his mind. The ghostly shadows were not devoid of value as anomalous creatures. Eliminating them might yield significant rewards. Gradually, a scheme began to take shape within Lin Yu's thoughts. Chapter 033. The gunshot at dawn. Lin Yu approached the entrance, shovel in hand. The sight of the tragedy required urgent attention. He could not allow the bodies to linger at his doorstep. The stench emanating from the decaying corpses could attract disaster during the night. Thus, Lin Yu needed to expedite the grim task, as other matters awaited his attention. Clad in a tattered black coat and wearing a mask, he rolled up his sleeves and began to labor. The bodies were nearly unrecognizable, having succumbed to advanced decomposition. All that remained were darkened skeletons and severed limbs, their garments stained with mud and dark blood. Without pausing to inspect closely, Lin Yu focused solely on the expeditious removal of the putrid remains. His strength and speed had been notably enhanced. He worked with a vigor akin to a machine, moving with remarkable swiftness. As he toiled amidst the decay, a hurried figure approached from a distance. Mei Sha was making her way toward Lin Yu's stone cottage. When she was still 100 meters away, the foul odor assailed her senses. Covering her nose, she furrowed her brow in disbelief as she observed Lin Yu's industriousness. She quickened her pace, calling out, "Lin Yu, there has been an incident." "What?" Lin Yu lifted his gaze, meeting Mei Sha's anxious eyes. He could see her concern, and though he wished to inquire further, the noxious atmosphere stifled his words. "Something has happened at Li Li's house. Zhang Jihui and the others have already gone there. There were gunshots this morning. It might be an anomalous creature," Mei Shi explained rapidly. An anomalous creature? Lin Yu halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. There were only two known anomalies in the town: the ghostly figure that attacked at night and the tide of black insects. Both had lingered for some time, and he had not heard of any new threats. "Yes," Mei Sha affirmed emphatically, drawing closer to Lin Yu. "That is why I came to tell you. If it comes to it, we may need to evacuate. The situation is becoming increasingly perilous." "What is happening here? Why are there so many corpses?" Mei Sha inquired, surveying the yard littered with decomposing bodies. It was impressive that Lin Yu could manage to work in such a horrific environment. With a resigned tone, Lin Yu replied, "Last night, the ghostly figure ambushed me. It didn't kill me, perhaps out of spite. It is typical of them to engage in such acts. But this is the first time I've seen a ghostly figure dispose of bodies. I'll help you," Mei Sha declared. Stepping past Lin Yu toward the entrance of the stone cottage. However, upon reaching the door, she was momentarily paralyzed with shock, her hand dropping from her face involuntarily. Her beautiful visage was etched with astonishment as she gazed incredulously at the wooden door before her. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, its formidable presence became evident. The sturdy, thick door, though seemingly ordinary, was indeed impervious. Fresh claw marks adorned its surface, reminiscent of scratches made by a cat, causing little harm to the resilient wooden barrier. Misha gazed at the intermediate wooden door before her, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. She had believed her own wooden door, reinforced numerous times, to be quite commendable. Yet, when compared to Lin Yu's door, hers seemed almost childish. Not only did it appear worn and patched, but it also lacked the solid reliability of Lin Yu's creation. As Misha examined the door's center, she noticed a peephole, and the lock below appeared to have been upgraded, resembling a formidable anti-theft mechanism. Such a caliber of wooden door was undoubtedly beyond the craftsmanship of any survivor in this post-apocalyptic world. In awe, Misha chose to remain silent, opting for discretion amid her curiosity. Since Lin Yu had not spoken of it, she felt it was not her place to inquire. Given the current state of their relationship, which was still somewhat distant, she was aware that Lin Yu harbored secrets, but she had not anticipated the multitude of mysteries surrounding him. Lin Yu observed Misha's silhouette, sensing that she had likely pieced together something significant. He remained taciturn, knowing that such matters would eventually come to light. There was nothing particularly surprising about it. Moreover, as time progressed, Lin Yu would accumulate even more powerful possessions. Eventually, the truth would be undeniable, but by that time, he would possess the ability to silence any dissent. He had even devised a plausible explanation. Should Misha inquire, he would simply claim that he had previously studied woodworking and had been experimenting with it in recent days. Misha, however, refrained from asking about the door. She was certainly astute, and Lin Yu's appraisal of her intellect had risen slightly. 15 minutes later, Lin Yu had completed his task. He had used a shovel to dispose of the decaying corpses in a remote patch of wasteland, digging a large pit to bury them all. Among the remains, he encountered a familiar face. Chindahai's corpse lay amongst the others. Whether by design or mere coincidence, it was unclear. Lin Yu distinctly remembered the jacket Chindahai had worn, which made his visage unforgettable even in death. After disposing of the bodies, Lin Yu approached the wooden door once more. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and gestured for Misha to enter alongside him. Upon entering, Misha surveyed the stone room and noted that there was little alteration. It bore a striking resemblance to her own stone dwelling, albeit with a plethora of additional items. She recognized these objects as having been salvaged from Chindahai, with Lin Yu putting them to good use. "Wait for me a moment. I need to wash my face," Lin Yu said. "Norus, me saripleiv," feeling somewhat awkward as she sat on a bench, uncertain of what to occupy herself with, her mind wandering aimlessly. After washing his face, Lin Yu shook out his clothing, preparing for whatever lay ahead. Fortunately, Lin Yu dealt with the decaying corpses using a shovel, leaving no foul stench lingering on him. After a while, he approached Misha. "You mentioned that new anomalous creatures have emerged here. What exactly is happening?" Upon hearing this, Misha relayed all the information she possessed to Lin Yu. However, her purpose in coming here extended beyond merely informing him. She earnestly hoped that Lin Yu would leave the town. Misha astutely discerned that the town had grown increasingly perilous. Although the specter had not troubled her in recent days, and she had crafted numerous luminous stones, the specter had evolved. The anomalous creatures had become even more terrifying and bizarre. The best strategy for survivors to confront such monsters was to evade them. There are no other viable options. Even the regular army frequently suffered defeats, let alone individuals like them, considering that the weaponry in the hands of the regular military was the most advanced available. Chapter 034. The deceptive individual, let us first investigate what has transpired. When will Yinda return? Do you have any idea? Yinda will not be back for at least 2 more days. It typically takes him around 5 or 6 days to procure supplies, and sometimes even longer, up to a week. What do you think Yinda would do if he were here? As the sole postman in the town, he not only manages the local resources and assists the townsfolk, but also keeps a vigilant eye on the unusual creatures that inhabit this place. It is not difficult for Lin Yu to discern the true purpose behind the post office's decision to station these postmen in the town. Could it really be merely for the convenience of the survivors? Lin Yu suspects there is more to the story. Yinda's presence here is likely intended for the observation of these anomalous beings, allowing him to report back to the post office at any given moment. He would compile the invaluable intelligence for the post office, which would then be able to make meticulous assessments and classify the anomalies accordingly. Understanding these aberrant creatures is crucial to uncovering their vulnerabilities. None would dare recklessly charge into the unknown. Lin Yu's inquiry momentarily stuns Mei Sha, who had never truly considered what Yinda might be doing here. Based on her knowledge of Yinda, this cautious and timid individual would undoubtedly be the first to flee should he encounter an anomaly beyond his control. I cannot say what Yinda would do. You know him well enough. He would never take unnecessary risks. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct, but have you pondered the possibility that Yinda might misreport?" Misreport? Mei Sha furrowed her brow, perplexed by Lin Yu's assertion. There are stringent regulations among the postmen. Misreporting is met with severe consequences. Even the survivors are aware of this. If a previously unseen, yet low-level anomaly were to appear, the post office would promptly dispatch investigators. Such investigators may not always eliminate the anomalous beings. Rather, they assess the risks and classify the anomalies. Even low-level anomalies are not easily vanquished. Otherwise, there would not be such a proliferation of these entities across the globe. Humanity serves as fertile ground for the propagation of these aberrations, and unless every human is eradicated, these creatures will only grow stronger. If a postman fails to report or provides erroneous information that leads to the death of an investigator, the post office would impose severe penalties, likely resulting in their permanent erasure. Having considered this, Mei Sha remains uncertain about the implications of Lin Yu's suggestion of misreporting. Why would Yinda choose to misreport? Is he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the higher-ups at the post office? This is merely my conjecture, Lin Yu replied. And given that Yinda is not here, he cannot even attempt to misreport. Let us proceed to investigate. Yes, it's just ahead. I shall lead the way. Mei Sha and Lin Yu walked side by side along the narrow path. The town was modest in size, but the residences were rather dispersed, requiring almost half an hour to reach Lily's abode. The town had previously housed a number of survivors. Yet, the specter has wreaked havoc for so long, claiming the lives of many. Everywhere, one can see stone houses with wooden doors ajar, emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of tombs. There are also some wooden cabins, once the abodes of early survivors, now rendered uninhabitable, unable to withstand the onslaught of the specter. The pervasive scene of desolation stirs a profound melancholy, an inexplicable sorrow rising within the heart. Those stone houses stand deserted, appearing from afar like solitary graves. Before long, Lin Yu and Mei Sha arrived at Lily's doorstep. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui and old Zhang were already stationed at the entrance, their demeanor tense, their expressions grim. Zhang Zhihui wielded a shotgun, while old Zhang bore a backpack that seemed to conceal some weaponry. To one side, Lily knelt on the ground, her face streaked with tears, desperately gazing at the tightly shut door of the stone house. Zhang Zhihui also possessed a firearm, a fact that had gone unnoticed until now, which explained his lack of fear towards Li Qi. He seemed to be quite skilled. The audacity with which Zhang Zhihui handled the gun suggested he was not an amateur. Lin Yu remained unaware of Zhang Zhihui's true identity, yet he began to piece together the clues from the way he held the weapon. With his right hand grasping the gun, he swept the muzzle from side to side, his index finger poised near the trigger, and his feet positioned in a stance indicative of preparedness. He had likely undergone professional training, embodying the readiness to fire at any moment. The sound of shuffling footsteps emerged from the muddy ground. Zhang Zhihui glanced back, and upon seeing Lin Yu, offered a slight nod as a gesture of camaraderie. Before his gaze returned to the stone house with renewed vigilance, Lin Yu approached Zhang Zhihui and inquired, "What has transpired?" Zhang Zhihui shook his head. "I am uncertain. However, there are anomalous entities within this house. What they are, I do not know." "Lily, can you speak now?" Mei Sha hastily interjected. "We heard the gunfire clearly this morning. It originated from here. What exactly happened, Lily?" Zhang Zhihui replied darkly, "It is not wise to discuss it now. It will be troublesome if Yenda returns. Moreover, the anomalous entities may emerge at night. You understand the peril they pose better than I do you not?" I. Woe is me. It is all my fault. I have wronged my son," Lily cried out, covering her face in anguish. Lin Yu observed her distress, silently contemplating the situation. He was unarmed, save for a battle axe secured at his waist. During the day, anomalous entities typically do not manifest. At least that is the case in this small town, which is why Zhang Zhihui and the others dared to approach. If the situation remained unclear, none could predict what those entities might do within the stone house come nightfall. "Please, do not cry." Mei Sha crouched beside Lily, gently patting her trembling shoulders in an attempt to soothe her wounded spirit. "My son has been infected, yet the affliction within him remains unexpelled. The luminous stone possesses the power to subdue the malevolence residing in his body. Yenda informed me that as long as I procure the medicine, my son's ailment can be cured. Why did I shamelessly succumb to a night with Yenda? Was it not all for the sake of my son? Oh, what have I done wrong?" Lily's anguished cries echoed, igniting the resentment that lay dormant within her. She lifted her gaze toward the stone chamber, her eyes ablaze with fury. "This morning, Luqi sought me out, and I presumed she bore some urgent news. However, after deceiving me into opening the door, her true intention was to take my life. We clashed, and I was no match for her. I was swiftly overpowered and brought to the ground. Yet her intent was not solely to end my life, but also to extinguish my son S. She sought him out, only to find that she too had succumbed to the infection." Lily recounted the truth in fragmented phrases, and upon mentioning Luqi's own affliction, her tone noticeably lightened. Luqi wished to kill Lily, yet how much did Lily long for the same fate for Luqi? Chapter 035. The killing rules of the skinwalker. Lin Yu's expression suddenly shifted to one of gravity. This indicated that an anomalous entity had indeed manifested within the stone abode, infecting 2 individuals. The methods of murder employed by such entities are varied, and their rules of killing differ significantly. Not all anomalous beings emerge from the shadows of night, retreating at the break of dawn. Some operate in daylight, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Additionally, there exist entities that function parasitically, embedding themselves within the bodies of humans or animals, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Moreover, these anomalous beings are capable of infecting humans. Regardless of the method, the ultimate outcome remains singular: death. The atmosphere grew tense as the group exchanged steely glances. Zhang Zhihui inquired, "What kind of anomalous entity resides within your son? Do you have any knowledge of it?" Lily, trembling, cast a fearful gaze at Zhang Zhihui and whispered, "Yenda has encountered it," he said. "He said it is a skinwalker." Skinwalker. A collective gasp escaped the lips of those present, save for Lin Yu, who regarded them with puzzled eyes, sensing a shared understanding that eluded him. Among them, only Zhang Zhihui had extensive experience and was well versed in the hierarchy of anomalous beings. At that moment, his countenance darkened significantly. "Damn it, Yenda knows why he hasn't reported this. Damn it, the Skinwalker is a level 3 anomalous entity. It is on par with the evolved Ghost Shadow." Lin Yu was aware that anomalous beings were categorized by levels. Level 1 entities resembled black insects, posing minimal threat to humans and manageable through certain means. Level 2 entities, however, were considerably more perilous, akin to the Ghost Shadow. Level 3 entities were rare. It took the Ghost Shadow considerable time to ascend from level 2 to level 3. In contrast, the Skinwalker was classified as a level 3 entity from the outset, indicating its superiority over the Ghost Shadow and its terrifying prowess. At this juncture, Lin Yu asked, "How long has the Skinwalker been present in your son?" Lily looked at Lin Yu, fear evident in her voice. It has been over 10 days. Yin mentioned that it seems to be in a state of incubation. He went to Fortress 11 to fetch medication, assuring me that once he returns, everything will be resolved. He will be back tomorrow, he promised, all because of Lecky. Still in incubation? Lin Yu queried, casting a perplexed glance at Zhang Zhihui. Zhang Zhihui elucidated, indeed, some anomalous beings behave this way. Once the incubation concludes, they commence their killing spree. The duration of this incubation remains uncertain, but the host is certain to perish. With a sigh, Zhang Zhihui continued, Lily, why did you not inform me sooner? Yinda may have deceived you. Zhang Zhihui left his statement unfinished, yet the others seemed to grasp the implication. Yinda might not have gone to retrieve medication after all. He could be summoning aid. When the investigators arrive, it would signify the death knell for Lily's son. A skinwalker in the early stages of incubation had yet to unleash its lethal potential. Even a level 3 anomalous creature should be manageable by the post office, you say? Lily was rendered speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief. Zhang Zhihui had already lost interest in Lily, his gaze shifting to Lin Yu beside him. Lecky is likely already infected. The method by which the skinwalker kills is most peculiar, something I have only heard of before. What method is that? None of those present had ever encountered a skinwalker. Lily had seen one, yet she remained unaware of how to confront it. Zhang Zhihui turned his attention to the tranquil stone house, sensing that something horrific lurked within, instilling a sense of vigilance in his heart. The skinwalker had once obliterated an entire city, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. Its method of killing is a response. A response? Zhang Zhihui nodded, explaining, yes. The skinwalker can parasitize a human body. Once the host responds, the skinwalker immediately possesses them, while the original remains alive, akin to a breeding body. One splits into two, two into four. Thus, the cycle continues until the entire city is overrun with skinwalkers. Once they mature, they eliminate their hosts to achieve evolution. Lily, your son's survival does not stem from the luminous stone's protection. Rather, it is because you did not respond to it. Lily quickly nodded, recalling Yin Da's warning to her. Never respond to a skinwalker. Never engage with anything it says, nor touch it. This is one of the conditions for breeding. Zhang Zhihui stated, this is problematic. There are 2 skinwalkers inside the stone house. We cannot remain here. The reproductive capacity of a skinwalker is extraordinarily high. Once it has parasitized a body, unless it is completely eradicated, death is inevitable. I have seldom seen survivors capable of eliminating a skinwalker. What shall we do now? Old Zhang finally spoke up, his face tense with concern. The outside world is teeming with anomalous creatures, and for now, only shadows haunt the town. Compared to other places, this is relatively safe, and he was reluctant to leave. We must eliminate them. Zhang Zhihui stated without hesitation. How do we kill them? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhihui acknowledged. Skinwalkers fear fire, but they remain hidden within the stone house. How can we incinerate them? Moreover, at night, skinwalkers venture out and knock on doors. The knocking signifies that the skinwalker has finished hatching. It begins to roam freely, seeking its next survivor and claiming more lives to qualify for evolution. The group was at a loss, all eyes fixed on the stone house. Unlike wooden doors and ordinary homes, the stone house is not susceptible to fire. Since Zhang Zhihui suggested using fire, it indicated that it was not merely a matter of igniting a flame. We must roast them on a spit over a fierce fire. In other words, we must burn Lily's son and Lecky alive. Old Zhang, go fetch some gasoline. Misha, gather firewood. Lin Yu, we will encircle this place with firewood and ignite it at night. It must burn throughout the night. This way, at the very least, we can prevent the skinwalkers from emerging and knocking on the door. Lin Yu Dao, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Upon witnessing this, Lily immediately clasped Zhang Zhihui's thigh with both hands, weeping fervently. Please, I implore you, do not let my son perish in flames. He can be saved. Yin has claimed that with the medicine, my son can be rescued. I beseech you. Zhang Zhihui furrowed his brows, responding coldly, it is futile. Yinda is deceiving you. His intentions are merely to seduce you. Do you genuinely believe there exists a remedy in this world to save your son? Please, I beg you, Brother Hui, Do not act this way. What do you desire? I will grant you anything. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Let's share a bed. You may have your way. Just spare my son, I beg you, until Yanda returns. I implore you. Lin Yu observed Zhang Zhihui, recalling the peculiar glint in his eyes when he regarded Lily the previous day. Perhaps Zhang Zhihui harbored a slight affection for Lily, restrained only by his pride. Otherwise, why would he have intervened when Lecky sought to eliminate Lily? Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Zhang Zhihui struck decisively, delivering a precise chop to Lily's neck. Her body instantly succumbed, collapsing at his feet. Zhang Zhihui turned to Lin Yu and whispered, "There is no salvation. It is all lost." Lin Yu, witnessing this, felt a begrudging admiration for Zhang Zhihui. His actions were swift, ruthless, and devoid of hesitation. Despite Lily's desperate pleas, Zhang Zhihui remained unmoved, a quality Lin Yu found commendable. In the face of impending doom, eliminate the saintly first. Lily's words stirred not a shred of empathy within Lin Yu. His sole concern was the annihilation of the deceptive creature. Her son's fate was of no consequence. Though infected, she remained silent about it. Her son must meet his end. Chapter 036, The Second Skinwalker. It was uncertain whether the commotion at the entrance had drawn the attention of the Skinwalker. This was Lin Yu's first encounter with such an entity, classified as a Level 3 anomaly. The heavy wooden door emitted an eerie creak as it swung open, revealing a small boy. He was clad in tattered, filthy garments, the front of which was stained beyond recognition. The boy's complexion was unnaturally pale, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse, devoid of any color. Yet his eyes shone with an unsettling red glow, akin to two glistening garnets. Even in daylight, the brightness of his gaze was disconcerting, particularly when directed towards a human. The boy, radiating an uncanny crimson light, fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui, who were at a considerable distance from the stone dwelling. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui grew increasingly vigilant, aiming his shotgun at the boy by the door. Lin Yu stood nearby, sensing the chilling aura emanating from the child. Despite the distance, the frigid presence caused Lin Yu to furrow his brow, instinctively reaching for the battle axe at his waist. Should the boy possessed by the Skinwalker make any sudden moves, Lin Yu was prepared to act without hesitation. The boy, however, remained motionless. Instead, he turned his attention to Lily, who lay unconscious at Zhang Zhihui's feet, evidently oblivious to her son's cries. "What have you done to my mother?" the boy asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood that responding to the child's inquiries was ill-advised. Even an inadvertent answer could lead to complications if the logic was flawed. Lin Yu nodded cautiously, aware that anomalies venturing out in daylight warranted his utmost prudence. "Uncle, speak to me. What is happening?" The boy's voice reached Lin Yu's ears, unsettlingly unnatural, as if some creature were constricting the boy's throat to produce the sound. Lin Yu noted that he did not even see the boy's lips move, yet the eerie childlike voice echoed forth. "What have you done to my mother?" The peculiar voice rang out once more, the Skinwalker fixating on Zhang Zhihui. "Be careful, I am about to fire," Zhang Zhihui warned, but before he could finish, the boy was abruptly yanked inside the stone house. A plump, pallid hand appeared on the boy's shoulder, and with a swift motion, he vanished from Lin Yu's sight. In the next instant, a dark muzzle of a gun emerged through the crevice of the door. In the shadows loomed a corpulent woman, her eyes glinting with malice as she regarded Zhang Zhihui from outside. Luqi leveled her shotgun at Zhang Zhihui's chest. In the blink of an eye, the air was pierced by the sound of gunfire. Boom! The bullets surged forth, enveloped in a wave of heat, hurtling directly towards Zhang Zhihui. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, causing a splash of muck to erupt at his feet. In the next moment, he raised his shotgun, launching a furious counterattack. Boom! Boom! Zhang Zhihui brandished the shotgun in his hands, scarcely needing to aim as he unleashed a barrage of fire. The relentless hail of bullets pounded against the dilapidated wooden door, creating a multitude of pockmarks. The shotgun's close-range assault was truly terrifying. Zhang Zhihui exhibited remarkable skill, the kind befitting a seasoned warrior. After several shots, the figure of Lecky behind the door was rendered a mere sieve. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed upon the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open once more. Lecky had not perished, or rather, the grotesque entity had not met its end. The door flew open, and the corpulent Lecky lunged straight at Zhang Zhihui. Her speed was astonishing, the flesh on her body quivering violently. With arms outstretched, she generated a fierce gust of wind. Her face, devoid of expression, trembled grotesquely. Her eyes, now a vivid crimson, locked onto Zhang Zhihui with an unyielding intensity. Lin Yu, be cautious. Zhang Zhihui cautioned once more, swiftly creating distance as he resumed his frenzied firing with the shotgun. Boom! Bullets cascaded upon Lecky's form like a torrential downpour. Her hefty body was soon riddled with bullet holes, blood splattering forth, transforming her into a grotesque specter. The ground trembled beneath her, resonating with a thunderous sound akin to a drum as she charged forth, a fearsome behemoth. Just as the grotesque Lecky was about to seize Zhang Zhihui, he deftly evaded her grasp. With remarkable speed, he maneuvered around her attack, narrowly escaping her outstretched hands, which clapped together with a deafening crash. Bang! Zhang Zhihui dodged the blow and swiftly distanced himself. With a flick of his wrist, a curved dagger materialized in his palm. Observing this, Lin Yu bent low, poised like a leopard ready to pounce. The icy blue battle axe in his grasp shimmered with an ethereal glow. At this juncture, Lecky was relentlessly assaulting Zhang Zhihui. This well-trained, robust man continued to evade her attacks. Though he appeared beleaguered, he moved with an effortless grace. Just as Lecky launched a frontal assault on Zhang Zhihui, Lin Yu struck with unexpected ferocity. He appeared behind Lecky with a speed that transcended the ordinary. Raising his battle axe, his cold gaze fixated on Lecky's neck, his arm unleashing a formidable strength. The axe descended with the swiftness of lightning towards her throat. Though Lin Yu lacked martial prowess, his speed, precision, and ferocity were enough to sever a human head. Even a mighty tree would struggle to withstand his assault. As the axe neared its target, however, a grotesque visage emerged from Lecky's back. The face seemed to be lurking beneath her skin, as if a vengeful spirit was striving to break free from its confines. Lin Yu could distinctly see the fangs protruding from the mouth of this ghastly face. Thud! The axe blade fell, yet the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Lecky's head remained intact. The sharp axe blade struck the ghastly visage. Lin Yu felt a tingling sensation in his palm. A counteracting force emerged from the eerie figure. Such formidable defense, Lin Yu thought in astonishment. Again, in an instant, Lin Yu raised his battle axe once more, ferociously swinging it towards the ghastly figure before him. Bang! Another terrifying sound of collision echoed as Lin Yu's axe struck the face of the ghastly figure lurking behind Li Qi. This time, the axe blade unleashed an even more powerful force, slicing through Li Qi's skin to reveal the face beneath. A copious amount of blood gushed from Li Qi's back, splattering onto the ground as she emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The two strikes merely ruptured Li Qi's skin, creating a wound the length of an arm without injuring her spine. This astonished Lin Yu at the ghastly figure's resilience. It is worth noting that these two strikes from Lin Yu were sufficient to sever a person in half. Roar! The ghastly figure concealed within Li Qi's body finally revealed its true form. It was a horrifying human face devoid of skin, pockmarked with raw flesh, hollow eye sockets without eyeballs, and a mouth filled with menacing fangs. Lin Yu raised his battle axe once again, ready to strike at the ghastly figure before him. This time his strength was doubled. However, at that moment, Li Qi bizarrely collapsed to the ground, scrambling on all fours like a dog, frantically racing towards the stone house. Run! Lin Yu swiftly pursued, his speed remarkable, bringing down his battle axe once again in a downward swing. Thud! The ferocious axe struck Li Qi's calf. Her corpulent body trembled violently. The ghastly figure on her back let out a mournful cry. Ah! At the entrance, the young boy's expression shifted for the first time. His pale face contorted into a grotesque grimace, his eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. He crouched like a hyena, emitting low growls. Roar! The boy let out a fierce howl and charged at Lin Yu. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu dared not pursue and immediately retreated. Who knows if this ghastly figure would leap directly at him? Lin Yu had no desire to confront it head-on. Chapter 037. Preventing Future Disasters. Bang. 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 Zhang Zhihui fired 3 shots in rapid succession beside Lin Yu. The pellets from the shotgun struck the small boy with unerring precision, causing bursts of crimson mist to erupt from his body, as though he were submerged in a pool of blood. Roar! Roar! Both the small boy and Lu Qi let out anguished howls, their cries terrifying, akin to the wails of wolves. After the 3 shots were fired, the boy and Lu Qi dashed into the stone house, too fearful to emerge. Zhang Zhihui quickly approached Lin Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Yu, you are truly remarkable, Zhang Zhihui exclaimed sincerely. Remarkable? I nearly fell victim to that grotesque entity. Lin Yu frowned, blood droplets dripping from the battle axe in his hand. His face was a mask of ferocity. When the boy, under the control of the grotesque being, lunged at him, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Just as he was about to retreat, Zhang Zhihui fired 3 shots, which seemed to provide a soothing effect, halting Lin Yu in his tracks. Zhang Zhihui observed the fierce expression on Lin Yu's face, deep in thought. Lin Yu did not appear frightened. Rather, he exuded a violent aura that left Zhang Zhihui pondering. Was Lin Yu not perceiving the grotesque being as a threat? Did he intend to counterattack? This thought crossed Zhang Zhihui's mind, leaving him astounded. Ordinary individuals are often paralyzed by fear in the presence of abnormal creatures, making Lin Yu's composure exceedingly rare. After all, he was neither a seasoned soldier nor an extraordinary being. His remarkable poise suggested he possessed a formidable background, perhaps some means or martial prowess. Zhang Zhihui felt he could not fathom the depths of a youth before him. At that moment, a severed leg lay quietly in the pool of blood before Lin Yu. The leg had been severed at the knee, the cut smooth, exposing the white bone to the air. Lin Yu glanced at the leg and inquired, "Is this the grotesque being's leg?" Zhang Zhihui's gaze focused on the bloodied limb. "No, this is Lu Qi's leg. However, having severed one of her legs has inflicted real damage, rendering Lu Qi, under the control of the grotesque being, unable to walk, thus significantly reducing the threat. Does this leg hold any value?" Lin Yu asked, prompting a look of surprise from Zhang Zhihui. "It's of no use. It's merely a leg. We should burn it later. What use is it? We can't even eat it." "That is not what I meant." Lin Yu sensed Zhang Zhihui's misunderstanding. He clarified, "What I meant was, can we not reclaim the bodies of abnormal creatures? I have heard they fetch a substantial price." Zhang Zhihui finally comprehended the situation, a smile illuminating his face. "My dear brother, not all corpses of anomalous creatures are valuable. Only those disclosed by the Research Institute can be reclaimed. The others may even bring about disastrous consequences. Thus, prompt destruction is indeed the wisest course of action. Of course, if you manage to glean some insights from them, that will be acceptable as well. However, such matters fall under the purview of the Institute. We are not professionals. The body of the ghostly shadow is undeniably useful, and its price is quite attractive." "Now I understand." Lin Yu nodded silently. It became clear to him that not all anomalous creatures' corpses hold value. Only those released by the Institute are deemed useful. To put it plainly, humanity has slain certain anomalous beings, and the scientists at the Institute have studied these cadavers. The valuable findings are then made public. Killing anomalous creatures to obtain their remains can be sold to official organizations. If the Institute does not publish findings, it is either because they are truly without merit or simply beyond the grasp of current technological methods, or they are indeed useless. Therefore, relying on slaying anomalous beings for wealth proves to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Misha and Old Zhang had gathered a substantial amount of firewood. Upon witnessing the shocking scene before them, both displayed expressions of astonishment. "What is happening? Has the trickster emerged?" "In broad daylight," Zhang Zhihui replied. "Who says anomalous beings do not appear during the day? Rarity does not imply absence." "This is my first encounter," Misha exclaimed in horror. "Mine as well," Old Zhang sighed, his eyes filled with concern. The emergence of anomalous creatures during daylight would further constrict the survival space of the wilderness dwellers. The trickster had possessed Lu Qi's body. To be precise, It was Lu Qi who emerged, while the true trickster coiled within her form, which likely explained its ability to manifest during the day. Zhang Zhihui attempted to clarify, yet the expressions on Misha and old Zhang's faces were clearly still filled with fear. At this moment, Lin Yu interjected, "Let's not dwell on this further. They indeed emerged and engaged us in combat moments ago. I believe they are not as formidable as the ghostly shadow. The shadow surpasses the trickster in both speed and strength." Zhang Zhihui nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, the trickster is far more insidious. Its responses and caresses may lead to possession without any initial sensation. By the time one realizes, it is already too late. Thus, its level may be slightly higher than that of the ghostly shadow. After all, it was responsible for the deaths of 20,000 people. Lin Yu concurred with Zhang Zhihui's assertions, recognizing that the classification of anomalous beings does not rely solely on strength and speed, but rather on a comprehensive evaluation. The trickster's method of killing is more covert and terrifying than that of the ghostly shadow. Furthermore, the trickster possesses the ability to split, rendering it significantly stronger than the ghostly shadow. Certainly, this is not a favorable development. The emergence of a new anomalous creature in the town is an exceedingly perilous situation. Come, let us stack the wood at the entrance of the stone house, in hopes of incinerating it. Zhang Zhihui spoke while directing Misha and old Zhang in their tasks. He remained vigilantly stationed at the doorway of the stone house, ever ready to fire. The two grotesque figures were ensconced within the stone walls, able to hear the sounds from outside. Having once dared to venture out to commit murder, they might very well do so again. However, both of these monstrous entities were injured, particularly Lecky, who had lost a leg to Lin Yu's blade and now glared with venomous hatred at the wooden door. Lin Yu approached Zhang Zhihui and whispered, "Be cautious. Is there enough dry wood? If not, I can fetch more." Zhang Zhihui replied, "It should suffice. I have some at home as well. We also need gasoline. I will fashion it into Molotov cocktails. Once the wooden door is breached, we can toss them inside. Our objective is to incinerate the grotesque beings. They can only emerge through this door, and they fear fire. That is their sole weakness." Zhang Zhihui concurred. "Indeed, the wooden door will soon be ablaze. It's still early. We'll commence our preparations in the afternoon. If we do not eliminate them tonight, we must ensure the wood burns until dawn." Lin Yu added, "Yes, I have heard that Yinda will return tomorrow. Do you believe what he said is true?" Zhang Zhihui shook his head, stating, "At this point, discerning truth from falsehood is irrelevant. The priority is to eradicate the grotesque figures, even if I am mistaken. I will not regret my decision." Lin Yu smiled, sensing that Zhang Zhihui was uncertain whether Yinda could indeed procure the medicine. What was clear to him was that unless the grotesque beings were vanquished, they were likely to come knocking at night. When that time came, the news would spread like wildfire, and everyone here would perish. None would escape. Zhang Zhihui was motivated by the safety of all. Lin Yu picked up the severed leg from the ground and tossed it beneath the wood, his gaze steady as he regarded the stone house. It was wise to prepare for any eventuality. Chapter 038. The reward for Lin Yu with the guardianship of Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui in front of the stone house. The deceptive skinners dared not emerge. Misha and old Zhang continuously transported timber, and before long, a small mountain of wood had accumulated in front of the stone house. Additional logs were still being brought in, and Lin Yu contemplated that once the wooden door was set ablaze, he would hurl these logs inside to engulf the entire stone house in flames, hoping this method would annihilate the skinners. During this time, Lily awakened and approached. But before she could grasp the situation, Zhang Zhihui rendered her unconscious with a single strike. Lin Yu admired Zhang Zhihui's technique. His strength was perfectly calibrated, capable of knocking someone out without causing injury. Lin Yu intended to find time to learn this skill from Zhang Zhihui. The four of them remained vigilant, with Misha providing some dried cockroach and water for sustenance. Lin Yu had not consumed dried cockroach in several days, and now it tasted particularly repugnant. After finishing their meager meal, they continued their watch. At this juncture, Lin Yu posed a question. "It will be dark by 6:30. We must return home. At what time should we ignite the door?" Timing was crucial, especially since they intended to eradicate the skinner. Zhang Zhihui glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and shifted his gaze to the stone house. This wooden door has already been shattered by my shotgun. I estimate it will take about 40 minutes to burn through, after which we can throw in the timber and set the entire stone house ablaze. Lin Yu, possessing considerable strength, nodded in agreement. It's still early. I will return home for now and come back later. I have not yet completed my task for the day, which involves carving luminous stones. I might have some ghostly apparitions seeking me out tonight. Zhang Zhihui inquired, "How many can you carve in a day?" Lin Yu replied, "About 3. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Logically, given Lin Yu's capabilities, he should be able to carve more than 3 stones in a day. Zhang Zhihui had assumed Lin Yu could produce 7 or 8, but it seemed he had overestimated. Misha, however, managed to carve 6 luminous stones in a day, which was double Lin Yu's output. How about this? I can give you 6 luminous stones, and you can stay here this afternoon, all right? Lin Yu hesitated. That would be too generous. 6 luminous stones represent 2 days' worth of work for me. Zhang Zhihui chuckled. It's no trouble. I can carve 9 luminous stones in a day, and I believe my mental fortitude has recently improved, enabling me to potentially carve even more in the coming days. These luminous stones rightfully belong to you. Your presence here is for the benefit of everyone, so please accept them. Should you leave and the Skinner emerges, we would all be doomed." Misha's eyes lit up. "Yes, Lin Yu, take them. I'll provide you with 3 more as a reward." Old Zhang also hastily added, "I'll contribute 3 as well. It's your reward, so please accept it. To be honest, I feel quite apprehensive being left alone here." Zhang Zhihui smiled and remarked, "Indeed, take it all. This is your reward. Do not be modest." Lin Yujian, with a hint of reluctance, chuckled. "How can I accept this? 12 radiant stones. It takes me 4 days to produce just 1. No worries, no worries." The others were eager for Lin Yu to stay. Both Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha had witnessed Lin Yu's prowess firsthand. Particularly, Zhang Zhihui recalled Lin Yu's fierce demeanor while battling the grotesque skin creature. He pondered deeply and found that Lin Yu bore a striking resemblance to an officer he had met during his military service, one who favored wielding an axe. Renowned for his formidable combat skills, often leading the charge, he was likely a major by now. However, Zhang Zhihui did not personally know that officer. He merely felt that Lin Yu's axe-wielding reminded him of him. Looking again at the battle axe in Lin Yu's hand, its blade was extraordinarily sharp, able to sever a hair. The axe's surface gleamed with a cerulean light, resembling a polished mirror. It was not overly large, akin to a mountain axe, which in this apocalyptic setting was a deadly weapon. Compared to swords and knives, it held a significant advantage. One who dared to wield a battle axe must possess a fierce heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible to master such a fearsome tool. Historically, those who employed axes were invariably fierce warriors, capable of forging new paths in the world. Lin Yu did not anticipate this unexpected boon. Today had certainly proven worthwhile. The group settled into casual conversation, while Zhang Zhihui prepared several petrol bombs nearby. He set the petrol bombs aside and stood up to check the time. "It's about time. We can commence. The grotesque skin creature may charge out at any moment. I am uncertain, so please exercise caution." "Understood." The wooden structure at the entrance of the stone hut was intricately designed, forming a mountain-like shape, with a broader base tapering upwards, primarily to provoke a fierce blaze. The group stepped back as Zhang Zhihui ignited the wood shavings, subsequently igniting the bonfire. Once the flames grew more robust, he tossed the wood into the makeshift pyre. Immediately after, he seized a homemade petrol bomb and, with great effort, hurled it. The bomb exploded on the wooden mound. The glass shattered, unleashing petrol, and the sparks below flared up violently, ascending rapidly. In an instant, a conflagration erupted. The searing heat surged, and the wooden door began to blaze, sparks flying about as flames danced high into the air, consuming the entire entrance. Inside, the grotesque skinned creature emitted a piercing shriek, a sound Zhang Zhihui had anticipated. He swiftly raised a shotgun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at the doorway. Should the creature emerge, he would be ready to fire immediately. The bullets would not extinguish the flames, allowing him to shoot without restraint. After a few minutes, the door had been charred. Lin Yu grasped a wooden stake. about the thickness of his arm, leaning back as his muscles tensed, akin to launching a javelin. Lin Yu was not far from the door, and striking it accurately would be straightforward. The challenge lay in the force required. He needed to smash the wooden barrier with this stake and then cast the remaining wood inside to achieve the goal of incinerating the grotesque creature. Buzz! The wooden stake emitted a deep sound from Lin Yu's arm, and in the next moment, it crashed against the wooden door like a cannonball. With a resounding bang, the door was shattered, revealing the dark room within. At that moment, Lu Qi, in a fit of rage, let out a furious roar and charged towards the entrance. Mei Sha glanced at Lu Qi, and the woman before her had transformed into a monstrous figure, instilling terror. Lu Qi's corpulent body lay on the ground, resembling a beast. She lifted her head, her pallid face quivering grotesquely, contorted with fury. Her eyes had turned a vivid crimson, fixated on Lin Yu with an intense malice. Zhang Jihui seized the opportunity and fired a shot. The bullet pierced through the flames, striking Lu Qi's massive form. The shotgun's penetration was akin to that of a barrage, yet its coverage was vast. The shot landed with precision, and hundreds of pellets struck Lu Qi's body. She trembled and let out a wail, retreating into the depths. Observing this, Lin Yu picked up a piece of wood from the ground. In his hands, the log, as thick as an arm, was hurled like a paper airplane, crashing into the stone house. Inside, the two grotesque creatures howled in madness. One screeched with its mouth agape, while the other forcefully hurled wooden debris in retaliation. Chapter 039. They became entangled. The group took turns throwing the remaining wood into the stone house. Zhang Zhihui hurled his prepared gasoline bottle inside. The flames within the stone house surged instantly, engulfing it entirely. The fire was ferocious, resembling a grotesque visage of a fiery specter, ceaselessly dancing and leaping. Dense black smoke billowed from the structure, which was now thoroughly ignited. Lin Yu observed the stone house consumed by flames. The two strange skin creatures inside initially shrieked but gradually fell silent, as if they had perished. The skin creatures were deeply afraid of fire, a lesson learned through the sacrifices of frontline soldiers. Each anomalous being possesses its own unique methods of destruction, and understanding these rules might offer a chance of survival. Some aberrations fear certain entities, such as luminous stones or flames. By mastering the appropriate techniques, it is still possible to vanquish them. However, the phantoms haunting the town seemed devoid of any fears. They emerged at night, knocking on doors in search of survivors to devour. The azure luminous stones could only fend off these phantoms but could not annihilate them, a significant drawback, especially in the absence of superior weaponry. The situation for the survivors was increasingly dire. Confronted with the stone house, surrounded by roaring flames, Zhang Zhihui remained uneasy. His expression grave. He remarked, having spent some time on the front lines, "I know that anomalous creatures are cunning and challenging to eliminate. We must gather more wood. This stone house needs to burn throughout the night. Is it possible that they might survive the blaze?" Lin Yu inquired, glancing at Zhang Zhihui. "They might perish, or they might not. I am uncertain, and uncertainty yields no answers. It is wiser to err on the side of caution. All right, there is plenty of wood here. I shall toss it in," Lin Yu volunteered. Among those present, he possessed the greatest strength. Moreover, having acquired 12 luminous stones from others and consumed Misha's cockroach jerky, he felt capable of handling the task. Lin Yu tossed the nearby wood into the flames, then placed additional pieces outside to allow the fire to spread further. By the time he completed this task, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The plan to incinerate the skin creatures was well underway. The group sighed in relief. Their burdens lightened considerably. Zhang Zhihui stated, "I shall take Lily home. I hope she finds solace when she awakens tomorrow." Lin Yu nodded. They had extinguished the skin creatures, which also meant the demise of Lily's son. He had to perish. Allowing him to live would only lead to further bloodshed. The skin creatures were terrifying. Any interaction could result in one being silently possessed, becoming a puppet of the skin creatures. Lily was the most poignant example of this. Lin Yu parted ways with the others and returned to the stone house. The day passed swiftly. Aside from acquiring 12 luminous stones, he had accomplished little else. Observing that the sky was still bright, he noted that darkness would descend in approximately 2 hours. Lin Yu ventured into the forest, wielding an axe with which he felled numerous trees. His arms, having undergone considerable strengthening, now moved with enhanced agility. Effortlessly, he dispatched a massive tree with his battle axe, reducing it to logs the width of his arms, which he then bound together and dragged back to his abode. As night approached, he anticipated the vengeful Spectre's return and understood the necessity of ample firewood. Flames possessed a degree of purifying capability, capable of incinerating the malevolent insects. Thus Lin Yu prepared an abundant supply. Upon completing his tasks, the clock indicated 6 o'clock. The sky began to darken, and a thin, eerie mist materialized at the entrance of his stone dwelling. The light from outside grew hazy, enveloping the surroundings in an unsettling silence. Lin Yu secured the wooden door and, as was his custom, placed the luminous stone at the threshold before igniting a bonfire. He fetched water from the cistern, washed his face, and boiled some water, subsequently consuming a cream bun and a piece of jerky. The temperature within the room began to drop. Checking the time, he noted it was 8:30. Leaning against the side of his bed, he propped his elbow on his forehead and began to doze off. The nearby bonfire crackled gently, emanating waves of warmth that soothed his weary body. With several hours remaining until midnight, he awaited the completion of fortifications for his stone house. The walls and ceiling would be reinforced, rendering him impervious to the Spectre's wrath. In the early hours of the morning, an unsettling sound of footsteps echoed outside. The soft rustle suggested a light tread. The specters did not assault the stone house immediately. Instead, they lingered outside. Lin Yu perceived the faint sounds of footfalls and stirred awake. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity's vigilance had intensified significantly. Many had developed the habit of waking abruptly at night, acutely attuned to any disturbance. Indeed, those less alert may have already succumbed to the specter's grasp. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within. He had anticipated the Spectre's arrival. They had ensnared him. The rustling footsteps resonated from all directions. An incident was imminent. There was not merely one specter this night. Suddenly, a ghastly arm struck forcefully against the stone wall. This time, they had learned from previous encounters, opting not to assault the wooden door, which proved too resilient for their assaults. Instead, the stone walls, riddled with numerous gaps akin to a spider's web, presented an easier target. Some of these crevices, larger in size, had been blocked with rubble and mud, while others, smaller, were merely sealed with mud. During the Spectre's previous assault on the stone house, the gaps in the walls had widened. Now, one such fissure revealed a specter lurking outside. The specter had evidently sought a vulnerability before launching its attack. This gap, 2 fingers wide and over half a meter long, constituted a considerable breach. Should the onslaught persist, it would not be long before the stones succumbed to the violence and fell away. At that moment, a fissure appeared in the stone dwelling, allowing the malevolent specter to infiltrate from the outside. Lin Yu gradually rose to his feet, having comprehended the sinister intent of the apparition. Grasping the ice-blue battle axe that lay upon the ground, Lin Yu advanced with a gaze as piercing as a flame. Peering through the crevice, he could faintly discern a grotesque silhouette lurking just beyond the stone wall. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as another terrifying blow struck the wall. The specter's hand successfully penetrated, its palm shrouded in darkness, adorned with vicious scales. 3 curved claws, sharp as blades, twisted within the narrow gap, striving to exert their force and fracture the stone. Lin Yu remained motionless, his gaze icy as he fixated on the menacing talons before him. The 3 fingers were contorted and pressed together, the arm exerting tremendous effort. As the sound of cracking echoed from the crevice, Chapter 040, Return my arm at this moment. Lin Yu's gaze was sharp as he observed the ghostly figure's fingers before him. They continued to exert force, attempting to breach the stone wall. With his battle axe raised, Lin Yu calculated the angle of his impending strike. He needed to swiftly sever the ghost's hand without damaging the wall. Only 3 fingers had emerged thus far, and Lin Yu decided to wait until the gap widened slightly before launching his attack. This strategy would not only allow him to decapitate the ghost's hand, but also inflict irreversible damage upon it. Lin Yu had come to understand that once injured, The ghostly figures could not recover. The dismembered ghost had already demonstrated this truth to him. As Lin Yu fixated on the 3 fingers, they suddenly retracted. A chilling wind wafted through the crevice of the stone wall, and Lin Yu stood by, observing. Outside the stone chamber, silence enveloped the air once more. The ghostly figures seemed to vanish, yet Lin Yu sensed they were biding their time for something. Beyond the stone house, 3 spectral figures had congregated near the fissure. They emanated an aura of coldness. The central figure, missing an arm, bore a pallid face illuminated by malevolent glow. The 2 figures flanking it stood motionless like zombies, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the crevice. A faint light seeped through the opening, enough to indicate that someone resided within. At that moment, the dismembered ghost slowly bent forward. Its crimson eye began to twist, scrutinizing the survivors hidden within the gap. Its grotesque visage pressed against the stone wall, revealing fangs that glimmered ominously. The creature's nostrils quivered as it savored the scent of humanity in the air. The determined ghost engaged Lin Yu, adopting a relentless demeanor. Its mouth gaped open, devoid of lips, exposing fangs that jutted into the air. The vibrant tongue was clearly visible, contrasting with the fangs that were not starkly white but bore dark fungal spots. The crevice also harbored unknown decaying flesh, releasing a noxious odor from the ghost's maw. "Return my arm." The hoarse, emotionless voice resonated from beyond the wall. Leaning against the side, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the battle axe. Hearing the ghost speak at such proximity was a horrifying experience, evoking a prickly sensation along his spine. He could not fathom how the specter knew his name. These bizarre occurrences defied explanation. "Return my arm. Return my arm." The ghost outside the stone house incessantly cried out, while Lin Yu remained unmoved within. He refrained from producing the luminous stone, knowing that even if he dispersed this ghost, it would return the following day. Lin Yu intended to teach it a lesson, to curb its relentless pursuit. After all, it was merely the loss of an arm. Inside the stone house, tranquility prevailed, punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire. The burning wood emitted a series of pops, and sparks danced in the air. "I know you are home." Suddenly, a grotesque arm thrust through the crevice with lightning speed, reaching towards Lin Yu's position. In an instant, the fissure in the stone wall erupted. The terrifying arm twisted in a grotesque manner, unexpectedly locking onto Lin Yu's position without prior sighting. Just as the ghostly figure's arm was about to seize him, Lin Yu's expression darkened. He raised the axe in his hand and struck at the specter's arm. Clang! The battle axe landed squarely on the ghost's limb. It was aware of his location, attempting to kill him with a single claw. Conversely, he knew its position, aiming to sever the arm with his axe. Both harbored malicious intent, seeking to end each other's existence. Yet, it was evident that Lin Yu had a distinct advantage. Not only was he inside the stone house, allowing for greater freedom of movement, but he also maintained a heightened state of vigilance, ever ready to counterattack. The ghostly figure outside had only a narrow opening, its angle and space severely restricted, rendering its attack routes exceedingly limited. The battle axe struck fiercely against the specter's arm. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the ghost's arm remained unsevered. Perhaps it was the angle. The axe merely cleaved half of the ghost's arm, failing to deliver a clean blow. This was enough to incite the specter's wrath. Having already lost one arm, now the other was wounded. A piercing scream erupted from outside the stone house. The ghost howled in fury, its shrill cry piercing Lin Yu's eardrums. He felt his head thrum with the sound, a noise he never wished to hear again. The shriek was akin to a frantic whistle, excruciatingly penetrating, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and shifted to the side. His position had been exposed. The specter had discovered him through some arcane means. He could no longer linger beside the opening. Outside, the ghost was consumed by rage, and as Lin Yu crouched down, he found himself staring directly into the specter's eyes through the narrow gap. Once more, he beheld the ghost's ghastly visage, unsettling and repulsive. Their gazes locked, one ablaze with fury, the other shrouded in gloom. The specter's face materialized vividly in Lin Yu's gaze, contorted to a grotesque degree. Its pallid visage was marred by twisted veins of blood. Lacking lips, its fangs were fully exposed, a truly horrifying sight. Two crimson eyes bore into Lin Yu, seemingly yearning to devour him whole. A chilling aura emanated from the specter, as the palpable sense of death pounded against Lin Yu's heart. Yet, he felt no fear. The specter could not enter, its power insufficient, and time was swiftly running out. Like any survivor faced with terror, Lin Yu had once experienced the cold grip of fear, even feeling his limbs grow numb. But now, he was devoid of such sensations. An invisible sense of security enveloped him, emboldening him to meet the specter's gaze head-on, a feat unattainable by other survivors. The specter's other arm was nearly rendered useless. Although it had not been severed by Lin Yu's hand, its continued functionality was now impossible. The arm dangled in midair, reduced to half its former length, with the white bone starkly visible. Thick, dark blood dripped steadily onto the ground. A scent of blood wafted through the air. Lin Yu glanced at the time. In just a few minutes, his stone house would be fortified. At that moment, the specters would have no means to breach its defenses. The specters outside ceased their assault, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Lin Yu. Even if the other two specters reached out, their arm lengths could not grasp him. Both parties stared intently at one another as time ticked away. Moments later, a notification appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Basic stone wall, fortification complete. Item, basic stone wall, quality, basic, special effect, sturdy, sturdy, sturdy. Would you like to continue fortifying the basic stone wall? As the notification emerged, the stone walls within the house began to transform rapidly. A hazy glow manifested in Lin Yu's gaze. The luminescence enveloped the stone walls like translucent jelly. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Lin Yu shifted dramatically. The stones within the wall began to meld together, each piece interlocking tightly, with all gaps vanishing entirely. It resembled melted plastic, revealing only curved or straight lines. Simultaneously, the wall grew more resilient. Lin Yu noted that both the thickness and hardness of the stones had been significantly enhanced. The previously ubiquitous fissures had utterly disappeared. The surface of the wall became smoother, feeling cool to the touch. Lin Yu struck the wall lightly, and a deep echo resonated in response. The specters could scarcely damage an ordinary stone wall, let alone one that had been fortified and upgraded. At that moment, silence enveloped both the interior and exterior of the stone house. The specters outside fell into a profound quiet, their silence deafening. Chapter 41. Cannibalism among spirits. Lin Yu felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over him, allowing him to relax significantly. He was aware that the spectral figures outside had not departed, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Both entrances of the stone house had been effectively sealed. The sturdy wooden door rendered them incapable of breaking through, despite their considerable strength. The reinforced stone walls left them with no choice but to contemplate their failures. At that moment, Lin Yu approached the wall and leaned in to listen intently, curious if the apparitions would continue their assault. If they possessed any semblance of intelligence, they would cease to trouble him further. He settled down cross-legged, focusing intently on the sounds outside. Meanwhile, the three spectral figures exchanged glances, perplexed by the sudden fortification of the stone wall, which now appeared impeccably sealed. The previously visible cracks had vanished, and the impenetrable stone left them devoid of desire to even attempt an attack. These spirits were not without sensation. Every strike upon the wall drained their energy. Among the two figures, one with a severed arm fixed its gaze upon the unyielding stone barrier, unable to glimpse the loathsome, cruel, and frigid human it had intended to devour. Now, the opportunity to feast upon him had slipped away entirely. Beside it, the other two spirits scrutinized its condition. This particular specter was nearly incapacitated. One arm lay severed, while the other was reduced to a mere stump, swaying in the cold wind, its black feathers quivering slightly. Suddenly, the central spirit seemed to sense something amiss. It turned its gaze toward one of the others, and a flicker of trepidation rippled through its eternally crimson eyes. Fear had gripped it. A profound chill coursed through its being, and the maimed specter yearned to flee. Just as it was about to retreat, the other two figures perceived its intent, and, in perfect synchrony, lunged toward the central spirit. With a thunderous clash, the two spirits attacked simultaneously, bringing the central figure crashing to the ground. Their ghastly faces radiated a terrifying aura, their lipless mouths gaping wide. The jagged fangs within their cavernous maws descended upon the spirit's neck with a vicious bite. The fallen spirit writhed in a frenzy, while its assailants grew increasingly ferocious. The sharp fangs pierced its neck, and one specter seized its abdomen. A chilling sound echoed, like fabric tearing. The spirit's belly was ripped open, exposing raw, crimson flesh to the air, and the scent of blood wafted ominously. Its intestines and innards quivered in horror. As the spirit's head drooped, it opened its gaping maw to bite back. The one pinning it down clamped its jaws around the throat, shattering the trachea, leaving only a hissing noise in its wake. Minutes later, the spirit ceased its struggles, and the two others began their gruesome feast, tearing the flesh into shreds as they ravenously consumed their companion. Inside the stone house, Lin Yu listened in shocked disbelief to the cacophony of violence erupting just beyond the walls. The sound reminiscent of a beast's gnawing, the tremors of a body colliding with the earth, the grating of teeth against bone, and the final sigh of a dying struggle. The ghoul, rendered disabled by Lin Yu, was consumed by its companions. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, silently listening to the sounds of flesh being devoured outside the stone dwelling. The ghouls would assist one another in slaying humans, yet those bereft of utility would turn on each other, feasting upon their own kind. Humans devouring humans, and ghouls consuming ghouls. This apocalyptic world seemed increasingly merciless to Lin Yu. He glanced at the time on his wrist, 1:25 a.m. The two ghouls at the entrance had finished their meal and departed, satisfied. Rising to his feet, Lin Yu noted that the wooden door and stone walls had been reinforced. The ghouls would find it arduous to breach the stone structure. He could now proceed to enhance other items. Several matters lay before Lin Yu. First, the need for more food and daily necessities. Second, his physical capabilities required fortification, as his current combat prowess was lacking. Third, other possessions also needed enhancement, as the items obtained from Chundahai were useful yet in a state of disrepair. Lin Yu first decided to collectively reinforce the remaining bread and jerky. The process did not take long, approximately 27 minutes, and the remaining provisions would suffice for him for 10 to 15 days. As the clock struck 2 a.m., Lin Yu remained awake, directing his attention to the water filtration system. Acquired from Chundahai, it was capable of merely basic filtration, yielding mediocre results. He focused on the water filter and initiated its enhancement. Would you like to reinforce the water filter? Yes. Reinforcement in progress. Duration, 2 hours and 31 minutes. 2.5 hours was not overly lengthy, and by then, dawn would be approaching. Perhaps he would take a short rest. Lin Yu cast a glance at the water filter, awaiting the completion of the enhancement. For him, the issues of sustenance and shelter were nearly resolved. With food and clean water secured, Lin Yu felt a significant alleviation. He was not keen on subsisting on cockroach jerky and moldy bread, nor drinking water tainted with the taste of rust. Time swiftly passed, and upon the arrival of dawn, Lin Yu rose, finding that the remaining hours had unfolded without incident, and he had slept soundly. Upon awakening, his immediate focus was on the water filter. Following the system's enhancement, the entire apparatus had undergone a remarkable transformation, starkly distinct from the alterations of the wooden door and stone walls. Lin Yu could scarcely recognize it as a water filter. Beside the tank stood a machine nearly half his height. At its center was an elliptical stainless steel cylinder the size of a suitcase, supported by 4 iron pillars. 3 water pipes, each the thickness of a thumb, were inserted into the tank, continuously filtering fresh water, while an additional pipe was available for direct use upon activation. The filter bore no labels or manufacturers. It had been crafted by the system itself, with impeccable welding devoid of any flaws. Approaching, Lin Yu pressed a switch, and clear water flowed abundantly from the pipe. He retrieved a cup and filled it with water, taking a moment to inhale deeply, discovering no trace of any unpleasant odor. The water was crystal clear, even possessing a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of mountain spring water. Lin Yu took a refreshing sip, finding the taste delightful, indistinguishable from that of a pristine spring. The metallic tang had long since vanished, and compared to the previous water filter, the current one was nothing short of exceptional. Beside the circular stainless steel tank, a simple gauge indicated the remaining capacity of the water filter, 5,000 liters. With such a generous filtering capacity, he would not have to worry about filtered water for many years to come. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. The only concern left was the source of water. As long as there was an ample supply, he need not fret about the quality of the water. This time, the enhancement of the water filter took merely 2 minutes and 31 seconds, a time frame that was quite acceptable, should the filter reach its capacity. Further enhancements could be made without significant delay. Chapter 042. The murderer Lin Yu retrieved several items, now laid out before him. A defunct anomaly detector, a powerless radio, 3 remaining bullets from an antiquated pistol, a sheepskin map, and a flashlight drained of its battery. Observing the array of objects on the table, Lin Yu began his analysis. The pistol held little utility for him, as he possessed no firearm skills. Nonetheless, it was prudent to retain it for potential future use, without the need for immediate enhancement. The flashlight, too, was of limited use, given that he had no intention of venturing out at night. Presently, it appeared that only the anomaly detector and the radio bore significant value. After all, the anomaly detection capabilities of the luminous stone were severely restricted, lacking any numerical display. It could only react when an anomalous entity approached, by which time the creature would already be upon him. As for the map, Lin Yu had no plans to leave just yet. He could upgrade it later when he was ready to embark on his journey. He concluded that it would be wise to enhance both the anomaly detector and the radio. One would aid in detecting nearby anomalous beings, while the other would facilitate the acquisition of external information. Naturally, he also intended to bolster his physical attributes, planning to utilize the night for this purpose. The enhancement of strength and speed required considerable time, and with sleep at night, it provided an opportune moment. He was reluctant to sacrifice his nights, and once the specter ceased its appearances, Lin Yu could enjoy restful slumber. He had not had a proper rest in several days. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu regarded the anomaly detector. At that moment, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Would you like to enhance the anomaly detector? Yes. Enhancement duration, 6 hours. 6 hours was not an excessive wait. Let the enhancement commence. Enhancing. Lin Yu confirmed his choice, and the anomaly detector began its enhancement process. It was now 7 a.m. He calculated that the enhancement would conclude by 1 p.m., at which point he could also enhance the radio, likely without consuming too much time. Stepping outside, Lin Yu circled around to the side of the stone house. Looking down, he saw the dismembered specter had met its demise, leaving only a heap of bones, marred by bite marks. It had indeed been consumed by its own kind the previous day. Upon the bones, numerous black insects feasted upon the scant remnants of flesh. While the specter was alive, the insects had feared it. Now that it was lifeless, these relentless pests no longer held such trepidation. Once Lin Yu was prepared, he strode directly toward Lily's stone house. According to their agreement from yesterday, they were to gather today. Should the skinwalker still be alive, the task of incineration would continue. If it had perished, then all would be well. Having visited previously, Lin Yu retraced his steps and arrived at Lily's home after 20 minutes. At that moment, Misha and Zhang Zhihui had already arrived, standing beside an elderly man who was speaking loudly. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu recognized none other than Yenda, who had gone to procure supplies for the fortress. As the sole postman in the locality, Lin Yu wielded considerable power. He had not anticipated Yenda's swift return. Quickening his pace, he cast his gaze upon the modest stone cottage, its entrance marred by charred remnants. The wooden door had long since turned to ash, and the frame was blackened by smoke. Flickering flames were still visible within, with thick smoke billowing from the structure. Zhang Zhihui's timing had been accurate. The timber had burned throughout the night, and the shapeshifters could not possibly have escaped, most likely perishing in the flames. Upon Lin Yu's arrival, he found Zhang Zhihui embroiled in a heated argument with Yenda, while Mei Sha beside them was also raising her voice, clearly incensed. Who authorized you to set fire to this place? What right do you have to decide the fate of Lily's cottage, now that you've destroyed it? How do you intend to rectify this situation? Yinda bellowed in fury. Zhang Zhihui, refusing to back down, retorted with indignation. Do you think I wanted to burn it? It was due to the presence of the shapeshifters inside. I told you I brought back a remedy. This is the latest development, capable of treating them. And you two are the real culprits. Yinda scolded, his finger wagging accusatorily at Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu. Lin Yu observed the furious Yinda, a man in his 50s, seething with rage. To an outsider, he might appear to be a righteous figure, passionately advocating for Lily's son, exuding an air of moral indignation. Yet, Lin Yu sensed that the reality was far more complex. They had indeed slain two shapeshifters, one being Lily's son and the other, Li Qi. The die had been cast. Yinda could say whatever he wished now, for his words were his own to command. Lin Yu approached, frowning. Yinda, you know that Lily's son has been possessed by a shapeshifter. Ignoring this could lead to the demise of everyone involved. You are more aware than any of us of the perils posed by these creatures, classified as level 3 anomalous beings, more formidable than the initial specters. Surely, you comprehend the implications of this? Yinda fixed Lin Yu with a scornful gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You think you know everything. Do you presume I am ignorant? I have my own means of saving him, while you have slain her son. Was this deliberate? Zhang Zhihui's face flushed crimson, and he exclaimed, What do you mean deliberate? We acted for the greater good. Do you wish to see the shapeshifter's infection spread? Are you satisfied only if everyone perishes? Yinda dismissed him with contempt. If you all perish, what significance is left for me here? I have already stated that I possess a remedy. Zhang Zhihui, are you deaf? As he spoke, Yinda produced a transparent plastic bag from his pocket, containing an unidentifiable glass vial filled with a yellow liquid, accompanied by a syringe. This is the cure, do you understand? At this revelation, both Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha fell silent, a weight settling in their hearts. If Yinda's claims were true, it would indeed confirm their roles as murderers. Regardless, if they could only wait for a day, Yinda might yet save Lily's son, and perhaps even Li Qi. Lin Yu gazed at Yinda, who bore an expression so convincing, as if he were a staunch evidence of the malevolence that surrounded them. Yet, Lin Yu sensed that such an anomaly must harbor deeper intrigue. Yinda was not the kind of person who would care about the life of Li Li's child. He was indifferent to the fates of those in this place. Yinda surely concealed other secrets, acting with intent, though the purpose of his machinations eluded Lin Yu entirely. There was something decidedly perplexing at play. As Lin Yu pondered silently, Yinda, in a fit of rage, abruptly flicked his sleeves. You three, no, including that old Zhang, shall see the prices of your purchases double from this day forth. This is your punishment, and should you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to lodge a complaint at the post office. By what right do you inflate the prices? Mei Sha's displeasure was palpable. Life in this post-apocalyptic world was already fraught with hardship, food was scarce, and they faced nightly assaults from phantoms. Now, Yinda's arbitrary price hike only exacerbated their dire circumstances. It wasn't just Mei Sha who was aggrieved. Both Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu shared her discontent. What? Arbitrary price hikes? Damn it. You four are nothing but murderers. Do you understand what it means to be a murderer? Damn. Chapter 43. The promotion of Yinda. Do you not possess even an ounce of moral integrity? I have stated that our intentions are for the greater good, not for selfish reasons. I bear no animosity towards Li Li. Why would I wish harm upon her son? Zhang Zhihui exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Yinda regarded Zhang Zhihui with a mocking glint in his eyes. How would I know? Perhaps it is because you have harbored feelings for Li Li from the very beginning, yet your own ineptitude has bred resentment within you. You scoundrel! What do you mean by that? Given Li Li's current plight, you still dare to sow discord? Zhang Zhihui was instantly incensed, his temper flaring. He rolled up his sleeves, his blood surging with indignation. Lin Yu observed Zhang Zhihui, noting the palpable anger radiating from him. Regardless of whether Zhang Zhihui truly had feelings for Li Li, if she were to discover that he orchestrated this entire scheme and caused the death of her son, it would undoubtedly ignite her wrath, possibly leading her to take extreme actions. Zhang Zhihui, a towering figure evidently trained in combat, faced off against Yinda, a short, elderly man. The disparity between them was striking, evoking an impression that should Zhang Zhihui unleash his fury, he could easily obliterate Yinda. Yet, Yinda maintained a derisive demeanor, exuding an air of fearlessness. I warn you not to incite discord. My relationship with Li Li is far from the sordid affair you envision. Zhang Zhihui raised his fist, poised for confrontation, while Yinda appeared to be amused by the entire situation. Lin Yu stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the confrontation between Yinda and Zhang Zhihui. He had no desire to involve himself in their quarrel, but if it came to blows, he would be inclined to support Zhang Zhihui. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed a wave of danger. Without any prior movement, Yinda struck. He retreated a mere half-step, akin to a bull's hoof stirring the ocean, sending up a cloud of dust. His left fist shot forward with lightning speed. The range of motion deceptively minimal, yet the force astonishingly powerful, startling Lin Yu. With a resounding crash, Yinda's fist connected squarely with Zhang Zhihui's chest, unleashing an overwhelming force that cascaded through Zhang Zhihui's entire being. He was propelled backward, as if struck by a vehicle, landing heavily on the ground. Covered in dirt and utterly disheveled. Struggling to rise, Zhang Zhihui clutched his chest, glancing down to discover a massive bruise forming. The impact had struck true. Had he not possessed such resilience, that blow could have easily been fatal. Yinda cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Zhang Zhihui. Do not presume that my age renders me vulnerable. Remember, I am a messenger here. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Misha hurried to assist Zhang Zhihui to his feet, her expression one of astonishment. Are you all right? Zhang Zhihui waved her off, his expression seething with rage as he glared at Yinda's retreating figure, though he dared not pursue. That blow had been beyond his capacity to withstand. Attempting to salvage his pride might very well result in his demise at Yinda's hands. Yinda's strength and speed have transcended the capabilities of an ordinary person. Such damage is not something a 50-year-old could inflict. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhihui coughed violently, his complexion alternating between ashen and flushed. Yinda has advanced. He lamented, clutching his chest. What does that mean? Lin Yu inquired. Is Yinda truly that formidable? Zhang Zhihui shook his head in resignation. Previously, he wasn't this terrifying. I have no idea what he has undergone. In any case, I'm no match for him. Let us go. The trickster should be burnt to ashes by now. With that, Zhang Zhihui clutched his chest and made his way outside. Lin Yu followed closely, noting that Yinda had launched a surprise attack, which is why you were caught off guard. His intentions are certainly not solely for Lilia's son. There must be ulterior motives at play. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhihui cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. You speak the truth, yet what can we do? The trickster is an aberration that would annihilate us all. Yinda is fully aware of this. Indeed, he seeks only to possess Lily, ensuring she remains utterly devoted to him. Yes, Lily has already gone to Yinda's residence. I imagine they are together now. Brother, do not dwell on this. It is not worth it. Lin Yu perceived Zhang Zhihui's affection for Lily, yet he lacked the capacity to protect her, whereas Yinda possessed that very ability. Huh, I care not at all, Zhang Zhihui said dejectedly. Alas, Lin Yu patted Zhang Zhihui's back, feeling that Zhang Zhihui was far superior to Yinda. However, Lin Yu had also refrained from intervening. Yinda's sudden surge of power was exceedingly formidable. Had it not been for Lin Yu's enhancements, he would have found it difficult to comprehend Yinda's assault. Fortunately, Yinda merely sought to discipline Zhang Zhihui without inflicting mortal harm. It seems he harbors some reservations. It's nothing, a little medicinal oil will suffice. I am not so fragile. I shall return home now. You all should as well. Very well. Take the time to rest. Lin Yu understood that Zhang Zhihui would undoubtedly wallow in melancholy for the day. This was an unavoidable circumstance, for Yinda had already regarded him as the local despot, doing as he pleased. After the forlorn Zhang Zhihui departed, Misha approached Lin Yu, her expression tinged with concern. Should we venture inside to investigate? Misha still feared that the trickster had not been incinerated. Should it revive, it would pose a considerable predicament. Lin Yu gazed at the billowing smoke emanating from the stone house. Yinda had merely come to reprimand Zhang Zhihui. He had not even bothered to check on the trickster within the stone dwelling. Now that Zhang Zhihui has left, it seems he has no intention of intervening. Do you believe it is still alive? Lin Yu asked. Misha looked toward the thick smoke enveloping the stone house. If the trickster were indeed alive, it would have shown itself, at least peeking out. I feel it must be dead. Lin Yu replied, I concur with your assessment. Yet let us take a look for reassurance. With that, Lin Yu and Misha made their way toward the smoke-filled stone house. Lin Yu covered his nose, while his other hand drew forth a battle axe as he cautiously approached the stone dwelling. The acrid scent of smoke permeated the air, shrouding the surroundings in a thick, obscuring haze. Lin Yu continued his search for the remains of the two enigmatic figures. Through his blurred vision, he discerned a charred corpse, one leg severed and the other reduced to mere ash. The lifeless body lay on the ground, emanating the unmistakable odor of burnt flesh. It was utterly deceased. A wave of relief washed over Lin Yu. He gently patted Misha's shoulder, signaling her to follow him out. Once they exited the stone chamber, Lin Yu finally relaxed his grip. All was well. Regardless of the circumstances, the enigmatic beings were no more, and for the time being, this place was safe. Misha exhaled, realizing that despite having done a good deed, Yinda still perceived their actions as wrong. He truly was despicable. Lin Yu nodded. Lost in thought, there must be some hidden secret. Chapter 044. Departure and Agreement. Do you believe Yinda harbors any secrets? Mei Sha inquired as she and Lin Yu made their way back. Lin Yu's gaze drifted towards the winding path, and to be honest, he too was unsure of Yinda's intentions. Yet, he sensed an intangible undercurrent. It was likely that Yinda's motives extended beyond mere procurement this time. I don't know. Lin Yu refrained from voicing his inner uncertainties. Mei Sha nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a few moments before she asked, Have you considered leaving this place? Leaving? Mei Sha looked at Lin Yu, nodding emphatically. Yes, to live in the fortress. Lin Yu responded, Is the fortress truly suitable for us? We lack the necessary credentials to simply enter. Why not? Mei Sha countered. We are merely wilderness dwellers, not aberrant beings. Why should we be barred from the fortress? True. Life there may not afford us the same freedom, and we would need to adhere to their regulations. However, it is surely better than perishing here, wouldn't you agree? So, are you suggesting we go to the fortress? Lin Yu probed. Mei Sha hesitated before stopping in her tracks to meet Lin Yu's gaze earnestly. Let us venture to the fortress together. I possess the means for our survival. You know, I am a qualified surgeon, not just any amateur. I have my diploma and clinical experience. They require individuals like me, and I am confident I can ensure our survival. Lin Yu remained silent. Mei Sha assumed he was merely contemplating, yet she struggled to understand why he hesitated. The specters in the town had evolved, becoming far more terrifying than before. It was only a matter of time before this place fell. Once the specters reached level 4, no one would stand a chance against them. Not even Yinda. Ordinary luminous stones would become ineffective, necessitating an upgrade in their potency. There was nothing in this place to which Lin Yu felt attached. No family, no safe haven. He possessed only an axe for protection. Lin Yu harbored a secret. He had the ability to enhance all things. This secret was not to be divulged to anyone. He understood all too well that should others learn of his gift, his fate would be dire. At present, Lin Yu was not strong. There existed individuals far more formidable than he, and he absolutely could not venture to the fortress. As Lin Yu pondered how to refuse Mei Sha, he remained silent. The fortress could indeed bolster his safety, yet also posed greater dangers. Was his reluctance rooted in the fear of unforeseen events should he go to the fortress? Yet, this place was undeniably perilous. Mei Sha pressed on with her inquiries. Lin Yu glanced at her and replied, I'm not ready to leave just yet. The specters are evolving, but can we truly guarantee safety within the fortress? Look, Zhang Zhihui chose not to leave, nor did Yinda. Others in the town remain as well. Lin Yu, that is not a valid reason. Do you harbor any reservations? I harbor no desire to venture to the fortress. I believe that places teeming with people may pose even greater dangers. Are you not from Yuqing? You ought to understand the terrifying nature of humanity. Upon hearing these words, Misha fell into contemplation. Lin Yu was indeed correct. At times, humans can be more fearsome than aberrant creatures. while aberrant beings merely seek to consume humanity. The actions of humans can, at times, be more horrifying than death itself. After a moment of hesitation, Misha proposed in that case. I shall proceed to Fortress 11 and leave you an address. If you wish to come, you can find me at any time. Does that sound agreeable? Absolutely. Lin Yu replied without a hint of hesitation. Misha beamed a radiant smile, affirming, then let us make this arrangement. I no longer wish to linger here. In truth, I feel the same. Lin Yu mused inwardly. In silence, Lin Yu returned to the stone house before noon. The aberrant detector had yet to complete its enhancement. So Lin Yu commenced his task for the day. The stone house was modest, containing little more than an old wooden table. Upon the table lay a few pebbles and a carving knife. Although Lin Yu possessed a sufficient quantity of radiant stones, the intensity and number of specters were also on the rise. It was essential to amass a considerable supply of radiant stones. Furthermore, these stones could be exchanged for goods at Yin Da's place, and Lin Yu required even more. While he could enhance items, it was not possible to do so from nothing. For instance, Lin Yu could enhance moldy bread, but such bread must exist beforehand for the enhancement to take place. Hence, Lin Yu planned to carve additional radiant stones, and then procure more supplies from Yinda. Let's begin. Lin Yu grasped the pebbles on the table and conjured an image of the radiance runes in his mind. He then commenced etching upon the pebbles. The hard carving knife traced patterns on the surface as fine dust cascaded down. Lin Yu focused intently on the task at hand, and the pebble gradually revealed the preliminary contours of the radiance runes. The rugged lines, whether straight or twisted, slowly coalesced into an intricate design. Upon completing the final stroke, the pebble radiated a flickering light, a cerulean glow dancing upon the runes. The first radiant stone was complete, and Lin Yu noted that his speed in carving had significantly increased. Perhaps his mental fortitude had been bolstered. He felt capable of surpassing 3 stones today, advancing directly to the 4th. After a brief respite, Lin Yu resumed his carving with growing proficiency. The pebble rotated deftly in his hands as the coarse lines gradually took shape. Several minutes later, the second radiant stone was successfully completed, its cerulean glow heralding Lin Yu's triumph. Phew, time for a break. Lin Yu glanced at his watch, realizing that an hour had passed without his notice. When deeply engrossed, time flew by swiftly, and he had barely sensed its passage. Remarkably, within that single hour, he had successfully carved 2 complete radiant stones. At this pace, Lin Yu could carve at least a dozen radiant stones in a single day. However, he was acutely aware that, given his current mental fortitude, such a feat was unattainable. Carving radiant stones required not only a measure of physical strength, but also formidable mental power. This endeavor could not be accomplished by mere machinery. During the carving process, the radiant stones seemed to consume a portion of his mental energy. Overexertion would lead to excruciating headaches, necessitating a halt. Yet at this moment, Lin Yu felt no such pain. Perhaps he could carve even more radiant stones. After a brief respite of a few minutes, he commenced the carving of his 3rd radiant stone. As he began, the once rugged lines before him gradually twisted and contorted. His vision blurred, accompanied by a dull ache at the back of his head, akin to the sensation of the world spinning out of control. Lin Yu recognized the impending backlash. His previous limit had been 3 radiant stones. Under no circumstances could he carve a 4th. He bore the throbbing in his head, resolutely continuing his meticulous work, his expression grave, his gaze unwaveringly following the chisel, his fingers exerting pressure. The lines of the radiant runes multiplied, and after a span of several minutes, Lin Yu finally completed the 3rd radiant stone. The headache was beginning to set in, and his mental energy had been significantly depleted. Nevertheless, compared to before, it was relatively minor. Today he was determined to achieve the carving of a 4th radiant stone. With unwavering resolve, Lin Yu aimed to transcend his limits. Chapter 045. The reward for outstanding work. Yinda hummed a soft tune as he approached the door of the safe house. He produced a key and unlocked the heavy wooden door. The relaxed expression on his face quickly vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. With a creak, The door swung open to reveal a weary woman seated in the center of the stone dwelling. This weariness lent her an almost morbid beauty. The woman was not unattractive. Her skin was well maintained, and though her figure was slightly slender, she possessed all the necessary attributes. Lily gazed at Yinda with a forlorn expression, hoping to hear good news from his lips. However, despite his silence, she could already sense the impending bad tidings. Yinda. My son Yinda's face contorted with anger as he proclaimed loudly, Lily, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Your son has been burned to death by them. Ah! Lily cried out in anguish, clutching her head with her hands as she wept bitterly. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt an undeniable truth. She knew that Zhang Zhihui and his cohort would never allow her son to survive. After all, he had already been possessed by the monster, capable of erupting at any moment into a new disaster. Yet, upon receiving the news, Lily found it exceedingly hard to accept. He was her only son. With his death, she was left with nothing. My son, woe is me, my poor son, Lily lamented, covering her face as she sobbed. Yinda watched her weeping, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Now, he could exert greater control over her. He had always considered Lily's son a liability. He had to die, but not by his own hand. Zhang Zhihui was right. There was no cure for the possessed. Humanity lacked the means to combat such aberrant beings. And how could a remedy for these extraordinary creatures be developed in a short span? They were not mere viruses, but natural calamities. Even if such a miraculous cure existed, it was not something Yinda could easily acquire. On his journey back, he pondered various schemes to eliminate Lily's son, aiming to successfully suppress the monstrous outbreak, while simultaneously controlling Lily's spirit, all without raising suspicion. It was a vexing predicament. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhang Zhihui and his companions would manage to execute this perfectly. They had slain the monster and taken the blame. Yinda felt immense joy within, but he could not allow this to show. Not only must he conceal his elation, but he also needed to ensnare Zhang Zhihui further. He knew that Zhang Zhihui had long coveted Lily. With a troubled expression, he approached her swiftly, enveloping her in his arms, and with genuine concern, he said, Do not grieve any longer. I have already dealt with Zhang Zhihui and his friends. Fear not, I will help you seek vengeance. Acquiring this remedy was no easy feat. Lily, still engulfed in her sorrow, could not heed Yinda's words. Seeing her in such despair, Yinda felt powerless to act. He could only continue to offer her comfort. This world is fraught with malice, and Zhang Zhihui is truly wicked. Could he not have waited for my return? It is merely a matter of a single day. Alas, follow me closely from now on. I shall protect you. Rest assured, as long as I, Yinda, possess even a morsel of food, I will not allow you to go hungry. Lily, do not weep. Due to my exceptional performance, I have qualified for the injection. I am now half a mutant. With just one more injection, I shall become a true mutant. Just moments ago, I struck Zhang Zhihui, and that scoundrel was sent sprawling 10 meters away. I nearly killed him. A shadowy smile crept across Yinda's face. You struck Zhang Zhihui? Lily suddenly looked up, breaking free from Yinda's embrace, her eyes catching the unmistakable mirth on his face. Indeed, Yinda replied, his expression turning sour. Zhang Zhihui killed your son. Do you believe I was in the wrong? I acted to assist you. And no, that's not it. I just think. Lily stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The days of torment were unbearable. Each time she gazed upon her son in the basement, she felt as though he was no longer hers. The boy was imprisoned, shackled by chains, and the grotesque entity within him sought to break free from his skin. Her fear exceeded that of anyone else. The visage of that ghastly face writhed beneath the surface. Her son suffered unimaginably. Lily contemplated ending her son's life. Enduring the torment inflicted by the grotesque being was unbearable. Had Yinda not assured her that there was a chance to save her son, she might have indeed taken his life. He was no longer human, but a complete monster. What do you think? Do you believe their actions were justified? Yinda glared at Lily, his expression one of anger. That's not what I meant. I just feel. Lily faltered, unsure of how to convey her emotions. On one hand, she harbored hatred for them. On the other, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, The thought of her son brought her heart immense pain, as if it were being sliced by a knife. You may return and see what has become of your son. Look at what he has been reduced to. From now on, you can only follow me. That is the only path to survival. Do you understand? Yenda released Li, standing up and shedding his garments. His previously gaunt frame had transformed into a robust physique. At 50 years of age, such strength was indeed remarkable. However, Yenda's body was unlike that of an ordinary man. His arms were thick with bulging muscles. The sinews on his biceps twisted like writhing worms, and one could even observe the worms moving beneath the skin. His chest and back were dotted with numerous red marks the size of fingernails, an unsettling sight. Lili felt a wave of discomfort wash over her at the sight of Yenda's form, a chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. Yenda! You! Lili stuttered, fear rendering her speechless. However, Yenda remained indifferent, letting out a cold laugh as he remarked, "This is merely temporary, just a slight after-effect. Once you acquire that extraordinary power, such matters will become inconsequential. Do you see? This is my reward. A commendation from the post office for my exceptional performance." Lily spoke candidly. The spectral entities in the town have escalated in level. They are now classified as extraordinary beings of level 3. Moreover, the appearance of the trickster has emerged, which is a perilous sign. We cannot linger here for long. I must fortify my body. Although I have already become a postman, it is far from sufficient, insufficient by far. To survive in this apocalypse, one must grow increasingly powerful. Lily, at this moment, I am the only one capable of protecting you. No one else can. You must obey my commands. Do you understand? Lily gazed at Yenda, overwhelmed with fear as she struggled to control her emotions. Follow me. It has been too long since you have served me. Allow me a moment of pleasure today. Yenda said with a wicked grin. Yenda, I'm not able today. Something has come up. Don't worry. It does not concern me. Yenda exclaimed, lifting the terrified Lily in his arms and striding toward the inner chamber. Chapter 046. Mother, you have arrived, Yenda. Drenched in sweat, rolled over from Lily's side and leaned contentedly against the edge of the bed. He breathed heavily, akin to a wild buffalo, releasing the pent-up desires that had accumulated within him over the past few days. Beside him, Lily curled up beneath the blankets, shivering like a sparrow ravaged by a storm. She never wished to endure such torment again. Yenda paid her no mind. His hands propped behind his head, he reveled in his satisfaction. Lily, you're my favorite, he declared. Rest assured, I shall treat you well from now on. You are the only one capable of serving my needs, and whatever you desire, I shall provide. Recently, I received some directives. The post office has administered enhancers to many, and the aberrant creatures are becoming increasingly terrifying. The regular army is retreating, and the front lines are tightening. As a postman, we must grow stronger. The Red Rock Fortress now has only 5 bastions remaining. Not long ago, Bastion 13 fell to the aberrant creatures, resulting in numerous casualties. The remaining 5 bastions are precariously vulnerable, and an invasion by these entities is highly probable. Currently, all resources are being diverted to Red Rock Fortress. It has become increasingly perilous here. We may have to evacuate one day. Once we reach the bastion, I will no longer be the village chief, so I must gather more funds. I plan to raise the price of food slightly to save some money. As a teacher, what do you think would be a suitable price? We cannot allow them to live too comfortably, nor can we let them go without anything. In short, the previous prices must double. Lily, are you listening to me? Yenda glanced at Lily, who seemed oblivious to his words, showing no reaction. She stared blankly at the ceiling. I am listening, she murmured faintly. Well, I have also brought back many valuable items. As long as I can curb the evolution of the ghostly shadows, I will acquire more resources. In a few days, investigators from the post office may come to assess the danger levels. We must treat them well. If the status of our town does not improve, it will be entirely my merit. Additionally, I must disclose the white radiant runes I had previously kept hidden. The post office deems the blue radiant stones I sent too low in grade. They require superior radiant stones. Before making it public, I need to calculate a fair price. Although it is free, it is something I labored hard to bring back, and I cannot allow them to have it cheaply. Lily, I entrust all these matters to you. I have great faith in your abilities. When we reach the bastion, I promise you will enjoy a life of comfort and luxury. Yenda envisioned a prosperous future, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Linda, I wish to see my son. Lily seemed to disregard Yenda's earlier remarks, whispering instead. Is he already charred beyond recognition? Can you still identify him? I can, Lily replied, her gaze resolute. Very well, if you wish to go, then go ahead. I shall rest for a while. These past few days have utterly exhausted me. You cannot fathom the complexities of human nature within the post office, particularly with those investigators. Each one more troublesome than the last. With that, Yenda closed his eyes. Lily, without sparing him a glance, rose from her place, her body exposed, and began to gather her clothes from the ground, donning them before she exited the stone dwelling. Yenda's stone house was not far from the one Lily had previously inhabited. A mere 25-minute walk brought her to her destination. Upon her arrival, sorrow clouded her expression as she beheld the remnants of the stone house, still emitting wisps of smoke, the wooden door reduced to charred remains. The entrance, consumed by fierce flames, was shrouded in darkness, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. With a heavy heart, Lily stepped inside, her eyes immediately falling upon Lu Qi's lifeless body. The corpulent form had been reduced to a charred corpse, sprawled upon the ground, skin turned to a blackened hue, marred by palm-sized fissures, still emitting faint wisps of smoke. A pungent odor of burnt flesh wafted toward her. Lu Qi's head had shrunk by a third, presenting a grotesque sight. Lily cast a disdainful glance at Lu Qi's remains, understanding that she was the true instigator of this calamity. Had it not been for Lu Qi's desire to exact revenge on Lily in Yenda's absence, the truth regarding her son's possession by the grotesque being would never have surfaced, and Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu would not have been able to bring about his demise. Navigating around Lu Qi's corpse, Lily searched the dimly lit stone house for her son's body. Despite several thorough searches, she found no trace of him. Initially, she suspected that Zhang Zhihui had buried her son, but upon reflection, she realized he would never do so without also attending to Lu Qi's remains. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her gaze to sharpen with vigilance. In the next moment, her eyes were drawn to the basement within the stone house. Rather than a basement, it resembled a cramped cave, a space barely large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. Previously, Lily had confined her son there, daily using the radiant stone to suppress the grotesque entity residing within him. Now, the basement door stood ajar, suggesting her son might be hiding within. Fear gripped her as she peered into the basement. The stone house permeated with the scent of smoke and charred flesh. The oppressive darkness compelled her to feel her way forward, yet she was intimately familiar with this place. Swiftly, she reached the basement, bending down to glimpse inside, where she found a charred corpse curled up on the ground. This was indeed her son. Unlike Lu Qi's remains outside, this body appeared relatively intact, huddled on the floor, arms wrapped around his knees, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. "My son," Lily cried, advancing toward him, unburdened by fear now. The grotesque being had been vanquished by Zhang Zhihui and his associates. This body was her true son. "It's all my fault, dear child. I failed to protect you. Forgive me," she sobbed, her heart breaking as she gazed upon the lifeless form. At that moment, the curled-up body of the boy suddenly stirred. "Mother, you have come." A chilling voice echoed through the basement. "You." Lily gazed in terror at the corpse in the basement, her heart racing with fear. The voice was so frigid, it seemed almost inhuman. "You're not my son. The skinwalker was not burned to death." Lily stared in horror at the lifeless form. Slowly it raised its head, revealing a grotesque human face before her eyes. The visage was contorted beyond recognition, evidently marred by fierce flames. Its features bore disfigured unevenness, with eyes as pale and lifeless as those of dead fish. This skinwalker was exceedingly weak, lacking even the strength to move. Yet, that was of little consequence. She responded. Lily felt a dizzying wave wash over her as the corpse before her trembled unnaturally and then lunged at her. "Ah!" A piercing scream resonated through the basement. Chapter 047. The invitation of Zhang Zhihui. Lin Yu had just completed the intricate carving of the third radiant stone. At this moment, He felt a profound depletion of his mental energy, accompanied by waves of fatigue. A dull ache throbbed in his head, rendering him quite uncomfortable. He paused, wearily rubbing his eyes, and before him lay 3 newly crafted radiant stones, their azure light shimmering upon the surface of the pebbles. Glancing at his watch, Lin Yu noted that it was already afternoon, and the anomaly detector had also been fully enhanced. His gaze shifted to the side where the anomaly detector stood, and a message materialized before his eyes. Anomaly detector enhancement complete. Item: anomaly detector. Quality: intermediate. Special effect: detection range 100 meters. Detection duration 72 hours. Detection value 0 to 2000. Charging method: solar panel replaceable battery. A hazy glow enveloped the anomaly detector before him. In the blink of an eye, the item transitioned from obscurity to clarity, revealing a brand new anomaly detector in Lin Yu's view. The palm-sized device bore similarities to its predecessor, yet the most notable distinction was the small black panel that had appeared on the front, presumably for solar charging. Overall, the anomaly detector was compact and light, featuring a short antenna at the upper left corner and a screen displaying numerical values. Lin Yu pressed the switch, and the anomaly detector sprang to life, indicating a value of 5, signifying that the vicinity was safe. In his mind, the instructions for the anomaly detector materialized succinctly: 0 to 30, safe; 30 to 50, anomalous creatures detected within 100 meters; 50 to 70, anomalous creatures are approaching; 70 to 90, anomalous creatures are within 20 meters. Detection upper limit: 2000. Creatures beyond this threshold cannot be detected. Lin Yu committed these details to memory. The anomaly detector was designed to operate for 72 hours, capable of detecting anomalous creatures continuously within that time frame. Thus, it could function for 3 days straight before requiring a charge, and the solar charging feature added an element of convenience that pleased him greatly. The 100-meter detection range was now sufficient, covering the entire vicinity of the stone house. After securing the anomaly detector, Lin Yu's attention turned to the radio beside him. Enhance radio. Would you like to enhance the radio? Enhancement time: 1 hour 32 minutes. The duration was not excessive. He could proceed with the enhancement. Let's begin. Enhancing. A message appeared before Lin Yu as the radio initiated its enhancement. His motivation for enhancing the radio was straightforward: to acquire information from the outside world. Although he remained uncertain about the purpose of the Red Rock Fortress, he could vaguely deduce that it served as humanity's stronghold. Each evening, the radio broadcast the news, informing nearby individuals of the happenings in their vicinity. In the event of significant occurrences, it promptly delivers notifications. Thus, enhancing the radio is indeed a necessary endeavor, and the time required for such improvements is not extensive. During midday, Lin Yu had a modest meal and then took a brief respite. The symptoms of his headache had yet to subside, so he intended to resume crafting the radiant stones once he felt better. After a half-hour nap, a knock resonated from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu opened his eyes and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he discovered Zhang Zhihui standing outside. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui gazed in astonishment at the wooden door, which, in both construction and thickness, far exceeded that of an ordinary door. It even featured a peephole for surveillance. This was undoubtedly the wooden door of everyone's dreams. Zhang Zhihui stared at the door in wonder, his eyes reflecting unmasked envy. Are you home, Lin Yu? Zhang Zhihui called out uncertainly. Yes, just give me a moment, Lin Yu replied. He glanced at the stone house behind him, noting that nothing particularly unusual was exposed. Even if Zhang Zhihui entered, he would find nothing more than curiosity and admiration. With a creak, Lin Yu opened the door, and upon seeing Zhang Zhihui, his previous frustration vanished, replaced by a lively demeanor. Your wooden door is quite impressive. Did you craft it yourself? Lin Yu nodded. Indeed. It took a considerable amount of effort. What brings you here? Come in. Zhang Zhihui waved his hand dismissively. It's just a trivial matter. His gaze did not penetrate past Lin Yu, revealing a sense of trustworthiness. It seemed Zhang Zhihui was indeed a reliable individual. Had he harbored ulterior motives, he would have sought to glimpse the contents of the stone house, but he refrained from doing so. What is it? Lin Yu inquired. I plan to venture out for a few days to gather supplies from other cities. As you heard this morning, Yenda has raised the prices, not just for us, but for everyone. I've heard that all prices have surged. He claims that acquiring goods has become increasingly challenging, as most resources are being directed to the front lines, with the demand at the Red Rock Fortress escalating significantly, thus driving up the prices of food and weapons. I cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims, but indeed, everything is becoming more expensive. I have sensed the same, Lin Yu acknowledged. As the level of the ghost shadow rose, resources became tighter and scarcer. Yenda's price hikes were within Lin Yu's expectations. Indeed, Zhang Zhihui sighed. That is why I intend to depart in a few days to search for supplies. Perhaps I will uncover some treasures. I wanted to ask if you would like to join me? Well, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. When do you plan to set off? Is it safe? Zhang Zhihui, sensing the opportunity, quickly replied, in the next couple of days. We'll prepare first and then depart. There will be 4 of us. Yumi, Old Zhang, and Zhang Li. This matter was brought to my attention by Zhang Li, who requested that I enlist 2 trustworthy individuals. You immediately came to mind. You may not be acquainted with Zhang Li, yet he is quite dependable. We have previously ventured out several times, always operating independently. So it is truly wonderful to embark on this journey together. Zhang Zhihui expressed his excitement, holding Zhang Li in high regard. Zhang Li is also aware of Yenda's price increase. Hence, he hopes we can join forces to procure more resources. He will lead the expedition, and he has a vehicle, so there is no need for concern. Let me ponder this for a moment. Where do you intend to go? Not far, just to Yunjiang City. This time, the preparations are somewhat rushed, which is why we opted not to go to Yuqing. In truth, I would prefer Yuqing, as it is larger and offers a greater abundance of supplies, whereas Yunjiang City is considerably smaller. I have heard that Yunjiang City is quite unsafe. Why choose this location? Zhang Zhihui replied. In truth, no place is entirely safe. Yunjiang City is nearby. Zhang Li has been there before and mentioned the availability of resources. He is also familiar with the anomalous entities in Yunjiang City and knows how to avoid them, which is why we settled on this destination. However, I suspect that Zhang Li may be testing us. Lin Yu inquired. Does he doubt our trustworthiness? Is this our first time forming a team? Zhang Zhihui cast an appreciative glance at Lin Yu, acknowledging his keen observational skills. Indeed, that is my thought as well. Therefore, Zhang Li would not dare to venture too far or into overly dangerous territory. Then why did this Zhang Li approach us? Zhang Zhihui contemplated for a moment before responding. Perhaps he has discovered something. I cannot say for certain. Why don't you take your time to consider? After all, there is still time. Even a last-minute decision would be acceptable. Very well, I shall think it over. All right, by the latest, we shall convene at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Understood. No problem. After Zhang Zhihui concluded his remarks, he exchanged a few words with Lin Yu before departing. Lin Yu had initially intended to offer some words of comfort to Zhang Zhihui, but his demeanor suggested he was no longer particularly concerned about Lily and Yenda. Thus, Lin Yu chose to remain silent. Once Zhang Zhihui left, Lin Yu resumed his meticulous carving of the radiant stone. Chapter 048. Strengthening Spiritual Power. An hour passed swiftly. At this moment, Lin Yu had completed the 4th radiant stone, and he wearily rubbed his temples. His spiritual power had exceeded its limits, and the backlash was significant, dissuading him from continuing his carving. Gazing at the 4 pristine radiant stones on the table, Lin Yu felt he had reached his threshold. It seemed he could only carve 4 radiant stones for now. He resolved to attempt to enhance his spiritual power. Relying on time alone was too gradual. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had produced fewer radiant stones than Misha and Zhang Zhihui. Despite his robust physique, his weak spiritual power hindered his survival in this realm. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the radio beside him. At that moment, the radio had completed its enhancement. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Radio enhancement complete. Upon completion, no further notifications emerged. A glance revealed that the radio might not undergo any further enhancements. After all, no matter how it was improved, it remained just a radio, perhaps having reached its pinnacle. A fleeting blur of light crossed his vision, and in an instant, a brand new radio appeared before Lin Yu. Similar to the anomaly detector, The radio had not undergone significant changes, merely some alterations in detail. A battery indicator appeared, along with solar energy storage on its back, suggesting that this radio could now harness solar power. Lin Yu picked it up and toyed with it for a while. When he turned it on, he found silence within, save for a faint crackling noise. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, radio stations had dwindled, with only the nightly broadcast from Hongyan remaining. He set the radio aside. It was time to strengthen his spiritual power. Lin Yu finally began to enhance his own spiritual capacity, an intangible and elusive aspect, notoriously difficult to augment. Nonetheless, he had previously encountered hints within the system indicating that spiritual power could indeed be enhanced. Among the 5 categories of enhancement, the time required for spiritual power enhancement was the longest. This naturally piqued Lin Yu's curiosity. Initially, he had focused on enhancing his physical strength and speed, both fundamental aspects that required his attention. With both strength and speed now bolstered, he was inclined to elevate his spiritual power. While carving radiant stones, he often experienced headaches and discomfort. This made him realize that insufficient spiritual power rendered it challenging to produce higher quality radiant stones. Although he had never encountered a white radiant stone, he aspired to attain such a level. The utility of blue radiant stones was diminishing. Previously, they could fend off ghostly apparitions, but now a significant quantity was needed for the same effect. If he could obtain white-level radiant runes, he could begin to harm those specters. The specter holds a certain value within the fortress, although Lin Yu is uncertain of its worth. He is confident that it could fetch a handsome price. Currently, Lin Yu possesses an arm of the specter, yet he hesitates to present it to Yinda, for that individual is notoriously cunning and may very well keep it for himself. Before Lin Yu's eyes, a prompt materializes. Would you like to enhance your mental strength? Enhancement time, 10 hours and 11 minutes. The duration has diminished. Commencing. Enhancing. This time, Lin Yu feels increasingly assured. As the items he is enhancing multiply, perhaps as his physical prowess grows, he can abbreviate the time required for enhancement. The augmentation of his mental strength serves as a compelling testament to this. The enhancement time has been reduced by 30, nearly identical to his previous calculations. Presently, Lin Yu does not sense any changes in his mental strength, only realizing its benefits after the enhancement concludes. Gazing at the stone house, Lin Yu notices that the supply of timber is dwindling. He plans to chop some firewood in the afternoon, simultaneously addressing the issue of the chimney. Initially, survivors feared that the specter would infiltrate through the chimney to assault those within the stone house. However, it has been established that the specter does not enter via the chimney, though the tide of black insects certainly does. Consequently, most survivors have opted to eliminate chimneys from their homes. This absence effectively shields against the black insect tide, yet does little to mitigate the smoke from the burning campfire. A solution was devised to ignite the campfire before nightfall, allowing most of the smoke to escape through the door, while the residual smoke must be endured in silence. Lin Yu is disinclined to live in such discomfort. The acrid smoke is unbearable, and he is reluctant to open the door. Should other survivors detect anomalies within his dwelling, it would spell trouble. Thus, Lin Yu intends to construct a chimney, ideally locating a pre-existing one. Once his mental strength enhancement concludes, he can directly enhance the chimney. It need not be extravagant. Functionality suffices, requiring enhancement only to a basic level. Lin Yu believes this task will not be overly challenging and will not consume excessive time. Draped in a black cloak, wielding his battle axe, Lin Yu opens the door and gazes upon the desolate town. The population here dwindles with each passing day, and Meisha also plans to depart. It remains uncertain how much longer they can endure. With a silent sigh, Lin Yu strides toward the nearby grove. Not far from his stone house lies a tranquil forest, eerily silent, as if he has stepped into a crypt. The absence of birdsong and insect chirps suggests that the common animals of this world have all but perished. Scarcely any creatures are in sight. This has rendered hunting impossible, leaving Lin Yu unable to improve his rations. Lifting his battle axe, he fixes his gaze upon a grand tree. This shall be Lin Yu's task for the afternoon. He intends to fell the tree and chop it into logs the size of an arm, stockpiling resources for future use. Lin Yu raised his battle axe. now possessing a remarkable proficiency in the art of tree felling. He understood precisely where to strike a large tree, the technique required, how long it would take to bring it down, and the necessary force to apply, all of which constituted a unique body of knowledge. Like a seasoned lumberjack, Lin Yu elevated his axe high, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the axe struck the tree with a resounding thud. He then twisted the blade and pulled it forcefully, the edge slicing through the wood. Instantly, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on the trunk, revealing the white core of the tree. As Lin Yu continued this process multiple times, the initial gash widened, and soon a tremendous crack echoed through the forest. With a thunderous crash, the tree succumbed to his efforts, crashing down upon a thicket. Lin Yu approached, wielding his axe, methodically clearing away the unnecessary branches until only the bare trunk remained, facilitating his task of chopping firewood. Next, he meticulously gauged the dimensions of the tree with his keen eye, systematically dismantling it into the desired shapes. Remarkably, all of this was accomplished in just over an hour. Lin Yu's speed was exceptional, rivaling that of professional lumberjacks, showcasing his innate talent. He even mused that if he were to participate in a lumberjack competition, he would undoubtedly secure an impressive ranking. As the sun in the sky began its slow descent, a dark curtain appeared at the horizon of the deep, boundless sky. Nightfall was swiftly approaching. Chapter 49. The Resurrected Mimic. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy, pounding echoed from the sturdy wooden door. Yenda stretched languidly before rising, unaware that he had slumbered through the afternoon. The sky was now dimming, and the person outside could not be a survivor seeking to purchase goods. As he stroked his chin, memories of the visitor flickered in his mind when the insistent knocking resonated once more. Knock, knock, knock. Yenda, I'm back. Lily, how could I have forgotten? Lily S. home is gone. She will have to stay with me from now on. He chuckled to himself, relishing the thought of having her at his disposal. With urgency, Yenda leaped from his bed, calling out, coming. As he approached the door, a sudden chill of danger washed over him. This was outside. Lily's voice rang out again. Yenda, I'm back. Open the door. A shiver coursed through Yenda. Lily would never speak in such a tone. The voice, the intonation, resembled that of a mimic, and this imitation seemed to emanate from something not entirely alive. His hand froze midair as he beheld a woman standing outside, disheveled and forlorn. Her head hung low, hair cascading like seaweed over her shoulders, obscuring her face. Her arms dangled limply, pale as a specter. The ghastly visage was deliberately turned away, as if to conceal it from view. Lily's complexion was devoid of color. Strangely, the corners of her mouth curled upwards, as if she bore a smile. Her eyes were transformed into a pure crimson, devoid of whites, an unsettling and complete red. Yenda, I'm back, came the voice of the mimic, now possessing Lily. In that moment, she raised her hand and struck the wooden door twice with force. This action, akin to a wraith, sent Yenda into immediate alertness. He hastily approached the nearby drawer, trembling as he opened it to reveal it brimming with luminous stones. He took two into his palm and swiftly made his way to the door. Yenda scrutinized the stones with caution. If the figure outside was truly Lily, the stones would remain inert. Conversely, if she was not, the stones would serve as a harbinger of peril. His gaze fixated on the luminous stones. Dread enveloped him as he witnessed them dimming rapidly, one after the other. Within mere minutes, the stones had lost their vitality, indicating the presence of a terrifying entity outside. Yenda breit kvikant. The two luminous stones had confirmed his worst fears. A new monstrosity had emerged in the town, and the Lily at the door was evidently deceased. It was merely a talking corpse. Paralyzed with fear, Yenda's body stiffened, the blood within him seemingly congealed, while a chilling sensation crept beneath his feet. He was deep in thought, pondering why new anomalous creatures had suddenly appeared in the small town. There had been no prior indications, no hints whatsoever. Suddenly, Yenda seemed to recall something. He remembered that Lily had mentioned before her departure that she wished to see her son. Yenda gazed incredulously at the wooden door. The grotesque figure at the entrance had not left. The chilling aura still lingered, and he sensed that something strange was seeping through the cracks of the door. Gulp! Yenda swallowed hard. The Lily at the door was possessed by the grotesque figure. She was now merely a puppet. The one knocking was not human, but rather an aberrant entity. Yenda, the grotesque figure called out, its voice as cold as ice, causing Yenda to shudder. His expression darkened instantly as he slowly retreated, contemplating the killing rules of the grotesque figure. He had already grasped the fundamental rules. No contact, no response. Were there other rules he needed to be aware of? This grotesque figure must have originated from Lily's son, who must have perished, right? Did Lin Yu and the others not incinerate the grotesque figure? He had witnessed that immense blaze. How could this grotesque entity have survived? It seemed implausible, utterly impossible. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yin Da's forehead. This situation had escalated into a considerable predicament. The grotesque figure at the door was still an unknown threat. What troubled Yin Da further was that he had just reported to Fortress 11 that the only aberrant entities in the town were the ghostly shadows and the black worms. Upon receiving this information, the postal office had expressed great satisfaction, believing that Yin Da was managing the situation well and had prevented an escalation in disaster levels. Just yesterday, he had briefed his superiors, and now calamity had struck. He felt as though he could weep without tears. Moreover, the townsfolk remained oblivious to the presence of the grotesque figure, although no one would answer the door when it knocked at night. The killing rules of the grotesque figure were exceedingly troublesome. Unlike the ghostly shadows, responding to the grotesque figure might lead to possession, akin to being haunted by a spirit, an exceedingly troublesome ordeal. Furthermore, the grotesque figure possessed a splitting ability, transmitting its affliction from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The population of the town was already scant. If the grotesque figure truly infected anyone, it would only take a few days for the entire town to succumb. It was important to note that the grotesque figure had, within a week, claimed the lives of over 20,000 humans. Given its illustrious track record, it could likely wipe out the townsfolk in no more than 3 to 5 days, especially if most were unaware of the grotesque figure's presence. After all, the grotesque entity could also manifest during the day, albeit less frequently, yet it would still take lives. Bang, bang, bang. The grotesque figure resumed its relentless knocking at the door. It fixated on the wooden barrier, aware that the humans within made no sound. Yet it knew they were inside the stone house. A wave of loathing washed over it, intensifying the malevolence gleaming in its eyes. The wooden door remained unchanged. Yet something seemed to have manifested within it, evoking a powerful sense of repulsion that stirred intense emotions within the anomalous entity. At that moment, Yenda retrieved more luminescent stones from the drawer, placing them beside the wooden door. The azure light coalesced, causing the grotesque figure at the threshold to become increasingly uncomfortable. It harbored a fierce desire to eliminate the inhabitants of the stone house, yet inexplicably yearned to flee from the scene. The grotesque figure stood at the entrance, its 2 crimson eyes fixated intently on the wooden door. Inside the stone house, Yenda gazed at the luminescent stones scattered on the ground. The 7th one, the azure glow began to dim gradually. This marked the 7th ineffective luminescent stone, and the grotesque figure outside had yet to depart. Chapter 050. Conclusion of Mental Fortification. Are you still here? Yenda glanced at the radiant stone in his hand, now the 7th one. The grotesque figure showed no intention of leaving. It seemed determined to ensnare Yenda. A chilling aura emanated from the wooden door as the creature placed its hand upon it. The 8th radiant stone began to lose its efficacy, the azure light flickering rapidly before dimming. Damn it, this is troublesome. Yenda ceased to expend the stones in his possession. He hastily entered the inner chamber and retrieved a wooden box from his backpack. Upon opening it, he beheld a palm-sized pebble at the center. This pebble was also etched with radiant runes, yet bore a distinct complexity compared to the others. The lines of the runes appeared to writhe as if alive. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth. Yenda, cradling the white radiant stone, swiftly approached the wooden door and placed it before him. In the next instant, the white light surged dramatically. A wave of intangible energy manifested in the center of the stone chamber. At the entrance, the grotesque figure felt an overwhelming pressure, which inexplicably caused it minor harm in an instant. With a thunderous sound, The creature retreated rapidly, akin to a specter, its form vanishing from sight and reappearing 100 meters away. The figure glanced at its arm, where ghastly white scars had emerged, resembling cuts made by a blade. Raising its head, the creature's blood-red eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation. In the next moment, it vanished before Yenda's stone chamber. Inside, Yenda still held the radiant stone, the white light merely diminished. Compared to the azure stones, the potency of the white stone was astonishingly formidable. Merely expending a fraction of its power had frightened the grotesque figure away. With a sigh of relief, Yenda stared anxiously at the wooden door. No trace of the creature's presence lingered. He was nearly certain it had departed. However, he did not allow himself to relax. He was acutely aware that the creature would not simply relent. It would undoubtedly return. What troubled him most was the potential for the creature's arrival to catch the survivors in the town off guard. This could likely lead to widespread fatalities, and the creature's infectious nature posed a grave threat. If not contained, the entire town could soon be overrun by grotesque figures. The thought sent a shiver down Yenda's spine. What should I do? Yenda's fearful gaze remained fixed on the wooden door, frozen in place. As the terrifying night descended, the wind howled outside. Yet within the room, warmth enveloped him, the campfire crackling and flickering with sparks. Mental fortification complete. Would you like to continue fortifying? Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer passing through his dark, bright gaze, bestowing an unusual hue upon his previously deep-set orbs. The enhancement of his mental prowess did not bolster Lin Yu's physical form. Rather, it significantly elevated his mental realm. The most conspicuous change was in his eyes, which now shone with a brilliance that exuded vitality. At this moment, Lin Yu's spiritual strength had just been fortified. Initially, he felt no peculiar sensations, only a warm current flowing through his mind. His vision had become remarkably clearer, and his memory seemed to have sharpened considerably. Lin Yu sensed a substantial enhancement in his mental fortitude. However, when pressed to articulate the specifics of this transformation, he found himself at a loss. Mental strength is, after all, an intangible essence, elusive to verbal expression. At this moment, he experienced an extraordinary sense of mental satiation, a feeling he had never encountered before. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the stone chamber, observing that many items had undergone enhancement. The only exceptions were a handgun and a damaged bulletproof vest. He resolved to first enhance the bulletproof vest. The memory of Yenda's punch that had left Zhang Zhihui incapacitated on the ground lingered vividly in his mind. Beyond physical augmentation, Lin Yu desired improvements in his armor as well. Lacking battle armor, he opted to enhance the vest, which would at least afford him some protection against harm. Moreover, with his newfound strength and speed, donning the vest felt devoid of any cumbersome weight. Approaching the table, Lin Yu regarded the bulletproof vest. Enhance bulletproof vest. Would you like to enhance the bulletproof vest? Enhancement time. 3 hours and 22 minutes. The duration was not excessive. He consented. Enhance. Commencing enhancement. The bulletproof vest began its enhancement process, expected to conclude by the early hours of the morning. Lin Yu decided to wait until then, for slumber eluded him. He intended to utilize the remaining time to carve luminous stones. He picked up the handgun on the table, idly handling it for a while. Initially, his intention had been to enhance the firearm. However, upon reflection, he realized that he lacked proficiency in marksmanship. Even if the handgun were enhanced, his shooting skills rendered it futile. Thus, he resolved to leave the handgun enhancement for last, setting it aside. Returning to the table, he began to prepare to continue carving the luminous stones, illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire. Although Lin Yu need not exert himself so diligently, he was eager to discover how many luminous stones he could carve following the enhancement of his mental strength. His motivation for augmenting his mental prowess was to sculpt an abundance of luminous stones. The azure luminous glyphs were etched firmly in his mind, even with his eyes closed. He could flawlessly inscribe them upon the pebbles. He retrieved a smooth stone, grasped his carving knife, and with a serious demeanor, began to carve the azure luminous glyphs. The knife produced a crisp sound against the stone as he worked with practiced skill. Each incision meticulously etched the radiant rune with precision. In a short while, Lin Yu completed the engraving of the first radiant stone. Upon finishing, he was enveloped by an extraordinary sense of tranquility, akin to the serene satisfaction derived from diligently practicing calligraphy, devoid of any headache or strain. This profound calmness struck Lin Yu as astonishing, for reasons unknown. As he immersed himself in the carving of the radiant stone, he experienced an unexpected comfort. Remarkable. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Yu set the completed radiant stone aside and retrieved another uncarved stone from the table. Now, the act of engraving the radiant stone not only failed to drain his mental energy, but instead bestowed upon him a sense of serene profundity. Could it be that the backlash from the azure radiant rune has been entirely alleviated? Chapter 051. The knock at the door. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had finally broken the curse of only being able to carve 3 radiant stones in a single day. With renewed determination, he sought to explore his limits. Surely, the specter would not visit him tonight. That particular apparition was dead, and the remaining 2 could not harbor such intense hatred towards him. The specter that Lin Yu had previously harmed was completely vanquished, though not by his own hand, but rather by its companions. Specters are anomalous beings, possessing their own hierarchies. Yet this does not imply that they adhere to any particular code. In fact, when driven by rage, a specter may consume its own kind. As Lin Yu continued his intricate carvings, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside his door. Before his stone cottage lay a small courtyard, filled with damp earth and sand. At that moment, the anomaly detector on Lin Yu's table abruptly illuminated, a warning flashing on the black LCD screen. Anomaly value: 72. An anomalous creature had manifested in the courtyard. Lin Yu immediately glanced at the anomaly detector. The value, which had just been 72, began to escalate rapidly. 75, 80, 94. The numbers surged, indicating that a terrifying anomaly now stood before his stone dwelling. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He had grown exceedingly familiar with the anomaly detector, and such fluctuations in value could not be erroneous. As the anomaly value reached 94, it suddenly surged once more, 100. In the next moment, a chilling knock reverberated through the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. It's me, Lin Yu. Please open the door. A female voice called out, piercing the silence. Lin Yu, taken aback, turned his gaze toward the door. He recognized that voice all too well. Its owner was Lily. Yet, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. Lily could not possibly be seeking him at this hour. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, she would only turn to Yinda or Zhang Zhihui. Her presence now could signify only 2 possibilities. Either Yinda and Zhang Zhihui were dead, leaving her with nowhere to turn, or Lily was no longer human. Lin Yu leaned towards the latter conclusion with growing conviction. If both Yinda and Zhang Zhihui had perished, what right did Lily have to survive? He eyed the door warily. Outside stood a grotesque figure, a skinwalker, yet it bore the likeness of Lily, adorned in a floral gown, its head drooping. Long, black hair obscured its face, which appeared ashen, reminiscent of a corpse, with 2 blood-red eyes eerily swirling. Lin Yu swiftly grasped his battle axe and retrieved the radiant stones. There was no need for further testing with the radiant stones. He still held the anomaly detector, which had stabilized at a value of 100 and did not rise further. This was sufficient evidence that the entity outside was no longer human. Lin Yu quietly arrived at the wooden door. Although he had elevated its level, he still wished to avoid any disturbances from the anomalous creatures outside, who would relish having their doorstep besieged by monsters. Peering through the peephole, he scanned the area beyond the door. His gaze was sharp, fixated intently on the entity lurking outside. As anticipated, it was neither a ghostly shadow nor a human. It was Lily, yet Lin Yu was certain that Lily was no longer human. She had transformed into an aberrant being. Ghostly apparitions do not masquerade, for that is not their nature. So what, then, stood before him? With unwavering certainty, Lin Yu recognized that the figure before him was not human. But what perplexed him was the true identity of this creature. Just then, the grotesque figure raised its hand once more. A pallid arm came into view, lifted high. and then crashed heavily against the wooden door. It resembled a mechanical appendage, devoid of any grace. Thud! A dull sound resonated from the door. The entity outside had not perceived Lin Yu, yet he had seen it. Open the door. The grotesque figure mimicked Lily's voice, this time with a proficiency that surpassed its previous attempt. The imitation was so close to Lily's actual voice that it would be nearly indistinguishable to an untrained ear. Watching this aberrant creature's clumsy performance, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something. The grotesque figure. He could now ascertain that the being at the door was not merely another aberration, but a genuine grotesque figure. It had not perished. Rather, it had killed Lily and now inhabited her form. This development had become exceedingly troublesome. The grotesque figure operated under two fundamental rules. 1. No contact. 2. No response. Should one make contact with the grotesque figure or respond to it, there was a high likelihood of being possessed and transformed into a puppet of the grotesque figure. Naturally, Lin Yu dare not respond, nor could he open the door to engage with it. Instead, he contemplated strategies to eliminate this grotesque entity. Previously, Lecky and Lily's son had been possessed by the grotesque figure, and Lin Yu had fought them. Thus, he possessed a certain understanding of how to combat the grotesque figure. As long as he maintained his distance, there was still a chance to vanquish it. The optimal approach would entail a ranged attack. Once subdued, it could be incinerated. This was the method to confront the grotesque figure. Yet Lin Yu currently lacked any ranged weaponry and could not open the door to strike it down. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the handgun resting on the table. This was a weapon capable of inflicting long-range damage. Lin Yu recalled that the handgun contained 3 bullets, sufficient to wound the grotesque figure before ultimately setting it ablaze. Thud! Another heavy knock echoed. The grotesque figure seemed to grow increasingly impatient. Its strength was not particularly formidable, and the sturdy wooden door stood resolute. The stone house was tightly sealed, and the grotesque figure could not breach it through sheer force. It could only tempt Lin Yu to open the door or entice him to speak, thereby fulfilling the conditions for murder. Lin Yu remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the eerie figure. After several minutes of silence within the stone house, the figure seemed to relinquish its efforts. It quietly began to retreat, preparing to depart. Lin Yu watched, wide-eyed, as the figure descended the steps, seemingly intent on leaving. At that moment, he raised his hand and, with a resounding thud, struck the wooden door. The figure's murderous rules dictated no responses and no touching. Yet they did not prohibit the creation of sound. This knock reverberated, causing the departing figure to halt abruptly. It slowly lifted its head, its algae-like hair parting to reveal a face devoid of color, ghostly pale, with 2 blood-red eyes fixated intently on the door. The figure finally realized that someone was inside. Chapter 052. The knocking game. The enigmatic figure appeared before the wooden door with alarming swiftness. It lifted its head, revealing a ghastly visage that was mere inches away from Lin Yu's sight. Dried, cracked lips oozed thin streams of crimson, and a subtle smirk played at the corners of its mouth as its blood-red eyes fixated upon the door. The figure raised its hand and struck the door with a resounding thud. Lin Yu's gaze trembled at the sight. He understood that the figure was responding to him. This entity was perplexed as to why a human resided within the stone house and why this human chose to engage with it. Yet, it was acutely aware that should the occupant dare to open the door, it would undoubtedly bring about their demise. At long last, it could feast upon another soul. The creature was engulfed in a state of frenzied excitement. The dull thuds against the door echoed once more. Lin Yu was not responding to the figure. Rather, he sought to prevent it from departing this place. It was not that Lin Yu was particularly benevolent, but rather that he harbored a singular intent: to survive. If the figure were to leave the stone house, it would inevitably seek to knock upon doors elsewhere. Unlike the specter, merely engaging with this figure would invite its malevolent spirit to possess him. The true peril lay not solely in the figure's murderous inclinations, but in the aftermath of its actions, which could lead to the entire town being overtaken by its kind. Should that occur, Lin Yu would find it impossible to remain here. The figure would manifest even during daylight, rendering every hour of the day fraught with danger. He wished to avoid such a predicament. After much contemplation, Lin Yu devised a singular strategy to confine the figure within the house until dawn, at which point he could find a means to eliminate it. Knock, knock, knock. The figure struck the door repeatedly, yet no response emerged from within, rendering the earlier knocks akin to mere phantoms. Yet, the figure could not be mistaken. It was certain that someone resided within the stone house. Lin Yu peered through the peephole at the figure outside. At that moment, the figure tilted its head, seemingly pondering why the occupant had ceased to respond. A standoff ensued between Lin Yu and the figure. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that it was only 10 o'clock in the evening. There remained a considerable stretch of time until dawn, and Lin Yu resolved to endure this confrontation with the figure. After a 10-minute wait, the figure exhibited signs of impatience. Its arm rose high, then furiously struck the door. A louder bang resonated. The sound of the knock grew more intense, clearly fueled by the figure's agitation. Fortunately, Lin Yu had fortified this door to an intermediate level. Even the mightiest of specters could not breach it. All it could do was create a more thunderous noise. The impatient figure cast a glance at the door, which, despite its appearance resembling that of an ordinary wooden door, was extraordinarily resilient. Its surface bore only a few shallow scratches. The heavy door was not easily destroyed, and the occupant remained resolutely silent. This lack of response eroded the figure's patience, and it retreated down the steps, preparing to depart. Lin Yu kept his gaze fixed on the movements of the eerie figure. As the creature prepared to depart, Lin Yu raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bang! The sound resonated through the air. The eerie figure, which had just retreated from the steps, froze momentarily. It looked up at the wooden door, as if the sound were calling out to it. The creature approached the steps, its blood-red eyes fixed on the door. After a brief hesitation, it raised its hand and knocked heavily. Bang! The eerie figure awaited a response in silence. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Lin Yu's reply echoed from within. Bang! He too knocked on the door. The eerie figure lifted its hand and knocked again, and after a few minutes, Lin Yu responded with another knock. This knocking game continued for over an hour. At last, the creature could no longer endure the monotony. This tedious game had consumed much of its time. Yet Lin Yu was equally bored, having accompanied the creature in this pointless endeavor. After the eerie figure lost its patience, Lin Yu began to knock repeatedly, a cycle that seemed to stretch on endlessly. The creature descended the steps, no longer wishing to remain in a stalemate with Lin Yu. It felt utterly foolish, engaging in such a tiresome game with a human. Just as the eerie figure had stepped off the last step, Lin Yu raised his hand and knocked once more. At that moment, he desperately wished to regain the creature's attention. However, the eerie figure stubbornly continued its descent, turning its back toward the tranquil woods. Its next destination was another human stone dwelling. Lin Yu watched the figure's retreating silhouette. Was it truly leaving like this? I have spent half the night playing this game with you. Lin Yu gazed helplessly as the eerie figure vanished, and just as it was about to disappear completely, he made a bold decision. For the first time that night, he opened the wooden door. Creak! A narrow gap revealed half of his face. Hey! A relatively soft and clear voice rang out, startlingly loud in the stillness of midnight. The eerie figure halted, its body freezing in place, its head twisting grotesquely backward with a series of cracking sounds. The bones of its neck twisted in a manner impossible for any human. Clearly, the being in the woods was an extraordinary entity. Its ghastly pale face turned toward the figure within the stone dwelling. There stood a youth clad in a long black garment, observing it intently. Half of his delicate visage was visible, illuminated by the flickering orange glow of the campfire inside. The youth gazed at the eerie figure, which now flashed a bloodthirsty glint in its crimson eyes. With a swift movement, the eerie figure lunged forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair. But just as it began its advance, Lin Yu forcefully slammed the door shut. Bang! The wooden door closed with a resounding thud, and Lin Yu swiftly locked it, taking a significant step back. No sooner had Lin Yu completed this sequence of actions than a terrifying impact echoed against the sturdy wooden door. Bang! The wooden door began to tremble as the grotesque figure collided forcefully against it, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the air. Lin Yu seemed to anticipate the impending event, taking a significant step back, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the door. The sturdy wooden barrier remained unscathed. Rather, it was a grotesque figure that had crashed into it with tremendous force, a blow powerful enough to fracture bones. Lin Yu inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him as he approached the door and peered through the peephole. His gaze fixated on the grotesque figure outside, which had clearly discerned the presence of a human within the stone dwelling. This entity had been engaged in a playful game of knocking on the door. When it finally decided to cease its antics, the human deliberately opened the door, enticing the grotesque figure to come closer. Chapter 053. Bulletproof vest and handgun opened the door. An enraged voice bellowed. The visage of the grotesque creature twisted into a hideous grimace, its pallid face marred by crimson streaks of blood. Its blood-red eyes bulged ominously, distorted and threatening to burst from their sockets at any moment. The creature had succumbed to a furious frenzy. This was precisely the reaction Lin Yu sought. If the creature ceased its tiresome game, the only recourse was to provoke it further. The aberration was driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh, a glaring weakness in Lin Yu's eyes. The grotesque entity yearned to devour Lin Yu, yet he thwarted its attempts, inciting its wrath while ensuring it remained stationed at this spot. Lin Yu's options were limited. He resembled a fish leaping from a pond, defiantly spitting at the angler. The more he taunted, the less likely the angler would depart. An unabashed provocation. Hud, hud, hud. The relentless pounding at the door echoed, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the wood. The creature even opened its bloodied maw, beginning to gnaw at the door. This was a sturdy wooden door of intermediate quality, impervious to the onslaught of 3 specters, let alone a single grotesque entity. Regardless of its ferocity, the door remained unscathed, merely reverberating with the cacophony of its assault. Lin Yu exhaled in relief. The creature had descended into utter madness, a state that would likely persist for several hours. During this time, he could sit down, recuperate, and contemplate his next strategy. Lacking a mobile phone or any means of radio communication, Lin Yu was unable to alert anyone to the presence of the grotesque entity in the town. Thus, he had no choice but to bide his time and endure the night. At that moment, Lin Yu approached the table. The bulletproof vest he had placed there suddenly flickered with a faint luminescence. A soft white glow enveloped the vest, causing the surroundings to blur, leaving only a vague silhouette of the vest. In the blink of an eye, a system prompt materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Bulletproof vest enhancement complete. Item: soft bulletproof vest. Quality: basic, special effects, lightweight, stab-resistant, bulletproof. The jarring sound of the door being battered continued unabated. The grotesque creature ferociously assaulted the wooden barrier, yet Lin Yu remained unfazed. He reached for the soft bulletproof vest on the table. After the system's enhancement, the vest had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its material had significantly improved, feeling soft to the touch. Its weight was manageable, approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Most crucially, the vest structure was exceptionally robust, rendering standard bullets incapable of inflicting harm upon Lin Yu, unless faced with machine gun fire or sniper rifles. He donned a sleek black vest, finding it a perfect fit, devoid of any discomfort. A profound sense of security washed over him. Next, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the handgun resting on the table. Enhance the handgun. Would you like to enhance the handgun? The reinforcement time was a mere 1 hour and 22 minutes, which Lin Yu found quite acceptable. Once he donned his bulletproof vest, he approached the door. Outside, the enigmatic creature continued its relentless assault on the wooden door, attempting to breach it with all its might. Yet, the strength of this entity was insufficient to compromise a sturdy intermediate wooden barrier. The surrounding stone walls had also been fortified, impervious even to the ghostly figures, let alone the creature outside. Peering through the peephole, Lin Yu observed the creature's frenzied attempts to break through. Indifferent to its persistence, he reasoned that dawn was merely hours away. He continued to wait, resolutely determined not to falter. To signify his presence, Lin Yu tapped lightly on the door, prompting the creature to intensify its assault. It began ramming its head against the wood, pounding with its hands, and occasionally delivering fierce kicks. The night swiftly passed. Lin Yu could not recall when he had succumbed to slumber but it was undoubtedly past 2 in the morning when he finally awoke. Upon rising, he refrained from immediately opening the door. Instead, he peered through the peephole to survey his surroundings. Satisfied that all was well, he made his way to the table where his newly reinforced handgun awaited him. Before his eyes lay a pristine firearm, its former worn and chipped appearance now completely transformed. The gun bore no serial numbers. Its black body gleamed with a matte finish. At that moment, an alert flashed before Lin Yu's eyes. Handgun reinforcement complete. Item: handgun quality. Intermediate special effects. Range increased by 50 meters. Effective range 200 meters. Caliber 0.50. 10 rounds. Reduced recoil. Automatic targeting. Raise and shoot. Lin Yu's excitement was not primarily about the reinforcement itself, but rather the special effects that accompanied it. Before him were 4 remarkable enhancements. The range had reached the maximum limit of 200 meters. The .50 caliber indicated formidable stopping power, and the reduction in recoil was a significant advantage. Most importantly, 2 critical effects emerged: automatic targeting and raise and shoot functionality, which represented precision and skill, complementing each other perfectly. Lin Yu could hardly believe the myriad benefits bestowed by this intermediate handgun. As he grasped the weapon, a peculiar sensation coursed through him. He felt an inexplicable connection to the firearm. His gaze instinctively locked onto the barrel, his index finger poised on the trigger, an overwhelming sense of proficiency surging within him. Upon ejecting the magazine, he discovered it contained only 3 rounds. Though the handgun had undergone reinforcement, enhancing the quality of the ammunition, its quantity remained unchanged. This indicated that while the system could elevate the attributes of items, it could not alter their inherent nature. Lin Yu had previously noted this detail, and now it seemed he was even more convinced of his hypothesis. He secured his handgun at his waist and then grasped the ice blue battle axe, inspecting his bulletproof vest before making his way to the door. The ghost shadow, upon its departure, would seek revenge against Lin Yu, fueled by its fury at having failed to eliminate him. However, the ghost shadow must vacate after dawn. In contrast, the phantoms could manifest even in daylight. To guard against the possibility of a phantom lurking behind the door, Lin Yu needed to be thoroughly prepared. At close range, the damage inflicted by the battle axe was considerable. With only 3 bullets remaining in his firearm, he had to conserve them, making the axe the most convenient option. Chapter 054, Intelligence with a soft creak. Lin Yu slowly opened the door. There was no sign of disturbance at the entrance. The morning sunlight streamed in, illuminating the area. Scattered footmarks marred the steps, yet nothing else appeared amiss. Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He pushed the wooden door open wider, surveyed the surroundings, and once assured that the shapeshifter was not present, he stepped outside. As Lin Yu glanced back at the door, he noticed numerous fresh claw marks etched into the wood. These marks were left by the shapeshifter, who had been driven to fury by Lin Yu's torment the previous night, departing only as dawn approached. Observing the chaotic array of scratches, a satisfied smile crept onto Lin Yu's face. His plan had proven successful, and he would be able to share the tale with the townsfolk that very morning. He hoped this precautionary measure would yield results. At that moment, 3 of his foundational abilities had been enhanced, each reaching an elementary level. Lin Yu intended to continue fortifying his physique. The items within the stone house had been sufficiently strengthened, but enhancing his body remained paramount. Enhance agility. Would you like to enhance agility? Enhancement duration, 9 hours and 30 minutes. Yes. Thus, the enhancement of his 4th foundational attribute commenced. Lin Yu glanced at the clock. It was currently 7 a.m. In 9 hours, the enhancement would conclude by 4:30 p.m. The duration was not lengthy, and Lin Yu planned to strengthen his endurance immediately after agility was enhanced. He recalled that the time required for endurance enhancement was relatively short, and with his other physical attributes already improved, the enhancement time for endurance would likely be reduced as well. Having prepared everything, Lin Yu made his way to Zhang Zhihui's residence. Before he could exit the tranquil woods, he spotted Zhang Zhihui approaching hurriedly. Lin Yu quickened his pace to meet him. Upon seeing Zhang Zhihui's breathless state, he understood immediately. Zhang Zhihui was aware of the shapeshifter's presence. As they met, before Lin Yu could speak, Zhang Zhihui exclaimed, Lin Yu, we have a problem. Yenda wants us to visit his home. The shapeshifter has appeared. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, responding calmly. Yenda knows about it? Yes. He wants all of us to come over. From his demeanor, it seems he knows everything. Zhang Zhihui replied. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at Lin Yu's composed face and, surprised, questioned, You must know too, right? Didn't we burn the shapeshifter? How could it reappear? Lin Yu explained, Last night, the shapeshifter came looking for me. I saw it. It was Lily. Lily. Zhang Zhihui stared at Lin Yu in shock. Realizing Lin Yu's silence meant the truth, he understood the grim reality. Lily had perished at the hands of the shapeshifter. Damn it! Zhang Zhihui swore in anger. Let us proceed and see what Yenda has to say. This matter is entirely his fault. What purpose would it serve to go there? Lin Yu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Zhihui paused, perplexed by Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu replied, Tell me, what good would it do for us to go there? Zhang Zhihui scratched his head and said, I am unsure, but we must devise a strategy. We cannot allow the skinwalker to continue to thrive. Otherwise, our entire town will be doomed. If we perish, Yin shall not survive either. Although he is a postman, he cannot contend with the skinwalker. Once the skinwalker begins to kill, it possesses its victims and creates splits, resulting in the entire town being overrun by skinwalkers. Perhaps the task force would even have to be dispatched from the fortress to eliminate them, which would lead to complications. Indeed, your analysis is astute, Lin Yu nodded. Zhang Zhihui was correct. If the situation is not contained, it would undoubtedly unfold as he described. At that point, the entire town would succumb to the calamity wrought by the skinwalkers. By then, Yenda would no longer be the village chief here. However, Lin Yu reconsidered. Even if Yenda summoned everyone, it would likely result in no favorable outcome. Would he intervene? Would he risk his life to save this place? Lin Yu deemed that utterly improbable. Given Yenda's character, it would be a miracle if he did not flee. Presently, Yenda's sole concern was the post office. Were it not for his position as a postman, he would have likely deserted long ago, having no intention of gathering so many people to seek a solution. Moreover, Lin Yu believed that an increased number of people might not necessarily be advantageous. It could, in fact, heighten the danger. Who knows if any among them had been possessed by the skinwalker? It is crucial to understand that during the initial phase of possession, the skinwalker does not exhibit any notable characteristics. They appear as ordinary individuals. Thus, Lin Yu felt that having more people could indeed be perilous. Lin Yu, are you not going? Zhang Zhihui inquired, observing Lin Yu's indifferent demeanor with curiosity. I shall not go. I have other matters to attend to. May I ask you something? Do you know anyone with a chimney? Or do you have knowledge of the materials and blueprints required to construct one? Why do you ask this? I do have one, but I have refrained from building a chimney for the stone house as it might be unsafe. During the day, the specter is absent. We can light a fire to cook, and the stone walls are not entirely sealed. There are gaps for smoke to escape. Lin Yu stated, if you have it, please give it to me. I have use for it. Seeing this, Zhang Zhihui did not press for further details. All right, I will bring it to you at noon. If you're not going to Yenda's, I shall head there first and return later to discuss. Very well, I shall proceed with my wood cutting. My supply of timber is dwindling. Yes, you may go ahead. All right, we shall speak at noon. After speaking, Zhang Zhihui hurriedly departed, likely to inform others. Lin Yu silently watched Zhang Zhihui leave, and once he had gone, Lin Yu turned and returned to his stone house. His departure was not intended for the purpose of logging. He had just felled trees yesterday, and the forest was not lacking in timber. He merely wished to convey information to others. Yet now such communication has become unnecessary. They are already aware, and he simply needs to await their response. Lin Yu returned to the stone dwelling, secured the wooden door, and approached the wooden table. The interior of the stone house was shrouded in darkness, a lingering consequence of the fortification. Previously, the stone walls had not undergone reinforcement, leaving numerous crevices that allowed ample light to permeate. Now, however, the walls fit together seamlessly, and the intermediate wooden door aligned perfectly with the stone structure, resulting in a nearly lightless environment within the stone house. If Lin Yu wished to work during the day, he could only ignite a bonfire, relying on its flickering glow to carve the luminous stone. Presently, he dared not open the door, whereas before, The specters did not emerge in daylight. He now felt a profound trepidation. Chapter 055 Announcement. The white radiance rune, the morning air was crisp. A chilling breeze sweeping through the silent woods, stirring the fallen leaves into a dance towards the sky. Although the heavens were clear, devoid of any clouds, they imparted a sense of desolation and indifference. In front of a stone cottage on the northern edge of the town, a group of 20 to 30 figures had begun to assemble. Clad in ordinary, sometimes tattered attire, they wielded an assortment of weapons. The individuals eyed each other warily, their gazes flickering with sharp intensity. Among those familiar with one another, there were subtle nods exchanged as gestures of camaraderie. The news of the Skinwalker's appearance had spread like wildfire, prompting many to contemplate their escape routes. Had it not been for Yin summoning them, such a gathering would have been improbable. Amidst the crowd, Mei Sha turned to Zhang Jihui and inquired softly, "Has Lin Yu not arrived?" Zhang Jihui nodded, replying, "He is aware of the Skinwalker situation, but mentioned he had other matters to attend to." Mei Sha acknowledged this with a nod, her gaze swiftly scanning the surrounding faces. The number of survivors in the town dwindled, their expressions etched with worry or marked by an unsettling severity, devoid of any trace of joy. If I had known Lin Yu and T come, I wouldn't have come either. With so many people gathered, there is a chance that one among them could be a Skinwalker. Zhang Jihui frowned, retorting, "Do not speak recklessly. Skinwalkers lack such audacity. And it is daylight. There is no way they could possess so many individuals at once." Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Mei Sha. She wrapped her arms around herself, casting her eyes towards the others. The crowd remained silent, her and Zhang Jihui's whispers barely rising above a murmur. At that moment, the door of the stone cottage swung open. Yinda emerged, instantly drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Many scrutinized his expression, hoping to glean any subtle hints that might prepare them for the worst. Clad in a dark jacket, a handgun slung at his waist, and a brown paper bag in hand, his wrinkled visage betrayed no emotion, his keen eyes darting forward like a shrewd rodent. Yinda's gaze fell upon Zhang Jihui and Mei Sha, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Lin Yu had not come. He had instructed everyone to relay the message, yet some still hesitated to show up, likely due to their distrust of Yinda. Yinda did not tally the numbers. The townsfolk did not require meticulous accounting. With the specter of the night still fresh, and now the threat of a Skinwalker looming, it was entirely plausible that some had perished the previous night, a rather commonplace occurrence in these dire times. Observing the crowd's expressions, confusion, surprise, and fear, Yinda recognized that this was the demeanor befitting survivors. He stepped forward, his voice laden with gravitas. "I have summoned the townsfolk, and I trust you are all aware that a Skinwalker has manifested in our midst." A Skinwalker. It has truly appeared. Why had we not detected it earlier? Yinda, what shall we do now? Indeed, although the Skinwalker possesses limited combat prowess, its methods are insidious. It is rumored to be infectious. Even if one becomes possessed by a Skinwalker, there are no initial symptoms. The crowd began to chatter, and the once silent stone house became abuzz with noise. Yinda raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Since I have gathered everyone here, it is evident that I have a plan. Allow me to elaborate. Currently, there is only one Skinwalker, which presumably appeared yesterday afternoon. You all know Lily, correct? She has already been possessed, along with her son and Lecky. However, we have managed to eliminate them by fire. Thus, the only certainty at this moment is that the town is temporarily safe, as there is but one Skinwalker. If we can vanquish it, we may restore our previous state." Hearing this, Misha cast a disdainful glance at Yinda. Knowing that it was Zhang Jihui and Lin Yu who had incinerated the Skinwalker, and that he had no claim to their efforts. Yet in this moment, Misha refrained from openly criticizing Yinda, for he was the sole postman among them. Yinda paused briefly before continuing. "During my recent visit to the post office, they provided me with white-level radiance runes. As you are aware, white-level radiance runes have only recently emerged, and they are significantly more potent than their cyan counterparts. Therefore, I am now unveiling these white-level radiance runes for everyone to take home. I believe that by this afternoon, one among you will be able to carve them. Once we have successfully carved the white-level radiance runes, we will be equipped to confront the Skinwalker. Rest assured, the Skinwalker's power and speed are inferior to that of a wraith. It is merely a level 3 anomalous creature. Why did you not reveal this sooner? A burly man in the crowd grumbled, his voice deep and resonant. He was clad in a tattered black tracksuit, towering nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a long machete and sporting a bulging waist pouch. Yinda cast a somber glance at Zhao Laming and replied, I have only just received this information. Do you presume I was hoarding it? I heard that when you visited the post office earlier, they provided it to you. Why are you only sharing it with us now? Interjected a middle-aged woman, robust in stature and dressed plainly, yet carrying a submachine gun on her back and a gleaming blade at her waist. After she spoke, she exchanged a knowing look with the burly man, their eyes glinting with amusement. Zhang Qian, are you questioning my integrity? Yinda furrowed his brow, glaring at the woman. I said nothing of the sort. Zhang Qian shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. This is a perilous situation. I do not have time for your banter. If you do not wish to participate, you may leave at once, Yinda admonished. You invite me here, and now you wish for me to depart? What do you mean by that, Yinda? Zhang Qian responded, her dissatisfaction palpable. Along with Zhao Laming, she had long harbored resentment towards Yinda, even contemplating eliminating him to seize his safe haven. After all, in this apocalyptic world, morality and law had long since become mere scraps of paper. Leave if I tell you to, or else. With a sharp click, Yinda drew the pistol from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Zhang Qian's forehead. The atmosphere instantly thickened, fraught with tension. Yinda, do you wish to kill me? Then you shall not survive either. Zhang Qian coldly fixed her gaze upon Yinda, her hand poised over the blade concealed at her waist, ready for action at any moment. Bang! A resounding gunshot echoed. A golden bullet shot straight into the sky. The crowd instinctively crouched down, terrified that Yinda might unleash his wrath and commence a massacre. In truth, there existed another method to contain the grotesque beings, to eliminate all survivors before the fiends could possess anyone, fundamentally curtailing the spread of these aberrant entities. You, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Laming immediately crouched down, their silent understanding evident as they exchanged a glance, preparing to launch a coordinated assault on Yinda. Just then, Yinda's voice resounded. Due to my outstanding performance, the post office has bestowed upon me a reward. Not only have they provided me with ample ammunition, but I have also become a mutant. Would you too like to experience the power of a mutant? A mutant. Yinda had actually transformed into a mutant. Zhang Zhihui furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging. No wonder it explains why Yinda has grown even more formidable. He has indeed become a mutant. Chapter 056. A glimpse of servitude, Yinda observed the silent crowd before him, a cold smirk gracing his lips, for his objectives had been met. The dark gun in his hand remained steadfastly lowered, as he regarded everyone with an air of indifference. Here lies the white-level radiant rune, bestowed upon you without charge. Yet your lack of gratitude is palpable. It seems, at times, humanity can be more wretched than aberrant beings. His gaze fixated on Zhang Qian and Zhao Laming, who crouched on the ground, their expressions rife with wariness as they regarded him. They were acutely aware of the caliber of mutants. If humanity's pinnacle of combat prowess was embodied by the elite soldiers, then a mutant could effortlessly vanquish a dozen such warriors. The enhancements in strength, speed, and defense that mutants possessed were formidable. Coupled with Yin Da's cunning disposition, his combat capacity was nothing short of terrifying. Even ordinary bullets posed little threat to him, while these individuals before him were mere survivors. In the presence of mutants, their combat abilities resembled that of insects, easily extinguishable by Yinda's hand. With a disdainful scoff, Yinda proclaimed, I have always acted for the benefit of the survivors here, yet some individuals lack the sense to recognize their place, insisting on engaging with me. What right have you to contend with me? What have you sacrificed? What have you contributed? Do you truly believe that having carved a few radiant stones grants you the privilege to negotiate with me? A delusion indeed. This white-level radiant rune boasts a high completion rate. If successfully carved, it will unleash over 80% of its inherent energy. He continued, moreover, Allow me to reiterate the rules concerning the trickster beings. First, do not make contact with them. Second, do not respond to their inquiries. Failure to heed these warnings may result in possession by one of them, and you are all too aware of the consequences of such an event. Additionally, the white-level radiant rune not only serves to repel evil, but can also harm the trickster beings. I have conducted experiments on this matter. Rest assured, if you injure a trickster, incinerate it immediately. Remember, it must be burned to death. Do you understand? Yinda's voice echoed, scolding the assembly. Understood. Understood. A few individuals in the crowd displayed sycophantic smiles, eager to ingratiate themselves with Yinda. The man he was now was far removed from the mere postman he once was. He had evolved into a formidable mutant. Since Yinda revealed his true nature, many had shifted their perceptions of him. If ever there came a day when survival was in question, it was evident that Yinda would be the last man standing. Now that you understand, take this knowledge with you. Those who disregard my commands shall await their regret. Starting tomorrow, all of you are to gather here each morning. Anyone who fails to appear will be considered deceased, and I shall personally lead the effort to collect the bodies. Very well. A middle-aged man approached Yinda with an ingratiating smile. He extended his hands in a supplicating manner, awaiting the white-level radiant rune. Yinda ruffled his hair, resembling a master observing his pet. The individual showed no disdain. Notions of pride had long since lost their value. Hee, Lord Yinda, I have always believed you to be extraordinary and destined for significant recognition by the Postal Service. He remarked, You are correct. Please, take a look first. Yinda replied with a beaming smile. Zhang Zhihui's eyes flickered as he observed the reactions of those around him. He noted that while some wore expressions of contempt, they skillfully concealed their true feelings. A greater number, however, gazed at Yinda with eager anticipation. Even Zhang Qian and Zhao Laming exchanged glances, their expressions transformed, both choosing to suppress their emotions. Yinda was no longer the same as before. This was not merely a promotion or pursuit of wealth, but a true transcendence of the ordinary. The crowd began to line up to observe and replicate the white luminous runes. Zhang Zhihui and Misha stood at the back, meticulously examining the white tier luminous runes. On a pebble the size of an infant's fist was intricately carved a more complex and peculiar rune. At that moment, the rune emanated a radiant white glow, revealing a surge of potent energy. Indeed, this was a white tier luminous rune, and Yinda spoke no falsehood. As the throng surged, survivors began to replicate the runes one after another. Not far away, in a forest that was eerily silent, resembling a tomb, a towering black tree pierced the heavens. In the leaf-strewn earth stood a solitary figure, resembling a straight lance. The blood-red eyes of the grotesque being fixated on the humans before the stone dwelling. Its pallid hands hung limply at its sides, arms marred by gory lacerations, flesh torn open, yet not a drop of blood flowed. The hideous visage had begun to decay, marked by an array of ghastly spots. Half an hour later, the crowd had completed their copying, departing from Yinda's residence as if they had acquired a treasure. Zhang Zhihui and Misha had also taken note of the white tier luminous runes. Walking together, Zhang Zhihui remarked, I shall first visit Lin Yu to present him with the white tier luminous runes. You should return. Is it challenging to carve the white tier luminous runes? Although Yinda had provided them with the runes, the actual carving depended on their own abilities. Yinda could only supply the rune template. Whether they could succeed in the carving was a matter of personal skill. It was well known that carving any luminous rune would consume mental energy. With only an afternoon remaining, time was indeed of the essence. The white tier luminous runes, being of a higher grade, posed greater difficulty. It was unlikely that the process would be as effortless as when carving the blue tier luminous runes. Failure was inevitable. Misha pondered for a moment. There was difficulty, yet it seemed achievable. The luminous runes would devour mental strength, and she was unsure of the likelihood of success. Zhang Zhihui nodded, saying, Indeed, I feel we're channeling the mental energy within our minds through the medium of the luminous runes, transferring it onto the stone. Those with greater mental strength tend to endure longer. It is said that there exists a method to enhance one's spiritual power at the fortress. If you, Brother Hui, find it untenable here, You might consider venturing to the fortress. I have already resolved to go. Zhang Zhihui cast a surprised glance at Misha and then replied, Indeed. Your decision is wise. I have discussed this with Lin Yu as well, but he did not concur. However, if you are willing, Brother Hui, you too could make your way to the fortress. Zhang Zhihui let out a bitter laugh. I no longer possess that qualification. Upon witnessing his expression, Misha fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Zhihui, a deserter from the front line, would undoubtedly be rejected by the fortress. In this apocalyptic world, human emotions are intricate and convoluted. After pondering for a moment, Misha chose not to speak further. She glanced at the path leading back and quickened her pace. Today, she must carve the white radiant rune. Misha encouraged herself inwardly. Chapter 57. The White Radiance Rune on the Winding, Narrow Path. Individuals hurriedly made their way towards their stone dwellings, resembling small birds huddled against the biting wind, their heads tucked low as they quickened their pace. Within the depths of the forest, a grotesque figure silently observed the movements of the survivors, lurking like a predator. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with a fierce and malevolent light. A figure emerged from within the trees, an elderly man of approximately 50 or 60 years, donned in a coarse linen robe. His hands clasped over his shoulders as he hurried forward, head bowed. The old man paused intermittently, scanning the surroundings with caution, wary of any anomalies. Eventually, he stopped, meticulously surveying the area. No sounds broke the silence. The woods felt eerily like a tomb. The only noise was the crunching of dried leaves beneath his feet. He raised his gaze towards the trees. This was the most direct route home. If he could traverse this forest, he would be safe. Yet the dark woods loomed over him like an enormous spider-esque web, instilling a sense of unease. Exhaling a breath of cold air, the old man hastened towards his home. After walking for several minutes, the stone dwelling of Yin Da was no longer in sight. As he immersed himself in his thoughts, a strange silhouette suddenly materialized within the blackened woods, not far from him. With each step the old man took, the figure's head eerily twisted to follow him, those blood-red eyes fixated on his back. Suddenly, the old man felt an unsettling presence. He halted once more, turning to glance behind him. An uncanny intuition warned him that this place was perilous. Just as he turned to look, he felt a chilling gust sweep before him, akin to the sudden opening of a refrigerator door, sending an icy shiver straight to his heart. What was that? The old man swiftly turned his head, only to find the grotesque figure directly before him, mere half a meter away. The decaying visage was horrifying, the pallid skin marred with numerous ghastly spots. Those blood-red eyes radiated a vengeful glow. Gradually, an eerie face began to manifest on its neck, writhing and emitting a hissing sound, as if it sought to escape from the rotting corpse. The old man's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with terror as he let out a dreadful scream, collapsing to the ground. Thud! In a state of panic, he scrambled backward, but the grotesque figure lunged at him. Its body fell with the rigidity of a plank, cold and lifeless, like a puppet. Bang! The figure crashed down upon the old man. In sheer desperation, he fumbled for a dagger at his waist, thrusting it wildly at the grotesque being. The blade pierced the creature's back, yet it bore no effect. Not a single drop of blood was shed. It remained stiff as wood, its repulsive face pressed against the old man's. An excruciatingly cold sensation surged from the soles of his feet. The color drained from the old man's face in an instant. The two eyes bulged, their pupils constricted abruptly in fear. Do not! The elder's words were abruptly halted as he felt a chilling sensation around his neck. The grotesque figure had already sunk its teeth into him. A large chunk of flesh was torn away, blood gushing forth, splattering the decaying visage with crimson. In a mere moment, the grotesque figure stood upright. The elder lay motionless on the muddy ground, his eyes gradually transforming into a deep red, as if ink had been spilled within them. The blood-red hue began to consume the entirety of his eyeballs, and before long, both of his eyes were entirely crimson, filled with malice and vengeance. Rising from the earth, the elder exhaled a cold, sinister aura from his nostrils. He stood alongside the grotesque figure, resembling two rigid corpses that had only just learned to walk. A ghastly face began to manifest on the elder's body, writhing within him. The skin appeared inflated, as if air had been blown into it, making the face inside all the more discernible. With a series of crackling sounds, the elder twisted his neck and vanished into the woods like a zombie. Zhang Zhihui encountered no anomalies along his path. Carrying a shotgun, he remained in a state of vigilant alertness. It was only upon arriving at Lin Yu's stone abode that he finally exhaled in relief. He knocked on the door. A voice came from within. "It's me, Lin Yu. I have returned, and I bring what you requested. Yinda has announced the white-level radiance rune." Before the wooden door could open, Zhang Zhihui spilled his words in a rush. With a creak, Lin Yu opened the door, and upon seeing Zhang Zhihui standing there, he invited him in. "Come in. Sit down. What did Yinda say?" Zhang Zhihui shook his head repeatedly, his face adorned with stubble, appearing weary. "I won't come in. Yinda has announced the white-level radiance rune. I brought you a backup. Take a look, jot it down, and you can carve it this afternoon. I don't have much time left. Here are the blueprints for the chimney as well." As he spoke, Zhang Zhihui retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket. Lin Yu examined it closely, discovering an intricately designed rune that bore some resemblance to the previous blue-level radiance rune, yet with many alterations in detail, rendering it far more complex. Zhang Zhihui had sketched it quickly, and it appeared somewhat chaotic. "Thank you." Lin Yu swiftly procured paper and a pen, then began to copy the rune. Zhang Zhihui sighed, sitting on the steps, drenched in sweat, evidently having rushed all the way there. "No rush, you copy it first." He wiped the sweat from his brow. Lin Yu took out the paper and pen and began to transcribe. However, after only a couple of strokes, he suddenly halted, his brow furrowed, as if he had noticed something amiss. Observing this, Zhang Zhihui looked at Lin Yu curiously. "What is it? Did something go wrong?" "I recall not having made any mistakes." Lin Yu shook his head. "No, I've memorized it already." He set down the paper and pen in his hands. At this moment, a radiant white-level rune illuminated Lin Yu's mind. The intricate lines would take at least 10 minutes to transcribe accurately, with no room for error in any single stroke. Any omission in the assembled rune would render it ineffective. Zhang Zhihui gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. Not only was it impossible to commit to memory, but even the act of copying it felt overwhelmingly complex. After just a fleeting glance, Lin Yu had memorized it flawlessly. This was nothing short of miraculous. Unless Lin Yu possessed an innate ability for photographic memory. Zhang Zhihui stared at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "Lin Yu, are you serious? You've already memorized it?" Lin Yu nodded, a remarkably clear image of the radiant rune taking shape in his mind. The intricate lines, bizarre patterns, and even the angles and spatial dimensions were vividly present in his consciousness. Lin Yu was now capable of perfect replication without the need for notes, as if he had practiced the drawing hundreds of times and could reproduce it with his eyes closed. He had indeed attained a level of memory that defied belief, a testament to the enhancement of his mental faculties. "Yes, I have memorized it completely," Lin Yu stated calmly, setting down his pen and paper. Zhang Zhihui looked at him in awe, amazed at this extraordinary talent he never expected Lin Yu to possess. Chapter 058. Strengthening agility on the steps in front of the stone house. Zhang Zhihui stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "I have completed my task for Lin Yu, so I shall take my leave. We can discuss any matters later." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Although they had both acquired a white-level radiant rune, it was merely a single rune. The crucial aspect lay in carving this rune onto a pebble, thereby unlocking its full potential. "Farewell. I shall commence the engraving of the radiant rune," Lin Yu said. "Very well. I will take my leave now." Zhang Zhihui rose and departed, but not before glancing back at Lin Yu. "Consider what I mentioned earlier. If you find it agreeable, I will inform Zhang Li, and then we can venture to the outskirts together." "Indeed, I shall contemplate it," Lin Yu replied. "All right, I am off." Zhang Zhihui waved his hand and strode away from Lin Yu's residence. As Lin Yu observed Zhang Zhihui's retreating figure, he prepared to enter the house. However, just as he turned to step inside, he suddenly felt an unsettling gaze upon him, a malevolent beam directed from the depths of the black forest nearby. Instinctively, Lin Yu turned back, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the shadowy woods. Not far from the stone house stood a patch of dark forest, modest in size. Approximately 4 to 5 hectares, akin to 8 football fields. Due to the distance, Lin Yu could not discern much. Within the thick, shadowy trees, he sensed a chilling and vengeful glimmer. Yet, when he focused his gaze, he found nothing amiss within the blackened grove. The silent forest exuded an endless mist, resembling an eerie graveyard. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Yu stood still, meticulously surveying the surroundings, yet he could detect no anomalies. Nevertheless, an uncanny intuition warned him that something perilous lurked within the woods, fixating its gaze upon him in front of the stone house. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he ascended the steps and shut the wooden door behind him. Just as Lin Yu closed the door, a figure emerged from the depths of the black forest. Behind a towering black tree, a decayed visage appeared, its features marred by dried blood. 2 crimson eyes were fixated intently on the stone house, as if an inexhaustible malice seeped from their depths. The figure remained concealed within the woods, unwavering in its watch over Lin Yu. Inside the stone house, Lin Yu placed the firewood onto the campfire, followed by unfolding the blueprint that Zhang Zhihui had provided him. This was a design for a chimney, simple in structure, sketched in pencil, with detailed annotations regarding its length and width. Lin Yu was not required to create a flawless chimney. He merely needed to follow the specifications outlined in the blueprint to complete the construction, after which he could enhance it. Given the materials available within his stone house and his tools, crafting a perfect chimney capable of withstanding ghostly apparitions was nearly an impossible endeavor. Otherwise, why would the survivors in this area prefer to seal off their stone houses rather than construct a chimney for smoke ventilation? The primary reason lies in the inherent dangers posed by the chimney, prompting the decision to seal the entire stone house instead. Constructing the chimney was not particularly challenging. Lin Yu adeptly utilized a substantial amount of gravel in lieu of metal sheeting, carefully selecting its position. He then excavated a pit in the ground and filled the crevices of the stones with mud. With his body having been fortified, Lin Yu felt no fatigue as he worked. A task that would generally take an ordinary person an entire afternoon was accomplished by him in merely an hour. At that moment, Lin Yu gazed upon the chimney he had completed, a smile illuminating his face. Though the chimney was quite rudimentary, it was crafted according to the blueprints, and any imperfections were of little consequence. Upon finishing the chimney, Lin Yu prepared to commence the carving of the luminous stones. His agility had yet to be fully enhanced, and several hours remained before its completion. Thus he could only begin fortifying the chimney afterward. At this juncture, Lin Yu retrieved his carving knife and laid out the remaining pebbles from the table, arranging them meticulously. Taking a deep breath, he embarked on his sculpting endeavor. Unlike other survivors, Lin Yu was not bound to carve according to the luminous runes depicted in the blueprints. He merely needed to manifest the runes from his mind onto the pebbles. This approach saved him considerable time and allowed for a higher standard of craftsmanship. The sole dilemma he faced was whether his mental fortitude would suffice. After enhancing his mental strength, he found himself effortlessly carving the cyan-grade luminous stones, often completing multiple pieces in one go. However, he remained uncertain about the outcome of sculpting the white-grade luminous stones. The campfire at his feet cast a warm, orange glow, while Lin Yu, seated at the wooden table, held the carving knife in one hand and a pebble in the other, intently focused on his work on the white-grade luminous stone. The knife produced a crisp sound as it sliced through the pebble, with flakes of lime continuously shedding, revealing hard, straight lines upon the stone's surface. These seemingly chaotic lines, guided by Lin Yu's skilled hands, gradually coalesced into a complex and bizarre pattern. After 20 minutes, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. The once ordinary pebble suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating his sharply defined features. His gaze flickered. He had successfully carved the white-grade luminous rune on his very first attempt. In his hands lay a pebble adorned with intricate runes, its surface glowing with a reassuring white light. Lin Yu could distinctly sense the powerful energy emanating from the luminous stone. He had succeeded, and remarkably, without any headache. The enhancement of his mental strength had proven immensely beneficial. Taking a brief respite, Lin Yu proceeded to carve the second luminous stone. This time, he found himself considerably more adept, executing the carving with remarkable ease. As the number of luminous stones he carved increased, so did the duration of his work. After completing the third luminous stone, Lin Yu unmistakably felt a depletion of his mental energy. Though he did not experience a headache, Lin Yu sensed a growing heaviness in his head, a herald of impending discomfort. Aware that he could no longer continue his sculpting, he recognized that his mental energy had begun to deplete, necessitating a brief respite. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted that there remained over 20 minutes until the completion of his agility enhancement. Seizing this opportunity, he settled against the edge of his bed to rest. After 20 minutes, Lin Yu suddenly felt a shift within his body. He opened his eyes with immediacy, discovering that the very structure of his being seemed to have undergone a transformation. A subtle cracking sound emanated from his bones, reminiscent of bamboo shoots sprouting swiftly after the rain. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed hear the crisp, clear sounds of cracking. Minutes later, the sound subsided, and in that moment, Lin Yu perceived a newfound agility in his limbs, capable of executing a myriad of challenging movements. His flexibility had been vastly enhanced, and the mobility of his joints reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 059. The final fundamental attribute, the enhancement of agility, not only signifies that Lin Yu's limbs have become more nimble, but has also bestowed upon him a measure of increased speed. He experimentally threw 2 punches, each accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air. As his arms grew more supple, the velocity of his strikes escalated. In short-range jabs, Lin Yu's fists began to blur with speed, rivaling even Yan's striking pace. Each punch was executed with precision, swiftness, and ferocity. Lin Yu had achieved a genuine state of equilibrium. This punch embodies 30 years of skill. Can you withstand it? Of the 5 fundamental attributes, Lin Yu had already enhanced 4. Only the last one, stamina, remained. However, he was not in a rush to strengthen his stamina, for it required a considerable amount of time. Presently, Lin Yu sought to reinforce the chimney, as a persistent odor of smoke lingered in the room, causing him discomfort and complicating the process of cooking. His gaze fell upon the makeshift chimney he had constructed at noon. In the next moment, a prompt appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Would you like to enhance the chimney? Enhancement time, 1 hour and 55 minutes. Yes. After confirming, Lin Yu turned his attention away from the chimney. It was now past 4 in the afternoon, approaching 5. If all went smoothly, he could complete the enhancement by 7, at which point he could attend to stamina. Boil water, prepare dinner. Lin Yu began his evening meal. As night approached, he decided against venturing outside to avoid any misfortunes. Last night, he had spent hours gaming with the trickster. If it too possessed a vengeful nature, Lin Yu sensed that it might come seeking retribution. The pure water in the iron kettle began to bubble and then boil, releasing white steam that gently rose into the air. Lin Yu removed the kettle from the fire and poured its contents into a porcelain cup. He then took out some bread and jerky, savoring each bite slowly. Nightfall arrived as anticipated, and the temperature gradually began to drop. The hot water soon cooled to lukewarm, and Lin Yu found himself feeling somewhat parched. He drank a generous cup of water, feeling considerably refreshed. After storing the remaining water, he retrieved 3 white-grade radiant stones he had carved. He then prepared his handgun and the ice-blue battle axe, donning a tattered black cloak before approaching the campfire. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze intent as he stared into the flickering embers, his dark eyes glimmering. At 7 o'clock, the night had enveloped the world in darkness. Lin Yu glanced at the time. The enhancement of the chimney had concluded. He turned his attention to the chimney and, simultaneously, a system prompt appeared before him. Chimney enhancement complete. Item: fireplace chimney quality. Basic special effect: sturdy and durable. Contains a manual smoke blockage system. Would you like to continue enhancing? At that moment, Lin Yu stood beside the newly enhanced chimney. A hazy light enveloped the chimney, causing its entire form to become indistinct. Before long, the chimney belonging to Lin Yu underwent a complete transformation from its original appearance. Solid stones were meticulously arranged to construct a rectangular chimney. with a fireplace at its base and a compartment for ash within. At its center, an iron plate emerged, suitable for grilling meat or boiling water. The chimney was perfectly positioned at the heart of the stone dwelling, seamlessly connected to the stone blocks of the dome above. 4 smoke outlets adorn the top, all securely sealed with iron mesh, leaving only thumb-sized openings. The chimney was remarkably discreet, and nearby lay a switch that could close the smoke outlets, thereby preventing the intrusion of the black insects. Additionally, a bonfire burned at the bottom, as these insects harbored a profound fear of flames, daring not to approach even from above. When Lin Yu ventured out, he could completely seal the chimney, ensuring that even if the black insects discovered the entrance, they could not gain entry once it was sealed. Lin Yu gazed at the brand-new chimney, thoroughly satisfied. The enhancements provided by the system were always comprehensive, leaving no vulnerabilities for abnormal creatures. No longer would he have to endure the scent of smoke. He could continuously add firewood, rendering the room even warmer. Lin Yu retrieved wood from the side and placed it into the fireplace. As he watched the flames flicker and dance, a softness crept into his demeanor. The room was devoid of any smoky scent, and he could freely add more wood. Not far from the stone house lay a forest, providing Lin Yu with an inexhaustible supply of timber. Now, he could commence the enhancement of his final attribute. The 5 attributes were finally nearing completion, and once balanced, his body would surely become even more formidable. Eagerly, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and began the enhancement of endurance. As his heart stirred, a prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to enhance endurance? Enhancement duration, 5 hours and 1 minute. The time had shortened. It had previously been 16 hours. Lin Yu immediately declared, Enhance endurance. Enhancing. This last attribute among the 5 had the shortest duration, marking the final step in his comprehensive enhancement. Lin Yu wondered if he would remain the same after the completion of this 5th attribute enhancement. With each successive enhancement, there might be other transformations yet to discover. He only needed to wait for 5 hours. Once the enhancement of endurance was complete, it would be around midnight. And at this hour, Lin Yu had yet to sleep. He decided to continue carving the white-grade radiant stone. After resting for over 3 hours, he felt his mental energy had significantly replenished. As he grasped the carving knife, the white-grade radiant runes appeared in his mind. He now experienced the sensation of mental energy being entirely depleted. With the completion of the fireplace, the room was now considerably brighter. Lin Yu leaned over the table, entering a state of intense focus, resuming his work on the white-grade radiant stone carving. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu set down the pebble and carving knife in his hands. His hands were entirely covered in white powder after several hours of diligent effort. Lin Yu had finally completed 3 white-grade luminous stones. Now, he possessed 6 white-grade luminous stones in his hands, along with the previously crafted blue-grade luminous stones. Lin Yu had instantaneously realized his aspiration for a prosperous life. With the white-grade luminous stones, he essentially secured his own capital. Exhausted, he stretched languidly, pressing his hands against his temples to massage them, his eyes tightly shut as he felt the fatigue of his mental energy. Lin Yu roughly calculated that he could carve a maximum of 5 white-grade luminous stones in a day. As for the blue-grade luminous stones, he could at least carve 23. This level of production was already considered exceptional. To date, no one in the entire town had managed to carve 5 white-grade luminous stones in a single day. Chapter 060. Another entity. As Lin Yu concluded a day's labor, the clock approached midnight. He was on the verge of completing the enhancement of his 5 fundamental attributes. Casting a glance at the time, he awaited the conclusion of the enhancement process in silence. Throughout Lin Yu's wait, the entrance to the stone house remained undisturbed. Outside, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. The peculiar entity that had appeared the previous night had not returned to cause trouble. Unlike the shadowy specter, after failing to eliminate Lin Yu, this enigmatic being seemed to vanish into thin air, never to trouble him again. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered within Lin Yu. He felt that something was amiss. Earlier in the afternoon, he distinctly sensed a presence behind him, accompanied by a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. However, when he turned to look, the owner of those eyes mysteriously disappeared. This unsettling feeling gnawed at him, suggesting that matters were not as straightforward as he had assumed. Consequently, Lin Yu had compelled himself to carve additional white-grade luminous stones. The blue-grade stones had ceased to be effective. Only more potent luminous stones could inflict harm upon abnormal entities. However, hours passed without any sign of danger, which left him feeling both anxious and, paradoxically, a tinge of relief. If the enigmatic being refrained from intruding, Lin Yu could enjoy a sound night's sleep, having completed the tasks at hand. The townsfolk were aware of the entity's presence. Should anyone fall victim to it tonight, it would merely be a stroke of misfortune. As time trickled by, Lin Yu activated the anomaly detector and placed a blue-grade luminous stone at the door. The remaining 5 white-grade luminous stones were tucked securely in his pockets. He hoped fervently that trouble would not find him. Glancing at the sturdy wooden door, he made his way to the bedside. It had been an eternity since he had last slept on a bed. He had been hiding in the confines of the basement. That subterranean space was cramped and stifling, barely accommodating a single person crouching on the ground. It resembled a prison more than a refuge. Lin Yu contemplated renovating the basement when time permitted. The stone house, while appearing robust, could not withstand all the varieties of abnormal entities lurking in this chaotic world. In these apocalyptic times, bizarre and terrifying creatures emerged like mushrooms after rain. Concrete and steel offered little defense against such horrors. Otherwise, humanity would not be retreating and constructing fortifications and bastions. Finally, Lin Yu settled onto the bed, removing his shoes while his clothes remained intact. Over time, he had grown accustomed to sleeping in attire. His handgun and battle axe hung at his waist, a precautionary measure. The fireplace beside him crackled with a warm flame, and before long, Lin Yu succumbed to slumber. Yet, scarcely had he lain down when sporadic gunfire erupted outside the stone house. In the silence of the desolate wilderness, the sound rang out with startling clarity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire pierced the air, reverberating in Lin Yu's ears. He quickly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the wooden door. Approaching the entrance, Lin Yu peered through the peephole. Outside the stone dwelling lay a shroud of darkness, illuminated only by the ethereal glow of the moonlight that graced the earth, allowing visibility only in the vicinity of the door. Beyond that, all was obscured by a thick fog, swirling like specters around the stone house. Bang! Another shot rang out. Lin Yu's ears twitched, and his gaze sharpened. Not far from him, within another stone abode, Zhao Leiming was frantically firing his weapon. The wooden door had been smashed open, and the ground was littered with spent luminous stones. The sturdy door lay in ruins, as if violently demolished by a construction crew. Several azure-grade luminous stones were rendered utterly ineffective, with a pool of blood staining the entrance. The viscous blood oozed onto the ground, exuding a putrid stench. The enigmatic figure had vanished, yet Zhao Leiming remained in a state of panic within the stone house. Gripping his hunting rifle tightly, he understood that he would not survive the night, yet he refused to relinquish his final chance to evade the clutches of the specter. Cold sweat streamed down his square-jawed face, his bulging eyes, constricted pupils betraying his fear, and his body hunched over in a posture of acute vigilance, fixated on the door. The interior of the stone house was in disarray, with debris scattered everywhere. The only thing missing was the luminous stones. On the wooden table beside, Zhao Leiming lay an unfinished white-grade luminous stone. Half of the white luminous rune had been inscribed, the remaining portion yet to be carved. This indicated that the luminous stone was useless and could inflict no harm upon the specter. His breath came in rapid gasps, his nerves taut, and his powerful arms trembled slightly. It was clear that no one would come to his aid at this moment. Zhao Leiming could only place his hopes on the hunting rifle in his grasp. The specter's defenses were not formidable. The bullets could indeed inflict damage, as the blood on the ground had already demonstrated. He had fired several shots, each one striking the specter with precision. The bullets blossomed within the creature's decaying form, tearing it apart, with remnants of flesh visible on the steps at the entrance. Zhao Leiming remained vigilant, his eyes fixed intently on the door frame. He understood that the specter would not depart easily. especially with a human on the brink of being consumed. The silence outside was profound, devoid of any sound, as if the specter had concealed itself. Just as Zhao Laming maintained his watchful gaze on the door, an eerie sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Bang! Startled like a bird released from a bowstring, Zhao Laming's hunting rifle erupted with a brilliant flash, firing towards the door. Unfortunately, the specter did not materialize. His bullet had missed. Damn it! Zhao Laming's expression twisted into one of rage. Clearly, the specter was deliberately luring him to fire once his ammunition was depleted. The outcome was all too predictable. Just as Zhao Laming's fury reached its peak, a decaying corpse suddenly appeared at the entrance. The corpse lay partially revealed, its garments soaked in blood. A visage of utter decay, with two blood-red eyes and hair that had nearly all but fallen away, materialized before Zhao Laming. Before he could pull the trigger, a chilling breeze surged towards him, heralding the swift approach of the malevolent entity known as the Guaipai Run. In this critical moment, Zhao Laming seized the opportunity and fired, striking the creature squarely in the head. The shot, delivered at close range, obliterated the Guaipai Ren's cranium. The shotgun's muzzle flared with a searing light as the bullet found its mark, shattering the head and dispersing a grotesque mixture of red and white matter. With a resounding explosion, the Guaipai Ren's head erupted. Zhao Laming's heart soared with triumph. The creature was undeniably dead. The remnants of its head quivered momentarily before it collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. The air became thick with the pungent scent of fresh blood. Yet, before Zhao Laming could savor his victory, another Guaipai Run appeared at the doorway, one that exuded an even more terrifying presence. Its ashen face fixated on Zhao Laming, its blood-red eyes radiating a malevolent glow, and its rigid form surged towards him like a tempest. It was over. Zhao Laming stood in shock as the newly emerged Guaipai Run approached, the death knell resonating within the stone walls of the dwelling. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Laming fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 061. I am Zhang Zhihui. The sporadic gunfire ceased, leaving the still night shrouded in a lingering mist. Lin Yu slowly closed the peephole, uncertain of the fates of the other survivors. In any case, he had no intention of stepping outside to investigate. Who could fathom what lurked beyond the door? He dismissed such thoughts, reminding himself that he still possessed the radiant stones. Lin Yu mused silently, aware that he not only held 5 white-grade radiant stones, but also wielded a firearm, a reinforced battle axe, and an anomaly detector. These tools were more than sufficient to confront the shapeshifters. Even if they sought vengeance, Lin Yu felt undaunted. Unlike the specters, the shapeshifters employed far more insidious methods of killing. However, as long as Lin Yu exhibited no weaknesses, the shapeshifters would have no means of entry. The shapeshifters adhered to 2 fundamental rules of killing. 1. Response. 2. Contact. Lin Yu was neither inclined to respond to the sounds beyond the door nor to engage directly with the shapeshifters. For them to extinguish his life would not be a simple task, especially since Lin Yu had undergone enhancements. He glanced at the clock, noting that less than 10 minutes remained until his stamina enhancement concluded. Once the final attribute enhancement was complete, all 5 of his fundamental attributes would be fully fortified. Approaching the wooden table, he drained the pure water from the porcelain cup. Just as he set the cup down, the anomaly detector on the table suddenly emitted an alarm. Beeping echoed in the stillness. 39. Lin Yu's gaze snapped to the detector. The alarm indicated the presence of anomalous entities nearby. Within mere seconds, the readings began to surge. 50, 70, 99. An anomalous being had appeared at Lin Yu's doorstep. With a deep breath, Lin Yu steadied himself. The detector continued to pulse, the readings climbing yet again, albeit at a slower pace than before. Beep. 100, 120. Ultimately, the readings stabilized at 125. This was a dreadfully high figure. To put into perspective, when the specters had manifested, the detector had only registered slightly above 90. Now, it had escalated to 125. This indicated that the entity at the door was far more terrifying than the specters, possibly not even a specter at all. The readings on the detector remained fixed at 125, neither diminishing nor increasing. This confirmed that the anomalous being was lurking outside, seemingly awaiting something. Lin Yu crept forward silently, taking small, measured steps to avoid making any sound. When he reached the door, he peered through the peephole, revealing the scene outside in its entirety. At that moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Several shapeshifters had appeared at the entrance, their presence unknown until now. The peephole offered a limited view, yet the entrance was clearly visible with almost no blind spots. Unless the grotesque figure crouched down, deliberately hiding from Lin Yu. This was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that Lin Yu beheld not just one, but three grotesque figures right before him. No wonder the anomaly detector's reading soared to an alarming 125. The grotesque figures had returned to trouble me once more. Lin Yu observed the figures at the entrance with a calm demeanor, noting that they had yet to make a move. The three grotesque figures appeared to have recently met their demise, standing at the door like zombies, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on the wooden door, their pallid faces marred by grotesque patches of decay. Suddenly, amidst the fog enveloping the world, several more silhouettes emerged behind these three figures. Lin Yu's breath quickened. More grotesque figures came into his line of sight. The anomaly detector blared its alarm anew, the readings climbing steadily. 127, 130. For silhouettes materialized. These four grotesque figures appearing simultaneously from within the mist. They shared a singular purpose: to extinguish the life of the stone house's master. The seven grotesque figures before him displayed diverse appearances, varying in age and gender. Yet they were united by one commonality. They were all survivors from the town. In the span of a mere half-night, these grotesque figures had claimed the lives of 7 survivors. Such a rate of slaughter was terrifying, even more brutal than the phantoms themselves. At this juncture, the survivors possessed means of self-defense, unlike the early humans who faced these aberrant beings with no recourse. Yet, despite this, the killing speed of the grotesque figures was nothing short of chilling. However, among these 7, Lin Yu noticed the absence of Misha and Zhang Zhihui. Both possessed remarkable skills in carving luminous stones. Either they had evaded detection by the grotesque figures due to survivor bias, or they had been found but managed to carve white-grade luminous stones, preventing their demise. When Zhang Zhihui had arrived at noon, he appeared exceedingly anxious, acutely aware that time was not on his side, prompting him to hastily return home to carve white-grade luminous stones. Evidently, Zhang Zhihui had made an astute decision. Concern began to creep into Lin Yu's mind. The grotesque figures at the entrance were multiplying, congregating before the stone house as if intent on ending Lin Yu's life that very night. He had not anticipated such a multitude of grotesque figures appearing at once. He wondered if the intermediate wooden door could withstand such a horde. If it were merely 1 or 2, Lin Yu would have confidence in the door's integrity. Yet with their numbers swelling, anxiety began to take hold of him. The 7 grotesque figures approached the wooden door, unaware that Lin Yu was vigilantly observing them. Upon their full appearance, they exhibited a remarkable synchrony in their retreat. 6 of the eerie figures vanished, concealing themselves beside the wooden door, leaving only 1 remaining at the entrance. This solitary grotesque figure gazed malevolently at the door, its greenish face devoid of any color, with blood-red eyes slowly writhing. It raised a hand and struck the wooden door with a heavy thud. Lin Yu at his eye, Zhang Zhihui. A voice almost identical to Zhang Zhihui's resonated. In that instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of shock, realizing that the mimic's ability was escalating rapidly. Its tone and inflection mirrored Zhang Zhihui's with remarkable precision, the sole distinction being that these words emanated from a lifeless body. The occupant exhibited no reaction. The mimic at the door was oblivious to Lin Yu's unwavering gaze upon it. It continued its deceitful endeavor to persuade Lin Yu to open the door. The mimic raised its hand once more and struck the wooden door with a heavy thud. Lin Yu opened the door. It is truly me. Do you not trust me? I have no reason to deceive you. The mimic is dead. All of them are gone. It is safe now. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Lin Yu's hand delved into his pocket, retrieving a luminous white stone, his expression darkening in response. Chapter 062. The simultaneous appearance of 7 cunning skinwalkers. Do you doubt the veracity of my words? The outside world is perilous. and I have come to seek your assistance for a matter of great importance. Lin Yu, I never imagined you to be so callous. How ungrateful of you, considering all I have done for you." Outside, Zhang Zhihui, incensed, allowed his tone to grow icy. The skinwalkers, in their relentless pursuit of Lin Yu, resorted to deceit in an attempt to coax him into opening the door. Yet unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had seen through their ruse. These aberrant beings, existing in a world on the brink of collapse, were capricious and even adept at psychological manipulation. As the skinwalkers observed Lin Yu's silence, they too fell into a state of stillness. This silence, however, bore an ominous weight. The skinwalkers did not retreat. Lin Yu felt the tension mount within him. Sensing an unusual aura, the skinwalkers remained steadfast at the door, their two blood-red eyes fixated on the wooden barrier, as if pondering some sinister thought. Skinwalkers possess a rudimentary level of intelligence, perhaps even surpassing that of phantasmal entities. It is crucial to understand that these creatures inhabit human forms, consuming not only the corporeal body, but also the very essence of the human mind. Consequently, a multitude of memories resides within the skinwalkers, which explains their ease in uttering Lin Yu's name. Unsure of the skinwalker's intentions, Lin Yu cast a glance at the handgun in his possession. It contained 3 remaining bullets, more than sufficient to eliminate a single skinwalker. However, the daunting presence of 7 skinwalkers at his threshold was a terrifying prospect. At that moment, one of the skinwalkers appeared to discern something amiss. It was clear that an individual lingered within the stone dwelling, yet this person remained unresponsive, neither opening the door nor making a sound. The skinwalker pressed its decayed visage against the wooden door, while Lin Yu, positioned behind it, peered through the peephole to observe the creature's movements. Its putrid face inched closer, sniffing at the door as if searching for a scent. The rotting tip of its nose quivered, reminiscent of a hyena. Gradually, that grotesque countenance shifted, and the 2 blood-red eyes aligned with the peephole. The peephole in the solid door was diminutive, merely the size of a fingernail, cleverly concealed. If one did not scrutinize it closely, it would go unnoticed. Yet, the skinwalker's intellect surpassed Lin Yu's expectations. It had indeed detected the concealed peephole and uncovered the secret of the door. Behind the sturdy barrier, Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed upon the skinwalkers outside, grappling with the lack of a viable option. Suddenly, to his astonishment, the skinwalker at the entrance began to retreat, seemingly abandoning its pursuit. If it chose to relinquish its efforts, Lin Yu might safely navigate through the night. However, a disquieting scene began to unfold. The enigmatic skinwalker descended the steps and entered the small courtyard, at which point the hidden skinwalkers beside the stone house emerged one by one. 7 skinwalkers materialized in Lin Yu's line of sight. The skinwalker summoned all of them, and this was an ominous sign. Standing together, the 7 figures faced the wooden door, their grotesque faces emanating a chilling aura, with 7 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated intently on the entrance. At that moment, the central skinwalker began to convulse violently, its body contorting into grotesque shapes. It raised its arms high, revealing a horrifying visage emerging from within its ribcage. This grim face twisted and contorted as it slowly moved toward its chest, mimicking the actions of the other skinwalkers, whose own faces began to writhe beneath their thin skin. Terrifying visages became apparent, and once formed, the skinwalkers began to merge into one another. Simultaneously, a series of cracking sounds filled the air as bones began to break. The 7 skinwalkers were combining. Witnessing this, Lin Yu's scalp prickled in terror. He could not fathom that the skinwalkers would resort to such a method. The horrific amalgamation slowly took shape, their decaying flesh melding together, oozing thick green liquid, and an acrid stench wafted through the air. The cracking sounds intensified, resonating sharply in the stillness of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the 7 skinwalkers fused into a single entity. In the center of the courtyard stood a grotesque humanoid figure, resembling a patchwork of bodies stitched together, towering at 3 to 4 meters high. Dozens of arms flailed in the air, forming an eerie and irregular shape. Its blood-red eyes blinked, radiating an aura of malice. Beep! Lin Yu's anomaly detector began to sound an alarm once again. 140, 151, 178. In the span of a mere second, the readings surged dramatically. The value reached 178, surpassing the threshold for a level 3 anomalous entity. A sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Yu. The creature before him had become even more terrifying. Its intentions were unmistakable. It aimed to kill Lin Yu that very night. The grotesque mass of flesh began to move slowly, halting a mere 10 meters from the wooden door. At that moment, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Boom! The humanoid mass suddenly accelerated, rolling toward the wooden door. With a thunderous crash, the skinwalker collided forcefully against the intermediate wooden door. Lin Yu hurriedly retreated as a tremendous wave of energy surged before him. The intermediate wooden door, rare in its resilience, began to bend inward, the wood warping swiftly, even developing fissures. The lock twisted grotesquely, appearing on the verge of failure at any moment. The radiant stone placed beneath the wooden door by Lin Yu flickered momentarily before collectively malfunctioning. Merely a single impact was sufficient to commence the deterioration of the intermediate wooden door. All the azure-hued, radiant stones abruptly ceased functioning, their formidable destructive power instilling a sense of dread. Had this been a common wooden door instead of an intermediate one, a mere collision might have resulted in its immediate shattering. Lin Yu was taken aback to discover that the shape-shifting entities could indeed combine. The prior intelligence he had received appeared to be flawed. The shapeshifter at the entrance, propelled by the recoil, collapsed to the ground but swiftly regained its footing. At that moment, it was evident that extensive wounds marred the creature's form. The human body could not withstand such an intense impact. It was akin to a speeding automobile colliding with flesh, resulting in shattered bones within. The enormous shapeshifter lost considerable amounts of flesh, exposing the pulverized remnants of its skeletal structure. Blood dripped incessantly onto the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos at the doorway. Chapter 063. It can also be killed within the confines of the room. A deafening shockwave instilled a sense of dread in Lin Yu. His pupils constricted sharply, and his entire being grew increasingly tense. The intermediate wooden barrier was on the verge of destruction as the grotesque figure at the entrance staggered to its feet. Shaking off the remnants of flesh that clung to it, bits and pieces fell to the ground with a sickening thud, treading upon the bloodied remnants. The abomination began to retreat slowly, preparing to unleash another ferocious assault. Lin Yu discerned that this creature was driven by a relentless desire for retribution. The 7 other grotesque figures had been orchestrated by it, rendering further amalgamation impossible. In essence, the creature could only command these 7 kindred souls, and even the emergence of an 8th would not permit fusion. Its intentions were glaringly evident. This constituted vital intelligence. The rules governing the grotesque creatures had escalated. Yet, Lin Yu found himself unable to relay this information. The peril he faced was far greater. The brute force exerted against the wooden door had inflicted considerable damage upon the grotesque creature. The substantial quantities of blood and flesh strewn across the ground served as testament to this, for they were composed of corpses, fundamentally consisting of bone and flesh. The creature momentarily hesitated before launching into another round of terrifying impacts. The grotesque figure at the entrance accelerated, crashing violently against the intermediate wooden door. Bang! A more horrifying explosion reverberated through the air. The entire wooden structure began to tremble precariously, its surface caving inward, the lock utterly destroyed and inoperable. Nails on either side of the doorframe were exposed, and the door suffered extensive damage. Fist-sized holes appeared on both sides, and splintered wood revealed the steel plate concealed within. Lin Yu could now clearly see the grotesque figure at the entrance. The peephole was rendered useless. Following yet another impact, more of its bloodied flesh fell away, shattered bone fragments littering the ground. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Yu understood that he could not remain passive. The intermediate wooden door had withstood 2 assaults from the grotesque creature, and its remaining fortitude was dwindling. If the creature continued its relentless battering, it would soon be utterly destroyed. At that point, Lin Yu would be forced to confront the malevolent entity directly, an encounter he desperately wished to avoid. The grotesque figure at the door seemed to sense its impending triumph, retreating once more to the entrance of the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu quickly approached, extending an arm through the damaged doorframe. In his palm, a black pistol materialized. The distance between them was a mere 10 meters, even with his eyes closed. Lin Yu could strike the grotesque creature. Moreover, with its massive form, hitting it would pose no challenge. A dark muzzle was aimed at the grotesque figure as Lin Yu glared furiously at the creature outside, his index finger tightening on the trigger. Bang! The pistol jolted, a flame erupting from the barrel as the bullet soared forth, directly striking the creature's chest. The golden bullet penetrated its body, creating a gaping wound the size of a thumb. The body of the grotesque creature trembled violently, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yu with a vengeful glare. It was certain that a human resided within the stone dwelling, and its terrifying form began to convulse even more intensely. Bang! Another shot struck true. The bullet collided with the creature's head, precisely targeting the ghastly visage hidden within. Upon impact, the creature's body quaked with frenzied vigor. A chilling wail echoed through the silent courtyard, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit's shriek. With a roar, chunks of flesh and blood began to slough off the grotesque being. Lin Yu focused intently and beheld a shattered corpse tumbling from its form, akin to the peeling of garlic. Having vanquished one of the grotesque beings, it was now gravely injured and could no longer exert control over the corpse. A glimmer of hope flickered within Lin Yu. If he could dispatch the ghastly face, the creature would surely perish. The grotesque entity seemed to diminish slightly in size, yet its rage intensified. It paused for but a heartbeat before charging toward Lin Yu. Observing this, Lin Yu's pupils contracted, and his finger once again tightened on the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle as the third bullet struck the creature. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor Lin Yu this time. The bullet merely grazed the creature's body without hitting the ghastly visage. The gunfire ceased, leaving a gory wound upon the grotesque being. Following the bullet's impact, the creature's speed diminished slightly, causing it to shudder momentarily before resuming its relentless advance toward the battered wooden door. The damaged door seemed to ignite a flicker of hope within the creature. As it hurtled forward, Lin Yu hastily retrieved a radiant white stone from his pocket. He hurled the luminous stone with great force. It shot through the crack of the door, landing squarely upon the grotesque being. In the next instant, the creature began to tremble violently. A blinding white light erupted from its form, akin to a myriad of blades piercing through its flesh. The silent assault elicited a pained wail from the creature. The radiant stone shone brilliantly, inflicting a multitude of wounds upon the grotesque being. At a visible pace, gaping injuries appeared across its body. With a sickening pop, a human visage exploded forth from its skin. Exposed to the air, Lin Yu could clearly discern that the face bore no skin, only raw, red flesh. Two blood-red eyes gazed mournfully toward the heavens, and a gaping maw lined with fangs evoked images of a zombie. It emitted a pained howl before swiftly retreating beneath its skin, seemingly terrified of being exposed to the air. The radiant stone had completely lost its potency. The grotesque being, now grievously wounded, became even more terrifying, consumed by a furious rage. A piercing howl erupted once more at the entrance of the courtyard. The grotesque creature lunged forward again, but this time Lin Yu refrained from hurling the radiant stone. He noted that the creature's combat prowess was plummeting sharply. As anticipated, upon colliding with the intermediate wooden door, the creature's force was evidently diminished compared to its previous attempts. This time, it merely widened the gap in the door without breaching it. Just as the creature struck the door, Lin Yu, with remarkable swiftness, drew his battle axe from his waist. He seized the opportune moment, directing his gaze towards the ghastly visage adorning the creature. Lin Yu had discerned the creature's vulnerability. To vanquish it, he must sever the face concealed within its body. Now a master of axe-wielding, Lin Yu's precise strikes were formidable. The instant he beheld the ghastly face within the creature, his axe was already cleaving through the air with a resonant hum that made the atmosphere tremble. With a sharp crack, the battle axe struck the creature with impeccable precision, targeting the ghastly face directly. Upon contact with the skin, Lin Yu intensified the force, cleaving the face within the creature cleanly in two. A wet, slicing sound echoed as he exerted his strength, driving the axe blade deep into the body before forcefully descending. In one fluid motion, he pulled the axe back, completing a deep cut, a downward thrust, and a hooking action. At that moment, one of the ghastly faces within the creature lay severed, revealing a wound akin to a forearm's length. The flesh peeled back, exposing the white bone and sanguine tissue within, an utterly horrifying sight. Chapter 064. Resolving the battle, a chilling scream erupted from the grotesque figure at the entrance. For arms, composed of decaying corpses, lunged violently towards Lin Yu. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy wooden door emitted a mournful groan once more. Suddenly, two iron nails from the beam above plummeted, causing the door to sag inward as the grotesque entity burrowed its way inside. Two horrifying faces squeezed through, desperately attempting to breach the door and seize Lin Yu. A foul stench assailing his senses. Lin Yu took a half-step back, brandishing his battle axe and striking downward. In a flash, his speed was astonishing. The axe descended swiftly towards the creature's head. The sharp blade pierced the grotesque body with terrifying force at such close range. The axe cleaved through half of its form, entering at the shoulder and emerging from the ribcage. Lin Yu exerted his strength to the fullest, mastering both angle and force with remarkable precision. With a resounding crack, the battle axe severed the creature's arm, a torrent of blood spraying forth. It splattered against the wooden door, creating a gruesome tableau. A ferocious roar escaped the creature as it retreated hastily. Of the 7 ghastly faces, 3 had perished, leaving 4 malevolent ones fixated on Lin Yu, their blood-red eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. The entrance was stained with blood, littered with flesh and dismembered limbs. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving. His gaze remained fixed on the grotesque figure, which had not retreated but had instead descended into a frenzied state. At that moment, the creature launched another assault. Lin Yu, seizing the opportunity, swiftly retrieved a white radiant stone from his pocket. Having tested its efficacy moments ago, he was now certain of its power against the grotesque entity. Lin Yu hurled the radiant stone at the creature. It struck the grotesque figure, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The brilliance penetrated its body like a silent grenade, instantly riddling it with numerous gaping holes. The creature emitted another horrifying wail. Its body writhed in a frenzy, surging towards Lin Yu with the intent to obliterate the wooden door and devour the human within. The white, radiant stone unleashed its terrifying power upon contact. But it was fleeting, the energy expended in an instant. The grotesque figure charged straight at him, prompting Lin Yu to produce the remaining 2 radiant stones. Even the creature was taken aback by the sheer number of radiant stones Lin Yu possessed. Upon seeing the 2 stones in his hands, the grotesque figure recoiled in terror, its ghastly visage shrinking in fear. It attempted to halt its advance, but inertia propelled it forward. At that moment, the 2 radiant stones soared through the air, hurtling towards the creature. With a vigorous throw, he hurled 2 radiant stones, which soared straight towards the trickster. Thud! The first radiant stone struck the trickster, erupting in a burst of white light before plummeting to the ground. The second stone directly impacted the trickster, wedging itself within the crevices of its body. The second radiant stone began to unleash its power, the white light instantly blossoming like a tangible blade, piercing through the trickster's form. The decaying skin split apart, revealing a grotesque visage within. The white light unerringly struck the ghastly face, which contorted in agony. Holes the size of thumbs appeared in the flesh of its face. In an instant, the ghastly visage was perforated by the white radiance. Roar! Another ghastly face was vanquished. At that moment, the trickster finally reached the intermediate wooden door, crashing into it with force, shattering it with a resounding bang. The wooden door fell to the ground. Lin Yu, having evaded just in time, lifted his arm the moment the door broke, bringing down his battle axe with fierce determination. Crack! The axe descended, striking the ghastly face on the trickster's body with precision, cleaving it in two. As the sharp axe dispatched the ghastly face, Lin Yu withdrew it, standing merely a meter away from the trickster, raising the axe once more before bringing it down again. Each of Lin Yu's strikes targeted the ghastly face, for he had discerned the trickster's vulnerability. Bang! The axe fell, directly hacking into the trickster's abdomen, which bore yet another ghastly face, resulting in another defeat for the creature. The trickster's strength waned significantly, its body shedding large portions. Upon the trickster's demise, those humans it had previously controlled would also succumb to lifelessness. Roar! The trickster let out a low growl, its remaining two arms lunging towards Lin Yu. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yu lifted his axe and struck decisively. Thud thud, two heavy sounds resounded. The battle axe severed the trickster's arms, blood gushing forth. The trickster, having sustained grave injuries, dared not continue its assault and fled towards the courtyard's exit. At this juncture, only two ghastly faces remained on its body, drastically diminishing its combat prowess. It stumbled towards the misty depths in a desperate escape. As the trickster appeared poised to flee, Lin Yu sprang into action, diving forward to catch up with the escaping creature. Upon reaching the trickster's rear, he raised his battle axe once more, striking down upon its back. The trickster, being merely flesh and blood, could not withstand Lin Yu's blow. Its entire body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, the immense force rendering it immobile for the time being. It turned to face Lin Yu, its two ghastly faces grotesquely protruding from its skin, roaring in defiance. With blood-red eyes locked on Lin Yu, at that moment, Lin Yu's axe descended, cleaving one of the ghastly faces in two. The other ghastly face gazed at Lin Yu in terror. The young warrior raised his battle axe and brought it down with ferocity. In the midst of the fog, a sound reminiscent of what being cleaved echoed through the air. This was soon followed by a relentless series of thuds that resonated in all directions. After Lin Yu dispatched the final ghostly visage, he meticulously dismembered the corpses strewn across the ground. Within minutes, the eerie beings lay utterly vanquished, their remains scattered and unrecognizable. Bloodied and fierce, Lin Yu's countenance bore a menacing glare as crimson droplets dripped from the axe in his grasp. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence of the jungle. Lin Yu's eyes darted towards the darkened woods, where swarms of ominous black insects surged forth like a tide. Recognizing the impending threat, he swiftly retreated, hastening back to the stone dwelling. Chapter 065, Awakening, a tribute talent. As Lin Yu returned to the stone house, swathes of black insects emerged from the heart of the fog. These black creatures rapidly engulfed the corpses strewn across the ground, producing a sound akin to rustling. In mere moments, the remains of the bodies were reduced to nothing but a heap of bleached bones, with even the grotesque faces of the skin changers completely devoured. Once the black insects had consumed the corpses, many of them shimmered with a crimson glow, their sizes gradually increasing. They had evolved. Lin Yu watched in horror as these merciless insects feasted upon the bodies, realizing that they had been lurking in the black woods all along. With the demise of the skin changers, the insects sensed no threat and surged forward, leaving nothing behind. After slaying the skin changers, Lin Yu had dismembered the bodies, believing that this would prevent them from rising as the undead. In hindsight, it was a futile effort. The black insects had eagerly devoured the remains, denying the corpses any chance of transformation. Turning away, Lin Yu retrieved some burning wood from the fireplace and placed it at the entrance. As the black insects crawled closer, they paused momentarily before the bonfire at the stone house's entrance. Then, like a tidal wave, they surged towards the stone house. Observing this, Lin Yu quickly extracted a radiant stone from his pocket. The white radiant stone emitted waves of energy in the darkness. Upon seeing this, the black insects hesitated, diverting away from the entrance. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Yu's chest heaved with exertion. The azure-level radiant stones had nearly been depleted, proving ineffective against the skin changers. In contrast, the white-level radiant stone had demonstrated remarkable efficacy, successfully vanquishing the skin changers. Now, only one white radiant stone remained in Lin Yu's possession. To prevent any unforeseen incidents during the latter part of the night, He placed the white radiant stone at the door and retreated into the room. The intermediate wooden door lay in ruins, severely dented in the center, exposing the iron plates within, while the surrounding wood was shattered to pieces. The steel nails in the doorframe were likewise exposed, crooked and unsightly. Lin Yu lifted the damaged door, finding it somewhat heavy, and with considerable effort, positioned it at the entrance. Although the intermediate wooden door was compromised, it still served a purpose, obscuring the view from outside and providing a semblance of concealment. Exhausted after completing these tasks, Lin Yu felt the weight of fatigue. The skin changers had seemingly reached the pinnacle of their evolution, as he had dispatched 7 of them in one fell swoop. And these were formidable combinations, showcasing terrifying combat prowess. The intermediate wooden door could not withstand the combined might of the skin changers. Lin Yu settled beside the bonfire, sitting on the ground with a deep gaze fixed at the entrance. An hour earlier, his 5th attribute had been fully enhanced, yet he had not had the time to assess it. At long last, with some time to spare, Lin Yu felt a surge of thought, and a notification indicating the completion of enhancements appeared before his eyes. Endurance enhancement complete. Basic attribute enhancement complete. Would you like to enhance attribute talents? Attribute talents? This was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a prompt. Was there truly a concept of talent associated with attributes? By continuing to enhance the 5 basic attributes, you will acquire a special talent. Attributes that are extraordinary are referred to as talents. These are attributes that are exceedingly difficult for others to obtain, and you will gain unique skills associated with your talents. So it was thus, after the completion of basic attribute enhancements, any further enhancements would pertain to talent attributes. The so-called talent attributes would represent an advanced enhancement of basic attributes, culminating in the acquisition of exclusive skills. If it was indeed a talent, it would be something unique to him, something others could not possess. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a plethora of terms dancing through his mind. The next phase of enhancement would no longer be ordinary, but rather skill-based. Upon grasping this, Lin Yu spoke up. Enhance strength attribute. Would you like to enhance strength? You will acquire a talent attribute. Enhancement duration, 21 hours and 3 minutes. Yes, Lin Yu replied without hesitation. At this stage, his strength was still somewhat lacking, particularly as he would inevitably engage in close combat with aberrant creatures. Among the 5 basic attributes, strength held significant importance. Furthermore, if Lin Yu intended to venture into other cities in search of resources, strength would become even more crucial, especially since Lin Yu was a survivor wielding an axe. Without strength, all would be mere talk. After confirming the enhancement of strength, Lin Yu sat down to rest. He noticed his stamina was recovering remarkably quickly. In just a matter of minutes, his body returned to its peak condition. This was largely due to his recent enhancement of endurance. Individuals with enduring stamina recover and expend energy at a rate far superior to that of ordinary people. None of the 5 basic attributes were without purpose. It merely depended on how Lin Yu chose to utilize them. No aberrant creatures appeared outside the door. The black insects, upon seeing the luminous white stone at the entrance, dared not approach, vanishing without a trace. The white luminous stone could even defeat the eerie skin creatures, let alone the lowly black insects. The latter half of the night passed smoothly, with no further incidents, and the eerie skin creatures did not trouble Lin Yu. He remained uncertain whether all of the eerie skin creatures had perished. As dawn broke, Lin Yu finally exhaled in relief, rising to approach the wooden door. The wooden door had become nearly unusable, but with some repairs, it could still serve a purpose. Since he intended to enhance his strength, he did not immediately attend to the enhancement of the intermediate wooden door. He retrieved a hammer from the room, disassembled the intermediate wooden door, and dragged it into the courtyard, commencing his repairs. The courtyard was soon filled with the sound of clanging as Lin Yu restored the door's dented areas to their original form, followed by repositioning the screws on the door. After returning, Lin Yu, through several hours of relentless effort, managed to restore the functionality of the intermediate wooden door. He was acutely aware that the defensive capabilities of the door had significantly diminished. Should 7 treacherous skin men appear once more, the intermediate wooden door would be rendered utterly useless. However, Lin Yu found solace in the fact that he was now capable of carving white-grade radiant stones, alleviating his concerns. 5 white-grade radiant stones were sufficient to vanquish such numerous foes, and he currently possessed one. He intended to continue crafting more radiant stones, ensuring he was well prepared for any eventuality. As dawn barely broke, the stone chamber echoed with the rhythmic clatter of chiseling. The carving knife meticulously etched winding radiant runes upon the pebble surface. At that moment, Lin Yu was wholly engrossed in the intricate carving of an even more powerful radiant stone. Chapter 66. You finally arrived 2 hours later. Lin Yu had successfully carved 3 white-grade radiant stones. With the majority of his tasks completed for the day, he planned to continue crafting more radiant stones in the afternoon. Given his current mental fortitude, he could carve a maximum of 5 white-grade radiant stones in a single day. However, this feat made him the most exceptional artisan in the entire town. To this day, no one had managed to carve 5 white-grade radiant stones within a single day. Though the white-grade radiant stone and the blue-grade radiant stone were merely a tier apart, the disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. One could not even dispel a ghostly shadow, while the other had the power to inflict harm upon it. Furthermore, launching multiple white radiant stones at once could yield a terrifyingly lethal effect. This knowledge spurred the townsfolk to labor even more diligently in their attempts to carve white-grade radiant stones. After completing his carving duties, Lin Yu had an even more significant task awaiting him. He stepped outside, inhaling the crisp, cold air. The room had been warm, but the outdoors offered a stark chill. The biting wind tousled Lin Yu's dark hair, inadvertently bestowing upon him an air of somber maturity, reminiscent of a solitary, battle-hardened protagonist from film. Clad in a sleek black trench coat, Lin Yu bore no firearm. His pistol was devoid of ammunition, rendering it useless. He did not need a gun to intimidate others. The ice-blue battle axe in his possession was sufficient to convey his intent to the other survivors. Though the youth appeared young, his obsidian eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. A fierce light emanated from his gaze, instilling trepidation in all who beheld it. He was a true, tough character, honed by the trials of a post-apocalyptic world. Few had perished at Lin Yu's hands, yet he had encountered an array of aberrant creatures. The menacing glimmer that occasionally flickered in his eyes was a hallmark of one who had engaged in the slaughter of such entities. Lin Yu arrived at the doorstep of Zhang Zhihui's home, just as he spotted Zhang emerging from the woods. He was dragging a hefty bundle of logs behind him, his clothes damp and his robust physique evident. "Zhang Zhihui," Lin Yu called out. Zhang immediately turned, his expression shifting from surprise to a smile upon seeing Lin Yu. An aura emanated from Lin Yu that caused Zhang's heart to race. For reasons unknown, in just a few short days, the youth before him had become markedly more formidable, exuding an air of fierce determination. "Have you eaten?" Zhang Zhihui inquired, to which Lin Yu nodded, replying, "The skinwalker is rather terrifying." Their responses seemed mismatched. Yet Lin Yu understood that Zhang was likely referring to the lethal rules associated with the skinwalker. "I'm glad you're all right," Zhang said, his smile deepening. And he added with heartfelt sincerity, "Damn, last night nearly scared me to death. The skinwalker came for me, but thankfully I held my ground." "Indeed, the skinwalker sought me out last night as well, but I managed to slay it," Lin Yu replied. "You successfully killed a skinwalker?" Zhang Zhihui gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, fully aware that Lin Yu was not jesting. He spoke with earnest conviction. "To be candid, it is quite terrifying. I must express my gratitude for the white-grade radiant light rune you bestowed upon me. Otherwise, Lin Yu refrained from mentioning that he had eliminated a total of 7 shapeshifters. At times, concealing one's prowess is essential for a decisive counterattack. One must not reveal their trump card prematurely. Zhang Zhihui waved his hand and remarked, "Many possess it, especially since Yenda made it public. However, the true strength lies in your ability to carve it. I expended a white-grade radiant stone yesterday. Fortunately, the shapeshifters did not linger too long." He gestured toward his wooden door, which bore numerous fresh scratches. Unlike Lin Yu's door, Zhang Zhihui's appeared remarkably sturdy, and indeed it was. He had combined 2 wooden doors and affixed numerous barbed iron nails, making it exceedingly difficult for aberrant creatures to breach. Lin Yu glanced at it, appreciating Zhang Zhihui's ingenuity, noting that he might adopt similar measures in the future. Zhang Zhihui dragged a piece of wood to the side of the stone house, took a deep breath, and inquired, "What brings you to me, Lin Yu? Are you planning to seek supplies in other cities together?" Lin Yu replied, "Not at the moment. We will certainly venture there eventually. I have come to discuss the complete eradication of the shapeshifters." Complete eradication? Zhang Zhihui furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yu elaborated. "The methods employed by the shapeshifters are exceedingly sinister. I encountered more than one yesterday. Tell me, where do you think they originate?" Zhang Zhihui's expression darkened. "Other survivors. Indeed, shapeshifters can possess others and spread their contagion. It is perilously dangerous. I suspect there may be additional shapeshifters within the town. During the day, they are less terrifying, and I intend to locate and eliminate them, even the initial infected. Your notion is commendable. I share your desire. But shall it be just the two of us? Furthermore, shall we seek out all the others?" Lin Yu proposed, "Let Yenda gather the survivors once more. I will seek out those who have not arrived. What if others refuse to open their doors?" Lin Yu brandished his battle axe and smiled slightly. "I have my methods. Yenda will likely acquiesce. We cannot permit the shapeshifters to remain in the town." "Very well. I shall accompany you. I will fetch my firearm." "Excellent." Lin Yu waited at the entrance for a short while. Zhang Zhihui's stone house was significantly larger than Lin Yu's, appearing quite robust, with the seams of the stone walls meticulously repaired. Zhang Zhihui was an experienced survivor. Before long, Zhang Zhihui joined Lin Yu, wielding a shotgun with ammunition strapped at his waist, clearly prepared for combat. After finding Zhang Zhihui, Lin Yu also sought out Misha, who, without hesitation, agreed to Lin Yu's plan. She had been fortunate the previous night, encountering no shapeshifters. Yet if they did not eliminate all the shapeshifters, no one could guarantee their good fortune would persist. 3 individuals traversed the narrow path, with Zhang Zhihui casting vigilant glances around him, while Misha wielded a sharp sickle in her grasp. In front, Lin Yu held a battle axe, and together they formed a formidable combat team. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at Yin Da's stone dwelling. The number of patrons seeking to purchase goods today was sparse, likely due to many being occupied at home, meticulously carving white-grade, radiant stones. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the limitation of one's mental fortitude. Once surpassed, one could no longer continue the delicate art of carving. The process of engraving radiant stones was indeed taxing on the spirit, replenished solely through the passage of time, with no other remedy in sight. Upon their arrival at the stone house, Yina seemed to sense their presence, and the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a weathered visage. Standing at the threshold, Yinda's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Lin Yu. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 067. Fear gripped him. Lin Yu observed Yinda, who appeared unwell, his complexion ashen and his demeanor listless. "Have you eaten?" Lin Yu inquired, evading the question. Yinda replied, "No need for testing. The trickster sought me first yesterday. This ordeal is exceedingly troublesome. I expended over a dozen radiant stones, yet it ultimately departed. I know it has sought you out." "How do you know?" Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Yinda responded, "I have my methods. Being a courier is no simple task. How many have perished due to ignorance? Enough of this trivial chatter. What brings you to me?" Yinda stood at the threshold, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. "Assist me, and you shall aid yourself as well. Gather everyone here, as you did yesterday. Those who do not arrive may have fallen victim to the trickster, and I intend to cleanse this mess." Lin Yu spoke with an unsettling calm. "You are quite bold." Yinda scoffed. "Do you have a better plan?" Lin Yu queried. Yinda shook his head. "No, but the trickster is not easily vanquished. Do you think merely discovering it guarantees its demise? This is not your concern. Simply fulfill your role. You impudent wretch." Yinda's cold laughter echoed, his rebuttal ceasing. He understood that Lin Yu's survival was no small feat, particularly after the events of the previous night. When Yinda witnessed it, he could scarcely believe the depths of Lin Yu's terror. As a mutant, he too dared not confront the trickster directly, especially not 7 of them. Suppressing his astonishment, Yinda regarded Lin Yu. "I can assist you, but you must also render me a favor." "Absolutely not. Lin Yu replied curtly. What do you mean by that? Behind Lin Yu, Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha furrowed their brows. Yenda was notorious for his penchant for advantage. No one ever emerged unscathed from dealings with him. Even with Lin Yu's intent to eliminate the trickster, Yenda sought to profit from it. Nothing of consequence, simply a refusal. Yenda esse ungelicitid habiter ismael. Then there is no point in your coming to me for aid. I merely requested a small favor. If you decline my request, I shan't concern myself with this place any longer. Zhang Zhihui, Mei Sha, let us depart. Let them all perish. With that, Lin Yu turned to leave, his demeanor unforgiving. Seeing Lin Yu's retreating figure, Yenda grew anxious and hastily exclaimed, Fine, fine. If you won't assist me, I shan't require your help. I will proceed as you suggested. All cannot perish here. Damn it, I am the courier here. If you all die, how shall I account for it? Lin Yu glanced back, a smirk gracing his lips. Knowing is half the battle. Yenda's face darkened further with ire, and after a lengthy pause, he remarked, In truth, there is no need to summon everyone. I know who is suspicious, but I cannot accompany you. I've sustained some injuries. Yenda rolled up his sleeve, revealing a substantial claw mark etched across his arm. He applied gauze and iodine to himself, yet fresh blood continued to seep through. It appeared he had sustained the injury yesterday. When Yenda bared his arm, Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha instinctively recoiled. Mei Sha shouted, Lin Yu, be careful. Yenda cast a dismissive glance at the two, silently reflecting, It is the shadow demon. Not only did the trickster come to trouble me yesterday, but the shadow demon also appeared, inflicting this wound. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha sighed in relief, realizing it was not the infectious trickster. A hint of mockery flickered in Mei Sha's eyes. Yenda, you two have fallen to such a state. Yenda seemingly ignored her, stating, The shadow demon has evolved, becoming far more formidable than before. It was my negligence. Lin Yu inquired, How did you identify the suspicious individuals? Yenda retorted, Why do you have so many questions? If I were uncertain, I wouldn't have intervened. Lin Yu coldly replied. Yenda scoffed, his expression one of resignation. I possess an iron whistle, which was issued to me by the post office. Only I can use it. At night, the iron whistle can detect anomalous creatures nearby, allowing me to ascertain their locations. An iron whistle? Lin Yu gazed at Yenda in confusion, as this was his first encounter with such reconnaissance devices. Yenda eyed Lin Yu warily. Don't get any ideas. The iron whistle contains exclusive runes from the post office, which only I can utilize. Moreover, the iron whistle is an inanimate object, thus it harbors no fear of anomalous beings. I see. Lin Yu nodded. Whom do you suspect? Yenda replied, Sister Lai from the east and her neighbor, Meng Fei. These two are quite suspicious, and there are no others. Just those two? Are you certain? Lin Yu found it hard to believe Yenda's claims. Could there really be only two suspicious individuals in the entire town? Yenda looked at Lin Yu, his gaze glinting with mischief. You ask me? Don't you already know? So many tricksters sought you out yesterday. I found it curious why they targeted you. Do you have some past grievances? Lin Yu, upon hearing this, was disinclined to explain to Yenda. The previous night had seen him play games with the tricksters for hours. Their desire for revenge was second only to that of the shadow demon. Having failed to kill Lin Yu, and having been eluded by him all night like a mule, they naturally harbored resentment. Lin Yu taunted, The one the tricksters should loathe most is you. The first to commit murder was Lily. Upon hearing this, Yenda's demeanor soured. His brow furrowed deeply as he gritted his teeth. I didn't do it on purpose, truly. You can't blame me for this, whether to blame you or not. Lily has already perished because of you. Don't you have any self-awareness? Lin Yu remarked. Mind you, I am still the postman here. Yenda trembled with rage. Indeed, a postman doomed to die eventually. Although Yenda was furious, he dare not lay a hand on Lin Yu. Last night, Tai Xiao conveyed to Yenda that Lin Yu had successfully slain 7 enigmatic skinners. Lin Yu's combat prowess is nearly comparable to that of an investigator. Without understanding Lin Yu's hidden strengths, Yenda dared not act recklessly. All right, I will seek them out now. Just to confirm, your intelligence is accurate, correct? Yenda retorted with irritation. Rest assured, if there is an error, I shall personally make amends. Your optimism is rather naive. As they journeyed, Zhang Zhihui, unable to quell his curiosity, observed Lin Yu's silhouette and approached him. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Yanda seems rather peculiar today. He is not usually like this." Lin Yu nodded. "Did you not hear? Yanda possesses an iron whistle, distributed by the post office, which allows him to detect nearby anomalous beings. He must have witnessed something last night." "What?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Upon witnessing my defeat of the enigmatic Skinners, he was filled with trepidation. Chapter 68. Their meat is running low. The sky grew increasingly clear, resembling a vast mirror with not a single cloud in sight. The temperature remained low, with the cold wind continuing to wail. In the blackened woods, Lin Yu, Mei Sha, and Zhang Zhihui traversed the winding path. "Do you know where Sister Lai and Meng Fei reside?" Lin Yu's voice suddenly broke the silence. "I do," Mei Sha replied swiftly. "Many people have come to me for treatment and mentioned their location. Sister Lai lives at the eastern edge of the town, and Meng Fei is not far from her. They share a close bond." After Mei Sha spoke, she cast a glance at Zhang Zhihui, who held shotgun. He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. "They are somewhat of lovers, though not in a fixed manner." "What does that mean? Can lovers not be fixed?" Lin Yu, wielding his battle axe, turned to inquire. Zhang Zhihui chuckled softly. "Sister Lai has quite the demand, and Meng Fei cannot fulfill it. Mei Sha, you might have forgotten, Meng Fei was injured previously and is now incapacitated." Mei Sha's face flushed. "Why are you telling me this? I'm not aware of such matters." Lin Yu questioned, "Indeed? What relevance does this have to us? We merely need to ascertain whether he is transformed into one of those devious entities." Zhang Zhihui sighed. "In other words, since that time, Meng Fei has become somewhat deranged. I fear that you may encounter something you would rather not see. If it becomes troublesome, I can handle Meng Fei. You two can seek out Sister Lai." Lin Yu immediately rejected this notion. "We must act together. I have no desire to be the one to end your lives." Zhang Zhihui nodded in agreement. "I merely offered a cautionary note. Of course, we shall proceed as one. How much longer until we arrive?" Mei Sha pointed towards a low mountain ahead. "We'll reach it quickly after we traverse this hill." Lin Yu gazed at the mountain before them, which was nearly devoid of a path, necessitating a climb. They had deliberately chosen this secluded area to settle, believing that fewer people meant greater safety. However, this was a fallacy. The specter of death would not be confined to crowded places. Wherever there were humans, the specter would inevitably follow. It was merely a matter of time. Though the population of the town was sparse, it was widely dispersed. Lin Yu had already taken up residence quite far, at the edge of the town. Yet compared to the others, his stone house was akin to being in the city center. Once the three of them scaled the mountain, the path ahead revealed itself, and Lin Yu soon spotted several stone houses not far away. Scattered about were roughly 7 or 8 households. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that some of the stone houses stood abandoned, their wooden doors smashed, revealing the darkness within. Either the occupants had fled before the calamity struck, or they had perished at the hands of the specter. Standing atop the mountain's peak, Lin Yu effortlessly pinpointed the locations of Sister Lai and Meng Fei's stone houses. The two structures were in close proximity, both with their doors firmly locked. Weeds grew thickly at the entrances, alongside piles of wood meant for warmth. The three soon arrived at the doorstep of Sister Lai's stone house. A few individuals exchanged silent glances, at which point Misha spoke up. "Allow me, as I'm acquainted with Sister Lai." With a nod from Lin Yu, Misha approached the door of the stone house. Instead of knocking, she called out, "Sister Lai, it's me. I need to discuss something with you. Please open the door." There was no response from within. It seemed as though Sister Lai was absent. After waiting a few moments and calling out again, silence persisted from the stone house. Unable to contain her impatience, Misha stepped closer, preparing to knock. Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open slightly, revealing the barrel of a hunting revolver peering through the crack. The silver muzzle was aimed squarely at Misha's head. Despite being merely a hunting pistol, its large caliber made it resemble a miniature shotgun. Misha quickly raised her hands, forcing a strained smile. "Sister Lai, it's me. I merely came to check on you." Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on the door's opening, where he caught sight of a pair of cold eyes. Within the dark confines of the stone house, Those eyes glimmered with a predatory light. The corners of the eyes were lined with numerous wrinkles, indicating that Sister Lai was not a young woman. "What do you want, Misha? And what are these two doing here?" she demanded. "Step back." Sister Lai suddenly barked. Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui hastily retreated, both appearing ill-suited for a casual conversation. Zhang Zhihui gripped a shotgun tightly, his beard adding to his menacing aura. Beside him, Lin Yu held a battle axe, its mirror-like blade glistening ominously. The combination of his stern demeanor and the formidable weapon evoked thoughts of dread. Few in the small town wielded axes. Sister Lai's attention lingered longest on Lin Yu, the most inscrutable of the trio. Dressed in an oversized black trench coat, he exuded an air of enigma. "It seems you're no longer a shapeshifter. We can seek Meng Fei now," Lin Yu remarked. "Shapeshifter?" Sister Lai echoed, her surprise evident as she regarded Lin Yu. He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if we do not eliminate all the shapeshifters now, they will return tonight, and every inhabitant of this town, including you, will perish." "Ah, I see. In fact, I too have been searching for the shapeshifter." The hunting revolver was lowered from the door crack as Sister Lai swung the heavy wooden door open. It creaked ominously, revealing a stout, middle-aged woman, approximately 40 years of age. Her hair was frizzy, resembling a round ball, and she wore a filthy tracksuit. In her hand was a professional-grade hunting pistol. She appeared quite ordinary, yet her single-lidded eyes sparkled with shrewd intelligence. "My home is a mess. Let us speak here at the threshold. How did you know the shapeshifter came to capture me yesterday?" Sister Lai leaned against the doorframe, her curiosity piqued. "It was Yinda who informed me, claiming that the trickster had visited your place last night and might have attacked you." Sister Lai's face revealed a trace of disdain. "That wretched Yinda is once again spying on others with his iron whistle. Indeed, you speak the truth. The trickster did come here yesterday." Sister Lai gestured towards the nearby stone house. "First, old Zhou was killed, and then trouble came looking for me." The gazes of several individuals flickered towards the stone dwelling not far away. The wooden door remained intact, yet ajar, revealing that the interior was entirely empty. Sister Lai remarked, "Old Zhou was a fool. The trickster must have utilized my voice, which is why he believed it. At that time, it was not yet dark, and he opened the door. You used your voice to coax him out?" Zhang Zhihui frowned. It should be impossible for any survivor to be so foolish at this point. Sister Lai snorted coldly. "I only slept with old Zhou this afternoon. Moreover, it was not dark yet. He came out with his pants in hand. Do you think he survived?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "Besides old Zhou, you, and Meng Fei, are there any other suspicious individuals here?" Sister Lai cast a glance at Lin Yu, her eyes revealing a desire to torment him later, for he was quite handsome. "Meng Fei was possessed by the trickster, but he has since perished." "Dead?" Sister Lai nodded. "Yes, but I did not kill him. It was already dark by then, and it was too dangerous for me to go outside. It was the phantom that killed him." "The phantom killed the trickster?" Lin Yu's expression darkened. Sister Lai shook her head. "Hard to believe, isn't it? Now they have begun to turn on each other. It seems there is not enough flesh to go around." Her implication was clear. The human population in the town was dwindling. The phantom has also started to slay its companions in a bid for more energy. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha grew tense. This was not a promising omen. The mutual slaughter among these abnormal beings would not result in their reduction. Rather, it would give rise to even more terrifying entities. Chapter 069. The soul form of Radiance. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. In his recollection, he had witnessed a phantom devouring another injured phantom. If they could consume their own kind, what would prevent them from feasting upon other aberrant creatures? This was not an alarming revelation. "Sister Lai, does this imply that there are no other skin changers left? Are you suggesting that the last skin changer was consumed by the phantom?" After Lin Yu spoke, he locked eyes with Sister Lai, who returned his gaze. A hint of sorrow etched upon her features. "How can I ascertain such matters? I am unaware of the total number of skin changers here. I saw more than one yesterday. It was Yinda who sent you to find me, believing I might have transformed into a skin changer myself. Have you not considered this? Is Yinda acting with malice? He has always harbored disdain for me, and I reciprocate that sentiment towards him. As long as there are none left here, they should be gone. Lin Yu concluded. On what basis do you make that assertion? Are you not concerned they may be lurking and hiding? This is the apocalypse. Anything can transpire. Indeed, you are correct. Lin Yu was disinclined to prolong the conversation with Sister Lai. Her eyes exuded an insatiable hunger that he found repugnant after a prolonged gaze. Let's depart. He turned to Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha, as the investigation had reached its conclusion, rendering further entanglement unnecessary. Lin Yu's wooden door remained in disrepair, and he needed to hasten home to remedy it. Just as the trio was about to leave, Sister Lai interjected, I advise you to vacate this place promptly. It is becoming increasingly perilous. Yenda is not a benevolent individual. He is already transformed into a mutant. Are you aware of the mutants that have surfaced in Zhao City? What is amiss? Sister Lai sighed. The combat efficacy of mutants is exceptionally formidable. Some powerful mutants can even withstand bullets. They engage in direct melee combat with aberrant creatures, yet she tapped her temple with her fingertip and continued. Due to excessive drug use, coupled with confronting aberrant beings, many mutants have succumbed to madness, utterly deranged, more terrifying than the aberrations themselves. I fear that one day, Yenda may also become such a madman. Hence my counsel for you to leave swiftly. How do you possess this knowledge? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Sister Lai replied, I have witnessed it, and have experienced it myself, nearly perishing at the hands of a mutant. She brandished the hunting pistol in her hand, shaking it before Lin Yu. I was once part of a shooting team, having participated in several wars. Thus, I am acutely aware of the underlying truths. I do not claim that all mutants are problematic, but once you discern a mutant's flaws, escape may no longer be an option. Thank you for the information. Sister Lai glanced at Lin Yu, who appeared reluctant to leave despite her extensive warnings, seemingly indifferent to her earnest counsel. Upon witnessing the situation, Sister Lai chose not to prolong her words. She entered the room and with a resounding thud, shut the wooden door behind her. Lin Yu, Mei She, and Zhang Zhihui walked home in silence, each enveloped in their thoughts. The potential emergence of Yin posed another crisis for the town. Sister Lai's words bore a semblance of truth. Humanity, when confronted with an excess of aberrant beings, often descends into madness. Who could guarantee that one would not succumb to insanity in an apocalyptic world? It is a terrifying realm, one that indirectly extinguishes the lives of all who are deemed normal. Those who manage to survive are invariably those with resolute spirits, distinct from the ordinary. As they neared home, Mei Sha suddenly grasped Lin Yu's arm. Her gaze was earnest, shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu, I am planning to leave tomorrow morning. Are you truly not considering departing from here? Sister Lai is right. It is becoming increasingly perilous, and even if the shapeshifters were to vanish, could it be assured that new ones would not arise? The shapeshifters are indomitable. They once obliterated an entire city, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals. Lin Yu was struck by her words. He gently patted Mei Sha's shoulder and replied with heartfelt gravity, I understand. Thank you. You should head to the fortress. If I decide to leave, you will be the first I seek out. Rest assured, I shall not arrive bearing any affliction. At his words, Mei Sha chuckled softly, tears glistening in her eyes. All right, she nodded emphatically, then embraced Lin Yu. Rising on tiptoe to rest her chin upon his shoulder, her fair jaw lifted, her lips slightly parted. I will wait for you. Upon returning home, it was already noon. Famished, Lin Yu grabbed some bread and jerky to satiate his hunger. His innate attributes had yet to be fully enhanced, and he anticipated that it would take until the following morning. At present, his most pressing concern was the wooden door. Due to his choice to enhance his innate attributes, he had not fortified the intermediate wooden door immediately. Although the door remained functional, its defensive capability had dwindled to merely 20 of its former strength. He was compelled to resort to old methods, propping the intermediate wooden door with a wooden stake. He then reinforced the nails beside the door and filled the gaps with clay and rubble. In the afternoon, Lin Yu continued to carve radiant stones. He had already sculpted 3 stones that morning, and with 1 remaining from the previous day, he now possessed 4 radiant stones. His daily limit was 5 white-level radiant stones. Thus, it took him less than an hour to complete 2 stones. As the afternoon wore on, Lin Yu stretched languidly, his fingers dusted with white powder, a carving knife gripped in his hand. On the table lay two white-level radiant stones, both emanating a soothing white glow. The gentle light illuminated the wooden table, revealing its aged patterns with clarity. Lin Yu closed his eyes for a brief respite, then inclined his head towards the radiant stones. He reached out to grasp one, his fingertips gliding over its uneven surface, tracing the intricate runes that pulsed with a mysterious energy. The white-grade radiant rune stands in stark contrast to its blue-gray counterpart, as neither can be enhanced. Following the initial enhancement of the wooden door, Lin Yu harbored a desire to attempt the enhancement of the radiant stone. However, the system failed to yield any viable results. Within the confines of the room, every object was susceptible to enhancement, including Lin Yu's own body. Yet the radiant stone remained an exception. All items possessed the potential for advancement, save for the radiant stone, which existed in a realm of its own. The blue-grade radiant rune represents its ultimate form, just as the white-grade radiant rune does. Although they share the same nomenclature, their structures and the energies they manifest are entirely disparate. Lin Yu murmured to himself, "If I cannot enhance the radiant stone, does that imply it is not a product of this world? Or could it be that someone is restricting the evolution of the runes?" Yet, the Red Rock Fortress is able to disclose the designs and grades of the radiant runes. What is their true purpose? How have they managed to develop these runes capable of combating aberrant beings? This world appears to be far more enigmatic than I had ever imagined. Lin Yu gazed intently at the white-grade radiant rune in his hand, feeling as though he was peering into an abyss, which in turn was gazing back at him. Chapter 070. Constructing the basement as twilight descended, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the land in a warm glow, filtering through the crevices beside the wooden door like straight beams of light piercing the earth. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock. With less than 30 minutes until darkness enveloped the surroundings, he rose from the wooden chair. Having completed enhancements to his 5 fundamental attributes, Lin Yu experienced a deceleration in bodily fatigue and an acceleration in recovery. His mental fortitude had also significantly strengthened, rendering the consumption from the 5 white-grade luminous stones negligible. Lin Yu remained vibrant and full of life. Approaching the water tank, he noted that the supply within was dwindling. It would suffice for no more than 2 days, necessitating a trip for water by the next morning. Previously, the small town boasted a well, but an unfortunate incident had marred its utility. One day, a survivor ventured to draw water from the well when a hidden specter suddenly emerged, seizing him and dragging him into the depths. Since that day, no one dared return to that well. Not only did it harbor the potential for lurking dangers, but it also concealed a body that had never been recovered. Subsequently, the well was sealed, compelling townsfolk to fetch water from more distant sources. They primarily relied on nearby ponds or awaited the rains to transport water in their tanks. However, the water from the ponds was also questionable. Consuming it could lead to severe gastrointestinal distress, with some experiencing violent bouts of vomiting and diarrhea. The water here bore a pronounced metallic taste, necessitating boiling before consumption. This knowledge was gleaned from Lin Yu's own deductions and the accounts of others. Their warnings rang true. The water here was decidedly unsafe. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed a clean water filtration system that directly addressed the issue of potable water. The unpleasant metallic taste had vanished, and according to the filtration system specifications, with Lin Yu's drinking habits, it could sustain him for several years, as the filters were exceptionally durable. Some had attempted to drill wells at their homes, a task fraught with difficulty. It not only demanded considerable physical exertion, but there was no guarantee of water beneath the surface. Even if they succeeded, the subsequent management of the well presented its own challenges. Nonetheless, Lin Yu believed these challenges were not the crux of the matter. The fundamental issue lay in the adage, "One monk has water to drink, but 3 monks have none." Should someone unearth a well, word would inevitably spread among other survivors, leading to a rush for water. In time, that well would become communal, and there was a potential for conflict to arise over it. If the well digger could not safeguard their source, they risked becoming prey, vulnerable to being exploited by others. After all, a man is innocent until he possesses something of value, which can become the source of his downfall. Thus, digging a well was not only a laborious endeavor, but also one fraught with peril. Without sufficient strength, one could not savor the fruits of victory. Lin Yu understood this principle, and so did the other survivors. Consequently, the town contained only two wells, one harboring a decaying corpse, and the other at Yenda's place. Most individuals opted to carry water or wait for the rains to replenish their supplies. At this stage, Lin Yu has no intention of digging a well. He lacks the necessary tools and is uncertain whether his home is suitable for such an endeavor. For now, he must resort to fetching water from outside. Time is of the essence today, and Lin Yu decides against venturing out, as the water in his tank can sustain him for another 2 days, leaving him unhurried. He kindles a fire, and the previously lowered temperature begins to rise gently, enveloping the room in a comforting warmth from the hearth. He places a kettle on the iron plate beside the fireplace, awaiting the boiling of water. Beneath Lin Yu's bed lies a small, cramped cave, barely accommodating a person in a crouched position, rendering it impossible to lie flat. This was a refuge he had previously excavated, intended to conceal himself from the shadowy specter should it attempt to breach his door. However, the specter now faces considerable difficulty in doing so, particularly tonight, as the intermediate wooden door has sustained significant damage. Despite this, Lin Yu feels little apprehension about an attack this evening, for he possesses 6 luminous white stones, potent enough to vanquish any specter daring to intrude upon his stone abode. A hiss of steam escapes from the kettle, prompting Lin Yu to pour a small amount into his teacup. Once the water cools sufficiently, he takes a few sips to quench his thirst. At this juncture, he resolves to transform the cave into a veritable basement. The task at hand is not overly complex, as a vision has already formed in his mind. He aspires to create a true underground sanctuary, and with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even unearth a water source. This would enable Lin Yu to establish a personal water storage system concealed within the basement, undetectable by any intruders. Moreover, the basement could be fortified into a more secure refuge. Should any aberrant beings breach the initial defenses, the basement would serve as a secondary line of protection. The construction of this underground space is imperative. Lin Yu has long envisioned it, but lacked the time to execute his plans. Now that he finally has the opportunity, he is determined to embark on this transformative endeavor. With his strength and speed enhanced, he cannot afford to squander his newfound vigor. Lin Yu makes his way to a corner of the stone house. During the encounter that claimed the lives of the Chun brothers, he had acquired several items from their home, including a shovel. Though seemingly trivial, these tools are invaluable for constructing and expanding his safe haven. He shifts his bed aside, approaches the cave's entrance, lifts the makeshift wooden cover, and peers inside. The first step in creating the basement is to excavate the earth. This labor-intensive task requires considerable physical effort, yet Lin Yu is brimming with energy. He sheds his black cloak and the bulletproof vest beneath, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. With shovel in hand, Lin Yu commences his excavation work for the night. Black soil is unearthed, interspersed with stones of various sizes, and it does not take long for the shovel to bear the marks of its toil. The construction of the basement proves to be more intricate than Lin Yu had anticipated. Undeterred and brimming with vigor, Lin Yu persevered in his labor of excavating the earth. After several hours, a considerable amount of black soil began to accumulate within the stone chamber. This rich earth was interspersed with numerous rocks, forming a small mound within the confines of the modest stone structure, while the damp scent of the soil permeated the air. After hours of toil, Lin Yu emerged from the subterranean cavity. At this juncture, he had unearthed a square space measuring 4 by 4 meters, with a height of less than 2 meters. Clearly, this fell short of Lin Yu's expectations. While the basement need not surpass the stone house in size, it certainly needed to be of a comparable scale. In the future, many activities could be conducted within the basement, ensuring greater concealment and security. Chapter 071. Innate Attributes. The Power of the Crouching Tiger at 4 o'clock in the morning. It had been a full 9 hours since Lin Yu commenced the construction of his underground chamber. The dark earth within the stone house had accumulated to the ceiling, leaving only a small space near the fireplace. The sheer volume of excavated soil had overflowed through the damaged wooden door. Lin Yu pondered whether the excessive soil had inadvertently sealed the door, thwarting the desire of any aberrant creatures to enter. With dawn approaching, he leaned against the fireplace to rest. Despite his body being several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, he could not withstand such a formidable workload. After 2.5 hours, Lin Yu awoke in a daze, feeling considerably revitalized. Glancing at the time, he observed that the sky was beginning to brighten, and the aberrant creatures would no longer appear. Grasping a shovel, he began to clear the soil before him. He approached the wooden door, pried it open, and commenced shoveling the earth from within the stone house to the outside. This task did not take long, completing in merely 2 hours. Once Lin Yu accomplished this, he returned to the underground chamber. Upon entering, he beheld the nascent form of the chamber. It measured 25 by 25 feet, with the walls adorned with marks from the shovel, and the ground similarly scarred. Though it appeared uneven, it was indeed yielding results. Lin Yu placed his hands on his hips, noting that the height was still a tad lacking, measuring only 2 meters. He stomped his foot on the ground, which felt remarkably solid. The soil here was quite hard, making it laborious to excavate, yet it offered a significant advantage in terms of safety. With some time to spare, he contemplated further clearing the space and digging deeper, aiming for a depth of approximately 3 meters. After a rough estimation, he felt this would meet his expectations. With the work on the underground chamber coming to a close, Lin Yu's shovel had sustained damage, the blade rendered utterly unusable. After tidying up the stone house, he glanced at the time. The completion of his exclusive talent enhancement was imminent, and he decided to wait a while longer. Once the enhancement was finished, he would need to reinforce the intermediate wooden door, which had been irreparably damaged. Even a skilled repairman could do little to restore it to its former glory, and only the system's enhancement could bring it back. Squatting at the door, Lin Yu idly munched on jerky, beside him a porcelain cup filled with steaming water, from which wisps of vapor rose. The small courtyard before him was in disarray, while the dark woods in the distance gradually came into view as the mist receded and the dawn broke. His thick, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, and a system prompt appeared within his starkly contrasting gaze. Innate attribute enhancement complete. Innate attribute. Power of the crouching tiger. Level. Intermediate. Special effect. When you attack, you will receive a strength bonus. Every 3 attacks will grant a strength burst, doubling your power for the next strike. Lin Yu's dark pupils constricted slightly. The strength of the tiger's suppression is an innate attribute of the strength category. Beyond merely augmenting physical power, it simultaneously enhances attack potency. This implies that with 3 consecutive strikes, a significant injury can be inflicted. Lin Yu was uncertain of how many punches he could deliver in a minute. But facing an adversary who triggers a power-doubling effect every 3 blows would be an exceedingly daunting scenario. If one can unleash 100 punches in a minute, it equates to inflicting grievous wounds 33 times within that time frame. Furthermore, Lin Yu observed transformations within his physique. His bones emitted a sound akin to popping beans, crisp and resonant. His muscles and meridians had been invigorated, leading to a more developed physique, even though it lacked the sculpted appearance of a bodybuilder seen on television. Nonetheless, Lin Yu's body had achieved a remarkable perfection. His muscular form exuded an overwhelming sense of destructiveness. Stripped of his garments, he presented an intimidating presence. As he clenched his fist, he distinctly felt an increase in his strength, a sensation of wielding life and death within his grasp. With the enhancement of his innate attributes complete, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward an intermediate wooden door nearby. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Would you like to repair the intermediate wooden door? Enhancement time, 33 hours, 10 minutes. Repair time, 4 hours. As I had surmised, since enhancement is possible, it follows that enhanced items should also be reparable. 33 hours is excessively protracted. It would be prudent to prioritize repair instead. Confirm repair of the intermediate wooden door. Confirmed. Repair of the intermediate wooden door in progress. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The cost of enhancement was too steep, and it was wiser to repair first. The intermediate wooden door was currently adequate for his needs, as he planned to renovate the basement next, thus postponing the enhancement of the door. The text in his vision vanished, and the system commenced the enhancement of the intermediate wooden door. No changes were visible yet. Only upon the completion of the enhancement would any alterations be apparent. However, as this was merely a repair, Lin Yu did not harbor high expectations. Not far off, a figure emerged, and as Lin Yu rested at the door, he noticed Misha approaching at a leisurely pace. She bore a large backpack on her back and held a fabric bag in her hand, heading directly towards Lin Yu's abode. Lin Yu. Upon reaching the stone house, Misha waved her hand with a cheerful smile and called out, "I have locked the stone house. If you need anything, feel free to take it. I've given you the key, a likely 1T return, and I have little to offer you. Here, take this medical kit." As she spoke, Misha handed the bag in her hand to Lin Yu, revealing a modest-sized medical kit. Due to her profession as a doctor, she had stocked an ample supply of anti-inflammatory medications, which she was now bestowing upon Lin Yu. "Don't you need these items? After go to Fortress 11, 1T you still be a doctor?" Lin Yu glanced at Misha, noticing her readiness for departure. "No, as long as I possess the qualification certificate, that's sufficient. Besides, there are hospitals over at the fortress. They have medicine, and I believe it is better to reserve it for you." "Thank you. Antibiotics are a precious resource in this apocalyptic world. A single box of medicine can sometimes be exchanged for a life." Misha's act of giving her antibiotics to Lin Yu demonstrates her sincerity. "I have nothing else to offer you. The keys are here, so feel free to take whatever you need." "Well, I will visit when I have the time." "You, what is it?" Lin Yu turned to Misha, who was gazing at him vacantly, a thin veil of mist forming in her eyes. She was reluctant to part with him. "It's nothing." Misha wiped the corner of her eye, inadvertently allowing a tear to escape. "I will wait for you at the fortress. I truly cannot remain here any longer." "I am sorry." "It's all right. You should have gone to the fortress long ago. You are a doctor, and that place is far more suited to you." "Yes, you are right. Time is short, and I must continue my journey. I shall take my leave now. Once I arrive at the fortress, I will write to you and have the postman deliver it. If you have the chance, you may also reply, and I will cover the expenses." "All right, understood." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. The journey ahead is long, and Misha will be solitary in the wilderness. No one from the fortress has come to escort her. Her status has not garnered their attention, for after all, she is merely a doctor. "Farewell." Misha waved, her bright eyes lingering on Lin Yu for a moment before she turned and departed. Chapter 072. The Last Living Trickster After Misha Departed. Lin Yu turned and stepped into the stone house. The task involving the luminous stone had yet to commence, and he needed to find time to complete the remaining carvings. Lin Yu placed the medicine box that Misha had given him on the table. Upon inspection, the box was modest in size, filled with numerous bottles of anti-inflammatory medication, approximately a dozen in total. Most of these bottles had been opened, indicating that Misha herself possessed limited supplies, as she had generously given Lin Yu the remainder of her medication. Each bottle bore small labels. Misha, considerate as ever, had inscribed their effects and dosages for Lin Yu's convenience. Among these containers, Lin Yu's eyes were drawn to a few glinting silver coins. He extracted them, discovering 3 silver coins, each adorned with an engraving of a towering red spire on one side and enigmatic runes on the reverse. These were the federally recognized currency, known as Red Tower silver coins. Lin Yu had previously heard Yin mention that this was the currency used within the fortress, including at the Red Rock Citadel. It was said that the material of the Red Tower silver coin was quite unique, making it an excellent form of currency with little to no likelihood of counterfeiting. In this apocalyptic era, few possess the means to forge silver coins. As a universally accepted currency, these coins could naturally be used to purchase anything, including the luminous stones that Lin Yu carved. Bartering was more suited for the wilderness and those in need, while the majority relied on this form of currency. Uncertain of how long Misha had saved these coins, Lin Yu felt a pang of embarrassment as they were now entirely entrusted to him. The value of a single silver coin was roughly equivalent to 4 to 5 azure luminous stones. Thus, the 3 coins amounted to a substantial 15 luminous stones, representing 5 days' worth of Lin Yu's labor. Earning even a single Red Tower silver coin required 5 continuous days of work, underscoring the coin's worth. Lin Yu carefully tucked away the coins and discreetly stored the medicine box. Though he and Misha were not indebted to one another, the possession of the 3 silver coins stirred a faint sense of obligation within him. If the day ever came when he visited the fortress, he vowed silently to repay her. He concealed the coins within the lining of his black trench coat and approached the wooden table. He retrieved the carving knife and pebbles from atop the table, immersing himself in the intricate art of sculpting the white luminous stone. Today, Lin Yu aimed to complete the luminous stone carvings in one continuous effort, striving to minimize the time required. While he could not increase the number of carvings, reducing the time spent was already a commendable achievement. With unwavering focus, Lin Yu's carving speed improved significantly. His gaze fixed, hands deft. The carving knife produced a satisfying sound as it met the pebble. White dust cascaded down, and mysterious runes gradually emerged upon the stone's surface. At last, upon completing his final stroke, a radiant white glow enveloped the pebble. The luminous runes were finished, transforming an ordinary pebble into a weapon capable of harming aberrant creatures. Before he realized it, 4 hours had swiftly passed, and Lin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He set down the radiant stone in his hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment regarding the day's task. Lin Yu now possessed 11 white-grade radiant stones, sufficient to confront any level 3 aberrant creature. At that moment, he rose to his feet. The intense mental exertion had left him ravenous, and he seized a cream bread, devouring it voraciously. His striking black and white eyes drifted towards the intermediate wooden door, where he observed spiderweb-like fissures gradually emerging. The cracks spread swiftly, and within moments, numerous fractures adorned the door's surface. In the blink of an eye, the damaged intermediate door was restored to its former glory. Intermediate wooden door repaired. A notification flickered in Lin Yu's gaze as he approached the door. The door, once restored, appeared identical to its original state, every detail revitalized. Even the scratches had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the pristine door before him, Lin Yu felt a surge of relief. He could finally venture outside. Previously, he had been anxious that the damaged door might attract the attention of other survivors, which was why he had remained vigilant at this location. Now, such worries were alleviated. He placed the intricately carved white-grade radiant stones into his pocket and retrieved several blue-grade stones. Lin Yu needed to visit the courier. His food supplies were dwindling, and his shovel had become damaged. He required additional tools to craft a secure underground shelter. Furthermore, he needed to fetch water, as the reservoir was running low. The simple tasks began to accumulate, creating a sense of burden. For the sake of his future livelihood, Lin Yu had no choice but to attend to these matters. He exited the stone house, securing the door behind him, and made his way towards the courier's dwelling. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at the courier's stone house. As he approached, he noticed 2 unfamiliar figures standing at the entrance. Both donned uniforms, cloaked in black, their attire complemented by well-equipped protective armor. Their trousers were tucked into black boots. Beside them stood a dark jeep. The strangers appeared to be engaged in conversation. Oblivious to Lin Yu's approach, Yinda emerged from inside, respectfully producing a pack of cigarettes and lighting them for the 2 strangers. Their apparent high status was evident. Lin Yu had never witnessed Yinda exhibit such obsequiousness before. As the 2 inhaled the smoke, Lin Yu drew closer, only to realize that the situation was not as straightforward as it initially seemed. Due to an obstructed view, he had not noticed the decaying corpse lying near the jeep's tire. Strangely, the rotting body was quivering slightly, a contradiction to the norms of life and death. Decay signifying demise, while trembling suggested vitality. Instantly, Lin Yu's instincts heightened. There was an aberrant creature at their feet. At that moment, the 2 individuals also became aware of Lin Yu's presence, their cold gaze piercing through to him. It lingered for a brief 2 seconds before they returned to their previous demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yu's approach. Yinda, spotting Lin Yu, furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "What is the matter, Lin Yu? I have come to procure some supplies. The provisions at home are running low." Esteemed investigator, this is a survivor from the town, here to purchase goods. Yinda glanced towards the 2 investigators beside him. The 2 were of similar stature. clad in black cloaks and finely crafted armor. A postal emblem, the size of a thumb, adorned their chests, intricately engraved with the distinctive totem of the post office. One of them had his back turned to Lin Yu, seemingly disinterested in his presence, while the other acknowledged him with a nod. They were relatively young, in their early 30s. One sported slicked-back hair, earrings adorning both ears, his gaze icy and his nose sharply defined, emanating an aura of danger. The other wore a mask, with only his eyes visible, currently indulging in a cigarette. These two are the postal investigators I mentioned earlier. They are here to oversee operations. Lin Yu, what do you wish to purchase? Yendo approached, his expression indicating Lin Yu should speak with discretion. Food, all, and shovel. Very well, wait here for me. I shall gather what you need and calculate the price shortly. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, as the investigator with earrings finished his cigarette. He turned his gaze upon Lin Yu, his demeanor authoritative. You have failed to properly dispose of the last remaining skinwalker. He gestured towards the decaying corpse on the ground. The skinwalker still clinging to life, its face twisted towards the sky in a grotesque grimace. Distinctive blotches, the size of a thumb, marred its body, and what appeared to be a feeble, ghostly visage, rather than a heart, caused the chest to faintly rise and fall. Chapter 073. The quivering specter, the enigmatic skinwalker, had not yet succumbed to death. To be precise, it was the two investigators present who prevented its demise. Observing the ailing creature on the ground, Lin Yu found the scene rather peculiar. Typically, it is the anomalous entities that torment humanity. He had never witnessed humans inflicting suffering upon such beings. What is your purpose in doing this? Lin Yu inquired, casting a bewildered glance at the investigator beside him, who appeared to have been waiting for his question. Currently, the fortress is offering a handsome sum for the recovery of anomalous entities. For a Class 3 entity like this one, we offer 20 red tower silver coins each. However, we do not recommend pursuing this course of action. Killing an anomalous being is inherently perilous. A moment's miscalculation could result in retaliation. If you intend to sell it, the risks multiply significantly. High-priced recovery? How does that work? Lin Yu asked, as the investigator's icy gaze fixed on the writhing skinwalker. Would you like to see? The investigator replied, a hint of cruelty in his tone. I fear you may find it rather brutal, but given that this town has already encountered skinwalkers, you shouldn't be too squeamish, right? I'm afraid, quite afraid. So I shall pass. Lin Yu shook his head in refusal. The investigator, clad in a black mask, regarded Lin Yu with a trace of curiosity. The youth before him seemed to be feigning timidity. If he were truly frightened, he would not maintain such composure. Fear not. In this world, the bold ride dragons and command tigers. The greater the peril, the greater the reward. Has it not always been thus? He continued. The visage within the skinwalker possesses considerable research value. We are not entirely certain what it is, but we do know it commands a handsome price. If you can vanquish the skinwalker and extract the visage intact, you will be duly rewarded. It is as simple as that. The Research Institute recently issued a notice. Previously, only the remnants of shadowy limbs were procured, but now, entities below Class 5, such as skinwalkers, are highly valued. Of course, if you can slay a Class 5 or higher entity, you will also receive a substantial sum. Lin Yu queried, how much for entities above Class 5? The two investigators exchanged glances, a flicker of amusement evident in their eyes. How much for entities above Class 5? We cannot say for certain. Thus far, no one has managed to bring back the remains of such beings. After all, pollution sources are a type of virus. Upon the death of a Class 5 or higher entity, their bodies manifest pollution sources, a substance capable of effortlessly slaying ordinary humans and even mutants. Therefore, it is best not to dwell on it. Killing an anomalous being and obtaining its remains are two distinct concepts. It is far more complicated than you might imagine. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. This skinwalker is nearing death, and we must extract the visage before it fully expires, or else the corpse will be of no use. Rin Shi, lend me a hand. Zhao Kui said as he crouched down, while Rin Shi, wearing a mask, produced a sharp triangular dagger. The two men, once seemingly casual, now appeared markedly more cautious. Zhao Kui retrieved a pair of black gloves, adorned with radiant runes. As he donned the gloves, his gaze sharpened, fixating intensely on the chest of the grotesque creature. The ghastly visage flickered in and out of view, causing the corpse's chest to quiver slightly. Sensing something amiss, the ghastly face writhed with increased vigor. At that moment, Rinchi lunged fiercely at the creature's chest. With a soft thud, the trident dagger plunged into the creature's torso. Rinchi's movements swift and remarkably proficient. As he drew the dagger across the ghoul's chest, an irregular wound instantly manifested. The sharp blade sliced through the skin, revealing the putrid gray flesh beneath. With a deft flick of the blade, the entire layer of skin was peeled back. At that instant, Zhao Kuo acted swiftly. He grasped the ghastly face with both hands, unafraid of direct contact due to the gloves he wore. Lin Yu observed Zhao Kuo with utmost seriousness, witnessing for the first time a human extracting the core of an anomalous being. Though it was a gruesome sight, it was exceedingly rare. There was no escape for the creature. Zhao Kuo grunted as he exerted force with his arms, pinning the monstrous face down. It thrashed about like a fish freshly pulled from a pond, writhing violently. The ghastly face, devoid of human skin, appeared before Lin Yu, a horrific visage with raw, scarlet flesh that bore the marks of burns, presenting a grotesque unevenness. Lacking lips, its maw was filled with sharp teeth, unlike anything human. Lin Yu observed with clarity, noting the densely packed rows of jagged teeth that spiraled into a seemingly bottomless abyss. The ghastly face trembled wildly, attempting to break free from Zhao Kuo's grasp. Lin Yu was astonished by the creature's strength, as Zhao Kuo's veins bulged, his palms firmly pressing down on the grotesque visage. Nearby, Rinchi exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly retrieving a silver box. He opened it just as Zhao Kuo seized the ghoul's face and, with a resounding thud, slammed it into the box. Rinchi quickly closed the box and secured it with a lock. Their teamwork was flawless, evident in their practiced coordination. The box trembled slightly in Rinchi's hands, the ghastly face within refusing to submit, yet the box was now locked tight, rendering escape impossible. Rinchi cradled the box, comparable in size to a small urn, and placed it into the adjacent jeep. At that moment, Zhao Kuo cast a glance at Lin Yu, a smile gracing his features. Mission accomplished, 20 silver coins secured. The earnings were not easily won. Zhao Kuo nodded, stating, "Indeed, we do not particularly recommend you attempt this. However, if you are capable, that would be splendid. Of course, do not overreach if you cannot manage it, for many have perished due to this." The investigator would not casually mention such fatalities, and Lin Yu sensed that the number could very well be in the thousands. Just then, Yenda emerged from the stone house, cradling a multitude of items, all of which Lin Yu had requested. Yenda glanced at the corpse on the ground, the scent of death lingering in the air, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. "Have you retrieved it?" Zhao Kuo inquired. Yenda replied affirmatively. "Yes, it is done. Were we not supposed to wait for others?" No longer waiting. The cunning creature was on the verge of demise. Our actions have been excessively forceful, and the fallen trickster was rendered useless. "Ah, indeed." Yenda extended the items in his possession towards Lin Yu. A shovel, a pickaxe, provisions sufficient for a week, priced at 9 azure radiant stones. Should you possess white stones, I would accept 2 of those in exchange for one of mine, as the current conversion rate stands at 5 azure stones for 1 white. I have 9 azure stones. Lin Yu retrieved 9 azure radiant stones from his pocket and presented them to Yenda. After a brief inspection to confirm their quantity, Yenda pocketed them. Lin Yu accepted the items handed to him by Yenda and then turned to depart. Yenda and the 2 investigators beside him watched Lin Yu leave, their silence enveloping the moment. Chapter 074. The second needle on the road. Lin Yu meticulously recalled the details of the investigator extracting the ghost face. He realized that this was truly no simple task. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. The rules of the Skinwalker-esque killings were far more intricate than those of the ghost shadow. To retrieve the ghost face, one must make contact with it, and such contact could result in possession by the ghost, turning one into a mere puppet of the Skinwalker. Lin Yu could not undertake this task alone. especially since he lacked gloves inscribed with radiant runes. However, this also revealed a truth to him. The post office was indeed acquiring limbs of anomalous beings, such as the body of the ghost Shadow and the Skinwalker's ghost face. There existed more than one type of anomalous entity in this world. The investigator had just mentioned level 5 anomalous beings. It appeared that both the Skinwalker and the ghost Shadow were not of particularly high rank, with level 4 anomalous beings still unmentioned and possibly even higher level entities lurking beyond. Level 4 was the upper limit for investigators. They could only safely obtain the cores of level 4 anomalous beings, while level 5 would produce pollution sources that left investigators powerless. With the investigator still present, Lin Yu felt compelled to gather more information. Yinda held the investigator in high regard. Their rank was likely considerably superior to that of the postal workers, making this an invaluable opportunity to gain insights into the outside world. He pondered these thoughts as he returned to the entrance of the stone house a short while later. After placing the items he had purchased, Lin Yu commenced his work for the day. The sky was dark and somber, with gray clouds resembling cotton candy, and the cold wind did little to disturb the fluffy formations above. Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi entered the stone house, glancing briefly at the shelves. Zhao Kuo pointed at the food items and remarked, "Why has no one come to purchase these more expensive items? They seem to have gathered quite a layer of dust." Yinda quickly replied, "The townsfolk are reluctant to buy. They can suffice with bread and cockroach jerky. These two are cheap and easy to store, while canned meats and dry goods are too costly for them." "And what about these?" Ren Qi inquired, gesturing towards another shelf laden with tools, protective gear, swords, axes, and entrenching tools. Sighing, Yinda wore an expression of helplessness and implored, "The ghost shadows have been increasing in number. Many lives have been lost in the past month. You are aware that the safety period for the ghost shadows has lapsed. I feel that the current ghost shadows may not even be level 3 anomalous beings, and fewer people can afford to buy anything. This little town is difficult to manage. Some individuals are even going to other cities for supplies. Claiming my prices are too high, then that is a failure on your part. When you reported to the post office, everything seemed fine, yet upon our arrival, it has worsened," Zhao Kuo said sternly. "I apologize. Esteemed investigators, my subordinates are truly overwhelmed. Might you be able to speak a few kind words on my behalf? I have already received the first dose of the mutant serum. This is a crucial period for me." As he spoke, Yinda produced a bag of silver coins from his pocket and pressed it into Zhao Kuo's hand. Zhao Kuo weighed the bag, hearing the clink of coins within. He exchanged a glance with Ren Qi and coughed lightly, saying, "Old Yin, indeed, this is a crucial period for you. Once you have received the second dose of the vaccine, you will no longer be a mere courier, but will directly join the ranks of investigators. Rest assured, we are not here to deceive you. This is an order from our superiors." Yes, I understand. Thank you both for your concern." Yinda responded with a nod and a bow. Indeed, the monetary aspect is not the focal point. The key takeaway is that you have qualified for the second dose. And your examination report has arrived as well. Quite impressive. As he spoke, Zhao Kuo produced Yinda's examination report and handed it over. Yinda accepted it eagerly, scrutinizing it intently, his smile nearly distorting with joy. "Wonderful, wonderful. Gentlemen, is this an A grade?" Zhao Kuo smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, an A grade. You have excelled, with no signs of rejection. Congratulations, old Yin. I must also thank you both for personally bringing this from so far. I have nothing to offer in terms of food or drink. Let me prepare a few small dishes." Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Just arrange some sleeping quarters for us. Families from the front lines have arrived, and we need to accommodate them. The defense line at Fortress 44 has collapsed, and many people have been relocated, including relatives from the Research Institute and Military District. We must escort them to Fortress 11. "I see," Yinda said, now understanding the urgency. After all, these were families from the front lines, with the calamity upon them. Ensuring their safety would allow the soldiers to fight with peace of mind. Zhao Kuo nodded. Yes, they are expected to arrive in the next few days. The shapeshifters in the town have been cleared out, and you did well. It did not spread further. Good job. It was nothing This is my duty. There were 7 shapeshifters in total, and I eliminated them all, except for one that I simply did not discover. Zhao Kuo remarked, not discovering it is quite normal. It was already on the verge of leaving this place when we happened upon it. Now, old Yin, it is getting late. Please prepare the sleeping arrangements. We must head out to assess the situation. Should the ghostly shadows have escalated in threat level, we need to report to our superiors. Understood. Yenda glanced at the report in his hand, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Once Yenda departed, Ren Qi glanced at Zhao Kuo. He could not have slain 7 shapeshifters. The injuries he bears were inflicted by a ghostly shadow. Zhao Kuo chuckled. Who committed the kills is of little significance. What matters is that there are no shapeshifters remaining here, and for now, we are safe. Indeed, who is the next courier? Zhao Kuo fell silent for a moment before responding. Li Shuiguang. His identity has been arranged. Yin Da's situation is quite severe. Once the courier handover is complete, we will eliminate him. Understood. Where is test results? Physical defect, level D. Mental threshold, level E. He will go mad with the slightest provocation. He is merely a half-finished product. Not everyone can become a perfectly classified mutant. Within the tightly locked stone house, in the basement, black soil was continually rising, devoid of any signs of moisture. This was a positive indication, suggesting that the ground was dry and firm, allowing for further excavation. However, it also presented a negative aspect. The lack of dampness hinted at the absence of any subterranean water source. At this moment, Lin Yu was laboriously digging away in the basement. His innate talent, the power of the tiger, granted him the ability to double his strength every 3 strikes. And even without this enhancement, his physical prowess was already remarkable. Were there to be a soil excavation contest, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. As Lin Yu honed his digging skills, his speed increased significantly. Within just over an hour, he had excavated an additional meter downward. Now, the basement was taking shape, standing over 3 meters high and spanning approximately 25 square meters, nearly complete. Lin Yu gazed at the dark, cavernous space with satisfaction, hands on his hips, ready to install and subsequently reinforce it. Chapter 075. Do not venture out after dark. The subsequent tasks became significantly simpler. Lin Yu transported numerous stones from other stone houses, primarily to fortify the basement. Both the walls and the floor required these stones to enhance the overall safety of the basement. For the ceiling, Lin Yu opted for wooden planks, readily available materials. The small town was replete with vacant stone houses, whose owners typically faced one of 2 fates, either consumed by malevolent spirits or departed to the fortress. These stone houses, constructed in the early days, bore several characteristics. They were rudimentary, dilapidated, and had remained unoccupied for an extended period. However, they posed no issues for the renovation of the basement. In just an afternoon, Lin Yu completed the basement as transformation. He laid stones on the walls and floor, and neatly affixed wooden planks to the ceiling. With the renovation essentially finished, he left the remaining tasks to the system. Lin Yu gazed at the rugged basement, his eyes glimmering with determination. Strengthen the basement. After the intermediate wooden door was repaired, Lin Yu had been anticipating the enhancement of the basement, dedicating the rest of his time to this endeavor. Would you like to strengthen the basement? A system prompt appeared in Lin Yu's view. Yes. Basement enhancement time. 10 hours and 22 minutes, strengthening the basement. The duration was not particularly long, considering it involved the entire basement, and it would be ready for use by tomorrow. Lin Yu glanced at the austere basement before climbing out through the pipe. He emerged at the entrance and surveyed the gloomy sky. The gray clouds loomed like a colossal hand, enveloping the earth and sky. The nearby black woods were eerily silent, with mist beginning to emerge as darkness approached. That night, Lin Yu kindled a campfire, leaning against the hearth while savoring a simple dinner. Only one meal remained of the creamy bread and jerky. Tomorrow, he would have to fortify the moldy bread and roach jerky. Fortunately, he had already made purchases today, so he was not in a hurry, relishing a hearty meal that evening. He placed the anomaly detector on the table and switched it on, then retrieved the radio. The radio offered only a single channel, broadcasting for approximately 35 minutes, primarily relaying intelligence gathered by the Red Rock Fortress. Crackle! The radio emitted sporadic static. Moments later, A sweet voice of a female broadcaster resonated through the air. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Xiao, your old friend. Today, we have the following news. 2 weeks ago, the Red Rock Fortress freely released the White Level Radiant Rune, which many of you have likely acquired. For any survivors who have yet to obtain it, you may head to the fortress or the postman town to collect it yourself. The successful research on the White Level Radiant Rune signifies a substantial increase in the survival chances for survivors. Here, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the researchers at the Institute. The mental energy consumption of the White Level Radiant Rune may increase, and for survivors who have yet to carve it, there is no need for haste. Simply try a few more times. Fortress 44 has suffered extensive assaults from the Howlers and is now in the process of gradual evacuation. The units taking over are Fortress 11, Red Rock Citadel, Frontier Fortress, and Dawn Bastion from 4 distinct directions. The spread of the Gray Domain has ceased. Survivors are urged not to inadvertently enter this area. Recent findings reveal the emergence of an unknown anomalous entity within the Gray Domain, which remains unfamiliar to Red Rock Citadel. This entity, provisionally designated as the Plague Wraith, is incapable of inflicting physical harm, but predominantly employs mental assaults and can execute high-speed movements over short distances. Currently, it lingers near the Gray Domain and has yet to appear in proximity to any fortress. The latest announcement from the Research Institute, based on reports from the Meteorological Bureau, indicates that daylight is diminishing while nighttime is extending. It is advised not to venture outside after dark, as humanity is not yet on the brink of an everlasting night. As long as we maintain faith in ourselves, let me reiterate, do not go out after dark. Following half an hour of news, silence enveloped the radio, punctuated only by sporadic static. Lin Yu turned off the radio and placed it in the cabinet. He leaned against the side of his bed, gazing calmly at the wall, replaying Xiao's recent words in his mind. It had been less than 10 days since the last announcement of a new anomalous entity. And now Red Rock Citadel had discovered yet another, emerging from the Gray Domain. The Plague Wraith with its mental attacks and rapid short-distance movements. Merely catching a glimpse could result in an assault. Moreover, its nature is psychological. The only means to resist such an entity is to enhance one's own mental fortitude. With no current knowledge of alternative offensive strategies, the duration of daylight continues to imperceptibly wane, signaling a dangerous trend. Lin Yu has also observed that the daylight hours are gradually shortening. Without deliberate scrutiny, one might not even notice. Furthermore, he noted that the seasons here seem to remain stagnant, as if spring, summer, and autumn have been lost. Leaving only the early days of winter, the sky remains devoid of snow, perpetually overcast and profound, while the cold wind outside wails, reminiscent of spirits lamenting. Made a night pass without incident. Lin Yu clasped his hands in silent prayer. However, just as he completed his prayer, the anomalous detector on the table suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Beep. 35. 2 electronic digits appeared on the detector. Lin Yu sprang to his feet and seized the device from the table. At that moment, the values began to fluctuate. 42. 55. An anomalous entity has appeared. Lin Yu's gaze shifted toward the intermediate wooden door as he hastened to the entrance, peering through the peephole into the outside world. A pitch-black forest came into view, shrouded in thick fog that obscured the roots of the dark trees. The blackened woods seemed to be submerged in a gray sea, and then a shadow emerged before Lin Yu's eyes. Beep! The detector in his hand displayed new digits. 74. An anomaly has manifested. Just as Lin Yu discerned the anomaly, a ghostly figure surged towards him with alarming speed. The anomaly detector instantaneously peaked at 95. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed, and the mud at the entrance collapsed. Distinctive tracks, resembling those of a colossal bird, appeared at the gate, each print larger than a human foot. A grotesque visage materialized before Lin Yu, scrutinizing the wooden door, uncertain if there were humans within the stone dwelling. As the specter lingered on the steps, its face bore 2 crimson eyes, fixated intently on the door. Its lipless maw was filled with razor-sharp, fang-like teeth, and the irregularly sized tusks embedded deeply into its gums, from which viscous fluid dripped. The inky feathers emitted a foul stench, while its elongated claws, dangling perilously near its knees, were astoundingly sharp. This was a suffocating apparition. Chapter 76. The solo kill of the Phantom. The emergence of the Phantom instills a sense of dread. Yet, this specter does not initiate an attack. Its cold, crimson gaze merely fixates upon the wooden door. What thoughts occupy the mind of this apparition remains a mystery to all. However, Lin Yu observes that the Phantom might be assessing the circumstances within the stone house. Is there someone inside? If so, how might I devour them? These are the true musings swirling in the Phantom's mind. With arms resembling withered tree branches, it slowly raises its limb, and then, with a sudden force, strikes the wooden door. The sturdy barrier reverberates with a resounding thud from within. The Phantom remains silent, resolutely knocking on the door. Inside, Lin Yu is utterly still, his stark black and white eyes fixed intently on the Phantom lurking outside. They are merely a door apart, and he tightens his grip on the battle axe in his hand. There is but a single Phantom outside. If he could vanquish it, it would be a bold endeavor worth pursuing, for its corporeal form holds considerable value. A single Phantom commands a price of 20 silver coins, which equates to 4 luminous white stones. Such wealth could procure ample sustenance and goods. Lin Yu feels a stirring within, tempted by the prospect of gain, urging him to take action. As a level 3 aberrant creature, the Phantom possesses the capacity to slay any ordinary human. Yet its method of killing is rather rudimentary, relying solely on the most basic physical attacks. This is a stark contrast to the other aberrant beings he has heard of through the radio broadcasts. Lin Yu understands that if he wishes to prolong his existence, he must confront these anomalous entities rather than cower within the stone house. It is crucial to recognize that while other aberrant beings have yet to manifest in the town, they are inexorably on their way. Faced with a catastrophic tsunami, humanity has but 2 avenues of retreat: flight or concealment. Lin Yu cannot escape this place, and mere evasion is not a sustainable strategy. As Lin Yu ponders these thoughts, the heavy, knocking resumes, the Phantom relentlessly batters the wooden door. Its behavior mechanical and devoid of speech. Its sharp claws trace the surface, leaving faint marks on the intermediate wooden barrier. Uncertain if any humans truly reside within the stone house, the Phantom has never encountered a locked door in an empty dwelling. The town is replete with stone houses, many of which have broken doors, their interiors hollow, as their owners have perished at the hands of the Phantom. Conversely, those doors that are tightly secured invariably conceal human occupants. The Phantom's fangs grind together, producing an unsettling creaking sound as it hungrily stares at the door. Inside, there is no sound. Silence envelopes the space like a tomb. Growing anxious, the Phantom raises its arm high and strikes the door with great force. Bang! The surface of the door merely quivers, showing no signs of damage. The Phantom's scarlet eyes remain fixed on the door as it raises its arm once more to strike. It yearns to open the door, to satiate its curiosity and ascertain whether food awaits within. Lin Yu, steadfastly observing the Phantom outside, notes that it continues to knock. With no second Phantom appearing, it is acting alone. The sound of knocking intensified, urgent and fierce, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu observed for several minutes, yet failed to detect any other apparitions, a flicker of bloodlust igniting within him. Moments later, the ghostly figure ceased its relentless assault. The wooden door remained impervious, the forceful blows leaving only faint marks upon its surface, as solid as stone. Slowly, the specter retreated, seemingly unwilling to squander further time in this place. However, just as it turned to depart, a faint click resonated from within the door. The mechanical sound of the lock turning echoed, and the heavy wooden door creaked open. The specter halted abruptly, its keen sense of hearing allowing it to discern even the slightest sounds. It was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend why someone within had suddenly unlocked the door. Possessing a modicum of intelligence, the peculiar occurrence of the door opening left it bewildered. With a creak, the thick wooden door swung open, but before the specter could react, a figure flickered into view through the crack. Standing before the ghostly entity, he was not particularly tall, even a head shorter. a stark contrast between his height of 1 meter 84 and the specter's towering form. Yet, in that moment of astonishment, Lin Yu stepped forward, arm poised to launch. A white-grayed, radiant stone hurtled towards the specter at incredible speed. With a thud, the radiant stone struck the specter, erupting in a blinding flash of white light. As the brilliance unfurled, it pierced through the specter's form like countless sharp blades. A howl erupted from the specter, its back impacted by the radiant stone, the white luminescence assailing it. Thumb-sized holes appeared along its spine, tearing through its skin to reveal the crimson flesh beneath. In a surge of pain, the specter retaliated, letting out a chilling scream as it pivoted, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yu, as if intent on devouring him whole. The ambushing survivor had meticulously planned his approach. The moment the radiant stone struck the specter, Lin Yu dashed forward. In his hand appeared a gleaming battle axe, its blade reflecting a cold glint. The brief sprint closed the distance between him and the specter rapidly. In one swift movement, he stood directly before the ghostly figure, his axe raised high, aimed squarely at its neck. With a resounding thwack, the sharp blade of the axe collided with the specter's neck, leaving it no time to react as the weapon embedded itself deep. The axe cleaved a gaping wound, causing the specter to lurch, a gash the length of a palm and deep as a finger appearing on its neck. Thick, crimson blood erupted forth in an agony. The specter lunged at Lin Yu with its claws. A foul wind swept over him, the air filled with the sound of its razor-sharp talons slicing through the atmosphere. Lin Yu deftly withdrew his axe, sidestepping the attack, and readied another strike. He coiled his arm, then swung at an exceedingly acute angle. The axe carved an elegant arc through the air before crashing into the specter's chest. Two razor-sharp claws unleashed a fierce wind. Yet the terrifying assault failed to strike Lin Yu, instead merely slicing through empty air. Bang! The battle axe struck the ghostly figure's chest with tremendous force. In an instant, a gaping wound appeared upon the specter's torso, the axe having hit its mark with unerring precision. Simultaneously, Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick to the apparition, the impact resonating like that of a heavy cannon. The ghost staggered, crashing to the ground, a stream of crimson blood erupting from its chest. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu swung his battle axe directly towards the specter's neck. The might of the tiger's strength, this third strike promised to deliver a double blow. Boom! The axe erupted with doubled force, cleaving into the ghost's throat. That ferocious power radiated instantly. Even the specter's formidable defenses could not withstand such terrifying might. With a resounding thud, the ghost's head rolled away, its body convulsing violently, thick blood pouring from the severed neck. It was dead. Lin Yu sheathed his axe and grasped the ghostly head from the ground. With a deft push of his toes, that fearsome visage soared directly into Lin Yu's hands. With a whoosh, Lin Yu vanished from the courtyard. Chapter 077. The residue left by the slain shadow. Every plan unfolded as anticipated, each step executed flawlessly. And Lin Yu harnessed his innate attributes to perfection. During his third strike, he adeptly utilized the attack effect of the tiger's fury, unleashing a surge of double the power, culminating in a swift execution within mere minutes. This marked Lin Yu's inaugural calculated kill of a shadow, igniting an exhilarating thrill within him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. The terrifying shadows were not insurmountable entities. They could indeed become victims, serving as stepping stones on Lin Yu's path toward becoming a formidable force. Breathing heavily from excitement, Lin Yu noticed that the room's temperature was moderate, with the warm vapor of his breath forming a mist before him. The corpse of the shadow lay in tatters, an unavoidable reality. Lin Yu could not ensure a complete kill of a shadow, and to date, no one had achieved such a feat on the front lines. Shadows were often obliterated into fragments, with regular troops employing firearms. Naturally, the regular army had also suffered significant losses at the hands of the shadows. At times, these shadows appeared in swarms, their numbers reminiscent of locusts descending upon the land, instilling a sense of dread. Gazing upon the fallen shadow, Lin Yu placed its head back onto its neck. The body was devoid of warmth, its texture as rigid as that of a corpse. The grotesque visage bore an unyielding malice. Lin Yu unceremoniously discarded the Shadow's body into a corner. He glanced at the time, merely 11 o'clock, and with dawn still distant. He had an opportunity to slay more shadows. Being in proximity to the corpse felt discomforting, as the shadow curled lifelessly in the corner. The flickering flames from the hearth illuminated the room, casting the shadow's silhouette back and forth, imparting to Lin Yu the eerie sensation of being watched. Yet, the shadow was undeniably deceased. It could not suddenly revive. However, the presence of a corpse in close quarters was indeed unsettling. After a few glances at the shadow, Lin Yu's discomfort gradually dissipated. What did it matter? It was utterly lifeless, now merely a cadaver, indistinguishable from any animal. Lin Yu reassured himself, squinting his eyes before gradually succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into sleep for several hours. At 4 a.m, a faint sound jolted Lin Yu awake. His closed eyes flew open, his gaze igniting with alertness. Almost instinctively, he grasped the battle axe at his waist, his aura intensifying significantly. Beep, beep. The anomaly detector at his feet began to sound an alarm. Lin Yu picked it up, peering at the LCD screen, which displayed 2 electronic digits, 95. An anomalous entity had appeared at the door. Lin Yu rose cautiously, ensuring he made not a single sound, for he was yet unaware of the nature of the anomaly at the threshold and could not afford to reveal his position. He treaded carefully towards the door, his gaze fixating on the peephole. His eyelashes trembled slightly as 2 shadows materialized within his line of sight, standing simultaneously at the entrance of his stone abode. At this moment, the spectral figure was intently gazing at the wooden door, its crimson eyes radiating a malevolent glare. Nearby, another ghostly apparition had just crouched down, seemingly in search of something. Was it the lingering essence left behind after I vanquished its kind? Lin Yu was uncertain, yet the strange behavior of the specter indicated that it was indeed in pursuit of something. The crouching phantom scoured the ground, its nose quivering slightly, its face nearly pressed against the earth, revealing glistening fangs that shimmered ominously. As the ghost on the ground lifted its head, its grotesque visage met the silent gaze of the standing specter. Had it discovered something? Lin Yu was unsure. He retrieved the luminous stone from his pocket. Facing 2 apparitions simultaneously was far from advantageous. He might manage to defeat one, but confronting 2 could lead to peril. Lin Yu was not willing to gamble with his life. After exchanging a glance, the standing specter suddenly launched a frenzied assault. Thud! 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 The ghost's claws pounded relentlessly against the wooden door, producing a resounding tremor akin to a hammer striking the door. Lin Yu silently retreated a step. The unusual behavior of the specters signaled that they had detected the presence of their fallen companion. His gaze shifted to the specter lurking in the corner, shrouded in shadow, emanating an unshakable aura of resentment. Even in death, such complications arose. No wonder capturing apparitions proved so challenging, for your essence invites calamity. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, realizing the situation had grown troublesome. The specter at the door continued its relentless assault, while the one on the ground sprang to its feet. Vanishing in an instant from the entrance, it began to circle the stone house, searching for weaknesses, yet after several laps, it discerned no flaws. Returning once more to the door. Bang! 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 The second specter also commenced its assault, the thunderous noise echoing through the night sky. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was already past 4, and dawn was not far off. He could only move to the hearth and take a seat. The specter at the door continued to batter the entrance, attempting to break through. Yet, the sturdy wooden door held firm against their attempts. Nevertheless, the sound of their assault was disquieting, revealing their intense thirst for vengeance. With little desire to engage in their futile struggle, Lin Yu decided it was time to check the basement, which he hoped had been fortified. Rising, he descended into the subterranean chamber, and upon inspection, he found the enhancements had been completed just in time. A notification flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Basement reinforcement complete. Item: basement quality, basic, special effects, wall reinforcement. Invisible hatch reinforcement, ventilation system installed. As the sounds of pounding reverberated around him, Lin Yu reviewed the notification before him. The system's enhancements did not emerge from thin air. Had Lin Yu not previously excavated a rudimentary basement and erected crude walls from stone, the system would not have facilitated such extensive improvements. All enhancements were built upon the foundational attributes of the items, a singular directive of the system. Only with a solid domain could the reinforced items become more advanced. Lin Yu lowered his gaze to discover a wooden door beneath the bed. He pulled it open, revealing a narrow, iron staircase, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by the full panorama of the basement. Before him lay a pristine underground chamber, its previous simplicity entirely transformed. It now exuded an air of cleanliness and spaciousness. The surrounding stone walls had been meticulously adjusted and reinforced, fitting together seamlessly. They were smooth to the touch, with gaps so tightly sealed that not even a strand of hair could penetrate them. The floor was adorned with sturdy tiles, while the ceiling showcased brand new timber. Ventilation ducts were strategically placed on either side, ensuring a continuous flow of fresh air throughout the basement. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, his expression one of satisfaction. This space perfectly aligned with his vision of an ideal underground sanctuary. Chapter 078, Reinforcement, the second gift attribute with a determined effort. Lin Yu emerged from the basement, capturing the ghostly silhouette lurking in the corner and dragging it back to its new abode. I prepared a new home for you. I trust you shall find it to your liking. Now, do urge your brethren to cease their incessant banging at the door. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu hurled the ghostly figure into the corner, pressing its head against its neck with a firm resolve. Having accomplished this task, he exited the basement, sealing the concealed door behind him. At that moment, the cacophony of banging at the entrance diminished significantly. Once the ghostly figure was confined to the basement, the lingering aura of malevolence was effectively severed. The two specters outside, sensing the absence of their companion's presence, exchanged bewildered glances and ceased their relentless assault. Approaching the door, Lin Yu peered through the peephole, observing the miraculous cessation of hostilities from the two ghostly figures. The basement had the capacity to harbor more of these entities. As long as he maintained its separation, its functionality remained intact. At this juncture, a chilling demeanor enveloped Lin Yu as the thirst for blood surged within him. He retrieved the anomaly detector, noting that the readings had stabilized at 120. This indicated the presence of two ghostly figures at the entrance, one exhibiting an anomaly level of around 90, suggesting minimal fluctuation. I currently possess 10 white-grade luminous stones. Should a confrontation with the specters arise, there exists a possibility of vanquishing them. Lin Yu's expression hardened as he contemplated his course of action. To ensure his safety, he cautiously approached the door. In pursuit of further anomaly readings, he pressed the detector against the wooden door. Just as he affixed the device, it suddenly reacted. Beep, beep. A faint alarm resonated, and the readings began to escalate. The anomaly level surged from 120, 131, 145, 150. The readings continued to climb, signifying that more than just the two specters were present at the entrance. A multitude of ghostly figures was emerging. Within the darkened forest, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and more specters began to materialize. Lin Yu's vision narrowed, and a wave of dread washed over him. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. In mere minutes, 8 specters emerged from the mist. With the 2 at the door, a total of 10 ghostly figures now encircled Lin Yu's stone abode. While a single specter may pose little threat, a congregation of them is truly fearsome. Gasping slightly, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He was bewildered as to why these specters had congregated in this location. Through the peephole, he could see them advancing toward the stone house, their dark feathers stained with fresh crimson blood. They had just feasted on survivors, and more lives had been claimed in the town. Taking a step back, Lin Yu swiftly emptied his pockets of the white, luminous stones, placing them all at the entrance. A swarm of specters was beyond his capacity to combat. Opening the door would surely invite his demise. Lin Yu grasped his battle axe, his gaze fixed warily upon the wooden door. The anomaly detector in his hand continued to emit alarming signals, its readings having soared to a terrifying 191. A rustling sound emanated from the doorway, the sheer number of specters creating an unsettling cacophony reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. As dawn approached, Lin Yu dared not draw closer. Just then, a thunderous bang reverberated, signaling the specter's assault. The urgent and fearsome pounding echoed through the night sky, akin to a torrential downpour, dense and resonant. The intermediate wooden door began to tremble violently, and the white luminous stones on the ground flickered with a spectral glow. Crack! One of the white luminous stones suddenly failed, and, simultaneously, the banging at the door diminished slightly. Following that, a second white luminous stone began to dim, its energy gradually dissipating. The exorcising effect was taking hold. The group of specters at the door grew agitated. The wooden door inexplicably evoked a profound aversion in them, diminishing their strength significantly. The specters retreated, abandoning their relentless assault. Lin Yu sacrificed 2 luminous stones, and at that cost, he finally dispersed the spectral horde at the door. Once all sounds faded into silence and tranquility returned, he felt a modicum of relief. Several hours later, the sky finally brightened. A faint light emerged from the east, and the mist within the dark forest gradually lifted, the aura of the specters vanishing entirely. This night had passed with an unexpected tranquility. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, placing the food he had purchased the previous day upon the table. "Would you like to enhance the food?" A prompt appeared before him. "Yes. Enhance bread, 11 minutes. Enhance cockroach dried meat, 16 minutes. For a week's worth of food, the enhancement time totaled 26 minutes, considerably shorter than before. After completing the enhancement of the food, he could continue to enhance further. At that moment, he approached the door, opening it to reveal numerous claw marks etched into the intermediate wooden door, giving it a battle-worn appearance. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu discerned that the damage was not severe. Although it appeared grim, it was of little consequence. He had no intention of addressing the intermediate wooden door. Rather, its scarred visage served as a form of camouflage. 2 investigators arrived in the town, and Lin Yu was keen to keep his secrets hidden from them. He was not yet equipped to confront the entire post office. Maintaining a low profile was wise. His health was paramount. He would continue to enhance his innate attributes. Eagerly, Lin Yu focused his thoughts, and 5 prompts immediately appeared in his vision. "Would you like to enhance your innate attribute of attack? Enhancement time, 168 hours, 55 minutes. The next phase of innate attributes would convert strength into attack, no longer confined to individual organs, but rather enhancing the whole. The innate attributes would alter the overall structure, rendering him truly extraordinary. Would you like to enhance your innate attribute of speed? Enhancement time, 19 hours, 51 minutes. Should I enhance the innate attribute of agility? Enhancement time, 31 hours and 7 minutes. Should I enhance the innate attribute of mental strength? Enhancement time, 44 hours and 6 minutes. Should I enhance the innate attribute of endurance? Enhancement time, 39 hours and 12 minutes. At present, Lin Yu has only achieved the first level of enhancement in the innate attribute of attack, and the time required has significantly increased. The remaining 4 innate attributes have not undergone any strengthening, and their names remain unchanged. Among them, the shortest duration belongs to speed. The synergy between attack power and speed is profound. Formidable attack power combined with wind-like speed can elevate Lin Yu's attack rate to a higher realm. In the current apocalyptic stage, many aberrant creatures employ physical attacks, while those utilizing mental assaults have yet to manifest in Lin Yu's world. He requires a more robust physique to confront the impending calamities. The enhancement times for agility and mental strength exceed that of speed, and a similar trend is observed in endurance. To expedite the enhancement of his physical capabilities, prioritizing speed is undoubtedly the most judicious course of action. Each innate attribute can exhibit distinct forms. Enhancing speed requires less than 20 hours, allowing for enhancement to be attained within a day. Lin Yu silently declared, "Enhance speed," confirming enhancement of innate attribute speed. Enhancement in progress. Chapter 79. The visitor beyond the town. Lin Yu emerged from the stone cottage, a water bucket in hand, as the water level in the tank had nearly reached depletion. It was imperative that he replenish it promptly. Otherwise, he would find himself without drinking water come nightfall. As he traversed the tranquil path, the water source lay approximately 2 kilometers from his home, necessitating 5 round trips to fill the tank. This predicament was precisely why Lin Yu aspired to construct a well, as fetching water was a laborious endeavor that consumed an inordinate amount of time. The morning chill greeted him, and Lin Yu was clad in nothing but a thin undershirt and a black trench coat. A battle axe was secured at his waist, while his pockets held luminous stones to ward off anomalous creatures. Daylight was not necessarily synonymous with safety. The eerie Skinners had already sounded the alarm, indicating that certain aberrations could manifest even in the light of day, compelling him to remain ever vigilant. Upon acquiring the innate attribute Tiger's Might, Lin Yu's physical constitution had undergone significant enhancement, bolstering his resilience to both frigid and sweltering conditions. Although he appeared underdressed, his body consistently maintained a stable temperature, rendering him impervious to the cold. As Lin Yu continued along the serene path, he soon beheld the water source of the town. However, as he paused to observe, he was startled by a cacophony of mechanical roars. A procession of rare off-road vehicles had appeared at the town's entrance. These vehicles were heavily modified, equipped with thick, bulletproof glass. The doors were reinforced, and a layer of gray film adorned the windshield. While he could not discern the number of occupants within, there were at least 7 or 8 of these formidable vehicles. Among them were 2 military buses, seemingly escorting a particular contingent. The thunderous sound of the off-road vehicles shattered the tranquility that typically enveloped the town. Mired in mud, the vehicles sped swiftly down the road. Lin Yu halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze to realize that their destination was indeed the town. The sudden appearance of investigators within the town sparked a vague realization within him. The manner in which these vehicles raced forth suggested they had come directly from the front lines. Lin Yu, disinterested in further observation, turned his attention away. This matter was of no concern to him. Withdrawals from the front lines were common occurrences, nothing out of the ordinary. Humanity had abandoned numerous cities, erecting fortresses and bastions primarily to fend off aberrant entities. Should the troops engaged in frontline combat find themselves incapable of repelling these anomalies, they would opt for retreat. The families accompanying them were not limited to military relatives. They included ordinary civilians as well. Troops stationed at the defensive lines were prohibited from leaving without explicit authorization, unless an exceptionally terrifying, anomalous event transpired. The sight of evacuees was hardly a good omen. It heralded a collapse at the front. With a silent retraction of his gaze, Lin Yu proceeded to the water source. Beneath several contorted trees lay an ancient pool, its surface undisturbed. The crystalline water was bordered by dense undergrowth, with a few stones scattered nearby and evident water stains upon the ground, indicating that others had visited to draw water before his arrival. Lin Yu placed the bucket into the water pool, and with a swift motion of his arm, the once empty vessel brimmed with water. He effortlessly lifted the bucket and proceeded towards the stone house. Although Lin Yu's pace was unhurried, it was remarkably steady. Upon passing a hill, he paused to observe the scene. He noticed a caravan halted at the entrance of Yin Da's stone abode. The 2 investigators he had encountered previously emerged, clad in conspicuous black cloaks. Yin was nowhere to be seen, having seemingly departed for the time being. From the off-road vehicle, numerous individuals disembarked, both men and women, with the elder among them being in their 40s, while the youngest appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Not a single elder was in sight. These individuals gathered in small clusters, evidently unfamiliar with one another. More people descended from a bus behind, appearing to be in their early 20s, likely students. Among them were armed soldiers, and the investigators were engaged in conversation with these military personnel, brandishing paper documents in their hands. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, having gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The caravan comprised over 100 individuals, who seemed to have endured a lengthy journey, eagerly leaping from their vehicles. Their curious glances roamed as they acclimated to their surroundings. Lin Yu resumed filling his bucket, wishing to avoid contact with these outsiders, even secretly hoping they would depart sooner rather than later. After half an hour, Just as Lin Yu was preparing to draw his final bucket of water, he noticed a group of people had appeared beside the water pool. They must have been informed by Yinda, as their water supply was evidently dwindling. Several individuals were clutching large plastic containers, ready to fill them. The town's water resources were communal, and Lin Yu felt no inclination to interfere. He approached silently. Observing the group, he noted their youthfulness. They were the same individuals who had jumped off the bus, all seemingly students by their attire. As Lin Yu approached, someone in the crowd suddenly called out, "Wildlings? Is the water here clean?" He gestured towards Lin Yu, adopting an air of superiority. "Not clean," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance. "Then why are you drawing water?" A woman with a ponytail interjected. She wore glasses, exuding an assertive demeanor. "Indeed, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Do you even know who we are?" After the bespectacled girl spoke, a nearby man quickly chimed in. He was of short stature, but possessed a robust physique, likely a result of regular workouts. His face bore numerous freckles, and his nose was somewhat flat. "It's inherently unclean. Drinking it directly could lead to illness," Lin Yu replied dismissively, stepping into the throng. They turned their attention to Lin Yu, and his battle axe inadvertently came into view, instilling a sense of wariness in the man. The girl with glasses whispered, "I heard from my father that wildlings are quite formidable and have peculiar temperaments." "Peculiar? What is so peculiar?" "Wildlings tend to be somewhat reclusive. After all, they lack the privilege to dwell in the fortress," the man replied boldly. He appeared to be deliberately provoking, surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals, each wielding a bucket. In contrast, Lin Yu seemed rather solitary and vulnerable, indifferent to their presence. He immersed his bucket into the water pool, and, with a vigorous pull, a full bucket of water materialized in his grasp. Observing Lin Yu's effortless demeanor, several onlookers displayed expressions of envy. The weight of a bucket of water is approximately 30 pounds. In a bent posture, he effortlessly accomplished this feat with a single hand, showcasing his extraordinary physical strength. Upon completing the last bucket of water, Lin Yu considered his task fulfilled. He stood up and began to walk away with the bucket in hand. At that moment, a bespectacled girl spoke up. "Brother, could you assist us? We are students who have just retreated from the front lines, and we are quite exhausted from a journey." Before she could finish, Lin Yu's cold voice interjected. "No." He swiftly declined and turned to leave. The girl glared at Lin Yu in anger, yet she refrained from speaking further. Nearby, a man scrutinized Lin Yu, taking in his imposing figure and the deadly weapon at his waist, managing to suppress his own irritation. This was the wilderness. Provoking a survivor in such desolation could lead to dire consequences. At his side hung a battle axe, remarkably sharp, clearly not intended merely for chopping wood. Though this group of students appeared united, in the face of danger, they would undoubtedly scatter, each unwilling to court misfortune. Chapter 080. Exploitation is impossible. As Lin Yu returned to the entrance of the stone house, he discovered a group of approximately 10 individuals gathered at his doorstep. These individuals differed from the students he had encountered earlier. They appeared to be somewhat older, around 20 years of age, and stood before Lin Yu's stone dwelling, their curious gazes scanning the surroundings. The stone house, constructed entirely of rock, boasted no windows, save for a concealed chimney atop its roof, while the sturdy wooden door bore numerous fierce claw marks. Though they could see nothing within, the group sensed that Lin Yu's residence exuded a greater sense of security than any other stone house in the vicinity. A few among them even approached to knock on the door, but received no response. Upon Lin Yu's arrival, all eyes turned towards him. From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man, who appeared quite refined, sporting glasses and dressed in athletic attire, with a backpack slung over his shoulders. "Greetings. My name is Ma General. I am one of the individuals who retreated from the front lines. May I inquire if it would be possible for us to stay here for the night? We have heard that apparitions appear here at night, making it exceedingly perilous. We truly have no other options," he implored earnestly. Among this group, in addition to Ma Jian, there were several students, all seemingly from the same school. Unlike the previous group Lin Yu had encountered, these individuals were noticeably more subdued, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu glanced at Ma Jian and replied, "There are numerous stone houses here. You may choose any to reside in, but not mine. But many of the stone houses here are dilapidated and uninhabitable. We are aware of the dangers posed by the apparitions at night. Please, we beg of you, help us just for one night. The convoy will depart early tomorrow morning. Ma Jin pleaded, glancing back at a young boy behind him. Shioli, come here quickly. Shali hurried forward and promptly removed his backpack. He swiftly unzipped it and retrieved a variety of food items, all of which Lin Yu had never seen in the small town. Jerky, instant noodles, sausages, a can of honey, and compressed biscuits, along with fruit preserves, were presented before Lin Yu. These are all for you, in exchange for a single night as shelter. Their ability to offer such provisions revealed their distinct status. In the wake of the apocalypse, survivors in the wilderness were reduced to consuming dried cockroaches and stale bread, while these individuals effortlessly produced such rare delicacies. Even within the fortress, not everyone had access to such sustenance. It is worth noting that the first to consume dried cockroaches were indeed the inhabitants of the fortress, who had devised those unpalatable rations. Lin Yu gazed at the food in Xiao Li's backpack, a flicker of desire stirring within him. Although he could enhance moldy bread and dried cockroaches, both options belonged to a singular enhancement path, leading to a monotonous diet. There were better food options available from Yinda, yet their steep prices had deterred Lin Yu from indulging. Ma Jin observed the expression on Lin Yu's face intently. Regrettably, despite the stirring of Lin Yu's emotions, his countenance remained unchanged. The boy's face was perpetually marked by indifference, and his brows conveyed a distinct message of dismissal. My stone house is quite small and cannot accommodate you all. The specters may come knocking at night, and any sound could invite disaster. Therefore, I must insist that you leave. Lin Yu firmly rejected. We have nowhere else to go. The bus is unsafe, and we have already lost many companions along the way. There were more than 20 vehicles in our convoy, but now only a few remain. We started with 263 individuals, and today, after counting, only 105 are left. In just a few days, we have lost 158 lives. Ma Jin spoke earnestly, his gaze pleading as he looked at Lin Yu. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot shelter anyone else here. Your food is quite good, yet I must decline, Lin Yu replied. Is there truly no way to stay for just one night? Ma Jin's expression turned desperate. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, do you not have your own escort? You also have 2 investigators. They will ensure your safety. Ma Jin's spirit sank. What you say is true, yet the reality is different. The escort only guarantees our safe passage to the fortress. They do not concern themselves with how many of us actually arrive. Furthermore, we are graded. Their families are classified as level 1 protected individuals, while we are merely level 2. The escort leaves our safety to us. If not, we must sleep on the bus at night. Our radiant stones have run out. You may not know this, but we have encountered numerous anomalous creatures along the way. Besides the specters, we also faced a corpse demon. That creature is utterly terrifying. Corpse demon? Ma Jin's expression twisted in pain, his head bowed. The corpse demon holds a higher rank than the specter. It is a level 4 anomalous being. They are numerous, and their mouths can release corpse gas. Once infected, death is immediate. That night we encountered a corpse demon, and within a single night, over 50 of us perished. This was why we had the escort and radiant stones. Had we not discovered it early and fled in our vehicle, we would all have died. Lin Yu had never seen a corpse demon, but from Ma Jin's description, it seemed that its terrifying abilities surpassed those of the specter. Being classified as a level 4 anomalous entity undoubtedly indicated its dreadfulness. I have a bit of radiant stone left. We might be able to trade. However, I suspect your food will not suffice. You have an escort, so you must have bullets? Lin Yu's gaze flickered. He would not allow this group to stay here. They were about to leave, carrying valuable items, and acquiring more would be advantageous. Bullets? Ma Jin furrowed his brow. Yes, how many do you need? Well, what caliber? Lin Yu was acutely aware that his gun had run out of ammunition. It required 7. 62 caliber bullets, a detail he remembered vividly. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Jin replied, I'm not very knowledgeable about this, but if you need them, I can procure some. However, what can you offer me in exchange for radiant stones? Ma Jin had now abandoned the idea of seeking shelter at Lin Yu's home. The young man before him exuded an air of impenetrable distance. Pleading would only elicit sympathy. But sympathy was of little use. Survival was the ultimate goal. If I could procure the radiant stone from Lin Yu, perhaps I could safely survive the night. The extent of my offering hinges upon what you can provide in return. Remember your standing, Ma Jin. You are the supplicant. I shall grant you 2 hours, after which we shall reconvene. Bring your belongings, and we may find a way to collaborate. Ma Jin hesitated briefly, gritting his teeth. Very well. This is the only course of action left to us. However, you must promise to barter solely with me. The ammunition is not in our possession. I require some time. You will need provisions as well, correct? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we require both. What else do you possess? Lin Yu discerned that this group was not to be underestimated. If they could procure ammunition, they might very well have other intriguing items as well. Ma Jin turned to Lin Yu and suddenly asked, Do you desire battle armor? Battle armor. Chapter 081. When the flower petals fall as Ma Jin finished speaking, the others gazed at him with astonishment. One female student could not contain her surprise and exclaimed, Teacher Ma. Ma Jin turned to look at her, his eyes revealing a hint of authority. I understand, but if this gentleman can ensure our safety through the night, I am willing to make sacrifices. Should anything occur, I shall bear the consequences alone. What danger does the battle armor you mentioned pose? Lin Yu began to grasp the issue at hand. Ma Jin replied, The white bear battle armor itself poses no danger, it is intact. However, acquiring it may present some difficulties, yet I can manage. Once I return to the fortress, they will have no means to confront me. I am uncertain if it will fit your physique, but the white bear battle armor was designed for commanders, one of the prerequisites being a robust physique. Do you think you can manage? Ma Jin scrutinized Lin Yu. Although he wore an oversized trench coat, a formidable aura emanated from him. Standing over 8 meters tall, Lin Yu met the requirements for donning the white bear battle armor, and his exposed arms exuded strength. This was precisely why Ma Jin sought to negotiate with him. The youth before him was not to be underestimated. This was Ma Jin's immediate impression of Lin Yu. Provoking this survivor would yield no benefits for them. Very well, bring it over. We shall discuss it then, Lin Yu replied. All right, I shall not disturb you further. Until later, I will prepare, Ma Jin responded. With that, Ma Jin departed with his group from Lin Yu's residence. On their way back, the previously silent students erupted into conversation, revealing that they were not as subdued as they seemed. Teacher Ma, can you truly trust that survivor? What if he deceives us? A tall student voiced. Indeed, Teacher Ma, the white bear battle armor is on the number 2 off-road vehicle. Stealing it is rather troublesome, let alone gifting it to him. Another chimed in. Why doesn't he allow us to stay in his stone house? We have food to offer him. It's merely for one night. Ma Jin regarded the students, his voice low and serious. He will not deceive us. At worst, he may find our bargaining insufficient and halt the transaction. After all, we have the Guardian army nearby, and he has his own reservations. Furthermore, the security level of the white bear battle armor is not the highest. Even if the Guardian army discovers my theft, they cannot harm me. The information they seek resides within my mind. Should they kill me, the higher-ups would be quite displeased. Have you not noticed? He is also tempted. Resources are scarce here, and food is insufficient, which is why he chose to barter. His reluctance to let us stay likely stems from fear of the ghostly shadows at night. Then it is certain that the ghostly shadows will appear tonight. We must acquire more luminous stones. Tomorrow, we shall see what tomorrow brings. Ma Jin's expression grew weary. Upon his conclusion, the group fell silent. At that moment, a woman stepped forth from the crowd. She possessed an exquisite figure, and even clad in a loose-fitting tracksuit, her graceful silhouette was unmistakable. Wearing a baseball cap atop her head, with her hair tied back in a ponytail and a mask covering her face, a pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes peeked out into the open air. Teacher Ma, leave the task of stealing bullets to me. You should go and pilfer the white bear armor. I have just observed that young man, and he does not seem to be malevolent. Lin Yu pondered. Yet he is certainly not a paragon of virtue. His stone dwelling is superior to that of most. Although the wooden door bears numerous scratch marks, likely left by phantoms, it remains intact. This indicates he possesses the ability to withstand such apparitions. and his reluctance to allow us entry suggests he harbors a wariness of strangers. To survive in such a perilous environment is no small feat. Ma Jin turned to Lin Yu, slightly taken aback. Your analysis is astute, but do you truly believe you can steal the bullets? Lin Yu, you must not encounter any mishaps. Lin Yu's expression grew serious. Teacher Ma, I understand. You need not worry. If I fail to return, my mother will not hold you accountable. Trust me, we have lost too many already, and besides, we are merely secondary protected individuals. Ma Jin sighed. In truth, you are a primary protected individual. If you were to reveal your mother's name, I believe the guard would spare no effort in ensuring your safe return to the fortress. Lin Yu's gaze was resolute. I do not wish to associate with those people. Their stares repulse me. Teacher Ma, how much longer until we reach the fortress? Ma Jin replied, the investigators have arrived. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the path ahead should be manageable. It depends on how long we remain in this town. If all goes smoothly, we could arrive in 2 days. Then tonight is crucial. We must obtain that luminous stone from the boy, no matter the cost. Indeed, should we inadvertently reveal ourselves, you must remember to mention your mother's name. Never omit it. Above all, staying alive is paramount. Lin Yu nodded. I understand, Teacher Ma. Rest assured. As they conversed, another group approached, the very same individuals whom Lin Yu had encountered earlier. Each member was struggling under the weight of water buckets as they trudged toward the camp. The water resources from Yenda's area were insufficient. The guard required it. The investigators needed it, and these primary protected individuals had to seek water themselves. Upon encountering the other group, Ma Jin's conversation halted, and they eyed the newcomers with trepidation. This group comprised wealthy scions, some of whom held significant status, which warranted the guard's escort. A few among them had particularly malicious intentions on several occasions. They had nearly caused harm to others, and some leered at Lin Yu with predatory gazes. Hey, Teacher Ma, what have you been up to? Zhao Xiaoshu, freckled and grinning, inquired. His gaze swept past Teacher Ma, landing directly on Lin Yu. Observing her indifferent demeanor, his eyes quickly shifted to a few of the more attractive female students. Though Zhao Xiaoshu was also a student, he embodied the essence of a spoiled rich kid, his behavior eliciting disdain. Nothing much, just looking for a place to rest. Have you found any water? Ma Jin replied dismissively. Of course. If Teacher Ma wishes to utilize some, I can share a bit with you. Tonight will be difficult. I just heard from Commander Li of the Guard that Yin Da's room is already insufficient. We will have to sleep in the car. The most prevalent aberrant creatures in this small town are the ghostly apparitions and the black insects, which are quite troublesome. The apparitions enjoy knocking on doors during the night, and without the luminous stones, the evening can be exceedingly perilous. Indeed, you are correct. We are aware of the situation. Zhao Xiaoshu then chuckled. Teacher Ma, your luminous stones are running low. How about we stay together tonight for safety? At that moment, a more robust boy stepped forward, casting a defiant gaze at Ma Jin. Oh Ma, Xiaoshu was right. Here's the deal. We still have space and water. You could bring a few people over for the night, but let us keep it to the boys. Upon hearing this, the boys on Ma Jin's side glared furiously at Zhao Xiaoshu and Meng Haitao, their fists tightly clenched. Meanwhile, among Zhao Xiaoshu's group, a bespectacled girl appeared quite displeased, enviously eyeing Lin Yu and the others. Brother, there isn't enough space. Zhang Hanlei, the girl with glasses, huffed angrily. What do you mean there's not enough? You can sleep to my left, and they can sleep to my right. The luminous stones will keep us safe. Zhao Xiaoshu retorted dismissively. Thank you for your kindness. Ma Jin frowned. Kindness? No need for thanks. If you don't come, you'll all be in peril. Let us not forget the night the corpse demons attacked. It was a close call. Zhao Xiaoshu said with a grin. What do you mean by that? Ma Jin's voice turned icy. Nothing much. I just wanted to remind you to be cautious tonight. I know you all hold certain statuses, but if you perish in the wilderness, who would care? Don't be obstinate. It's merely a matter of sleeping for a night. Once we reach the fortress, whether you speak or I speak, we'll still be good friends. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoshu embraced Zhang Hanlei beside him, his hand deliberately rubbing her shoulder. Brother, be gentle. You're hurting me, Zhang Hanlei pouted. How disgusting. Lin Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Hanlei. The latter seemed to ignore the remark, deliberately twisting her body. In truth, she was not unattractive, possessing a delicate charm. However, compared to Lin Yu, she fell short. During their school days, Lin Yu was renowned for her unblemished beauty, and no one dared to approach the first beauty. Yet now, as a lily fell into the mire, many were tempted to take a bite. Chapter 82. Shadows gathering tonight. Ma Jin gazed at Zhao Xiaoshu, whose demeanor radiated arrogance and dominance, and felt not only anger, but also a profound sense of sorrow. It was not just him. All the students present shared this sentiment. Before the destruction of Fortress 44, they were familiar faces to one another, but as calamity struck, acquaintances morphed into strangers. In the struggle for sustenance, a mere morsel of food or a gleaming stone, they were willing to resort to violence, turning against one another with ruthless savagery. Zhang Hanlei, who wore glasses and was once a student of Ma Jin and a classmate of Lin Yu, had always appeared demure. Yet upon learning that Zhao Xiaoshu and Meng Haitao were first-level protected individuals, she resolutely cast her lot with Zhao Xiaoshu. No matter how outrageous his demands, she complied unconditionally. Zhang Hanlei harbored but one ambition: to survive and enter Fortress 11. She was not alone. Several of Ma Jin's students shared the same fate. The males toiled as laborers and sycophants, while the females submitted to their whims. Their singular goal was to cling to the first-level protected individuals for survival. Ma Jin himself could only be considered a second-level protected individual. The classification was straightforward, based solely on parental status. It was evident that Zhao Xiaoshu's parents held mid to high-level positions, affording him far better treatment and a greater share of the precious stones. It had only been a week since their escape from Fortress 44, which opened Ma Jin's eyes to the treachery of human nature. Age bore no relevance. The malevolent could turn vile at any point. Lin Yu was also a first-level protected individual, yet she chose to forsake her association with Zhao Xiaoshu. She understood the life that would await her if she remained with him. She would rather perish in the jaws of an aberrant creature than suffer the indignity of subjugation. Such was the dignity she cherished deep within her soul. Ma Jin clenched his fists, casting a defiant gaze at the brass Zhao Xiaoshu and Meng Haitao. Classmates, let's depart. We must survive, but not at the cost of our dignity. To exist without honor is to merely be a walking corpse. If death must come, let it come with dignity, he declared through gritted teeth. His words pierced Zhang Hanlei's heart like a needle, prompting her to turn away, disdainfully regarding Ma Jin. What weighs heavier, death or dignity? No one understands better than I, she thought fiercely. As Zhao Xiaoshu observed Ma Jin and his group, he passed by with a smirk, waving his hand as he cheerfully called out, "Teacher Ma, I'll be waiting for you. The night is fast approaching." Ma Jin remained silent. A flicker of malevolence glinted in Zhao Xiaoshu's eyes as he turned to Meng Haitao. "Haitao, go see what they are up to. This Ma Jin harbors secrets." "Understood, Brother Xiaoshu." Meng Haitao scampered off eagerly. Lin Yu returned to the stone house, securing the wooden door before approaching the wooden table. His task for the day remained unfinished, and he anticipated Ma Jin's arrival, necessitating the preparation of barter materials. The sheer number of people in the small town instilled within Lin Yu an unsettling sense of insecurity. The Spectre possesses the ability to detect the essence of survivors. With so many vehicles parked outside Yanda's residence, it is highly probable that the Spectre will seek them out. The guards are armed with firearms, which may grant them a chance to endure the night, particularly with the presence of 2 investigators. It seems rather perilous yet manageable. However, Lin Yu unearthed a peculiar phenomenon. Previously, only one Spectre had knocked at the door, yet last night, a terrifying swarm emerged. Although the individual combat prowess of the Spectre has not significantly escalated, its numbers have surged by 7 or 8-fold. Has the solitary Spectre begun to congregate? This signals a formidable danger, heralding the impending arrival of another wave of terrifying Spectre incidents in the town. Indeed, bullets can inflict harm upon the Spectre. However, there is a crucial aspect they have overlooked. The Spectre harbors a profound desire for vengeance. Once injured, it will retaliate immediately. Lin Yu had previously experienced the Spectre's retribution. After severing one of its arms, that particular Spectre relentlessly returned each day, even bringing along 2 companions. Lin Yu was uncertain whether the guards were aware of this, but it bore little significance to him. They would depart the following day, and he could only ponder how many lives would be lost tonight. Lin Yu commenced his tasks for the day, indifferent to the events unfolding outside. He devoted himself to carving luminous stones, progressing slightly faster than before. Upon completing the third luminous stone, he paused momentarily to rest. His mental fortitude remained robust, and he felt capable of gradually attempting to carve the sixth white-grade luminous stone. Currently, Lin Yu could only carve 5 luminous stones in a day. Should his mental energy improve, he could endeavor to sculpt the sixth. Mental energy can indeed be trained and nurtured, albeit through a protracted process. The training of mental energy is exceedingly intricate, with stringent conditions. Otherwise, the world would not be plagued by such an abundance of corpses. Lin Yu rose and descended to the basement. He discarded the severed arm of the specter there, while the specter that had perished the previous day lay in the shadows, unchanged. Lin Yu was unsure of the significance of the specter's remains to the fortress's research institute, as its body was remarkably resilient. After acquiring the innate attribute of tiger's might, Lin Yu found that his initial 2 attempts to sever the specter's head were unsuccessful. Only through a third strike, which yielded a doubling effect, could he truly decapitate the specter. This vividly illustrated the terrifying nature of the specter's defenses. The specter emanated a peculiar odor, reminiscent of decaying flesh mingled with a noxious liquid. The scent was quite unsettling. Yet, upon its demise, the odor diminished significantly, though a hint of its unpleasantness lingered. Storing the specter in the basement was the safest option. If the specters outside were to catch the scent of their fallen comrade, they would undoubtedly swarm in. Originally, this basement was intended for Lin Yu's personal use, yet it now served as temporary lodging for the specter. Establishing the basement was no simple feat. At 25 square meters, it was not insignificant, but utilizing it solely for the storage of a specter felt like an extravagant waste. In Lin Yu's mind, he contemplated how to partition the basement, envisioning a smaller chamber dedicated solely to the storage of the specter's remains. The unsettling sight of a terrifying corpse sprawled in the corner was an experience few would relish while hiding in the basement. With one arm crossed over his shoulders and the other stroking his chin, he squinted as he envisioned a 5-square-meter room exclusively for the specter's storage. Otherwise, his basement would be rendered entirely futile. This endeavor seemed manageable, requiring only a modest quantity of stone and wooden doors. Once his physical enhancements were complete, he could carve out a new underground chamber. After pondering for a while, Lin Yu concluded that this solution was indeed viable. With plans set, he emerged from his thoughts. He closed the invisible flip door, ensuring not a single flaw was apparent, before approaching the wooden table to resume his work with the radiant stones. Chapter 083. Defensive battle armor. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yu had not encountered Ma Jin and his companions. It was not out of concern for being deceived. Rather, Lin Yu surmised that Ma Jin's plan had likely faltered. They possessed provisions, but lacked luminous stones and were devoid of weapons, relying solely on the protection of the guards. However, the number of guards was limited, making it impossible for them to offer perfect protection. Otherwise, Ma Jin would not have uttered such words. They had originally set out with 260 individuals, yet now only 105 remained. Lin Yu was uncertain how many days had passed, but he was aware that 158 had perished. The death toll of 158 accounted for 60 of the evacuation team. The fatalities among the guards were surely minimal, given their training and the firearms in their possession. This implied that, excluding the small contingent of guards, the mortality rate among the others was significantly higher. In the afternoon, Lin Yu continued carving the luminous stones. At last, his day's task reached completion. He ignited a campfire and began preparing dinner for the evening. As was customary, it consisted only of simple bread and jerky, a fare that had begun to wear on him. He recalled the food that Ma Jin had produced, and a flicker of hope emerged that he might visit. It had been so long since he had savored instant noodles that merely thinking of them made his mouth water. The campfire crackled and danced, smoke billowing from the fireplace into the room. The temperature gradually rose as Lin Yu settled beside the wooden table. Just as he was about to commence cooking, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yu hastened to the door and peered through the peephole, catching sight of Ma Jin's anxious visage. Beside Ma Jin stood a youthful maiden, adorned with a backpack and cradling a large cardboard box. Ma Jin, too, appeared breathless, suggesting he had sprinted to reach here. With a creak, Lin Yu opened the wooden door. Both Ma Jin and Lin Yu swiftly turned their gaze towards Lin Yu, their expressions betraying a moment of envy. The stone dwelling was modest, its walls smooth and fitting together like a fine craft. In the center stood an antiquely styled fireplace, flames dancing within. The wooden table bore food and clean water, while the floor was immaculate. Despite the absence of windows, the air within the stone house remained surprisingly fresh. In a post-apocalyptic world, such living conditions were indeed a remarkable luxury. Lin Yu glanced at Ma Jin and Lin Yu, noting that they had brought the goods. Ma Jin retracted his envious look, and Lin Yu eagerly interjected, "We have brought them. May we come in?" Outside, they mentioned placing the items on the ground. Lin Yu stepped aside to allow them entry, then closed the door behind them. Lin Yu's expression dimmed momentarily. She pouted slightly, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yu. "All right." Outside said we should hurry with the exchange. It's getting late, and we exerted considerable effort. We have brought everything you requested. Food, 7.62mm ammunition, and a complete set of white bear battle armor. Indeed, the large cardboard box Lin Yu held contained the coveted white bear battle armor. The battle armor is divided into 3 parts, and Ma Jin holds some in his hands. First, assess the items. We need at least 5 luminous stones. 5? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at Lin Yu in confusion. Lin Yu took a deep breath, stating, "There are too many of us. 5 stones are essential for our survival." "What tier are you referring to?" "Of course, the white tier. The blue tier is no longer viable. You don't only possess blue tier stones, do you?" Lin Yu fixed her wide, astonished eyes upon Lin Yu. If the youth possessed only blue tier luminous stones, they would suffer significant losses. "No, I also have white tier ones, rest assured." 5 luminous stones represent Lin Yu's daily workload. If such a quantity could be exchanged for items, he deemed it worthwhile. "That's good to hear." Lin Yu exhaled, her lips slightly parted as she adjusted her mask, obscuring her face from view. However, upon closer inspection, she appeared to be quite beautiful, at the very least possessing an elegant charm. "I still do not know your name. Were you called? Why can't we proceed with the transaction?" "The outside is perilous." Lin Yu responded, "The outside is not dangerous. It is only 5:30. Our transaction will take but a few minutes, ample time for you to return." "Very well, let's proceed." "Lin Yu, keep an eye on the outside while I negotiate with this gentleman. You inspect the white bear battle armor first." With that, Ma Jin opened the cardboard box he held, revealing black molds encased in plastic, containing the white bear battle armor. Lin Yu gazed intently as he tore open the plastic wrap, revealing the upper half of the armor. A complete set of silvery white battle armor came into view, crafted from special materials that felt chilling to the touch. The chest plate, shoulders, and abdomen were composed of steel and specially corrosion-resistant materials. Its surface was smooth and pristine, adorned with a fierce image of a white bear on the chest. This set of armor exuded an aura of formidable defense. The armor was indeed heavy. If one's physical capacity was sufficient, they could don it without concern for agility. As it had undergone rigorous testing, it could withstand bullets of 7.2mm caliber at close range, equipped with bulletproof materials, making it a reliable choice. Typically, it was issued to frontline commanders, not something ordinary soldiers could enjoy. They were limited to combat uniforms and bulletproof vests. The defensive capability of the white bear armor was 7 times that of standard combat attire, so you understand the significance. The only drawback was its weight. For frontline combat often required swift running and jumping, and sometimes even the need to escape. Without a robust physique, wearing it could become a burden. After Ma Jin finished speaking, he observed Lin Yu. Although the young man was not as hulking as a giant warrior, he emanated a strong presence. Even clad in a black trench coat, his powerful aura remained palpable. He undoubtedly possesses a physique that transcends the ordinary. Lin Yu felt quite satisfied. Beside the white bear armor lay a manual, even more detailed than what Ma Jin had described. "Very well, we shall proceed with this transaction. I require all that you possess in exchange for 5 radiant stones. 5. 5 is merely the price of the white bear armor. Observe, there are provisions and ammunition as well. These bullets, which I procured surreptitiously, number over 30. Ma Jin pulled a box of ammunition from his backpack, emblazoned with the insignia of the regular army, military supplies. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Indeed, but I possess only this many radiant stones. The worth of these items exceeds this amount, yet I lack the means. Would it suffice if I offered you a few additional Azure-level radiant stones instead? This. Ma Jin and Lin Yu exchanged glances. Lin Yu furrowed her brow and bit her lip. Very well, we agree, but you must ensure that this remains a secret. It must not be divulged. Rest assured. I understand. Chapter 084. A little tail in the bushes at the entrance of the stone house. Lin Yu calmly stated, place the items at the door. I shall carry them inside myself shortly. Very well. And what are the radiant stones? There are 5 here. I shall give you 3 Azure-grade radiant stones, totaling 8. That should suffice for your needs tonight. Agreed. Lin Yu smiled in response. Beside them, Ma Jin observed Lin Yu, noting that the youth appeared thoroughly prepared, as his pockets conveniently held 5 radiant stones. It seemed he had anticipated this exchange. Clearly, bartering was not as straightforward as he had presumed. Lin Yu was the master of the transaction, and the terms were dictated by him. Should he find the white bear armor unsatisfactory, it was likely that the radiant stones would be reduced. Ma Jin, far more mature than Lin Yu, possessed a keen sense of observation. Though he recognized the implications, he refrained from voicing his concerns. The night was fraught with peril. Without sufficient radiant stones, they risked an attack from ghostly shadows. Ma Jin was determined to survive. As long as they could enter the fortress alive, their current sacrifices would be inconsequential. Wait for me at the door, Lin Yu said before intending to enter the house. However, at that moment, his gaze flickered and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Lin Yu halted abruptly. What are you afraid of? Have you brought a little tail with you? What? What little tail? Both Ma Jin and Lin Yu stare at Lin Yu in confusion. Isn't that it? Lin Yu pointed towards the dark woods nearby, where he discerned a shadow among the thicket. The figure was well concealed. Yet Lin Yu's extensive encounters with ghostly apparitions had honed his observational skills to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to notice subtle discrepancies that caught his attention. Upon merely glancing, Lin Yu identified an individual crouched within the bushes. We did not bring anyone with us. Ma Jin's pupils constricted, and tension enveloped him. This operation had only been known to a select few. The white bear armor and ammunition had been procured through theft, making it impossible for anyone else to be aware. It was only Ma and I who came. There are no others. Did you see anyone? This cannot be. Lin Yu also sensed the anomaly, her fear evident as she looked at Lin Yu. If their actions were discovered by the guards, it was highly likely they would be denied entry to the bus tonight. If it is not someone you brought, then someone is tailing you. You have been rather careless. Darkness is approaching. Lin Yu sighed. Wait for me a moment. With that, Lin Yu nonchalantly approached the dark woods. Crouched in the bushes, Meng Haitao had been intently watching the 3 at the stone house entrance. He had not anticipated that Ma Jin and Lin Yu were seeking Lin Yu, apparently to exchange goods. What astonished Meng Haitao the most was that Ma Jin had stolen the white bear armor from the guards to obtain radiant stones. The green box was unmistakably military supplies. The guards were tasked not only with escorting and protecting their charges, but also with transporting goods. Pilfering from them was tantamount to courting death. The audacious duo remained oblivious to the fact that Meng Haitao had followed them the moment they departed from the camp. At this juncture, with irrefutable evidence in hand, they found themselves at a loss for words. A wave of secret delight surged through Meng Haitao's heart as he contemplated the situation. Should the charge of theft be substantiated, Ma Jin and Lin Yu would no longer dare to resist. The mere thought of a beauty like Lin Yu stirred excitement within him. For too long, he had settled for the leftovers of Little Tree, but today he would finally have the opportunity to indulge in a swan. Immersed in his daydreams while crouching in the thicket, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of rustling footsteps. Looking up, he was met with the sight of the young man he had encountered that morning. The boy's expression was stern, his figure tall and slender, clad in a tattered black trench coat. Although he appeared youthful, An unintentional aura of menace radiated from him, causing the students around to steer clear. Unbeknownst to Meng Haitao, Lin Yu had come specifically to find him, and he had unwittingly revealed his presence. As Lin Yu approached with deliberate calmness, Meng Haitao realized, with a jolt, that he was the target all along. This seemingly indifferent youth was silently encircling him, scanning his surroundings. Meng Haitao discovered that the optimal escape routes had already been covertly claimed by Lin Yu. Damn it, this kid must have noticed me long ago. With this realization, Meng Haitao ceased his attempts at concealment, standing up boldly and addressing Lin Yu. Oh, it's you, handsome. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Where's this place? I think I'm lost. He smiled at Lin Yu, shrugged his shoulders, and feigned nonchalance. Is that so? Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, just as Ma Jin and Lu Yu hurried over. When they recognized who it was, Lu Yu's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. Oh, really? You're here too? Lost. Are you? I just wandered here without knowing how, and I'm so glad to have run into you. Teacher Ma, Lu Yu, could you help me find my way back? I wouldn't want to trouble this handsome guy any further. Meng Haitao exclaimed with feigned delight, while Ma Jin and Lu Yu wore grim expressions. Meng Haitao's deceitful words were utterly ineffective. Noticing their silence, he queried in astonishment, "What is going on? Did I not just say I was lost? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lu Yu, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Meng Haitao, are you stalking Teacher Ma on me?" "Oh dear Lu, what are you saying? How could I possibly be stalking you? I merely took a wrong turn. What kind of nonsense is this?" He protested. "Forget it. If you won't help me, I'll go on my own." With that, Meng Haitao attempted to leave solo. Beside him, Ma Jin and Lu Yu seethed with frustration. They were well aware of Meng Haitao's character, and they understood all too well the consequences of being seen by him. Wait. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. "What do you want?" Meng Haitao turned to face Lin Yu, his expression one of displeasure. "Your deceitful tactics are woefully inadequate, and your surveillance skills are even more lacking. Now that your true nature has been revealed, I implore you to remain silent." Lin Yu's words pierced through the air, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. "What?" Meng Haitao's eyes bore into Lin Yu's, before darting towards Ma Jin and Lu Yu beside him. He realized that he had indeed been exposed. His clumsy performance had left him vulnerable before Lin Yu's discerning eyes. Observing the situation, Ma Jin chose to drop the pretense. "Huh, you'll have seen through it. Since the truth is laid bare, shall we discuss the matter of leverage? This situation is known only to a select few of us. In fact, I have been acutely aware of everything that transpired. That cardboard box belongs to the guard. What purpose do you serve in providing it to a wildling?" Meng Haitao pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, his bravado surging. Stealing is hardly a trivial matter. Do you comprehend the consequences of pilfering from a guard? How you choose to address this situation is for you to decide. What are you glaring at me for? Do you not understand the caliber of the guard? You are merely a survivor of the wilderness. Lin Yu regarded Meng Haitao with calm intensity, the stark contrast in his eyes shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Chapter 085. Consequences of one's own actions. Meng Haitao stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Lin Yu and his companions with an air of arrogance, as if demanding a satisfactory answer while threatening their very existence. Lu Yu trembled with anger, and the more Meng Haitao observed her distress, the more satisfaction he derived from her unease. Beside them, Ma Jin's complexion turned ashen. The potential fallout from Meng Haitao's revelations was unimaginable. "What do you propose we do?" Meng Haitao taunted, pointing at them with a smug demeanor. Just then, Lin Yu spoke in a low, resonant voice. "It is only you who has exposed yourself. Do you not realize that?" "What?" Meng Haitao was momentarily bewildered, staring at Lin Yu in surprise. Indeed, he had come alone. How could he be followed by a group? Only he had noticed the peculiarities of the situation. Yet, Meng Haitao felt no alarm, for although they were in the wilderness, the camp was protected by guards and investigators. As a prime target for protection, he felt empowered by his position. Meng Haitao fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, momentarily dismissing the boy's intimidation. "But do you know who the guards are? Are you not afraid of being executed?" He sneered. Lin Yu regarded Meng Haitao calmly, almost musing aloud. This matter is known only to us few. What do you mean? Meng Haitao interjected, unaware that Lin Yu was not addressing him directly. Before he could process the implications, an axe materialized in Lin Yu's hand, unnoticed by anyone around. In a flash, he raised the battle axe, the polished blade glinting ominously. With a swift motion, Lin Yu brought the axe down at an angle, effortlessly severing Meng Haitao's neck as if slicing through vegetables. In an instant, Meng Haitao's head was detached from his body, falling to the ground. A fountain of crimson gushed from the severed neck, and his body stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief. The head hit the ground with a dull thud, the expression of arrogance distorted into one of sheer terror. In those fleeting seconds, Meng Haitao realized he had been met with a brutal fate at the hands of Lin Yu. With a resounding thump, Meng Haitao's lifeless body collapsed. Lin Yu, still in shock, let out a piercing scream, covering her eyes with trembling hands. Ma Jian, in a state of panic, stared at Lin Yu, unable to fathom that he had just executed Meng Haitao. Despite Meng Haitao's many taunts, Lin Yu had remained steadfastly silent, leading Ma Jian to believe he was contemplating a strategy. In truth, Lin Yu was merely analyzing Meng Haitao, and upon concluding his assessment, he arrived at a decisive answer. To eliminate Meng Haitao was the solution he had chosen. A headless corpse lay upon the ground, blood gushing from the neck, rapidly forming a pool nearby. Are you aware of this? Only a select few of us know about this incident. He came alone, and the others are oblivious. You should return quickly. Nightfall approaches. Lin Yu trembled as she gazed at Lin Yu, astonished by his ruthlessness in directly eliminating Meng Haitao. However, had he not taken such drastic measures, they would have had to submit. Meng Haitao was the architect of their troubles. His demise would undoubtedly resolve the issue. Having stated this, Lin Yu turned to depart, leaving Lin Yu and Ma Jian, who were stricken with fear. They stood frozen, witnessing a living man perish before their eyes, his arrogance still palpable mere seconds before his death. The terrifying intent to kill descended like a bolt from the blue. Meng Haitao had not grasped the cruelty of this world. Moments later, Lin Yu returned, holding a paper bag containing radiant stones. He handed the bag to Ma Jian, revealing 5 white-grade radiant stones and 3 blue-grade ones. You may examine them. And no, it's unnecessary, Ma Jian stammered, his heart racing. Very well, hold on to them, Lin Yu said, placing the bag firmly in Ma Jian's hands. This corpse requires disposal. Without its head, it could transform into a walking dead. Have you encountered such beings? Ma Jian, glancing fearfully at Lin Yu, nodded, yes, they are terrifying. What level of abnormality are they? I cannot ascertain their level. The wilderness harbors many walking dead, as do the abandoned cities. They resemble zombies, but are far more fearsome. Oh, I have yet to see them. I have only heard tales. I will dismember the body shortly. You should leave now. With that, Lin Yu drew his battle axe, causing Lin Yu to feel a chill run down her spine. The youth before her was entirely different from her initial impressions. Upon their first encounter, she had deemed Lin Yu neither a villain nor a hero. However, it was now evident that his thunderous methods signified a man not to be trifled with. Ma Jian and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes, and hastily departed. Lin Yu did not spare them a glance. He wielded his battle axe with precision, efficiently dismantling Meng Haitao's corpse. Once the dismemberment was complete, the threat of transformation into a walking dead was averted. Lin Yu chose not to bury the remains, knowing that come nightfall, the black insects would consume the corpses. Meanwhile, Ma Jian and Lin Yu hurried toward their camp. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of a large bus near the campsite, a sense of relief washing over her. Mr. Ma, have you noticed that the young man possesses tremendous strength? Upon hearing this, Ma Jian halted, gazing in astonishment at Lin Yu. He remained silent for several seconds, recalling how with a single stroke, the youth had severed Meng Haitao's head. Such strength, while the axe was undeniably sharp, capable of easily decapitating a person. It was not a simple task. The head is connected to the cervical spine, which contains bone. How much force must one possess? Lin Yu exhibited a contemplative expression, pondering the law of conservation of energy. which states that momentum equals mass multiplied by velocity. It is generally implausible for an ordinary individual to achieve such a feat. Yet this youth accomplished it with apparent ease. He was not a butcher, and even a butcher could not perform such an act so effortlessly. Thus, there remained but one possibility. Lin Yu's gaze turned toward Ma Jian, his almond-shaped eyes filled with disbelief. Teacher Ma, could he possibly be a mutant? Or perhaps an extraordinary being? Ma Jian inhaled sharply, acknowledging the plausibility of this notion. We must safeguard this secret, ensuring no one discovers it. Upon our return, let's act as if we know nothing. Once we arrive back at the fortress, this matter shall be consigned to oblivion. Meng Haitao brought this upon himself. We must tread carefully around that youth. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded vigorously. Chapter 086. The camp's mouth, the shadow of death approaches nightfall, arrived as anticipated, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Gradually, thick clouds of mist emerged from the dark woods, an uncanny gray fog that brought with it an unending chill. Lin Yu secured the door and opened a military-grade cardboard box on the floor, tossing its contents into the adjacent fireplace, where flames swiftly consumed it. He lifted the white bear battle armor, noting its considerable weight, evoking a profound sense of heft and formidable defense. This armor was undoubtedly unsuitable for the average person. Donning it would significantly enhance one's defensive capabilities, yet would also result in a drastic increase in physical exertion and reduced speed. Only those who had undergone rigorous training or were mutants could equip it. Furthermore, the white bear battle armor was a privilege reserved for frontline commanders, underscoring its significance. Strapping on the armor was not cumbersome, and Lin Yu donned it with relative ease. At that moment, he exuded an air of authority and lethal intent. The armor shimmered with a phosphorescent glow, reinforcing vital areas of his body, while tactical gloves adorned his hands. Black armor protected his elbows and knees, while the chest and back boasted the most substantial and resilient protection, crafted from a material akin to stainless steel. The interior was lined with specialized ballistic fabric, and a fearsome white bear insignia adorned the chest, adding to its intimidating presence. Additionally, the armor was equipped with a helmet that fit perfectly, complete with goggles and an oxygen mask that were flawlessly integrated. The white bear battle armor was devoid of any flaws, as it was intended solely for those of command rank. However, if word of Lin Yu's possession of it were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, particularly from those with military backgrounds who recognized its significance. Nevertheless, Lin Yu contemplated enhancing the armor, a measure that would clarify its legitimacy to onlookers. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they could be dealt with accordingly, particularly in light of the increasing number of shadows. Lin Yu recognized the necessity of this armor to bolster his strength against the impending dangers of the apocalypse. For the time being, he set the white bear battle armor aside, intending to enhance it after he completed his talent attribute strengthening. As night descended, the cold intensified. Lin Yu added 2 logs to the fireplace, watching as the flames engulfed them, raising the room's temperature significantly. This evening appeared exceptionally tranquil, with scarcely a sound to be heard. The unusual detector on the table remained silent, issuing no alarms. Rising to stretch his limbs, Lin Yu prepared to wash up and retire for the night. He surmised that the shadows would likely converge on the same location, uncertain if the group would withstand the night. However, he had provided Lin Yu and Ma Jian with 5 white-grade luminescent stones and 3 blue-grade luminescent stones. As long as they remained compliant, refraining from opening the door or making noise, it was unlikely the shadows would strike them. The bus, reinforced for safety, offered greater protection than an ordinary vehicle, even if it paled in comparison to the stone house. Lin Yu approached the water tank, its contents not particularly clear. After a day's sedimentation, visible dust had settled at the bottom. A water filter was inserted within the tank, and the water was sufficient for Lin Yu's use for a week, provided he refrained from extravagance. The days of endlessly utilizing tap water had long since passed. Many individuals had gone several days without bathing, as water resources were indeed scarce. Within the fortress, numerous people faced challenges not only in terms of sustenance and sleep, but also with their daily water allocations. After all, Water within the fortress was limited, and in the wake of the apocalypse, most resources had shifted towards the stronger factions. Lin Yu could easily surmise these matters, yet he remained uncertain about Mei Sha's well-being and whether she had safely reached the fortress. She had mentioned writing to him, but when the letter might arrive was beyond his knowledge. Lin Yu hoped that the missive would be delivered, for it would at least confirm Mei Sha's survival. If it never came, it would suggest that she had likely perished on the journey to the fortress, or perhaps had arrived only to enter another realm of despair. The scarcity of water had led Lin Yu to contemplate constructing a water supply system, for water was an indispensable resource. His gaze sparkled as he surveyed his modest stone dwelling, pondering how to build such a system. While he was deep in thought, sporadic gunfire erupted, causing him to halt his musings and glance towards the camp. The specters had arrived. As Lin Yu had surmised, these phantoms possessed a degree of intelligence, albeit limited. Even now, he could not fathom how they knew his name, nor why they mimicked human voices to lure individuals into opening their doors, only to devour them. In recent days, the specters have been increasingly active, consistently demonstrating their cunning. The sudden influx of off-road vehicles and buses into the town brought with it the scent of humanity in the crisp air. As night fell, the specters would inevitably track this unfamiliar human essence. This was an unavoidable occurrence. Conversely, the other survivors in the town had begun to feel more secure. As the specters concentrated their attention near the camp, sparing the other survivors from their predation. Among the protected, some had already considered this dynamic. Thus, in the afternoon, many would approach the survivors' stone homes, hoping to safely endure the night. Ma Jin had also contemplated this, but Lin Yu had turned him away. It was out of the question for Lin Yu to allow a group of people to reside in his stone dwelling, regardless of the terms they proposed. Lin Yu lifted a teacup from the wooden table and took a sip as the sporadic gunfire grew more frantic. They had begun to clash. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was barely 10:30 in the evening, with a considerable stretch of darkness still ahead. The specters had started to gather in greater numbers, their strength now more formidable than before. The troubles for the guard team were only just beginning. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, clear to all within several kilometers. Lin Yu let out a soft exclamation, taken aback by the fact that the guard team had resorted to using explosives. This indicated that their conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. Within a mere span of a few minutes, had the guards already been compelled to deploy such weaponry? This suggests that the number of specters must be far from negligible, likely numbering in the dozens. Such a phenomenon had never before manifested in the small town. While Lin Yu, having witnessed such occurrences, felt no surprise. It was certain that Yinda and his companions had encountered them before. One could only wonder if they would survive the night. Tomorrow, I must check on them. Their abundant supplies would be too great a loss to overlook. Chapter 087. The Terrifying Assault of the Phantom Boom. A horrific explosion reverberated through the air. The ground instantly erupted, creating a vast crater, with debris soaring to a height of 7 to 8 meters. A phantom was obliterated in an instant, its dismembered remains scattering chaotically to the ground. 7 or 8 off-road vehicles were arranged in an odd formation, flanking 2 large buses at the center, which housed first-level protected individuals. Not far away, another bus stood ominously. Ma Jin and his companions huddled in a corner, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a sound. Inside the silent bus, the only sounds were the faint breaths of several students lying on the floor, their wide, terrified eyes staring blankly. In the corner, Lin Yu clutched a white-grayed radiant stone, the pale light seeping through her fingers as her knuckles whitened from the pressure. The radiant stone remained unchanged, indicating that the phantoms outside had not yet approached. However, the terrifying blast had sent shockwaves of panic through everyone. The phantoms had emerged, and the guard team was engaged in battle. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed. 2 phantoms were propelled into the air, one crashing heavily to the ground, its fate uncertain. The other met a grim fate, stepping on a landmine and being utterly dismembered. Within an armored off-road vehicle, a commander gripped a walkie-talkie, his submachine gun slung at his side, his expression one of utmost distress. Zhao Qua, did you not say the phantoms were few in number? Our buried mines have detonated. and there are at least a dozen phantoms outside. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kui's serious voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. The intelligence we provided was accurate, but we did not anticipate such a large number of phantoms. This is not the time for discussion. How many mines did you bury? The commander clutched the walkie-talkie tightly. 7. They triggered 2, and perhaps 3 have been eliminated. That's not too bad. Just hold on. Hold on? Is that all we can do? What else can we do? I cannot come out now. Rest assured, the phantoms cannot breach the off-road vehicle. You reinforced them, did you not? It will only be noisy tonight. Damn it. The commander cursed angrily. He had initially believed the phantoms in this small town to be few. With a stroke of luck, they might not encounter any throughout the night. Yet, it was only just past 10 o'clock, and already a dozen phantoms had appeared nearby. No one knew from where these phantoms had emerged. An unease crept in his heart. What if more phantoms were lurking? The commander lifted a corner of the curtain, and his gaze turned horrified. More phantoms were visible outside, having triggered the concealed landmines, which had killed several. The remaining phantoms now appeared even more enraged. The commander clearly saw them charging from a mist, moving with alarming speed. The phantoms were tall, bearing grotesque human faces, with blood-red eyes that perpetually radiated a malevolent glow. They possessed no lips, their gums exposed, and sharp fangs closely aligned, glimmering with a chilling light. Their bodies were adorned with black feathers, and their arms were extraordinarily long, nearly reaching their knees. Their claws resembled those of a chicken, yet were magnitudes larger, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, 3 ghostly figures charged towards an all-terrain vehicle. The soldiers inside the vehicle felt their pupils constrict as they adjusted their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The gunfire erupted, flames spitting from the barrels, and one ghostly figure trembled under the onslaught, its black feathers exploding, blood gushing forth. Each all-terrain vehicle featured 3 firing ports, one on each side and one atop. However, they dared not open the hatch above. To do so would invite a swarm of phantoms. After dispatching one ghostly figure, a soldier breathed a sigh of relief. But scarcely a second elapsed before a tremendous crash resonated. One ghostly entity slammed against the window, its terrifying arms unleashing a formidable force, causing the entire vehicle to tremble violently. Inside, the soldiers were tossed about, struggling to regain their balance, when an even more horrifying sound of impact echoed above. A ghostly figure had leapt onto the roof, its claws relentlessly battering the top, creating a series of dents and indentations. Fortunately, the vehicle had been modified. While its exterior sustained severe damage, the occupants remained unharmed. 3 ghostly figures assailed the all-terrain vehicle with wild fervor, rendering the soldiers unable to return fire as their bodies swayed violently, their aim compromised. Suddenly, one ghostly figure burrowed beneath the vehicle, and with terrifying strength, the all-terrain vehicle was overturned. Another ghostly figure flickered to the window, its ghastly visage now mere centimeters from the soldier inside. The soldier gazed in horror at the grotesque face, the phantom has crimson eyes fixated on him. In an instant, he brandished a luminous stone, pressing it against the glass. A flash of white light erupted, causing the ghostly figure to recoil. Realizing the presence of a human within, the entity let out a piercing shriek. More phantoms surged forth. 7 or 8 encircled the vehicle, launching a frenzied assault, leaving it battered and nearly inoperable amidst the cacophony of horrifying impacts. Abruptly, an enraged, ghostly figure halted, revealing a thumb-wide indentation at the door. With a ferocious roar, it accelerated, prompting the terrified soldiers to seize their submachine guns and commence firing. The bullets struck the phantom, though many found their mark on the door instead, the swaying vehicle hindering their accuracy. The gunfire resounded, and the ghostly figure before them was injured, feathers erupting from its chest as copious blood sprayed forth. Just then, the soldier noticed a sharp claw piercing through the gap. Suddenly, the spectral figure yanked fiercely, causing the sturdy car door to split apart in an instant, and a grotesque head of a ghost emerged. The soldiers, pale with terror, immediately squeezed the triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets that struck the ghastly visage. In the blink of an eye, that horrid head transformed into a sieve, its skull shattered into countless fragments. The specter fell heavily, never to rise again. Yet, scarcely had this apparition met its demise when another ghostly figure eerily appeared, tearing open its companion's lifeless body and lunging forward like a ravenous wolf. The soldiers' pupils dilated, and in a frenzy, they pulled the triggers once more. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand. The ammunition had been exhausted, and in the face of impending doom, he forgot to reload. Fortunately, the radiant stone embedded in his chest activated in this dire moment, emitting a beam of white light directly at the phantom. The spectral entity's contorted face instantly bore large, scorched patches, forcing it to recoil in fury, bits of flesh and blood cascading to the ground. However, the apparition did not flee. It lingered nearby, and those within were undoubtedly doomed. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and another ghostly figure charged forth, its razor-sharp claws ensnaring the soldier's throat. His fragile neck crumbled under the specter's grip like clay as it dragged him out with brute force. He beheld a terrifying countenance, with crimson eyes fixed intently upon him, glimmering with a predatory excitement. The elongated fangs, akin to daggers, gaped open, and that cavernous maw could easily devour a watermelon. Crack! The specter severed the soldier's neck, voraciously feasting upon him. Within the overturned vehicle, the remaining soldiers attempted to fire their weapons, but more phantoms surged inside. Through the transparent, bulletproof glass, a flash of fire ignited as a bullet struck the specter's abdomen. In the confines of the cramped vehicle, the ghostly figure was practically fused to the soldiers. Before they could fire a second shot, the gaping maw roared forth and severed one soldier's head. Crunch, crunch! The ghastly sounds of fangs grinding against flesh resounded. In an instant, the three soldiers inside the vehicle met their demise. Chapter 088. Catastrophe on the front lines. Boom. Boom! The thunderous explosions of two buried landmines resonated through the air, obliterating two terrifying specters. The commander in the all-terrain vehicle gazed in horror, only to witness more phantoms emerging from the mist. Unbeknownst to him, the situation was far graver than the casualties of the apparitions nearby. Grasping the radio, the commander bellowed, "Zhao Kuo, your intelligence is utterly flawed. I need assistance. There are more specters here. The luminous stones have failed." Inside the stone house, Zhao Kuo remained silent, his expression grave as he looked at Yenda beside him. The room housed not only Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi, the two investigators, but also Yenda, whose face was ashen, and several members of the guard team, all bearing grim expressions. "Yenda, what is the meaning of this? Did you not assure us that there were few specters here? Why are there so many now?" Zhao Kuo inquired with palpable frustration. The guard members cast their gazes towards Yenda, their elevated status rendering them more authoritative than the soldiers outside. With a mournful countenance, Yenda replied, "There truly weren't this many before. This is my first encounter with such a multitude. Could it be that the sound of the explosions has attracted the specters from a mist?" "There is a possibility," Zhao Kuo acknowledged. "Specters can indeed be drawn by sound. Typically, they would not dare to make a noise. After knocking on the door, they would hide within the stone house. Therefore," Zhao Kuo wore an expression that conveyed his detachment from the matter, indicating that the fault lay solely with Yin Da's erroneous intelligence. Commander Li furrowed his brow, his expression fraught with anger, yet he hesitated to unleash his fury. Zhao Kuo was not a military personnel. He was merely responsible for the extraction. "What shall we do now?" "Wait until dawn," Zhao Kuo replied. "That is the only option left. There are too many specters at the entrance. Even if I were to venture out, the outcome would be inevitable, death." Although they could not see the chaos outside, the terrifying sounds of explosions, the cacophony of footsteps, and the urgent, wolf-like gasps of the specters conveyed a harrowing truth to those within. The outside world was perilous. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. It emanated from the direction of the protected individuals. Commander Li's brow tightened in an instant. "Ah!" The scream echoed only once before abruptly ceasing. Bang! Bang! The sounds of relentless banging on the door grew increasingly frantic, instilling a sense of despair. The specters had discovered more of the protected individuals, and screams erupted in succession. These protected individuals differed from soldiers. They possessed minimal combat capability. Even those wielding firearms often missed their targets due to sheer terror. The specters, with their swift agility and ferocious strength, swiftly devoured the defenseless. The guard team could not shield everyone. It was inevitable that some would perish, an uncontrollable disaster. After uttering these words, Commander Lee let out a heavy sigh, grasped the radio, and proclaimed, "Hold your ground until dawn." Only static responded from the radio. The soldiers inside offered no reply. With resignation, Commander Lee set down the radio in his hand. He was acutely aware that, as a commander, retreating into the stone shelter while allowing his subordinates to confront the phantoms outside would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction among the soldiers. Yet, he was unwilling to place himself in jeopardy. Exhausted, truly exhausted, Fortress number 44 had no opportunity to retaliate against the onslaught of the Howlers. They were level 5 aberrations. Do you comprehend the sheer terror encapsulated in level 5? Zhao Kuo and Rin Shi could not fathom the implications of Commander Lee's words. The deep brown pupils of Commander Lee quivered, his eyes brimming with fear. Zhao Kuo gazed at Commander Lee, who had returned from months on the front lines, now bearing such an expression. That face conveyed to Zhao Kuo that the front was far more harrowing than he had ever imagined. Commander Lee seemed to speak to himself. Initially, we were engaged in combat against level 2 and level 3 aberrations, and it was relatively manageable. After all, we had the fortress and an abundance of weaponry, with ample supplies of radiant stones. They did not claim many lives. However, when level 4 aberrations emerged, I began to feel overwhelmed. The order from my superior was to hold fortress number 44 and await reinforcements. Yet I witnessed many wealthy individuals fleeing in panic. I do not know who leaked the information, but the level 4 aberrations were merely the beginning. In the span of a month, we encountered the plague, level 4 aberrations, an endless swarm of rats. The plague brought forth not only death but also mutation. Have you ever seen rats as large as wolfhounds? Their teeth are as long as my palm, and they emit a nauseating stench of decay, having feasted on countless corpses. These rats have obliterated their primal instincts, as rotting bodies traverse the streets, infecting innumerable souls with the virus. We were left with no choice but to initiate a cleansing operation, exterminating those infected by the plague. In just 20 days, Fortress number 44 witnessed the demise of 110,000 individuals. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo sighed in sorrow, remaining silent. Commander Lee continued, "But that was not the most terrifying aspect. I had thought that once the plague subsided, we could hold our ground at Fortress number 44. However, I was unprepared for what came next. The emergence of the level 5 aberration, the Howler. Help!" Wails echoed from outside the stone shelter, tugging at the nerves of everyone present. Yet Commander Lee continued his monologue, undeterred. The Howlers brought not merely death, but calamity. They existed within a swirling gray vortex, moving with such rapidity that they were nearly impossible to capture. The hurricanes they generated could effortlessly obliterate buildings, and the intense radiative energy rendered us powerless. Bullets and bombs proved ineffective against them. We could still use radiant stones, but the quantity needed to be doubled, and we lacked such provisions. In the span of a single night, I witnessed the onset of disaster. The entirety of our 1st Brigade was annihilated. The Howlers were nearly insurmountable. This is the terror wrought by level 5 aberrations, and Fortress number 44 managed to endure for a mere 7 days before its complete obliteration. In truth, I do not wish to flee, yet the terror is overwhelming. The 44th Fortress has now partially transformed into the Gray Domain, a realm where humanity cannot tread. Those who dare to enter are doomed to perish. I am utterly fatigued by this existence. It is simply exhausting. Commander Lee slumped down, a picture of despair. His eyes devoid of vitality, resembling a marionette, vacantly staring into the void before him. Zhao Kuo pressed his forehead, a frown etched upon his face. "Commander Lee, we shall prevail. You must have faith." A scoff escaped Commander Lee's lips, filled with disdain. Have you ever witnessed hundreds of thousands of corpses before your very eyes? If not, remain silent. Indeed, Zhao Kuo replied in a somber tone. Chapter 89. Level 4 Aberrant Creature. The Plague Horse Clang. 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 A cacophony of chaotic footsteps echoed, the sound of hooves striking the ground. The individuals inside the stone house were still in a daze. At that moment, Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi exchanged a glance, both recognizing the deep-seated terror reflected in one another's eyes. The Plague Horse. Damn it! A level 4 aberrant creature. The Plague Horse has appeared. Why now of all times? Could it be that the specter has lured them here? Who knows? Who the hell can fathom the reason? On the outskirts of the town, a group of plague horses suddenly emerged, enshrouded in mist. Only the thundering of hooves broke the eerie silence. Their pace was slow, yet with each few steps, they would bizarrely manifest elsewhere, as if traversing through the void, materializing out of thin air. The emergence of the plague horses heightened the tension among the onlookers. Soon, they approached the vicinity of the camp, seemingly drawn by the specter. As the mist gradually dispersed, a horrifying sight came into view. A colossal warhorse appeared, its head largely decomposed, exposing its bones to the open air, the white ribs clearly visible, and the internal organs exuding a foul stench. Upon its back sat a figure devoid of a head, resembling a beheaded human. Yet now, it was nothing more than a rotting corpse, precariously perched on the horse's back. This grotesque tableau instilled fear, a palpable aura of death enveloping the scene. The iron hooves clanged with a resounding din, and one plague horse took a couple of steps forward. In an instant, its body seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear several meters away in a flash. Roar! One specter turned its gaze toward the plague horse, letting out a fierce, menacing roar, clutching a severed human corpse in its grasp. Thick blood dripped from the remains, and the specter's mouth was smeared with mangled flesh, presenting a nightmarish spectacle reminiscent of hell itself. The plague horses remained eerily silent. At least 7 or 8 had manifested in the mist, standing ominously still. The specters ceased their attacks on the humans, instead fixating their blood-red eyes on the plague horses. These aberrant creatures were anything but benign. Oof. One of the plague horses lowered its head, emitting a low grunt, clouds of white vapor escaping its nostrils. Despite being a corpse, its body largely decomposed, it still managed to breathe like a living creature. In the next moment, the plague horse moved once again, taking just 2 steps, yet an uncanny occurrence transpired. The plague horse astonishingly appeared beside the specter. Before the specter could react, having fixated its gaze on the plague horse, it suddenly vanished from its original position, now standing right next to it. Oof. The plague horse exhaled 2 more puffs of white vapor. The specter lifted its claw, aiming to grasp the horse's head. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted. The specter's movements were severely restricted, its joints creaking under the strain. Immediately, a sinister and terrifying ghostly visage was enveloped by serpentine tendrils of gray mist. The mist swiftly shrouded the specter, forming a grotesque mask. The apparition stood frozen in place, maintaining its fearsome countenance. A chilling cry escaped its lips, and with a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The plague horse had dispatched a ghostly figure, and none could fathom the method of its demise. It merely flickered beside the apparition, exhaling 2 plumes of white vapor, which rendered the specter immobile before it succumbed to death. With a low grunt, another plague horse emitted 2 more puffs of white vapor, then took a few steps, mysteriously vanishing from sight. The sound of iron hooves striking the earth echoed as this horse materialized next to another ghostly figure, nearly identical in form. Upon the plague horse's arrival, the specter attempted to strike it down, but before it could make a move, the horse disappeared into thin air. When the apparition regained its senses and sought to attack, it found itself frozen, gray mist resembling worms enveloping its visage. The mist coalesced slowly, obscuring the specter's face with a ghastly mask, and in the next moment, it fell lifeless. A chilling cry echoed from the fallen specter, and the remaining apparitions, witnessing this, lunged toward the plague horses. 7 or 8 horses sprang into action almost simultaneously. Within mere minutes, each ghostly figure lay defeated, completely lifeless. The remaining apparitions retreated silently, fleeing into the mists. Once all the specters had vanished, the plague horses approached. They lowered their heads and began to consume the carcasses of the fallen apparitions. It was distinctly observable as the remains of the specters were drawn into the horses' throats, leaving only fragmented internal organs amid the white ribcage. The organs began to twitch slightly, seemingly in the process of digestion. The plague horses feasted slowly, for the ghostly bodies were remarkably tough, making the act of chewing a cumbersome endeavor. After 2 or 3 hours, the horses finally finished their grisly meal. At that moment, one horse raised its head toward a nearby SUV. With a low grunt, it exhaled 2 jets of white vapor, and the sound of clanging hooves resonated as it took 2 steps, then vanished from sight. Gunfire erupted from within the vehicle, which shook violently as the plague horse distorted its shape with sheer force. The horse lingered for less than a second before disappearing rapidly, clutching a struggling human in its jaws. With another grunt, it released 2 puffs of vapor. The plague horse, still grasping the human corpse, began to chew deliberately. The remaining horses gathered around, heads bowed, as they shared in the gruesome feast of the battered human. Arms were torn asunder with a ripping sound, flesh and bone separating. As the innards fell to the ground, the plague horse opened its maw, consuming a vivid scarlet heart, while the headless corpse atop its back began to sway gently, emanating a faint crimson glow. Their consumption was deliberate and unhurried, with the headless body maintaining its subtle oscillation. Hours later, the plague horse finally finished its meal of humanity. Its belly now swollen, filled with severed limbs and dismembered arms, the creature departed the encampment, heading towards the heart of the mist. Not a soul dared to utter a word. All remained silent, huddled within the confines of the carriage. Some, though unaware of the events transpiring outside, felt the night linger, instilling a deep-seated fear that prevented anyone from peering out. Not even a corner of the curtain was lifted, lest the aberrant beings beyond be alerted to their presence. Chapter 090. The second gift attribute, True Sprint at Dawn. Officer Lee pushed open the wooden door of the stone house. The sight that met his eyes was enough to make his heart race. Numerous vehicles near the camp lay in ruins, with several off-road cars overturned on the ground. The vehicles bore the scars of battle, marred by deep, uneven craters. Not far away, several corpses lay scattered, reduced to mere skeletal remains. 4 landmines buried in the ground had been triggered, while 3 remained inactive. Fortunately, they had previously marked the locations, making extraction feasible. Officer Lee approached a relatively intact vehicle and knocked on the door, calling out wearily, "It is I, Li Zhao. The dawn has arrived. Open the door." Trembling, a soldier inside cautiously opened the door. Upon entering, Officer Lee noticed the soldier's face was pale, terror-stricken, with dark circles around his eyes. His hands shaking uncontrollably as he clutched his submachine gun. "Everything is fine now," Officer Lee reassured him. "The specters have departed. We can return." Officer Lee. Yesterday, a level 4 anomalous creature, the epidemic horse, appeared. What? Officer Lee's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he urgently inquired, "What happened?" Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi hastened to join him, having heard the clattering sounds the previous night but remained oblivious to their source. No one dared to open the door, fearing that it would invite calamity, potentially leading to the demise of all present. The soldier, having witnessed the entire ordeal, struggled to quell his fear. It was indeed the epidemic horse. I had seen it in the records. A level 4 anomalous creature has manifested here. Officer Lee turned to Zhao Kuo, who wore a look of astonishment, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Logically, such a creature should not be able to appear in this area. Please elaborate. Officer Lee urged, his brow furrowed. Ren Qi, make the necessary arrangements here. I need to document this. Zhao Kuo quickly produced paper and a pen, his gaze fixed intently on the soldier. The movements of anomalous creatures are elusive, yet they exhibit certain patterns once they manifest. This matter must be reported to the postal station for continuous monitoring. Nodding, Ren Qi took charge, handing over responsibilities to others. At that moment, the still shaken Lin Yu glanced at the white luminous stone in his palm. The white glow remained steadfast, showing no signs of fading. Safe. Lin Yu exhaled, relief washing over him, as if his body had been completely relaxed. Ma Jin struggled to rise, despite the extraordinary danger of the previous day. The bus had not suffered an attack from the anomalous creatures. They had only heard the terrifying sounds of slaughter, the anguished shrieks, and the echoes of explosions and gunfire. Such memories would haunt Ma Jin for a lifetime. Lin Yu had also heard the clattering sounds, but they were too distant for him to discern their nature. Moreover, Lin Yu could not dare to open the door to investigate. The anomalous detector on the table had remained calm throughout the night, consistently indicating a safe value of 20. The battle last night was exceptionally fierce, lasting until well past 1 in the morning, after which not a single sound of conflict could be heard. Had the specter consumed all the combatants? Lin Yu found this notion rather implausible. Setting aside the fact that they were armed individuals, it included seasoned soldiers and investigators. Physical attacks could indeed vanquish the specter, rendering a complete annihilation unlikely. However, the specter's thirst for vengeance was formidable. Once harmed, it would undoubtedly pursue retribution without relent. Lin Yu felt a sense of doubt stirring within him, compelling him to investigate the circumstances further. At that moment, a notification appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Talent Attribute Enhancement completed. His second talent attribute had finally been augmented, and he eagerly glanced at the system prompt that materialized before him. Talent Attribute, True Sprint, Level, Intermediate, Special Effect. Each time you run or jump, you will gain 1 instance of True Sprint, which will bestow upon you an extraordinary boost in speed. As the system notification concluded, Lin Yu sensed a peculiar energy coursing through his body. This energy enveloped him in a swirling motion before dissipating into his abdomen. Simultaneously, he felt a newfound lightness in his physique, accompanied by comprehensive enhancement in his control over speed. This improvement encompassed not only remarkable acceleration, but also mastery over angles and points of force. Lin Yu shook his hands and legs, crouching slightly, and immediately felt an exhilarating sensation akin to an arrow poised to be released. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, a delightful rush from acquiring this extraordinary energy. With the enhancement of my second attribute complete, I can now commence the augmentation of the white bear armor. The military-provided armor was already quite impressive. With further enhancement, it would undoubtedly conform even more closely to my physique, achieving perfect compatibility. Approaching the white bear armor, Lin Yu concentrated, and a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to enhance the white bear armor? Enhancement time, 15 hours and 3 minutes. Enhance. Enhancing. After making his selection, Lin Yu transported the white bear armor to the basement. He donned his black cloak from the chair, secured his battle axe at his back, and took 2 luminous stones before making his way out of the stone house. As Lin Yu traversed the path, a sense of foreboding quickly washed over him. The camp lay before his eyes, a scene of utter desolation. The ground bore the marks of landmine explosions, and 3 off-road vehicles were utterly wrecked. The doors had evidently been forcefully torn apart by some monstrous entity. Those within had surely fallen prey to the aberrant creatures. Surrounding the camp were numerous individuals, their faces etched with exhaustion. A dozen soldiers from the guard stood vigil with firearms at the side of a bus, and Lin Yu spotted the figures of Yinda and Zhao Kuo. At that moment, Zhao Kuo appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument with a military officer. Not far away, Ma Jin sat with the students beside the bus, while others gradually approached the camp. Lin Yu recognized Zhang Zhihui and Sister Lai among them, who were also on their way. To Lin Yu's surprise, 2 fair-faced youths accompanied Sister Lai, who appeared to be quite apprehensive, lingering closely behind her. In contrast, Sister Lai exuded an aura of joy. Not long after, Lin Yu encountered Sister Lai. She still sported her signature voluminous hair and brandished a firearm, greeting him with a cheerful smile. "Oh, you've come too? Are you here to deliver someone? Why do I find you here? What are you talking about, Sister Lai? Who are you referring to?" Lin Yu felt an inkling of understanding. The 2 youths behind Sister Lai exhibited a profound shyness, their eyes darting away upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze, their body language revealing more than words could convey. What's with the act? Weren't these individuals seeking a place to stay just yesterday? I let them lodge at my place for the night. Naturally, they owe me some favors. And you? Didn't you bring along one or two lovely ladies? Sister Lai exclaimed animatedly. Lin Yu was rendered speechless, directing his gaze toward Zhang Zhihui, who seemed to have also welcomed guests into his home. No, just me, for safety, Lin Yu replied succinctly. Ah, safety is one thing, but it's rather dull. As for me, Sister Lai, I've relinquished all lofty aspirations. I live day by day and enjoy each moment as it comes. It's that simple. By the way, what was your name again? Sister Lai inquired, glancing at one of the handsome youths. I am Wu Hu Fan. Hey, not bad. If you're not leaving today, you should come to my house. The other youth immediately looked at Sister Lai in astonishment. You too, you should come along. All right. The youth murmured, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 91. Penetration within the scope. Sister Lai felt the burning gaze upon her, and she turned to Lin Yu beside her. They are here of their own volition. Am I to force anyone against their will? Upon her words, the two youths nearby lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. This is the apocalypse. You heard the gunfire last night, did you not? I brought them here to witness the unfolding events. The situation is growing increasingly perilous. Wouldn't you agree? Sister Lai gestured towards the few shocking off-road vehicles not far away. Look there. The occupants are all dead. The two youths immediately tensed, glancing in that direction. Indeed, there were bloodstains on the ground that had yet to be wiped away. There was no point in cleaning up the blood. The bodies had vanished without a trace. Witnessing such a grim scene, the two youths exhaled deeply. Although we did something we shouldn't have last night, we survived, did we not? That was the right choice. Sister Lai was not as rough as she appeared on the surface. She possessed a gentler side. Lin Yu glanced at her and remarked, I shall proceed ahead. Very well. I shall accompany you, she replied. The two parted ways, with Lin Yu taking another path, soon arriving at the camp. At that moment, he noticed Zhao Kuo and Officer Li embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed with anger. I had no knowledge of the white bear armor you mentioned. It is impossible that I stole it. Zhao Kuo reprimanded sternly. Officer Li, unwilling to back down, spat out his retort, Damn it. Who among us would dare to steal our belongings? Don't tell me it was the Phantom who took it. Can the Phantom even don armor? I did not accuse the Phantom of theft. If your own men are dishonest, why implicate me? Zhao Kuo shot back. Are our own men dishonest? You witnessed the events of last night. There are not only phantoms, but also plague horses here. Your intelligence is flawed. Why would our people steal? How could they even wear it? Are you saying it could not be them? Zhao Kuo pointed at the group of students near the bus. Officer Li did not spare them a glance and shouted, Can they wear it? The white bear armor is not designed for ordinary individuals. They wouldn't even be able to run in it. What purpose would it serve? To await death. Zhao Kuo, infuriated, yelled, How the hell should I know? I came to assist you, providing you with luminous stones and supplies. My mission is to escort you back. The loss of the white bear armor is none of my concern. None of your concern? You colluded and stole my armor. Officer Li persisted, their exchange escalating into a furious tirade. Lin Yu paused, silently observing the quarrel. This was good news. The matter had not been exposed. He quietly approached the stone house of Yenda and found him busy within, the nature of his tasks unknown. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed a large bus not far away. Lu Yu was squatting on the ground, nibbling on a compressed biscuit, a half-full bottle of water in hand. Perhaps you should inquire with her. She might possess some knowledge. Last night was not merely an attack by the specter. Lin Yu approached casually. As he neared Lu Yu, she happened to look up from her compressed biscuit, her cheeks puffed with the morsel. Crouching on the ground, her fair complexion was accentuated by the biscuit, and her straight, prominent nose lent her features a striking three-dimensional quality. Her large, glistening eyes gazed at Lin Yu in surprise, a flicker of anxiety passing through their dark depths. Lu Yu, without a mask, allowed Lin Yu to finally see her face clearly. It was no wonder she always wore a mask. Traversing this apocalyptic landscape with such a beautiful visage was perilous. Having overheard the argument between Zhao Kuo and Officer Li, her expression turned flustered upon seeing Lin Yu. Why are you here? Lu Yu hurriedly swallowed her biscuit and spoke in a muffled tone. I'm just here to take a look. You should leave. It's quite dangerous here. Please hurry away. Lu Yu urged with an anxious demeanor, squatting like a frog on the ground, urging Lin Yu to depart, creating a rather peculiar scene. Fear not. I reside here. I merely came to observe and procure some supplies. You may call me Lin Yu. No need to address me as sir. Lin Yu. Oh, understood. Did you hear that? As Lin Yu crouched beside her, he whispered, I heard it. Have we been discovered? Lin Yu cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Yes. They will find out sooner or later, though I didn't expect it to be so soon. The off-road vehicle clad in white bear armor was destroyed. They usually wouldn't investigate. But the timing is unfortunate. This matter is known only to you, me, and Teacher Ma. Indeed, just the three of us. No one else is aware. Rest assured, we would never disclose it. Revealing it would mean our demise. I understand. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. Aside from the Spectre, what else occurred last night? I heard about the epidemic horse. Yes. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. I heard it is a level 4 anomaly. Initially, the Spectre attacked us, but then the epidemic horse arrived. The Spectre was no match for it and was devoured. The epidemic horse also consumed some of our people, though I am uncertain of the exact number. A level 4 anomaly makes this place exceedingly dangerous. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. I have never encountered it before. Do you know how the epidemic horse kills? Lin Yu pondered briefly, her bright eyes flashing with insight. I heard. It is said to be incredibly fast, vanishing from one spot only to reappear right beside you. I haven't seen it myself, just heard rumors. However, it is true that the Spectre could not defeat the epidemic horse. It is of a higher level. Vanishes instantly? Is that not akin to spatial flickering? Lin Yu's expression grew solemn. Lin Yu had not witnessed the full extent of it, and he could not analyze it fully either. Yet, based on her words and the level of the epidemic horse's anomaly, it was not difficult to deduce that this entity was far more terrifying than the Spectre. If the plague steed could truly vanish in thin air and then reappear wherever it desired, the efficacy of the stone house would be rendered moot. No. Could the plague steed penetrate? Lin Yu immediately inquired. Can the plague steed pass through walls? Lin Yu lowered her gaze, and after a moment, an idea struck her. She promptly pointed to a nearby off-road vehicle. Look, doesn't that car appear to be expanded by some force? If it weren't the work of a ghostly apparition, then it must be the plague steed. Lin Yu followed Lin Yu's finger, and indeed, as she had observed, the battered vehicle bore numerous scars and uneven marks all over its surface. The only exception was the roof, which had been pushed upward, resembling a great bulge. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, his expression now gravely serious. Chapter 092. The Stolen Armor and the Missing Person as Lin Yu pondered over the plague horse. A sudden gunshot pierced the sky. Bang! Not far away. Officer Li fired a shot into the air, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Zhao Kuo, who frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend his intentions. Today, the white bear armor must be recovered. Otherwise, no one shall leave. I care not who has taken it or how it came to be. If you present it, I shall act as though nothing has transpired. But if you refuse, do not blame my bullets for being indiscriminate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo's expression darkened as he stared at Officer Li with indignation. Our time is limited. We cannot squander it here. If we do not leave now, do you intend to wait for the ghostly shadows of the night? A flicker of derision crossed Officer Li's eyes. Let them wait then. The white bear armor did not vanish without reason. Someone has undoubtedly taken it. The local postman is Yenda. Go tell everyone in the town that if they return it, we shall negotiate amicably. I might even offer to buy it back. However, should I discover it through my own search, they shall face dire consequences. Yenda stared at Officer Li in disbelief, astonished that he intended to search the homes of the town survivors. This would undoubtedly incite their dissatisfaction and could potentially lead to violence. We are not in peaceful times. One cannot simply do as they please. Their arrival in the town had already stirred discontent among some, and now, the intention to search homes would certainly complicate matters for Yenda. Even with his status as a postman, he could not arbitrarily invade the privacy of others. Yenda cast a pleading glance at Zhao Kuo, whose brows knitted in concern. You are wasting everyone's time. What if we cannot find it? Shadows and plague horses have already appeared last night. I have no time for games. Officer Li fixed his gaze on Zhao Kuo with unwavering intensity. I, too, have no time for games. Do not presume I am unaware of the sordid dealings within your post office. Clean up your mouth. Zhao Kui's temper flared instantly. The atmosphere between them charged with tension. Yin Da hurriedly intervened, aware that one was an investigator from the post office, while the other was a warlord from the front lines. Neither was to be trifled with. Yin Da found it strange that the white bear armor had mysteriously disappeared. There must be hidden circumstances at play. Officer Li continued to scrutinize Zhao Kui, which only elicited a laugh from him. Do you truly suspect that I am the thief of your white bear armor? Zhao Kui was entirely oblivious to the accusations, viewing Officer Li's behavior as mere folly. Suddenly, Zhao Kui sneered. Very well. If you wish to search, I shall accompany you. However, I shall not concern myself with how many perish tonight. Furthermore, this is the stone house of the post office. I kindly request that you take your leave to your vehicle tonight, as there is no longer sufficient space here. His words sent a chill down the spines of the soldiers beside Officer Li. Had they not been in the stone house last night, they might have also fallen victim to the ghostly assault, and perhaps those who perished this morning could have been them. The specters do not recognize ranks. This was clearly a ploy to vex Officer Li. Very well, I shall not dwell in your stone abode. Today, we must uncover the truth. If before noon, we secure the white bear armor, I shall hold no grudge against this affair. Let it be as if nothing transpired. Suit yourself. Zhao Kui scoffed coldly, turning away without a hint of compassion. Yin Da stood there, bewildered, while Director Li fixated on him, suspecting that this was a ploy orchestrated by the post office. The white bear armor, developed by the military, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Should the post office seize it for research and modification, it would instantly become their trophy, a situation Director Li would not allow to unfold. Gather everyone. Do not claim that I have not given you time, he declared, leaving in a fit of indignation. Yin Da, filled with resentment, gazed at Director Li's retreating figure, utterly speechless. They had not stolen the white bear armor the previous night. Once darkness fell, no one dared to venture out. The notion of theft was utterly inconceivable to Yin Da nearby. Lin Yu silently observed Lin Yu, having overheard every word of their conversation, as had others present. What now? Are you certain that only you and Ma Jin were aware yesterday? Lin Yu whispered in response. Of course. How could I let anyone else know? However, I never anticipated that the vehicle containing the white bear armor would be attacked by the Phantom, leading to its discovery. So, what should we do now? Lin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, struggling to conceive a viable plan. If they conducted a search, they might indeed uncover the white bear armor. Furthermore, Lin Yu could not permit these soldiers to search his home. The secrets within were too numerous. Should they fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, his true capabilities could be exposed. As Lin Yu pondered, Zhao Xiaoshu suddenly rushed over, oblivious to Lin Yu's presence, heading straight toward Director Li. His hurried demeanor bore the unmistakable hallmarks of informant. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Lin Yu, swiftly grasping the implications. Yesterday, Meng Haitao had perished. As anticipated, Zhao Xiaoshu anxiously arrived before Director Li, exclaiming, Director Li, one of our members is missing. His name is Meng Haitao. At that moment, Director Li's mood was as bleak as could be. The disappearance of an individual bore no distinction from death. The higher-ups had merely instructed him to escort the protected individuals back to the fortress, without the stipulation that all must return safely. In this apocalyptic era, no one could guarantee the safety of every individual entering the fortress. The number of casualties mattered little. As long as some returned alive, that was sufficient. Do you not see that I am preoccupied? Missing? Then go and search for him. Directoli baluba, starlinza ushioshu. Inano, directoli. It is my classmate who is missing. He could not have left here on his own. I suspect he is connected to the white bear armor. Perhaps he was the one who stole it. What did you say? Director Li grasped Zhao Xiaoshu's collar tightly, his face contorting in disbelief as he realized a traitor lurked within his own ranks. Think carefully before you speak. Why did Meng Haitao steal the white bear battle armor? Zhao Xiaoshu, perplexed, had no inkling of Meng Haitao's motives. He merely recalled the incident and connected it to Meng Haitao's absence the previous day, prompting his anxious eagerness to respond. Trembling under the grip, Zhao Xiaoshu looked up at Director Li with a mournful expression and said, I only instructed him to keep an eye on Teacher Ma and his group. I have no idea why he hasn't returned. Meng Haitao couldn't have simply run away. He must either be dead or framed. Ma Jian? Director Li's grip loosened as he cast a glance at the two fully armed soldiers beside him. Follow me. We must find Ma Jian. Yes. Chapter 093. The tormented mind Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, his profound gaze exuding an air of dominance. Will Teacher Ma speak? Lin Yu replied with unwavering resolve, no. You must find Teacher Ma and convey that under no circumstances should he disclose anything. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Tell him to hold on, and I shall resolve this predicament. Very well. I shall seek out Teacher Ma immediately. Lin Yu, I apologize. I never anticipated such an occurrence would arise, causing you distress. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoshu was a considerable nuisance. Lin Yu's eyes drifted towards Zhao Xiaoshu, who had just risen from the ground, vigorously brushing off the dust from his clothes. Zhao Xiaoshu was far more cunning than he appeared. The disappearance of Meng Haitao instantly prompted Zhao Xiaoshu to associate it with the white bear armor. This individual was a significant hassle, and the most effective way to deal with such troubles was to eliminate him. However, Lin Yu could not afford to take matters into his own hands, lest his possession of the white bear armor be revealed. To discreetly eliminate someone, alternative methods would have to be employed. Lin Yu surveyed the vast, ominous sky, sensing that waiting any longer was untenable. You must hurry. Do not allow them to find Teacher Ma first. Just say it was my instruction. Understood. Lin Yu turned and dashed away, swiftly vanishing from Lin Yu's sight. At that moment, Yinda unexpectedly spotted Lin Yu, a flicker of delight crossing his features as he approached with quickened steps. Lin Yu, what brings you here? I happen to have something I wish to discuss with you. Yinda's words evoked a thought in Lin Yu, one that struck him as somewhat absurd, eliciting a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Criminal suspects are most inclined to return to the scene of their crimes, indulging their malicious desires. Though Lin Yu had not pilfered the white bear armor, the incident was inextricably linked to him. The white bear armor lay within Lin Yu's stone abode. He had two objectives in coming here: to ascertain the events of the previous night and to determine whether the matter had been exposed. The events of last night were indeed as Lin Yu had anticipated. The specter had come to claim lives, and even more terrifyingly, a level 4 anomalous creature had also arrived. Furthermore, another truth had surfaced. The theft of the white bear armor had been revealed. Yinda, oblivious to the significance of Lin Yu's wry smile, wore a sycophantic grin. You see, Lin Yu, the white bear armor belonging to Officer Li has been stolen. They intend to interview the survivors in our town. I understand this may be troublesome, but it is merely an inquiry, so I hope you can cooperate. What do you say? Lin Yu regarded Yinda's face, wrinkled and resembling a dried jujube, adorned with a fawning expression. He had not expected to see Yinda so obsequious. What was termed an inquiry was, in reality, a search. Yinda merely wished to expedite the matter and send them on their way. This entourage of guards could only remain for a day at most. By nightfall, there might be further fatalities. As long as the survivors acquiesced, the matter could be considered resolved. Thus, Yinda felt compelled to display a sycophantic smile towards Lin Yu. He is merely a postman, not a deity. He cannot command everyone to undertake tasks they are unwilling to perform. Lin Yu did not hastily refuse, but countered with a question. What about the two investigators? What do they have to say? Upon hearing this, Yinda became agitated, letting out a sigh. Both officials are quite displeased. They were supposed to escort the guard team and depart this morning, but now they have been delayed. I am truly at my wit's end. Lin Yu, you know how difficult it is for those of us caught in the middle. We are absent during the feasting, yet present when labor calls, akin to beasts of burden. Lin Yu was unconvinced by Yin Da's words. Absent during the feasting? What of his identity as a postman? Shifting the subject, Lin Yu stated, if you need to call others, go ahead. I lack the time to assist you. I still wish to hear their opinions. Well, Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi are inside the stone house, but they will certainly provide a response shortly. You are aware that a level 4 anomalous creature appeared here last night. This denotes a significant threat. If level 4 anomalous beings persist in the town, it indicates that this place is no longer suitable for human habitation. I understand. I heard about it just now. Why does the occurrence of a level 4 anomalous creature render this place uninhabitable for humans? Yenda lamented. Level 4 anomalous beings are far more terrifying. But that is not the crux of the matter. The most critical issue is that the lethality of level 4 beings is unpredictable and insidious, leading to an inevitable rise in casualties. What about level 3? Are there no fatalities associated with them? Your assertions suggest that deaths here are not significant. Lin Yu retorted, seeking further information from Yenda regarding the danger levels, of which he was still somewhat ignorant. Should level 4 anomalous creatures emerge, the town's populace may need to evacuate, rendering Yenda's role as a postman unnecessary. He might relocate to another town or return to the fortress, revealing the secret to Lin Yu without consequence. Yenda replied, Level 3 can also result in fatalities among survivors, though the impact is not as severe. We possess the Radiant Stones. After all, just a few days ago, the Red Rock Fortress announced the availability of white-grade Radiant Stones sufficient to fend off specters. However, this is not the crux. The existence of the town serves a purpose beyond merely producing more Radiant Stones. It also acts as an early warning system. As postmen, we are responsible for the exchange of supplies between the fortress and the town, as well as for delivering intelligence. You must have noticed, the anomalous beings first target the town, then the fortress, allowing the latter a chance to breathe. Of course, not all anomalous beings follow a fixed path. Some may take detours. The number of towns is limited, and in truth, you are in a better position. I am the one primarily tasked with monitoring. Otherwise, the post office would not have equipped me with an iron whistle, which is intended for overseeing the outer realm. Yenda's words echoed Lin Yu's thoughts, explaining why postmen were established to tirelessly deliver supplies to the town's residents, ultimately to make them the first victims of the anomalous beings. In this manner, one can anticipate the lethal rules governing anomalous beings and uncover crucial intelligence. The survivors serve merely as bait beneath the cataclysm. Lin Yu gazed at Yenda, discerning that there was yet another matter left unspoken by him. What distinguishes the Radiant Stones we carve from those sculpted in the fortress? Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed Yenda's face. He opened his mouth, paused in silence for a moment, and finally spoke. Those who have endured suffering and torment possess a more formidable and pure mental fortitude, resulting in superior quality and greater quantity of the carvings produced. Lin Yu comprehended, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. In this world, only those who remain sane and the madmen can survive. The number of the sane is far fewer than that of the insane. Chapter 094. The Rules of the Plague Horse Yenda aside, stating that he must summon the other survivors. He instructed Lin Yu to remain at the entrance of the stone house, assuring him of a swift return. Lin Yu nodded, as he had no intention of leaving. The next course of action involved observing the investigator's pronouncements. Should the guards insist on searching the stone house, Lin Yu would need to devise alternative strategies. Upon reaching the stone house's entrance, Lin Yu soon found that others had arrived. Given the involvement of the entire town, a significant number of individuals had gathered. They donned peculiar attire, their expressions strange, wielding weapons that marked them as survivors from the wilderness. The survivors from the entire town had congregated, although a small faction remained absent. Regardless of the situation at hand, there would always be a portion that would not adhere to directives. Zhang Zhihui and Oldly approached, with Zhang Zhihui carrying his shotgun, while Oldly was notably empty-handed. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man of modest stature, exuding a lean appearance. Clad in a tattered military uniform, he bore a submachine gun on his back and a crescent-shaped long knife at his waist. His combat gloves and boots were neatly worn, albeit somewhat worn out. His gaunt face, with prominent cheekbones and eyes radiating a fierce glint, indicated that he was a seasoned survivor of the wilderness. Lin Yu, this is Zhang Li, whom I previously introduced to you. If we venture to other cities in search of supplies, Zhang Li can assist us, having made numerous trips before. Zhang Zhihui exclaimed, hastening towards Lin Yu to make the introduction. Zhang Li regarded Lin Yu with surprise, not expecting such youthfulness. He had presumed that someone named Lin Yu would be a seasoned veteran. Yet, Zhang Li did not underestimate Lin Yu. In fact, he grew increasingly attentive. Lin Yu stood taller than most present, at least over 1.8 meters, clad in a black trench coat that bulged at the waist. Zhongli speculated that it concealed an axe or an entrenching tool. Those who wielded such weapons typically possessed considerable strength, and with Lin Yu's physique, he would have a distinct advantage in close combat. However, Zhongli noticed that Lin Yu's hands bore no calluses or signs of training, which piqued his curiosity. Was it possible that Lin Yu lacked proficiency in melee combat? In this post-apocalyptic world, no one would carry a weapon they were unskilled in wielding, for danger could arise at any moment, necessitating constant readiness for battle. Lin Yu left an indelible impression on Zhang Li. Greetings, Lin Yu. I am Zhang Li, also a resident of this town. I Haven frequented this area often. As you might know, Yinda's supplies are exorbitantly priced, compelling me to search for resources alone, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips, though his facial expression seemed somewhat rigid, giving an odd impression, as if he had lost the ability to manage his expressions. Lin Yu returned the smile, recognizing Zhang Li as a potentially valuable ally. He is thoroughly acquainted with the local terrain, frequently venturing out and possessing a comprehensive understanding of several nearby cities, including the locations abundant in supplies, weaponry, and the emergence of anomalous creatures. To embark on a quest for resources alongside Zhang Li would undoubtedly be a judicious choice. There's an opportunity for collaboration. Last night, a level 4 anomalous creature, the plague horse, made an appearance, prompting my visit to ascertain the reason behind its sudden manifestation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li comprehended the complexity of winning over Lin Yu. The initial intelligence is of paramount importance, serving as the foundational criterion for Lin Yu's assessment of Zhang Li's capability to lead a team. Zhang Li stated, "The plague horse is indeed a level 4 anomalous entity. Its modus operandi is characterized by blinking and movement." Blinking and movement? Zhang Li's words furrowed the brows of those present, including Lin Yu, who had never encountered a plague horse, having only heard of it in whispers. Nodding, Zhang Li elaborated, "Correct. The plague horse can blink to any location within its line of sight. The exact range remains uncertain, but it is unlikely to be a long-distance blink. Any living creature in motion will incite the plague horse's desire to attack. Upon first sighting it, it is advisable not to move recklessly, but to observe for a moment. Should the plague horse initiate an attack, immediate retreat is imperative. Its feeding speed is notably slow, which they should already be aware of." Zhang Li's implication revealed that he was also cognizant of the previous night's assault on the guard team by the Phantom and the plague horse.